Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 15 of the series. Chapter 899, 899 7 Chaotic Holes. 899 7 Chaotic Holes. The Giant King. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the Giant King. In fact, this was the first time he had seen a chaotic spirit beast. He had heard that chaotic spirit beasts had already developed sentience. This sentience was almost no different from that of cultivators. Hence, to chaotic dire beasts, only by truly becoming chaotic spirit beasts would they know how to cultivate. Therefore, chaotic spirit beasts could also be considered cultivators. Lin Feng stood quietly on the spot. He opened his eyes and stared intently at the enormous figure in the distance. Even though he was still very far away, Lin Feng still felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. This was a chaotic spirit beast, a giant king. However, the chaotic hole in Lin Feng's body was operating on its own. It was still absorbing a large amount of pure energy in Lin Feng's internal universe, vaguely brewing something. Perhaps the seventh chaotic hole was not far away. However, currently, Lin Feng could not cultivate at full force. Even he felt immense pressure now that the Giant King was here. Rumble. As the Giant King arrived, the entire Poison Dragon Lake seemed to boil. Wherever the Giant King passed, everything was reduced to ruins. Cultivator, I can tell that a powerful force is dormant in your body. This power makes even me a little shocked. Is it a chaotic artifact? Or even a chaotic spirit treasure? When the Giant King arrived at the Poison Dragon Lake, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he stared intently at Lin Feng like a wise old man, as if he wanted to see through Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. The Giant King was the first to know that there was a dormant power in his body. However, it was not a chaotic spirit treasure, but the internal universe. Lin Feng had a vague feeling that everything about him seemed to have become transparent in the Giant King's eyes. Formidable indeed, Giant King, chaotic spirit beast. Lin Feng vaguely sensed that he had underestimated the Giant King and the chaotic spirit beasts. Someone comparable to a perfected lord must be extraordinary. If they were a perfected lord, wouldn't they be even more extraordinary? Could he keep concealing the secret of his internal universe? Lin Feng did not know, but he understood that secrets could only be guarded by great power. Only great power could allow him to guard all his secrets, including his internal universe. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His entire body straightened slightly, and his tall body was like a mountain, emitting an even more terrifying aura at once. The aura of a total of 6 chaotic holes was like countless peak chaotic perfected persons. Lin Feng stood in the air, like a deity who had descended into the world. Condense. Lin Feng growled. Immediately, the chaotic holes in his body circulated wildly. Then, the 6 chaotic holes shook slightly, and his aura soared wildly, as if there was no limit. Boom. As Lin Feng growled, it was as if the universe had just opened in his body. The world was created, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Out of the 7 chaotic holes, the 7th chaotic hole had finally taken shape. The 7th chaotic hole that had been brewing for a long time suddenly took shape. For a moment, Lin Feng felt the other 6 chaotic holes shake slightly. Buzz. An incomparably wonderful feeling lingered in his heart. At this moment, the 7 chaotic holes seemed to have become one, and there was a trace of connection between them. Finally, the 7th chaotic hole. Lin Feng's gaze was profound. Perhaps others did not know the significance of the 7th chaotic hole, but Lin Feng knew that this practically meant he was already very close to becoming a perfected lord. The 7 chaotic holes were still absorbing the energy in his body in a frenzy. After all, the energy of the 38 peak chaotic dire beasts could not be completely absorbed in a short period of time. Although the 7 chaotic holes had already taken shape, Lin Feng could sense that they were far from consummation. What's more, he still needed an opportunity to combine the 7 chaotic holes. The combination of 7 chaotic holes also required an opportunity. Only when the opportunity arrived could a perfected spirit be born. The moment the 7 chaotic holes were combined. Normally, only those who had attained consummation of 7 chaotic holes and the 3rd level of the primeval true scripture could obtain that trace of opportunity. Basically, at this point, the primeval true scripture was useless, because there were only 3 levels in total. When the 7 chaotic holes were combined to give rise to a perfected spirit, there were only 2 possible outcomes, success or failure. There was absolutely no possibility of a 3rd outcome. Once a perfected spirit was created, Lin Feng would have to find a perfected spirit cultivation technique, because the primeval true scripture could no longer support cultivation at the perfected spirit level. However, these matters were secondary at the moment. The most important thing was to deal with the chaotic spirit beast in front of him. The three-eyed giant king. Seeing the aura on Lin Feng's body increase steadily, the giant king's expression finally changed slightly. Cultivator, I can sense that an odd change is occurring in your body. Unfortunately, this change is not a change in the essence of life. You are still only a chaotic life form, not a perfected lord who has given rise to a perfected spirit. I have been slumbering for too long, and it has been a long time since I have encountered such an interesting cultivator. However, you slaughtered my clansmen. Are you prepared to bear the consequences? The giant king's voice was muffled. It did not seem to be as violent as other chaotic dire beasts. Come, let me see how powerful the giant king's eye of annulment is. Lin Feng stared intently at the giant king. There was no doubt that the eye of annulment was what he was most wary of. Even Lin Feng had to retreat once three-eyed giants that were peak chaotic dire beasts used a large number of eyes of annulment. He had to rely on chaotic artifacts to resist them. As for the three-eyed giant king, it was a chaotic spirit beast that had advanced further in the very essence of life, or rather, metamorphosis. How powerful would its eye of annulment be? Had it really manifested chaotic rules, and could even use them to fight enemies? Lin Feng did not know. He knew very little about perfected spirits and chaotic spirit beasts. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Feng was so eager to fight the giant king. The giant king shook his head and said, "Even those few perfected lords of your Empyrean city do not dare to withstand my light of annulment. There's no need to use the eye of annulment to deal with you." At that moment, the aura on the giant king's body soared again. Endless chaotic aura surged, as if even space was shaking. The giant king seemed to have transformed into a primordial Tyrannosaurus. Its powerful aura made even Lin Feng feel suffocated. Boom. The giant king only casually threw a punch. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. It was simply incomparable. Almost the same moment he threw the punch, he was already in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. At the same time, Lin Feng waved his hand, and a magnificent divine mountain instantly descended. Boom. The celestial emperor peak descended and appeared in front of Lin Feng, blocking the giant king's punch. However, facing the giant king's punch, the celestial emperor peak, which was almost unshakable and always successful in the past, shook violently this time. Moreover, traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the mountain, reaching deep into the mountain. Thud. With the power of a single strike, the celestial emperor peak was sent flying. A huge, incomparably deep hole appeared on the peak. From the inside to the outside, Lin Feng could sense that the celestial emperor peak had already been completely shattered. After just one strike, Lin Feng's peak chaotic artifact, the celestial emperor peak, a divine mountain that had stood tall in the incendium continent for billions of years, was almost destroyed by a single punch. However, Lin Feng had no time to be shocked. Even the celestial emperor peak could not withstand a punch from the giant king. Still, the celestial emperor peak had at least bought Lin Feng some time. Almost immediately, another golden light flew out and transformed into a huge golden bell. Clang. The sound of the bell was melodious. Like a stone thrown into water, it sent traces of ripples through the void. Chapter 900, 900 Fierce Battle with the Giant King. 900 Fierce Battle with the Giant King. The spirit suppression bell shook the mind. Even peak chaotic lifeforms would be affected. Even if the impact was very small, it would definitely be affected. In particular, chaotic dire beasts generally did not have strong mental power. However, this time, when Lin Feng used the spirit suppression bell, as the bell rang melodiously, there was no delay in the Giant King's movements. It appeared that the spirit suppression bell was useless. In reality, the spirit suppression bell was indeed useless. This chaotic artifact is quite decent. It's practically always effective against chaotic dire beasts like us. Unfortunately, you still don't understand the essence of chaotic spirit beasts. This spirit suppression bell of yours is useless against chaotic spirit beasts and perfected lords. The Giant King shook its head. It had sent the Celestial Emperor Peak flying with a punch, and its remaining force had been weakened by a lot. By the time it reached Lin Feng, it did not have much strength left. However, even so, Lin Feng still felt his entire body shake, and the chaotic aura in his body spread throughout his entire body in a frenzy. The pressure Lin Feng sensed from the Giant King was too great. This was also the first time Lin Feng had encountered a chaotic spirit beast, but it seemed to be even more terrifying than he had imagined. Actually, the suppression of the hallowed beast continent had actually become nearly non-existent to Lin Feng, who had condensed 7 chaotic holes. The hallowed beast continent suppressed Lin Feng by only less than 10%, and it did not affect him much. Moreover, Lin Feng could crush almost any chaotic dire beast. As long as it was not a chaotic spirit beast, Lin Feng could rely on the primeval body with 7 chaotic holes to crush it invincibly. Unfortunately, this time, he encountered the Giant King, a chaotic spirit beast. Since I'm here, let's fight. Lin Feng was filled with battle intent. So what if it was a chaotic spirit beast? Unseal. Previously, Lin Feng had not even unsealed his chaotic holes. Now, Lin Feng had to unseal them. He had to give it his all. 1, 2, 3, 4. With every step Lin Feng took forward, the aura on his body would increase by several times. 4 chaotic holes in his body were instantly unsealed, but this was not the end. There was still a 5th, a 6th, and all the way to the 7th. Boom. When all 7 chaotic holes were unsealed, as if some kind of power had been triggered, Lin Feng's primeval body was constantly enhanced. The 7 chaotic holes represented Lin Feng's strongest state. Although it was not at the consummate level yet, it was only at the consummate level of the realm. In fact, in terms of strength, 7 chaotic holes was already the strongest state. This was also the strongest state that the primeval true scripture could reach, because there were only 3 levels of the primeval true scripture. This was the limit of the primeval true scripture. Oh. The Giant King also showed a trace of interest. It had never seen the like of the aura on Lin Feng. It was very certain that Lin Feng had not cultivated a perfected spirit, let alone become a perfected lord. However, his aura at this moment very much approached a perfected lord's. Even Lin Feng did not know how powerful he was with 7 chaotic holes. The first level of the primeval true scripture was actually just ordinary. Condensing 7 chaotic holes was equivalent to 7 more ordinary chaotic perfected persons. However, the second level of the primeval true scripture combined the 7 chaotic holes to condense a new chaotic hole. This was extraordinary. From the second level onwards, the primeval true scripture could be considered somewhat miraculous, and would gradually unleash the effect of a top cultivation technique. At the third level, one had to combine the 7 chaotic holes in the second level to condense a chaotic hole. Now, Lin Feng had condensed 7 chaotic holes. Compared to ordinary peak chaotic perfected persons, Lin Feng was dozens or hundreds of times stronger. If 100 peak chaotic perfected persons formed an array, the power would be rather terrifying. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng's warpath soared. After unsealing the 7 chaotic holes, he could clearly sense that the 7 chaotic holes seemed to be about to become one. However, something was missing, an opportunity. Lin Feng was not in a hurry, because combining the 7 chaotic holes might give rise to a perfected spirit. Of course, there was also a possibility of failure. He had to know what a perfected spirit was, and understand the perfected spirit realm in detail before attempting to combine the 7 chaotic holes. If he rashly integrated the 7 chaotic holes without even knowing what the perfected spirit realm was, the probability of failure was likely very high. Rumble. Lin Feng activated the heaven-turning seal with the power erupting from the 7 chaotic holes. How terrifying was this power? Explosions sounded in the air, as if the world was really turned upside down, and the sun and moon were dimmed. It was as if the entire sky was slamming down like an inverted bowl. The Giant King was indomitable. It merely raised its hand gently to block the strike. Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal slammed down hard. Yet the Giant King's arm was like a pillar that could hold up the sky. No matter how much force he used, he could not slam it down. Earth-shattering seal. Lin Feng's gaze became even sharper, and the entire ground seemed to be rolling. This form was several times stronger than the heaven-turning seal, and seemed ready to shatter the entire ground. Thud. However, Lin Feng's palm still struck the Giant King's arm. The ground under the Giant King's feet rumbled, but the Giant King did not move at all, and remained as stable as Mount Tai. Still not enough. The Giant King shook its head, its eyes like copper bells. With a slight wave of its hand, Lin Feng's entire body shook violently, as if even the 7 chaotic holes were about to dissipate. Then, he looked up and saw the Giant King's palm. There were no signs of chaotic martial arts. Just this casual wave was more terrifying than any chaotic martial art. This was a chaotic spirit beast. It was unlike perfected lords, who had cultivated perfected spirits. Perfected lords would almost never die unless their opponents had methods to kill perfected spirits. At most, they would be reincarnated, and could recover in a few hundred or thousands of years. However, chaotic spirit beasts did not have perfected spirits. After their metamorphosis, apart from developing sentience, only their chaotic bodies would be strengthened. Their chaotic bodies would always be their strongest reliance. Without relying on any chaotic martial arts, their chaotic bodies were not inferior to any perfected lord. Seeing this palm strike coming, Lin Feng activated the 7 chaotic holes again. Pulverizing seal. This was the 5th form, and Lin Feng's strongest chaotic martial art at the moment. The pulverizing seal with 7 chaotic holes was countless times stronger. For a moment, traces of pitch-black cracks appeared in the entire void. Under Lin Feng's pulverizing seal, cracks actually appeared in the incomparably stable void in the chaos. Breaking space meant that Lin Feng's strength had already reached a certain critical point. Boom. The power of the pulverizing seal was so strong that even the Giant King's arm was shattered at once. That's right, it was shattered, completely shattered. That was a chaotic spirit beast. Its arm was instantly shattered into dust and dissipated in the void. Huh. A strange glint appeared in the Giant King's eyes. In so many years, no one had ever been able to injure it. Even other chaotic spirit beasts could not injure it. Even though it had not even used half of its strength just now, shattering its arm was not something ordinary people could do. What an impressive pulverizing seal. The Giant King did not go berserk. With a flash of light on its arm, it recovered almost instantly. This minor injury was nothing off its back for a chaotic spirit beast, and had almost no effect. Boom. The Giant King attacked with both fists. This time, it was serious and used almost all its strength. With this punch, the entire stretch of space shook and rumbled incessantly. A large number of pitch-black cracks appeared in the surrounding space at once. In an instant, the pressure Lin Feng endured increased by almost tenfold. Ha ha ha, good one. Lin Feng threw his head back and laughed aloud. He activated the 7 chaotic holes to the extreme, and used the various seals of the Heaven and Earth seal one by one. Heaven-turning seal. Earth-shattering seal. Gravity seal. Vacuum seal. Pulverizing seal. He used all kinds of chaotic martial arts and clashed head-on every time. Lin Feng's body suffered impact for countless times, and was on the verge of collapse for countless times. However, with the cosmic power, he could recover rapidly as if he had infinite energy. It was not inferior to the Giant King's restorative ability at all. In terms of demeanor alone, Lin Feng was at a disadvantage, but even the Giant King could not do anything to Lin Feng. Moreover, as time passed, Lin Feng could use the heaven and earth seal at will. He was no longer obsessed with executing each form. In fact, during the process of executing them, he would mix two forms of sealing techniques in an instant. Every move appeared untraceable. This was improvement. Lin Feng felt that while in battle, especially in a life-or-death battle under pressure that could not crush him, his martial arts attainments also improved rapidly. Although Lin Feng had read so many chaotic martial arts and comprehended them one by one, it was actually very difficult to completely convert such a deep martial arts foundation for his own use, and integrate everything. He needed to completely digest this chaotic martial arts foundation into martial arts through countless battles, even life-or-death battles. As for Lin Feng, he was gradually incorporating all the martial arts foundation into the heaven and earth seal. He could clearly sense that the 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal were becoming more and more coherent, and their power was becoming greater and greater. Moreover, the embryonic form of the 6th form was even vaguely forming in the depths of his mind. In Lin Feng's deduction, the 6th form of the heaven and earth seal was a true perfected spirit martial art. Chapter 901, 901 Deadly Danger. 901 Deadly Danger. That's the Giant King. It's the Giant King. Only the Giant King can have such a huge body and such a terrifying aura. Quick, raise the alarm and inform the entire city to be prepared. The Giant King is one of the best among the 4 chaotic spirit beasts, and its combat power is very terrifying. Once it awakens, our Empyrean city will be in trouble. Who woke the Giant King up? Needless to say, it must be perfected person Lin. The Giant King has stopped. It seems to be fighting someone. Perfected person Lin. Perfected person Lin is actually fighting the Giant King to a standstill. Could perfected person Lin have cultivated a perfected spirit? No, perfected person Lin is definitely not a perfected lord. He's not a perfected lord, yet he can resist chaotic a spirit beast. This is practically a legendary entity in the hallowed beast continent. Perfected person Songlong's expression was even more excited. He could not believe that Lin Feng could contend with the Giant King. Let's go take a look. We must go take a look. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chaotic perfected persons that can resist chaotic spirit beasts can only be chanced upon by luck. Even if there's danger, we have to take a look. This opportunity is almost impossible to come by. We absolutely can't waste it. In the Empyrean city, aside from perfected person Songlong, many peak chaotic perfected persons were also very excited. They wanted to see how a chaotic perfected person was resisting a chaotic spirit beast. If Lin Feng could really resist the Giant King, they were also chaotic perfected persons. Wouldn't they also be able to resist the Giant King? Although there were many of these peak chaotic perfected persons, in reality, not a single one of them could cultivate a perfected spirit. How many perfected lords had been born in Empyrean City over so many years? This was enough to show how difficult it was to cultivate a perfected spirit. They could not cultivate a perfected spirit, yet still yearned to possess methods to resist the chaotic spirit beasts. Hence, when it seemed very likely that a peak chaotic perfected person who had the ability to resist chaotic spirit beasts had appeared, how could they not be excited? Swoosh. Dozens of peak chaotic perfected persons could not suppress their desire and curiosity as they flew out of Empyrean City. No matter how dangerous it was, they were willing to take the risk and fly towards the Poison Dragon Lake. Ha ha ha, satisfying, truly satisfying. Lin Feng threw his head back and laughed aloud. Thud. Once again, Lin Feng was struck into the ground by the Giant King's palm. Even more than half of his chaotic body collapsed. However, As the cosmic power surged into Lin Feng's body in a frenzy, his collapsed primeval body immediately began to recover rapidly. An immortal body. Lin Feng's performance was like a true immortal. However, it seemed like the Giant King also had such an ability. The Giant King could also instantly recover. This was not actually an immortal body. Lin Feng was relying on his internal universe. He was a transcendent. His true core and source of power were actually the universe in his body. This primeval body was more like his avatar. This avatar also consumed a lot of Lin Feng's strength. Once it was destroyed, the gains would not make up for the losses. It would take a very long time to recover. However, this was ultimately not the foundation. As long as it was not completely destroyed, Lin Feng could recover rapidly with the support of a massive universe. Swish. Lin Feng did not even use any chaotic artifacts. He only used the heaven and earth seal. With a palm strike, he used the vacuum seal and the pulverizing seal in combination. Even the Giant King could not help but be jolted. Traces of cracks appeared on its body. Although he recovered in the blink of an eye, it also proved that Lin Feng actually had the power to injure a chaotic spirit beast. With the eruption of 7 chaotic holes in his primeval body and the heaven and earth seal, he could injure a chaotic spirit beast. However, it was completely impossible to defeat or even kill a chaotic spirit beast. Suddenly, the Giant King stopped, and so did Lin Feng. They all sensed the auras of many cultivators in the distance. They were all peak chaotic perfected persons. However, neither the Giant King nor Lin Feng paid much attention to it. At their level, apart from entities at the same level, it was useless. No matter how many chaotic life forms came. I have to admit that you are the strongest chaotic life form I have ever encountered. Even those perfected lords in your Empyrean city were not as powerful as you when they were chaotic life forms. The Giant King's voice was muffled, and its expression did not change at all. I must also admit that I underestimated chaotic spirit beasts. Lin Feng's expression was very solemn. He had indeed underestimated chaotic spirit beasts. Up until now, apart from the internal universe, Lin Feng had used almost all his methods. He had even condensed 7 chaotic holes. This represented almost the limit of a chaotic perfected person's cultivation. Even so, if not for the support of his internal universe, Lin Feng would have long been killed by the Giant King. Chaotic spirit beasts were indeed a transition of life level, just like the metamorphosis of half-chaotic life forms into chaotic life forms. It was a qualitative metamorphosis, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to contend with them. Or rather, they could not contend with them at all. No wonder Empyrean City had never heard of a chaotic perfected person contending with chaotic spirit beasts. It was not that they had never heard of it, but that it had never happened before. Once it happened, it would be a miracle. Lin Feng's current actions were a miracle. Cultivator, it's a pity that you haven't cultivated a perfected spirit yet. Since you're a cultivator, we are mortal enemies from the beginning. Therefore, you must die. The Giant King's expression gradually turned solemn. It had not felt so solemn in a long time, ever since it had metamorphosed into a chaotic spirit beast and developed intelligence. It actually did not pay much mind to even perfected lords among human cultivators. Those perfected lords rarely attacked. As entities at the same level, both actually did not want to take risks. Once those perfected lords died, although perfected spirits could be cultivated again, it would take a long time. The gains would not make up for the losses. But now, the Giant King had encountered Lin Feng, a chaotic life form could actually contend with it. Once Lin Feng cultivated a perfected spirit, he would be incredible. Lin Feng would even have the ability to kill chaotic spirit beasts. No matter what, the Giant King could not let Lin Feng leave. The reason it was so calm was naturally that it was confident that it could keep Lin Feng here completely. Looking at the Giant King's solemn expression, Lin Feng also knew that the Giant King was going to get serious. As chaotic spirit beasts, their bodies were their greatest reliance, but not their strongest abilities. Their strongest ability was their innate divine power. To the three-eyed giants, their strongest innate divine power was their third eye, the eye of annulment. Buzz. As expected, the Giant King's expression was solemn. A pitch-black, deep, and huge vertical eye began to appear between its brows. Unlike the other three-eyed giants, once the Giant King activated its Eye of Annulment, it felt as if everyone within a radius of hundreds of kilometers had nowhere to hide. Lin Feng, on the other hand, felt his entire body tremble. He could clearly sense a trace of deadly danger. It had to be known that Lin Feng was a transcendent. As long as their universe was not destroyed, transcendents would not die. But now, Lin Feng was actually under the threat of death. In other words, the Giant King's Eye of Annulment had the ability to penetrate the universe and completely destroy it. For a moment, Lin Feng's heart sank. This was the first time he had sensed the danger of death since coming to the chaos. However, even if Lin Feng wanted to dodge and escape, he had nowhere to run or dodge before the Giant King's Eye of Annulment. Once the Eye of Annulment locked onto one, even a perfected lord would not be able to dodge it, and could only resist it head-on. At this point, Lin Feng also understood that he could not hold back anymore. He had to give it his all. Giant King, didn't you want to know what power is dormant in my body? Watch carefully. This is my power. Universe descending. Boom. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the entire space seemed to distort all of a sudden. The aura on Lin Feng's body increased by dozens or hundreds of times at once, like an ancient deity descending into the world with majestic divine power. Chapter 902 Giant King's Light of Annulment. 902 Giant King's Light of Annulment. The universe, Lin Feng's internal universe. It was equivalent to an origin universe, and Lin Feng could unleash 100% of its strength. This was a transcendent. Even perfected lords and chaotic spirit beasts did not dare to underestimate any transcendent. Moreover, Lin Feng's internal universe had expanded substantially now. Originally, the diameter of his internal universe was only 230 million light-years. But now, he had refined a total of 38 peak chaotic dire beasts. Hence, the universe was also expanding wildly. Moreover, the diameter of his internal universe had increased by a total of 180 million light-years. About 6 or 7 peak chaotic dire beasts could increase the diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe by 30 million light-years. Now, Lin Feng's internal universe was a total of 410 million light-years in diameter. It had exceeded 400 million light-years in diameter. Compared to when he had just become a transcendent and entered the chaos, the diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe had already increased by 3 times. The diameter of the universe had increased by 3 times, and the power of the entire universe had probably increased by dozens or hundreds of times. The raging cosmic power instantly surged into Lin Feng's body, causing his aura to rise steadily. That's why has perfected person Lin's aura increased by so much all of a sudden? How terrifying. I've seen a perfected lord before, but even a perfected lord's aura is not so vast and powerful. This power is completely different from that of a perfected lord, but it seems to be comparable to a perfected lord. Incredible. Is this a chaotic artifact or a secret technique? Many peak cultivators in the distance had already seen the battle between Lin Feng and the Giant King. Previously, the two parties were evenly matched. Even though Lin Feng was at a disadvantage, it still made them all excited. This was because Lin Feng was facing the Giant King head-on. In a head-on battle, the Giant King could not do anything to him at all. This was simply a miracle. But now, Lin Feng seemed about to create an even greater miracle. The strongest aspect of the three-eyed giants was the Eye of Annulment, the third eye between their brows. This was the strongest ability of the three-eyed giants. The Eye of Annulment between the Giant King's brows had already slowly opened. The Eye of Annulment appeared able to break through illusions and all techniques in the world. Even Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. Light of Annulment. The Giant King's gaze was cold as it growled. At once, the Eye of Annulment between his brows opened abruptly. A beam of light silently passed through the void almost instantly, and arrived in front of Lin Feng in a flash. This was no longer because it was too fast. This was not even speed at all. No matter how fast it was impossible for it to pass through space and reach the opponent in an instant. This had almost transcended space. This was spatial warp. It was as expected. Lin Feng had guessed previously that the Eye of Annulment of the three-eyed giants was actually related to space. Now, the light of annulment used by the Giant King could actually warp space instantly. It was indeed related to space. With the ability to warp space in an instant, no one could escape. This was the chaos, not the origin universe. It was very difficult to even tear space. Even a perfected lord would find it very difficult to completely tear space, let alone use spatial attacks. Only some innate divine abilities were inherently compatible with the rules of space, and could utilize some spatial power. Pulverizing seal. Lin Feng struck out with his palm almost immediately. The fifth form of the heaven and earth seal was infinitely close to a perfected spirit martial art. Originally, the pulverizing seal could not become a perfected spirit martial art no matter what. However, Lin Feng unleashed the cosmic power in his body. The massive cosmic power was simply powerful to the extreme. The diameter of the universe had even exceeded 400 million light-years. This was not inferior to some relatively small origin universes in the chaos. How terrifying was such an eruption of the power of the entire universe? Hence, an abundant and invincible power erupted from Lin Feng's body. The pulverizing seal he used also forcefully soared to the level of a perfected spirit martial art. This strike was already the strike of a perfected lord, even stronger than a strike from an ordinary perfected lord. Boom. With a single strike from the Giant King's Eye of Annulment, space was torn apart. Even though it was only for an instant, space was indeed torn apart. The ground shook, and the terrifying aftershock instantly razed the poison dragon lake to the ground, reducing the entire area to ruins. Moreover, there was still residual power wreaking havoc. If someone or chaotic dire beasts came to the poison dragon lake after this, they might encounter danger. This was because the aftershock of the battle between the two of them was still lingering here, and it might not dissipate for 100 years. In the future, the poison dragon lake would become a veritable forbidden zone of death. This was the power of a perfected lord and a chaotic spirit beast. A single strike was truly devastating. Even from afar, it would not be difficult to attack Empyrean City with the light of annulment. Lin Feng's entire body shook. The light of annulment was too powerful. Even though he had used the pulverizing seal and shattered most of the light of annulment, a portion of it still blasted into Lin Feng's body. However, its power had already been weakened to the limit, and was instantly suppressed by the cosmic power in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng even retained a portion of the light of annulment, which he could study slowly in the future. This scene shocked many people. He resisted it. He actually resisted it. That's the Giant King's Eye of Annulment. Even perfected Lord Empyrean won't be able to withstand it so easily. The light of annulment can break all techniques in the world. In particular, the light of annulment of the Giant King is terrifying to the extreme. Even the few perfected lords of Empyrean City did not want to face the Giant King because they were wary of the Giant King's light of annulment. I didn't expect perfected person Lin to actually block it. Perfected person Lin fought against the Giant King as a perfected person. He can be considered the strongest person below the perfected Lord realm. I'm afraid no one below the perfected Lord realm in the entire hallowed beast continent can match him. The peak chaotic perfected persons watching from afar were all incomparably shocked. All kinds of thoughts ran through their minds. They never expected that Lin Feng could really contend with the Giant King. Moreover, he could still withstand it even when the Giant King used its strongest innate divine ability, the Eye of Annulment. This was a little unbelievable. What an impressive chaotic perfected person. I can't kill you, but you can't do anything to me either. However, you killed dozens of peak chaotic dire beasts in our clan today. I'll also kill dozens of chaotic perfected persons like you cultivators. A strange glint flashed across the Giant King's eyes. This is bad. Lin Feng was shocked. He wanted to stop the Giant King. Unfortunately, the Giant King's light of annulment warped space. Even if Lin Feng wanted to stop it, he could not. Immediately, a beam of light of annulment warped space and flew towards the dozens of peak chaotic perfected persons in the distance. Ah, this is bad. It's the light of annulment. Run, run now. They were all peak chaotic perfected persons of Empyrean City. Now, facing the giant king's eye of annulment, they did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Almost instantly, dozens of peak chaotic perfected persons were struck by the light of annulment and reduced to ashes. Not even their corpses were left behind. Only a few people were lucky enough to survive. Among them was perfected person Sung Long. He flew to the side almost immediately, and was very lucky not to be struck by the light of annulment. This was a chaotic spirit beast, a giant king. Although Lin Feng seemed to be able to deal with the giant king very easily, in reality, just a beam of light of annulment from so far away had instantly killed dozens of peak chaotic perfected persons. At this moment, everyone saw the power of the giant king again. The giant king had been slumbering for so long that some cultivators had already forgotten how powerful it was. But now, all the cultivators in Empyrean City fell silent. That was the giant king, a chaotic spirit beast, an invincible entity comparable to a perfected lord. Chapter 903, 903 You are a perfected lord. 903 You are a perfected lord. In the end, the giant king left. Lin Feng did not pursue him, because so what if he caught up? He had relied on the eruption of power of his internal universe, and acquired strength comparable to a perfected lord. Yet it was still impossible to kill the giant king. This was because once one became a perfected lord, or a chaotic spirit beast, their life preservation abilities would be extremely strong. Unless the difference in strength was too great and one had overwhelming power, or one had methods to counter it, it was almost impossible to kill a chaotic spirit beast. For instance, Lin Feng barely managed to possess the strength of a perfected lord now, but it was a fool's dream for him to kill the giant king. Even back then, when the 4 perfected lords wanted to join forces for a major operation, they could only drive the 4 races away, and did not intend to surround and kill any chaotic spirit beast. This was because they all knew that it was basically impossible. Perfected person Sung Long, are you all right? Lin Feng frowned. Empyrean City could be considered to have suffered heavy losses this time. Although perfected person Sung Long was not dead, dozens of peak chaotic perfected persons had died. It could be considered the greatest loss in so many years. I'm fine. It's just that. Perfected person Sung Long's voice was trembling. They had only wanted to witness a battle at the level of chaotic perfected lords, which might be beneficial. Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? Just by watching the battle, they suffered an undeserved calamity. The giant king killed dozens of peak chaotic perfected persons with a beam of light of annulment. Perfected person Sung Long had sensed it very clearly just now. If he had not been lucky, he would be dead. 2. This was a chaotic spirit beast. In the eyes of the chaotic spirit beasts, there was no difference between chaotic dire beasts and chaotic perfected persons. They were all just ants that could be killed at will. Only Lin Feng was an exception. It was precisely because of this that perfected person Sung Long could sense more directly how huge the gap between them and Lin Feng was. Although they were both chaotic perfected persons, there was actually a world of difference. I can't kill the giant king for now. Lin Feng shook his head. It was true that he could not kill the giant king. The other party's eye of annulment was indeed very powerful. He was not confident at all. It was impossible for him to stop the giant king from leaving. That is, unless I can metamorphose to gain a perfected spirit. Lin Feng knew very well that once he metamorphosed into a perfected spirit, his level of life would undergo a huge change. Even his internal universe might change. Only by deducing the 6th form of the heaven and earth seal, a true perfected spirit martial art, might he be able to kill the giant king. But now, Lin Feng could not do it yet. Perfected person Lin, this is not your fault. We underestimated the giant king. Chaotic spirit beasts and chaotic perfected lords are indeed far beyond the imagination of chaotic perfected persons like us. Perfected person Sung Long smiled weakly. Then, Lin Feng led the remaining cultivators back to Empyrean City. Perfected Lord Lin. Perfected Lord, you've really unleashed your prowess. How wonderful. Haha, congratulations on the addition of another perfected Lord in our Empyrean City. Even the Giant King can't do anything to the divine might of a perfected Lord. As soon as Lin Feng returned to Empyrean City, he received a warm welcome. Everyone was respectful to Lin Feng, be it ordinary chaotic perfected persons or peak chaotic perfected persons. There was no doubt that Lin Feng was enjoying the treatment of a perfected Lord at this moment. I haven't become a perfected Lord. Lin Feng shook his head. He was not a perfected Lord. He knew very well that even though he had already condensed 7 chaotic wholes, he was not a perfected Lord until the 7 chaotic wholes were combined, and he had cultivated a perfected spirit. If he wanted to combine the 7 chaotic wholes, he still had to find an opportunity. He could not be rash. At this point, even if he delayed a little longer, Lin Feng did not mind waiting for a while longer until the opportunity appeared. However, perfected person Sung Long said, "No, you're a perfected Lord. If you can resist the Giant King, you're undoubtedly a perfected Lord." In Empyrean City or the Hallowed Beast continent, a perfected Lord was a perfected Lord. Not only did it refer to cultivation level, it was also a symbol of strength. Although Lin Feng's realm had yet to improve to that of a perfected spirit, his strength was already not inferior to any perfected Lord. Then, Lin Feng was a perfected Lord. All the cultivators in Empyrean City should bow to Lin Feng and respect him as a perfected Lord. Lin Feng shook his head, but he did not refuse. With the identity of a perfected Lord, it would be much more convenient for him to do anything in Empyrean City in the future, so he did not decline any more. Lu Ba was the most excited. Even when Lin Feng returned to Lu Ba's residence, he still could not quite believe it. The perfected person Lin Feng he followed had suddenly become a perfected Lord. This was simply unbelievable. If Lu Ba had not also been at the fortress tower of Empyrean City and witnessed that battle with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. However, countless cultivators had witnessed Lin Feng's battle. In particular, in the end, when Giant King was venting its anger, it killed dozens of peak chaotic perfected persons with a beam of light of annulment. No one no longer dared to doubt the Giant King's strength. Naturally, no one dared to question Lin Feng, who was on par with the Giant King. Wouldn't questioning a perfected Lord be courting death? Everyone knew that Lin Feng definitely had secrets. Otherwise, how could a chaotic perfected person resist a chaotic spirit beast? Moreover, it was the three-eyed Giant King, one of the most powerful chaotic spirit beasts. Many perfected lords were wary of the Giant King's Eye of Annulment, but Lin Feng resisted it by force, and with chaotic martial arts at that. The secrets hidden on Lin Feng were huge, but so what if there were secrets? No one even dared to mention them. Lin Feng, the perfected lord, had earned the title through a life-or-death battle with the three-eyed Giant King. Who would dare to be impudent and pry into Lin Feng's secrets? In other words, Lin Feng's momentum was already established. Even if they knew that Lin Feng had a huge secret, no one could pry Lin Feng's secret out of him anymore. As the news of Lin Feng's battle with the Giant King spread throughout the entire Empyrean City, the entire Empyrean City grew lively. Originally, there were 4 perfected lords in Empyrean City, but after one of them left, the strength of Empyrean City actually declined greatly. But now, there was another perfected lord who could contend with the Giant King. Empyrean City's strength immediately recovered. As for the dozens of peak chaotic perfected persons who died in vain, although it was also a pity and a huge loss, not many people paid attention to it. The Hallowed Beast continent was ultimately the world of the strong. As long as one more perfected lord appeared among cultivators, the situation would be very different. Empyrean City could stand tall for so long not because there were many cultivators, nor was it because there were too many chaotic perfected persons, but because there were perfected lords, and 4 of them at that. Perfected lords were the decisive power, and Lin Feng had now become one of the true 4 great entities of Empyrean City. Hence, no matter how many chaotic perfected persons they lost, that could not compare to gaining a perfected lord. Chapter 904, 904 Perfected Lord Empyrean. 904 Perfected Lord Empyrean. After returning to the quiet room of the residence, Lin Feng checked his internal universe. Lin Feng usually would not use his internal universe, but once he used it, he would definitely be successful in every endeavor. However, Lin Feng had encountered his match this time. Even when he unleashed the power of the universe at full force, he could not do anything to the Giant King. Moreover, as he resisted the Giant King's light of annulment head-on, some of the light of annulment even blasted into Lin Feng's body. Although it was not much, it caused huge damage to his internal universe. At the very least, it caused a cosmic catastrophe, and large swaths of cosmic lifeforms died. Originally, those acquired lifeforms thought that they were the hegemons of the universe, but as the cosmic catastrophe descended, they felt insignificant. Large swaths of cosmic lifeforms died, making them revere the universe. However, it still could not make up for the losses of the universe. Lin Feng's internal universe had suffered heavy losses. Not only had it consumed a lot of origin, a cosmic catastrophe was also triggered, which caused only harm to the universe. In fact, if the Giant King were stronger and could use the light of annulment for a few more times, Lin Feng's internal universe might even be pierced through light of annulment. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed. There was still a beam of light of annulment in the internal universe, which seemed to be incompatible with the cosmic power. Previously, when Lin Feng had mobilized the power of the entire universe to fight the Giant King, he had ignored this beam of light of annulment. He did not expect this beam of light of annulment to cause so much destruction in the universe. Suppress. Now that Lin Feng had realized it, he already had enough strength. He mobilized the layers of cosmic power and instantly suppressed this beam of light of annulment. This beam of light of annulment was still struggling continuously. Unfortunately, the power of the entire universe was not something that a mere beam of light of annulment could break free from. The power of the chaotic space is really different from the law of space in the universe. Lin Feng studied this beam of light of annulment carefully. If he could use this to comprehend the chaotic rule of space, it would actually be very beneficial to Lin Feng's future attainment of the perfected spirit. It was rumored that once one cultivated a perfected spirit, they would be able to come into contact with the chaotic rules. At that time, with the coordination of the chaotic origin stone, Lin Feng's cultivation would probably go even more smoothly. Unfortunately, with Lin Feng's current understanding of chaotic rules, he could not study the true meaning of this beam of light of annulment at all, let alone comprehend the chaotic rule of space. Lin Feng's universe gradually calmed down, and was also slowly recovering. Although this battle was very dangerous, it only depleted some of the universe origin in his internal universe, and did not injure his foundation. On the other hand, Lin Feng had already cultivated 7 chaotic holes in his body. The next step was to find an opportunity to combine the 7 chaotic holes and cultivate a perfected spirit. However, this step, even just half of this step, made Lin Feng very cautious. He still had not figured out what a perfected spirit was. He did not even know much about the perfected spirit realm. There were no books on this in the chaotic lodge for Lin Feng to refer to. Lin Feng was worried that if he acted rashly, he would fail. If he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Even if Lin Feng had the internal universe, he would not die as long as the universe was not destroyed. But how could he cultivate a perfected spirit in the future? Looks like I have to visit a perfected lord. Lin Feng muttered softly. When it came to cultivation, one had to abandon their pride when they had questions. Moreover, he did not know much about perfected spirits, so there was even more reason to consult other perfected lords. Currently, there were 3 perfected lords in Empyrean City, namely Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, and Perfected Lord Empyrean. Among them, Perfected Lord Empyrean was the strongest, and had cultivated for a long time. Lin Feng did not know much about the remaining Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder. To visit the 3 perfected lords, Lin Feng thought carefully. He should visit Perfected Lord Empyrean, and the City Lord of Empyrean. City first. Lu Ba, follow me to visit Perfected Lord Empyrean. Lin Feng left the quiet room and summoned Lu Ba. Visit Perfected Lord Empyrean. Lu Ba was slightly stunned, but on careful thought, with Lin Feng's current status as one of the 4 perfected lords of Empyrean City, he was indeed qualified to visit perfected Lord Empyrean. Hence, under Lu Ba's lead, Lin Feng arrived at the residence of perfected Lord Empyrean, which was also the residence of the city lord of Empyrean City. "Please deliver my greeting card," Lin Feng said calmly. Lu Ba also respectfully handed over the greeting card. The guards outside the city lord's mansion all said respectfully, "Perfected Lord Lin, please wait in the living room for a moment." These guards absolutely did not dare to ask Lin Feng to wait outside the door. Their news was not outdated. They naturally knew that Lin Feng was not a perfected lord, but he was practically one. He was already ranked among the 4 perfected lords of Empyrean City. After entering the living room, the maidservants served tea. Lin Feng closed his eyes and rested, waiting quietly. In perfected Lord Empyrean's residence, he would not use his mental power to observe things everywhere to avoid causing misunderstandings. "Perfected Lord Lin, our perfected lord would like to invite you inside." Suddenly, a peak chaotic perfected person came before Lin Feng respectfully. Lu Ba was shocked. Lin Feng did not know this peak chaotic perfected person, but Lu Ba did. The other party was the city lord of Empyrean City, and also a descendant of perfected Lord Empyrean. His status was revered, and no chaotic perfected person dared to disrespect him. However, the other party was very respectful before Lin Feng at this moment, like a junior. He no longer maintained the majestic bearing of a city lord. Only then did Lu Ba come to a realization and understand the weight of a perfected lord. After all, although he was also a chaotic perfected person, a perfected lord was too far away from him. He only knew that a perfected lord was very strong, had a distinguished status, and was revered. However, he did not have a direct understanding of how revered they were. "Thank you for leading the way," Lin Feng said calmly. Lu Ba stayed in the living room. Perfected Lord Empyrean was discussing major matters with Lin Feng, and no one was allowed to be there. The city lord brought Lin Feng to the quiet courtyard. "Perfected Lord Lin, the perfected lord is in the courtyard." Lin Feng nodded and pushed open the door to enter. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Lin Feng seemed to sense that something was different. Here, there was a humid feeling, as if it was filled with water vapor. However, it was not water vapor. It felt as if Lin Feng was mobilizing the law of water in his internal universe. Chaotic rule. Lin Feng raised his head and lifted his brows. He had a vague guess. Perfected Lord Lin is indeed worthy of being a peerless figure who fought against the giant king with a chaotic body. Being able to sense the chaotic rule means that perfected Lord Lin is not far from cultivating a perfected spirit. An unfamiliar voice came from the residence in the courtyard. Thud. The door of the house opened. Lin Feng did not hesitate and flew straight into the house. The furnishings in the room were very simple, even crude, but they were very clean. There was a faint fragrance that made one feel refreshed. Even Lin Feng's mental power shook slightly. It was enough to show how extraordinary this fragrance was. Perfected Lord Empyrean. Lin Feng looked at the middle-aged man in a long robe sitting cross-legged in the room, whose tone contained a trace of solemnity. He knew that the very ordinary-looking man in front of him was the city lord of Empyrean City, the leader of the 4 perfected lords of Empyrean City, perfected Lord Empyrean. Chapter 905, 905 I am a transcendent. 905 I am a transcendent. Swoosh. Perfected Lord Empyrean opened his eyes. Those eyes might be the only highlight of perfected Lord Empyrean's body. They were very clear, but at the same time, they contained infinite depths, like boundless chaos, making it impossible to see through them. Perfected Lord Lin. Perfected Lord Empyrean's tone was very calm. There was no surprise, nor was there any other feeling. It was just calm, but Lin Feng did not feel neglected at all. Back then, the giant king seemed to be able to see through Lin Feng, but Lin Feng did not feel this way when facing perfected Lord Empyrean at this moment. Of course, this was not because perfected Lord Empyrean was inferior to the Giant King. In terms of perceptiveness, a perfected Lord had cultivated a perfected spirit and could comprehend chaotic rules. How could he not see through things as thoroughly as a mere chaotic spirit beast? However, Lin Feng did not feel that he was being spied on. This was because perfected Lord Empyrean had not spied on Lin Feng's secrets carefully. It was extremely unwise to spy on a perfected Lord. Perfected Lord Empyrean, I took the liberty to disturb you today because I have something to consult you about. Perfected Lord Lin, feel free to tell me. Perfected Lord Empyrean appeared approachable and did not put on any airs at all. Perhaps it was also related to Lin Feng's current status. Lin Feng was now one of the 4 perfected lords of Empyrean City, so perfected Lord Empyrean naturally had to treat him as an equal. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, but still said bluntly, perfected Lord Empyrean, I travel in the chaos, but in reality, I come from a backward chaotic continent. In the entire continent, only 2 perfected lords have been born in billions of years. Moreover, the 2 perfected lords have both entered the depths of the chaos and disappeared without a trace. Thus, I know very little about the realm of perfected lords. So, I would like to ask perfected Lord Empyrean what a perfected spirit is. Lin Feng had nothing to worry about now. Since he had come to visit perfected Lord Empyrean, he naturally wanted to gain something. Hence, he did not conceal things anymore. What is a perfected spirit? Perfected Lord Empyrean also pondered for a moment and frowned slightly, as if he had not expected Lin Feng to ask this question. However, at the thought of Lin Feng's background just now, he nodded in understanding. Back then, I was also ignorant, like perfected Lord Lin. After I became a peak chaotic life form, I spent thousands of years constantly roaming the hallowed beast continent. I narrowly escaped death before finally cultivating a perfected spirit and establishing the Empyrean City. Since perfected Lord Lin is visiting personally today, I'll naturally tell you everything I know. Moreover, this isn't a secret. With perfected Lord Lin's strength, as long as you roam the hallowed beast continent for a while longer, you'll naturally know. Lin Feng said respectfully, thank you for your trouble, perfected Lord. Even if he could really find out in the future, this common knowledge also required time to be slowly collected. Now that perfected Lord Empyrean could tell Lin Feng, it was naturally a favor. Lin Feng would naturally remember it by heart. Perfected Lord Lin, have you heard of the saying, chaos is eternal, and the perfected spirit is undying? Perfected Lord Empyrean asked. Instead of explaining directly. Of course I have. It's rumored that those who cultivate the perfected spirit can rely on a little perfected spirit to reincarnate and keep cultivating, even if their chaotic body is broken and they die. Lin Feng had indeed heard of it. In reality, Lin Feng was not the only one. Any ordinary chaotic perfected person would have heard of it. That's right, that's right. Chaos is eternal, and the perfected spirit is undying. This is the eternal and indestructible operating rule of the chaos. The perfected spirit is actually the life imprint of every cultivator. It's not related to any power. The perfected spirit itself has no power at all. It's just a mark. It's just like how every ordinary living being might be born with differences in size or height. Their appearances are also different, or even worlds apart. It's almost impossible to find 2 identical living beings, just as how it's very difficult to find 2 identical leaves. This is the same for perfected spirits. Every perfected spirit is the unique life imprint of a cultivator, representing traces in the chaos of cultivators. Ordinary living beings can die, return to the chaos, and fade in history. However, perfected lords are different. Once a perfected lord dies, their perfected spirit will be reincarnated so they can cultivate again. Once they cultivate to a certain extent, the perfected spirit will release all their memories. That will be the awakening of the perfected spirit. The perfected spirit will even change the cultivator, turning them into a true perfected lord. There's no difference. Even their life imprint will change. Actually, all of chaos does not desire the birth of a perfected spirit. This is because once a perfected spirit is born, it will transcend beyond the chaotic rules. Although it is still restrained by the chaos, most of the chaotic rules are useless against perfected spirits. Hence, while there are many chaotic life forms, it is extremely difficult to cultivate a perfected spirit, and there's only a 1 in a million chance. Lin Feng listened carefully to perfected Lord Empyrean's explanation, not quite understanding. A perfected spirit was a life imprint. It was the most unique life imprint of a cultivator. Lin Feng could understand it, but he could not sense what a unique life imprint was. Could memories be the most unique imprint of life? It still seemed a little different, however. Lin Feng even thought of a possibility. He was a transcendent, and had an origin universe in his body. If he could really form a unique life imprint and cultivate a perfected spirit, once his universe was destroyed and he died, and his perfected spirit reincarnated so he could cultivate again, could he still form his internal universe? Back then, he had formed the universe by chance in the origin universe. If his perfected spirit had reincarnated onto the chaotic continent, how could he form an internal universe? For a moment, Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. Ever since he came to the chaos, he had been cultivating through trial and error. Metamorphosing into a chaotic life form was still manageable. He eventually acquired a cultivation technique, and even had a chance to cultivate a perfected spirit. However, he had never found any specific cultivation techniques for his internal universe. He had never even encountered other transcendence. Now, Lin Feng's cultivation had also reached a critical point. He did not know what his cultivation of the perfected spirit had to do with his identity as a transcendent and the internal universe. If he did not find a way to understand this, it would be very difficult for Lin Feng to completely cultivate a perfected spirit without worries. Hence, Lin Feng tried to ask, "Perfected Lord, have you ever heard of transcendence?" "Huh?" Perfected Lord Empyrean looked up at Lin Feng in surprise. In the end, he nodded and said, "Of course I've heard of them." Lin Feng was a little stunned, but then he was overjoyed. Perfected Lord Empyrean had actually heard of transcendence. After roaming the chaos for so long, this was the first time Lin Feng had encountered someone who knew about transcendence. "Please elaborate," Lin Feng said solemnly. Perfected Lord Empyrean also nodded and said, "Transcendents are very rare and miraculous entities among cultivators. They are all living beings born in the origin universe, but they have to experience layers of hardships and break through the origin universe to transcend. Once such transcendents successfully transcend and metamorphose into chaotic life forms, their status will be unimaginable. Moreover, it will be easier for them to cultivate perfected spirits than other chaotic life forms. The reason is very simple. The moment they transcended, they had actually already formed their own unique life imprint. They can imagine the origin universe as a miniature chaos. Isn't a perfected spirit beyond chaotic rules and unrestrained by chaos? Hence, transcendents are basically guaranteed to succeed. As long as they do not die accidentally, they can cultivate a perfected spirit. Moreover, after becoming a perfected lord, they can quickly conform to chaotic rules and comprehend them, thereby becoming the peak perfected lords of the chaos. There's even a rumor regarding the 7 lords of the holy cities in the chaos, the undying and indestructible 7 hallowed venerables. It's rumored that 5 of these 7 hallowed venerables are all transcendents. Boom. Even with Lin Feng's will, his mind exploded like a bolt of lightning at this moment. His mind instantly went blank. Transcendence. 5 of the 7 hallowed venerables were actually transcendents. Anyone knew what this meant. Moreover, transcendents were almost certain to be able to cultivate perfected spirits. In fact, after becoming a perfected lord, they could even become the peak perfected lords. This was enough to show the advantage of transcendence. Perfected Lord Empyrean's eyes narrowed slightly. His deep gaze seemed capable of piercing through everything. With a half-smile, he said meaningfully, "Actually, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Perfected Lord Lin is a transcendent." Perfected Lord Empyrean's gaze saw through everything. Looking at Lin Feng's current state, Perfected Lord Empyrean probably had some vague guesses as well. Lin Feng came back to his senses and his expression grew serious. However, he did not conceal it anymore, and said calmly, "That's right, I am a transcendent." Chapter 906, 906 Major Operation. 906 Major Operation. A Transcendent. Seeing Lin Feng admitted himself, perfected Lord Empyrean's nonchalant expression could not help but reveal a trace of shock. Previously, his guess was just a guess, but now that Lin Feng had admitted it himself, it was different. "So you're indeed a transcendent." Previously, when I heard that perfected Lord Lin could fight the Giant King as a perfected person, I couldn't quite believe it. After all, I know very well how strong the Giant King is. Back then, I had fought the Giant King, but we were just evenly matched. How can a chaotic life form fight the Giant King, and still be evenly matched? But now, I believe it. Transcendents are cultivators who constantly create miracles in the first place. Perfected Lord Empyrean shook his head, and admiration and curiosity appeared in his eyes. Even though he was exceptionally knowledgeable and had heard of transcendents before, this was the first time he had actually met a transcendent. In particular, with Lin Feng's glorious battle record, it further confirmed how extraordinary transcendents were. Lin Feng also slowly calmed down, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. The transcendents mentioned by perfected Lord Empyrean seemed to be completely different from Lin Feng, who had transformed into a universe. Back when Lin Feng was in the origin universe, he already knew that there were orthodox transcendents, who had the power to contend with the entire universe. Only by tearing the universe apart could they transcend. Lin Feng did not want to destroy the universe. Hence, he transformed into a universe and used the power of his own universe to resist the entire universe, thereby transcending. These were two different transcendence techniques. But now, Lin Feng realized that it seemed like perfected Lord Empyrean only knew about one type of transcendence. Did perfected Lord Empyrean not know, or did they not exist at all? Perfected Lord Empyrean, are there any transcendents on the hallowed beast continent? Lin Feng asked curiously. If there were transcendents, he could visit them. Perhaps he could learn about transcendents who had transformed into the universe. However, perfected Lord Empyrean shook his head and said, "How rare are transcendents? There has never been a transcendent on the hallowed beast continent. I only heard of them by chance when I was traveling the chaos back then." Nothing. Lin Feng shook his head. Then, he asked about the holy cities. Perfected Lord Empyrean did not know the exact location of the holy cities either. Back then, he had also entered the depths of the chaos to search for the holy cities of chaos, but he had not found them either. He had to wait for the chaotic merchants. By the way, perfected Lord Empyrean, you didn't leave with the chaotic merchants the last time they came. Perfected Lord Empyrean smiled weakly and said, "The last time, the chaotic merchants did come. At that time, I had yet to cultivate a perfected spirit. I did not even get to meet the chaotic merchants. The last time the chaotic merchants arrived was too long ago, so long that even perfected Lord Empyrean had not cultivated a perfected spirit back then. Hence, perfected Lord Empyrean was actually also waiting. The reason he did not continue to venture into the depths of the chaos after cultivating a perfected spirit was that he was waiting for the arrival of the chaotic merchants. Moreover, there were many perfected lords on the hallowed beast continent who had similar thoughts as perfected Lord Empyrean. The chaos was simply too huge and vast. Even perfected lords would not encounter much danger in the chaos, and could roam freely. However, the chaos was too huge. Even if one roamed the chaos for billions of years, they would only see a corner of the chaos. Finding the holy cities of chaos was almost a fool's dream. Hence, by staying in the hallowed beast continent, there was at least a chance. Once the chaotic merchants arrived, these chaotic perfected lords would have a chance to leave. Even if such an opportunity only came once in a billion years, many perfected lords were willing to wait. Lin Feng asked perfected Lord Empyrean for guidance on some cultivation matters, especially regarding perfected spirits. Lin Feng had already learned a lot. Finally, he was no longer half-informed and had a relatively direct understanding. Just as Lin Feng was about to bid farewell, perfected Lord Empyrean suddenly said, "Perfected Lord Lin, perfected person Sung Long. Looked for you previously, right?" Lin Feng was slightly stunned, but he still nodded and said, "That's right. Perfected person Sung Long came to me regarding a major operation. Unfortunately, it was cancelled at the last moment." Perfected Lord Empyrean also seemed a little helpless. Actually, there was indeed a major operation last time. It was jointly formulated by me and the other 3 perfected lords. The surrounding environment of the Empyrean city is worsening. Every time cultivators go out, they would suffer heavy losses. Hence, many cultivators are also becoming more and more unwilling to leave Empyrean city to fight those chaotic dire beasts outside the city. This is not a good thing. In the long term, Empyrean city will probably lose its vitality and be in imminent danger. Therefore, I formulated a plan with the other 3 perfected lords to prepare for a major operation to expel the 4 chaotic dire beast races and expand Empyrean city. Moreover, perfected Lord Lin had already made a name for himself at that time, and practically had the power of the strongest person below perfected lords. Our chances of winning were very high. Unfortunately, perfected Lord Prime Shadow left for some special reason at the last moment. There were only the 3 perfected lords in our Empyrean city. Naturally, that operation was cancelled. However, now that perfected Lord Lin has risen to power, our Empyrean city has 4 perfected lords again. It's not impossible to fight them. If perfected Lord Lin is willing, we can restart the plan. Lin Feng thought of perfected person Sung Long, and also of the increasingly harsh environment in Empyrean city. He had benefited a lot in Empyrean city. If it was his turn to contribute, he absolutely would back down. If I have to deal with a chaotic spirit beast, as long as it's not an entity stronger than the Giant King, I should be able to deal with it. Lin Feng also expressed his stand. Haha, perfected Lord Lin, don't worry. There are only 4 chaotic spirit beasts among the 4 chaotic races. As for the Giant King, even among the 4 chaotic spirit beasts, it's one of the strongest entities. If you can contend with the Giant King, and even the Giant King can't do anything to you, it naturally won't be a problem for you to deal with other chaotic spirit beasts. A smile also appeared on perfected Lord Empyrean's face. Lin Feng nodded and said, "In that case, I'm assured. Perfected Lord Empyrean, if you need anything, you can inform me at any time." "All right, I'll inform perfected Lord Extreme Spirit and perfected Lord Sword Wielder. When we discuss the specific matters, I'll inform perfected Lord Lin to discuss them together." Perfected Lord Empyrean City appeared very happy. He had single-handedly established Empyrean City. He did not want to see Empyrean City decline day by day either. How could he not be happy now that he had the chance to revive Empyrean City? Lin Feng had also achieved his goal this time. He bade farewell to perfected Lord Empyrean and turned to leave perfected Lord Empyrean's residence. A transcendent. Lin Feng returned to the quiet room but frowned again. During this visit to perfected Lord Empyrean, he did learn what a perfected spirit was, and what the perfected Lord realm was. However, the doubts in his heart grew even greater. He was a transcendent who had transformed into a universe. He was completely different from ordinary transcendents. His foundation was the internal universe. If he cultivated a perfected spirit and died one day, even if his perfected spirit was still around, how could he transform into a universe? Moreover, Lin Feng had a vague feeling that his internal universe was no small matter. Otherwise, how could he contend with chaotic spirit beasts at the chaotic perfected person realm? It had to be known that he could resist the Giant King entirely by relying on the cosmic power in his body. Hence, Lin Feng also understood his advantage better. He could cultivate the perfected spirit, but the internal universe was the foundation. No matter what, he must defend the internal universe from being destroyed. Since he had made his decision, Lin Feng completely opened up his mentality. His internal universe should not affect his cultivation of the perfected spirit. However, while the perfected spirit was important, so was the internal universe. Apart from organizing his internal universe and thinking of ways to expand it, Lin Feng was mostly searching for an opportunity to combine the 7 chaotic wholes. The moment the 7 chaotic holes were combined would be the moment he cultivated a perfected spirit. Lin Feng even had a vague feeling that the 6th form was already brewing in his mind when he used the 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal without restraint back then. However, he kept feeling that something was missing. It was probably because Lin Feng had not cultivated the perfected spirit. Once he did, Lin Feng had a feeling that the 6th form of the heaven and earth seal, which he had always wanted to deduce, would come to him naturally. After all, the 6th form of the heaven and earth seal was a true perfected spirit martial art. More than 10 days went by. Lin Feng had been adjusting his mentality to its optimal state, because only then could he better find an opportunity. Perfected Lord Empyrean invites you to go over. Lu Ba came outside the quiet room and reported respectfully. They're here. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He knew that the major operation that Perfected Lord Empyrean had mentioned previously was most likely close. This trip was probably to discuss the exact time and some details of the operation. That's just as well. I can also communicate with Perfected Lord Sword Wielder and Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit. Perhaps I can find an opportunity to undergo metamorphosis. Lin Feng stood up and left the quiet room. He rushed towards Perfected Lord Empyrean's residence with only AO. Chapter 907, 907 Perfected Lords. 907 Perfected Lords. AO was in high spirits now. Although it had suffered a little back then and was forced to become Lin Feng's mount, which had always made AO a little uncomfortable, as Lin Feng gradually became stronger, AO also became more and more used to the identity of a mount. It was even happy to be Lin Feng's mount. There was no reason other than the fact that Lin Feng had now become a perfected lord. A perfected lord was equivalent to a chaotic spirit beast among chaotic dire beasts. They were great and powerful, and becoming one could be considered a transition in the level of life. If a chaotic life form underwent a life transition, be it an ordinary chaotic life form, an advanced chaotic life form, or a peak chaotic life form, it could not be considered a transition in the level of life. Only when a chaotic life form metamorphosed into a perfected lord and cultivated a perfected spirit could it be considered a transition in the level of life. Although Lin Feng had not undergone a life transition and cultivated a perfected spirit, he had done something even more difficult than cultivating a perfected spirit. That was, as a chaotic perfected person, he had become on par with a chaotic perfected lord. This was even harder than cultivating a perfected spirit. With Lin Feng's current strength and potential, cultivating a perfected spirit in the future was almost certain. There would be no problem. Swoosh. When AO flew to the City Lord Manor of Perfected Lord Empyrean, the City Lord was already waiting outside to welcome him. Perfected Lord Lin, my Perfected Lord and the other 2 Perfected Lords are already in the living room. Thank you for leading the way, City Lord. The City Lord led Lin Feng to the living room respectfully. At the same time, he was very excited. As the City Lord and a descendant of Perfected Lord Empyrean, he naturally knew what would happen. The unfavorable situation in Empyrean City was not a good thing for the City Lord. However, if the 4 Perfected Lords succeeded, the entire Empyrean City would probably be dozens or hundreds of times more prosperous, and become a main city that was the top in the entire Hallowed Beast continent. Even if it only gained the potential to become a main city, it would be incredible. When the time came, there would probably be an endless stream of cultivators coming to Empyrean City. As the City Lord, he would naturally have greater authority. He might even have a chance to obtain a large amount of resources, and thus cultivate a perfected spirit. No matter what the City Lord was thinking, after Lin Feng handed AO over to the City Lord, he walked into the hall. As soon as he walked into the hall, Lin Feng felt 3 pairs of eyes focus on him. Sitting at the head of the living room was naturally Perfected Lord Empyrean. Lin Feng had already met him before. There were 2 Perfected Lords sitting on both sides. One of them was actually carrying a long sword on his back. He seemed a little aloof, like a cold, long sword. Even without Perfected Lord Empyrean's introduction, Lin Feng could guess that this must be the famous Perfected Lord Sword Wielder of Empyrean City. The other person was an old man. He looked relatively kindly, and his gaze was not that sharp. However, just like perfected Lord Empyrean, his gaze was very profound. Currently, among the 3 perfected lords of Empyrean City, apart from perfected Lord Sword Wielder and perfected Lord Empyrean, there was only perfected Lord Extreme Spirit. I believe this is perfected Lord Lin, who fought against the Giant King as chaotic perfected person. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit was the first to speak. That's right. This is perfected Lord Lin. Perfected Lord Empyrean also introduced them to Lin Feng one after another. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, these 2 people were perfected Lord Sword Wielder and perfected Lord Extreme Spirit. Lin Feng did not know much about these 2 perfected lords. He only knew that the perfected Lord Sword Wielder was very special. He did not have any other chaotic artifacts, nor did he use other chaotic martial arts. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder did not even learn chaotic spells, and only cultivated the long sword he carried. It was said that his sword could break all techniques. Its offensive ability was very powerful, and it belonged to a perfected lord who had killed countless. In the past, when Empyrean City encountered a few crises, it was always perfected Lord Sword Wielder who slaughtered the enemies himself with his sword alone. He killed so many that it terrified those chaotic dire beasts. This was enough to show how terrifying perfected Lord Sword Wielder was. Lin Feng did sense a murderous aura on perfected Lord Sword Wielder, but it did not affect perfected Lord Sword Wielder at all. His perfected spirit was compatible with the way of the sword. It advanced boldly and could defeat all in its path. Lin Feng had also learned about perfected Lord Extreme Spirit from Lu Ba. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit was the one running the Extreme Spirit Tower that Lu Ba owed a debt to back then. It was rumored that perfected Lord Extreme Spirit had cultivated for a very long time. In terms of time spent cultivation, he was even a senior to perfected Lord Empyrean. Of course, perhaps it was just that his natural aptitude was not as good as perfected Lord Empyrean's, and his opportunities were not that abundant. Hence, perfected Lord Extreme Spirit eventually became a perfected Lord only after perfected Lord Empyrean became a perfected Lord. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit was tactful and gentle. He looked more like a businessman than a dignified cultivator who was a perfected Lord. It was said that not only was the Extreme Spirit Tower a colossus in Empyrean City, it was even widely established in many cities on the entire hallowed beast continent. It could be considered extremely successful. Greetings, perfected lords. Lin Feng also cupped his hands and greeted them as an equal. Now that he was also one of the 4 perfected lords of Empyrean City, his status was not much inferior to the 3 perfected lords. Swoosh. A strange glint flashed across perfected Lord Sword Wielder's eyes. He said coldly, I heard that perfected Lord Lin can withstand the Giant King's light of annulment. I wonder if perfected Lord Lin can withstand a strike from me. Huh. Lin Feng frowned. He had no feud with perfected Lord Sword Wielder, and had not even known him before. But now, was perfected Lord Sword Wielder provoking him? The expressions of perfected Lord Extreme Spirit and perfected Lord Empyrean changed abruptly when they heard this. Then, they smiled helplessly and said, Perfected Lord Lin, don't misunderstand. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder has a sincere heart and has cultivated the way of the sword his entire life. In fact, perfected Lord Sword Wielder's perfected spirit is incomparably compatible with the way of the sword. Whenever he encounters other perfected lords, he would want to spar with them. Be it myself, perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, or perfected Lord Prime Shadow, who has left, all of us have sparred with perfected Lord Sword Wielder before. I see. Lin Feng nodded. No wonder perfected Lord Sword Wielder always appeared aloof. Such a cultivator was all alone and completely engrossed in his own cultivation. He was not good at maintaining relations, and more than that, he was an ascetic cultivator who did not fit in with others. However, such people were also the purest. They could often attain an extremely high level of cultivation. Without this sincere heart, it would be impossible for perfected Lord Sword Wielder to become a perfected lord, and cultivate a perfected spirit. I don't mind sparring, but let's hear Perfected Lord Empyrean's plan first. Lin Feng did not mind. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder did not pester him. He was an ascetic cultivator. He was indeed not good at relations, but he was not stupid. Lin Feng was a perfected lord. If Lin Feng could fight the Giant King, Lin Feng was not inferior to him. Naturally, he would not underestimate Lin Feng. At the mention of serious matters, both Perfected Lord Empyrean and Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit's expressions turned solemn. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit and I have already discussed it hastily. The four of us Perfected Lords can deal with the chaotic spirit beasts of the four chaotic races. However, we do not have much of an advantage. All that's left is the battle between the chaotic dire beasts and chaotic perfected persons. In this aspect, our Empyrean city is at a disadvantage. The number of chaotic perfected persons is far inferior to the chaotic dire beasts. That is, unless we can defeat a chaotic dire beast race as quickly as possible. This way, we will have the advantage in terms of top-notch combat power. For example, the four of us can attack first and surround and kill a chaotic spirit beast. If we can defeat it successfully, the rest will be much smoother. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as well. This is indeed a good idea. If we can surround and kill a chaotic spirit beast, we will definitely have the advantage. However, as far as I know, chaotic spirit beasts all have extremely strong life-preserving abilities. Moreover, the four chaotic spirit beasts are actually in contact with each other. Once we surround and kill one, the other three chaotic spirit beasts will probably rush over quickly. This was Lin Feng's concern, and also a difficulty that everyone knew about. That's right, so this method actually has a very low chance of success. It's not difficult to defeat a chaotic spirit beast, but it's just too difficult to kill a chaotic spirit beast completely. Perfected Lord Empyrean was also rather helpless. The greatest difference between chaotic spirit beasts and chaotic perfected lords was that chaotic spirit beasts did not have perfected spirits, and could not reincarnate and cultivate again. However, correspondingly, the chaotic bodies of chaotic spirit beasts were also much stronger. It was almost impossible to kill them by destroying their chaotic bodies. Even if the four chaotic perfected lords surrounded and killed it together, it would take a long time. Moreover, they must not slip up at all in the process. The success rate was too low. If it were so easy to succeed, the four perfected lords of Empyrean City would have attacked long ago. If this method cannot work, we can only fight directly. Although there aren't many chaotic perfected persons among us cultivators, and we're even suppressed by the hallowed beast continent, we can use arrays, Lin Feng suddenly said. Array. The array itself is in Empyrean City. How can we move it out? Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit said helplessly. Wait, who said that arrays can only be set up in Empyrean City? Don't you have other arrays that can be formed by a great number of chaotic perfected persons? Lin Feng stared at Perfected Lord Empyrean and the others with some bewilderment. Chapter 908, 908 Killing Chaotic Spirit Beasts. 908 Killing Chaotic Spirit Beasts. Get chaotic perfected persons to form an array. Be it Perfected Lord Empyrean, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, or even the usually apathetic Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, everyone could not help but look at Lin Feng. That's right. Some arrays that gather the power of chaotic perfected person, so that Lin Feng's gaze became more and more bewildered as he explained such arrays in detail. Could it be that there was no such array on the hallowed beast continent? It did not seem very likely. Just the array of Empyrean City seemed to be very decent. At this moment, Perfected Lord Empyrean's tone also became excited. He stood up, his body trembling slightly. He asked in a low voice. Perfected Lord Lin, are you saying that you have knowledge of such an array? Yes, of course. Lin Feng said firmly without any hesitation. Ha ha ha, so it really exists. Such a legendary array really exists. When I was traveling in the chaos, I've long heard that some arrays can gather the power of many chaotic perfected persons and even perfected lords. I've always been searching Our hallowed beast continent has always been searching. Unfortunately, we've never found any. Perfected Lord Empyrean threw his head back and laughed aloud, even looking somewhat insane. Even Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit said with a moved expression, Perfected Lord Lin, if you really have such an array, it would really be a blessing for our Empyrean city and the hallowed beast continent. Seeing the excited expressions of Perfected Lord Empyrean and Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, Lin Feng understood. It turned out that the hallowed beast continent really did not have any arrays. The cultivators of the hallowed beast continent were decent, and were far stronger than those of the Incendium continent. Just the number of perfected lords alone was far greater than that of the Incendium continent. There used to be 4 perfected lords in Empyrean City previously, which was more than all the perfected lords born in the history of the entire Incendium continent. However, there were actually no arrays for cultivators on the hallowed beast continent. This was really unbelievable. However, on careful thought, it did not seem that unbelievable after all. What were arrays? The power of arrays was not just additive in nature. If one gathered a few cultivators, they had to gather the power of all the cultivators and combine them into one to unleash powerful strength. This involved certain chaotic rules. Even a perfected lord would probably find it very difficult to create an array out of thin air. This was only regarding a low-level array, let alone those high-level arrays. Only a powerful perfected lord with a very thorough understanding of the chaotic rules could create an array. There was no knowing where the array of the Incendium continent came from, but it was definitely not created by a perfected lord of the Incendium continent. This was because the inescapable net array that Lin Feng had obtained could contend with perfected lords. There were only 2 perfected lords on the Incendium continent. How could they create an array that could contend with perfected lords? I do have some arrays that can even contend with perfected lords when their power is unleashed to the extreme. However, are there really no arrays on the hallowed beast continent? Lin Feng frowned, still very surprised. Of course. There are indeed no such arrays on the hallowed beast continent, let alone ones that can contend against a perfected lord. There were once chaotic merchants who came to the hallowed beast continent. We wanted to trade for some powerful arrays. Unfortunately, the things those chaotic merchants wanted were too precious. Even our hallowed beast continent did not possess them. Hence, we could not trade for any powerful arrays. Perfected Lord Empyrean was very excited. He never expected Lin Feng to have arrays. Lin Feng fell silent. He did have an array. The inescapable net array among them could even contend with a perfected lord at its peak. There was also the minor dipper demon subduing array. Even if this array was only formed by ordinary chaotic lifeforms, it could contend with peak chaotic lifeforms. Moreover, back then, Lin Feng had plundered the library of the Incendium Divine Palace and flipped through all the books inside. Now, they were all memorized in their entirety. In his mind, with the memories of chaotic perfected persons, it was impossible for him to forget them. The Incendium Divine Palace was a hegemonial faction that had stood tall in the Incendium continent for some tens of thousands of years. It had plundered almost all the chaotic martial arts, chaotic spells, and various chaotic artifacts and arrays in the entire Incendium continent. In the end, all of them went to Lin Feng. Although it was similar to the inescapable net array, and an array that could contend with a perfected lord like this was already the strongest array in the Incendium continent, there were still some arrays slightly inferior to the inescapable net in the Incendium Divine Palace. At the very least, it would not be a problem to crush peak chaotic lifeforms. Perfected Lord Lin, if you have an array, we will entirely be able to resist the 4 chaotic dire beast races head-on. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill them all, but we have some confidence in expelling them. Perfected Lord Empyrean pondered for a moment, and also grew a little excited. This was simply a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that Lin Feng actually had an array? All these years, there had been plenty of chaotic perfected persons who had relocated to the hallowed beast continent. However, no one had ever brought them a chaotic array. However, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit's heart skipped a beat. He said in a low voice, Perfected Lord Lin, Have you thought about what to do with these chaotic arrays? You have to know that chaotic arrays are even more popular than top-notch chaotic artifacts on the hallowed beast continent. In fact, they are even more useful than those chaotic spirit treasures. Lin Feng's heart clenched. He knew what Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit meant. He was reminding Lin Feng how precious chaotic arrays were in the hallowed beast continent. He had to handle it carefully. Otherwise, not only would possessing the chaotic array not be a blessing, it would even bring some trouble and disaster. Lin Feng nodded at Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit with a solemn expression, accepting his reminder. Lin Feng could hand over some of the chaotic arrays as appropriate, such as the Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array, but he could not hand it over for nothing. As for a chaotic array like the Inescapable Net, Lin Feng had to control it himself. Even if he wanted to promote it, he himself had to act as the core to establish the array. He must be the one to control the array. Only then could he ensure that the secret of the chaotic array would not be leaked. I have a chaotic array called the Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array. It's an array formed by some chaotic perfected persons. It's comparable to a peak chaotic life form, and can even kill a peak chaotic perfected person. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit's Extreme Spirit Tower is located throughout the entire hallowed beast continent. I believe that if the Extreme Spirit Tower sells the Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array, it will be quickly promoted throughout the entire hallowed beast continent. Lin Feng pondered for a long time before speaking. He was returning the favor, and was prepared to give Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit some benefits. Ha ha ha, my Extreme Spirit Tower is indeed located throughout the entire hallowed beast continent. If my Extreme Spirit Tower sells it, we will definitely be able to promote it as quickly as possible. Moreover, we can earn a large amount of chaotic prime crystals. No matter what, this Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array belongs to Perfected Lord Lin. Why don't we split the profits? Our Extreme Spirit Tower will take 20%, and Perfected Lord Lin will take 80%. Actually, even if the Extreme Spirit Tower took only 20% of the profits, it would still be an impressive amount of profit. After all, this was a chaotic array. Once it was introduced, there was no knowing how many factions and cultivators would flock to it. With the chaotic array, many chaotic perfected persons could team up. Even ordinary chaotic perfected persons could kill those peak chaotic dire beasts by forming an array. Who wouldn't want to possess such a powerful method? Even Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit could not help but feel overwhelmed by the huge profits contained in this. Lin Feng did not decline. Cooperating with the Extreme Spirit Tower was the best choice. Through the Extreme Spirit Tower, the chaotic array could also be quickly promoted. Even Perfected Lord Empyrean only needed to purchase the array. As for the top-notch Inescapable Net Array, Lin Feng would not sell it. This was an absolute secret. However, Lin Feng could set up the Inescapable Net Array for this operation. With him presiding over the array, the secret of the Inescapable Net Array would not be leaked at all. Lin Feng actually had a plan that was even bolder and more insane. If the three Perfected Lords trust me, the four of us will form the Inescapable Net Array. Then, we'll choose the peak chaotic perfected persons in Empyrean City and form the array together. We'll even have a 60 to 70% chance of killing chaotic spirit beasts. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Chapter 909, 909 Broad Prospects. 909 Broad Prospects. It can kill chaotic spirit beasts. Perfected Lord Empyrean fell silent. Even if there was only a 60 to 70% chance of success, it was already rather formidable. Those were chaotic spirit beasts, after all. Even if the four Perfected Lords attacked together, they might not be able to kill any chaotic spirit beast. Never mind have a chance of success. Since Empyrean City was established, Perfected Lord Empyrean had fought with those chaotic spirit beasts countless times, but he had never seen any chaotic spirit beasts fall. Haha, how can we not trust Perfected Lord Lin? Since Perfected Lord is willing to contribute this precious array, what else do we have to worry about? If Perfected Lord has any requirements, we will naturally cooperate, Perfected Lord Empyrean said as he laughed aloud. That's right. I'll cooperate too. This was Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit. He had just obtained benefits from Lin Feng. Although he would only obtain 20% of the profits of the Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array, there was no need to worry about profits from selling such an array at all. Lin Feng could sell it to any other chamber of commerce, and it would definitely make a huge profit. He offered it to Extreme Spirit Tower out of respect for Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit. Hence, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit naturally had to return the favor. Count me in, Perfected Lord Sword Wielder also said coldly. In that case, please mobilize your forces and gather all the cultivators in Empyrean City. In particular, gather as many peak chaotic perfected persons as possible. The more the better. Then, I'll naturally pass down the array. Everyone can just practice it. After the few of them came to an agreement, they left one after another. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Lin Feng went to the Extreme Spirit Tower with Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit to sign the agreement. Actually, there was no point in signing this agreement. If Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit really wanted to take Lin Feng's Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array for himself, there was nothing Lin Feng could do. However, in that case, the Extreme Spirit Tower would probably make a terrifying enemy from then on. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit would not lose one thing for the sake of another, and incur a huge loss for the sake of minor benefits. Lin Feng's friendship was the most important thing. He believed that Lin Feng did not just have a Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array. There must be more arrays. When the time came, it would be a continuous stream of huge benefits. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit could still tell which was more important. Ha ha ha, the Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array is really miraculous. As expected of a chaotic array. Impressive, truly impressive. When Lin Feng imparted the Minor Dipper Array to Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit's eyes lit up as well. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. He was a Perfected Lord, so his knowledge was naturally extraordinary, and could tell how powerful this Minor Dipper Array was. How would the Extreme Spirit Tower set the price? Lin Feng asked. The price was also extremely important. It could not be too high, nor could it be too low. It had to be decided according to the effect and value of the goods. Without a doubt, the Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array could be considered top-notch and rare in terms of effect and preciousness. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit pondered for a long while and said, why don't we price the Minor Dipper Demon Suppression Array at 1 high-grade Chaotic Prime Crystal? 1 high-grade Chaotic Prime Crystal. Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Seeing that Lin Feng was dissatisfied, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit said directly, why, is it too low? Then we can raise it. No, it's not too low, but too high. Lin Feng shook his head. What did a high-grade Chaotic Prime Crystal mean? It was equivalent to 10,000 medium-grade Chaotic Prime crystals. A medium-grade Chaotic Prime Crystal could be used to purchase a set of chaotic-level cultivation techniques or chaotic martial arts in the Chaotic Lodge. That was a chaotic martial art. It was very precious in the Incendium continent, and was relatively rare even in the Hallowed Beast continent. At the very least, if the lower-level cultivators of Empyrean City wanted to obtain a chaotic martial art, they had to fight with chaotic dire beasts outside the city. And this small array was priced at 10,000 medium-grade chaotic prime crystals. Would anyone buy it? Too high. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit smiled mysteriously, then shook his head and said, it's not too high at all. Perfected Lord Lin. You might not realize the value of this chaotic array yet. This Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array only requires hundreds of ordinary chaotic perfected persons to contend with or even kill peak chaotic life forms. Once it's promoted, how beneficial would it be for cultivators? Moreover, the Minor Dipper Demon Subduing Array seems to be tailor-made for cultivators. Even if those chaotic dire beasts obtain it, they can't use it. This eliminates the possibility of raising the combat power of those chaotic dire beasts. Only cultivators can use it. From now on, the major cities won't even have to fear those chaotic dire beasts. As long as there are enough of them, the chaotic perfected persons will entirely be able to form an array to kill those peak chaotic dire beasts. How big is this market? It's unimaginable. Even if someone buys it and promotes it, people are all selfish. Cultivators are also humans. And have emotions and desires. They won't casually give the arrays they painstakingly bought to others for no reason. They will definitely gather many chaotic perfected persons, with themselves as the core, to profit. Therefore, countless years will pass before the minor dipper demon subduing array is completely promoted and everyone knows about it. At that time, the chaotic prime crystals earned from this array will be unimaginable. As expected of a businessman, the scene he painted was indeed very tempting. Looks like handing the minor dipper demon subduing array to perfected Lord Extreme Spirit is a good choice. Lin Feng was in a very good mood. This was only the minor dipper demon subduing array, and it required more people. Lin Feng still had a lot of small-scaled chaotic arrays that only required 1 or 2 people, 3 or 4 people, or about 10 people. Even though the effect was inferior to the minor dipper demon subduing array, the advantage was that they could form an array with very few people. If they could gather the power of a few chaotic perfected persons, and go out to fight with the chaotic dire beasts, they would definitely have the upper hand. Although there were not many cultivators on the entire hallowed beast continent, that was only relative to the number of chaotic dire beasts. In terms of absolute numbers, they definitely far exceeded the cultivators on the Incendium continent. How large of a market would this be? Lin Feng did not even dare to imagine it. No one would feel that they had too many resources. With a large amount of chaotic prime crystals, Lin Feng could even gather all kinds of resources in the hallowed beast continent as quickly as possible. Perhaps he could find some clues regarding chaotic merchants and transcendence. Not to mention that a huge amount of resources could also be beneficial to cultivation. However, before that, Lin Feng still had to be careful. He also wanted to see if perfected Lord Extreme Spirit would really take the minor dipper demon subduing array for himself. Only when Lin Feng felt that perfected Lord Extreme Spirit was trustworthy would Lin Feng offer more chaotic arrays. After perfected Lord Extreme Spirit finished discussing, Lin Feng bade farewell and left directly. He also had to study the inescapable net properly. After all, he was going to set up the inescapable net this time to besiege and kill a chaotic spirit beast. Chapter 910, 910 Universe with Chaotic Characteristics. 910 Universe with Chaotic Characteristics. The inescapable net can kill a perfected lord. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lin Feng had been studying the inescapable net in the quiet room. In the past, he did not pay much attention to it, and only let the 3,000 universe demons practice it. However, since he was going to use the inescapable net this time, Lin Feng naturally had to study it properly. However, the more he studied it, the more Lin Feng felt the profoundness of the inescapable net. Back in the Incendium continent, he had yet to sense how powerful the inescapable net was, because there were too few powerful cultivators. But now, not only was Lin Feng, a perfected lord, personally controlling the inescapable net array, there was also perfected Lord Empyrean, perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, and perfected Lord Sword Wielder. Including Lin Feng, there were a total of 4 perfected lords setting up the array. Even without others, just the inescapable net array set up by the 4 perfected lords was no small matter. Moreover, there were a large amount of peak chaotic life forms. Lin Feng immersed his consciousness in his internal universe. 500 chaotic life forms. Lin Feng frowned. He remembered very clearly that back then, he had only created 365 chaotic life forms with the chaotic lotus seed. Moreover, all of them were the 3,000 universe demons. But now, how did the 365 chaotic life forms become 500? Without Lin Feng's permission, even if the chaotic lotus bore chaotic lotus seeds again, absolutely no universe demon could devour them. In other words, it was not the chaotic lotus seeds that allowed these universe demons to metamorphose into chaotic life forms. But what other way could the chaotic lotus seed allow universe demons to metamorphose into chaotic life forms? Lin Feng was a universe master and the creator He was omnipotent in the internal universe. Boom. Countless chaotic memories appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Among them, 365 chaotic lifeforms had indeed undergone metamorphosis, with chaotic lotus seeds. However, the remaining 100-odd chaotic lifeforms surprised Lin Feng very much. They actually metamorphosed naturally as his internal universe expanded and the internal universe origin increased. This surprised Lin Feng very much. Although there was also some chaotic aura in his internal universe, it should not be enough for them to metamorphose into a chaotic life form. How could some universe demons naturally metamorphose into chaotic life forms? Lin Feng had to treat even the slightest matter that concerned his internal universe seriously. The internal universe was his foundation. There could not be anything that was out of Lin Feng's control. Hence, Lin Feng carefully sensed the various laws and powers in the internal universe. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed it. He actually felt a familiar aura in the universe. It was an aura completely different from the origin universe, and somewhat similar to the chaos instead. This is chaotic aura. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed, catching an invisible essence energy in the void. Then, Lin Feng kept analyzing this mass of essence energy. There was only a very small portion of it. It was similar to chaotic aura, but not completely the same. This chaotic aura was compatible with certain rules of the universe. Or rather, this chaotic aura was unique to Lin Feng's internal universe. How did this chaotic aura come about? Lin Feng followed this special trace of chaotic aura, and began to trace it back to the source. In the end, he realized that it came from the universe demons who had metamorphosed into chaotic life forms previously. After they became chaotic life forms, they did not stagnate, but continued to cultivate. During the cultivation process, they would emanate traces of chaotic aura, which would undergo some special conversion within the rules of the universe. Finally, it would vaguely become a trace of chaotic aura that belonged exclusively Lin Feng's internal universe. Hence, those universe demons could naturally metamorphose into chaotic life forms as Lin Feng's universe expanded. After all, the 3,000 universe demons were the first batch of lifeforms born in Lin Feng's internal universe, and were natural lifeforms. They were very closely related to the universe. If the universe improved, the 3,000 universe demons would also improve with it. That was why so many universe demons naturally metamorphosed into chaotic lifeforms. Moreover, they were not much inferior to those chaotic lifeforms in the chaos. Lin Feng did not know if it was a good thing that his internal universe suddenly had the characteristics of chaos. However, from the perspective of these universe demons alone, it was a good thing. Otherwise, no matter how the universe expanded, these universe demons might be unable to undergo metamorphosis. They could only be half-chaotic lifeforms, and would always remain half-chaotic lifeforms. However, things were different now. After the internal universe acquired chaotic characteristics, as the universe expanded, these universe demons could continue to improve. They could even metamorphose into true chaotic lifeforms without the chaotic lotus seeds. The stronger the 3,000 universe demons became, the stronger Lin Feng's internal universe would be. This was a positive cycle. Moreover, the metamorphosis of the universe demons was not over. Last time, Lin Feng's internal universe had expanded by a lot. Now, the diameter of the universe had already reached 410 million light-years. How terrifying was that increase? Such a daunting increase naturally allowed the 3,000 universe demons to improve rapidly. Hence, this current metamorphosis was only the beginning. As time passed, more and more universe demons would metamorphose into chaotic life forms. After all the universe demons metamorphosed into chaotic life forms, Lin Feng's internal universe would probably become even stronger. After another half a month, Lu Ba arrived outside Lin Feng's quiet room. Perfected Lord Empyrean invites you to go over. So it's time. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Perfected Lord Empyrean and the others had been making preparations. From the looks of it, they should be ready. In the past half a month, Lin Feng had also studied the inescapable net thoroughly. Next, it was time to practice the array. To perfected lords and peak chaotic perfected persons, practicing the array did not take much time at all. Lin Feng left the quiet room and came to the city lord residence again. However, this time, there seemed to be many more chaotic perfected persons. Greetings, perfected Lord Lin. Greetings, perfected lord. In the city lord's mansion, there were many chaotic perfected persons, including perfected person Sung Long. These chaotic perfected persons were all peak chaotic life forms. All of them had respectful expressions. Lin Feng was a perfected lord. This had already been recognized by the other three perfected lords. Naturally, they did not dare to underestimate him. Perfected Lord Lin, I didn't expect you to be willing to continue with the major operation. Perfected person Sung Long came in front of Lin Feng and said gratefully. Perfected person Sung Long had been brooding over the failure of the last major operation. He did not expect that Lin Feng could already resist the Giant King so soon, and was comparable to a perfected lord. With Lin Feng's support, the major operation could also continue. Perfected Lord Lin, you're finally here. Perfected Lord Empyrean also came out of the living room as he laughed. Perfected Lord Empyrean, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, are you all ready? Lin Feng asked. Of course. Everything is prepared. Moreover, over the span of half a month, we've gathered a total of 361 peak chaotic perfected persons. In addition to the four of us, this will make 365. Perfected Lord Lin, are you satisfied? Perfected Lord Empyrean pointed at the many chaotic perfected persons beside them. These chaotic perfected persons were not so easy to gather. In fact, their numbers were even a little lacking. It was only after perfected Lord Extreme Spirit transferred some peak chaotic perfected persons from other cities that they could make 365. Not bad, not bad. It's best if you can form 365. Lin Feng nodded and affirmed the preparations of the three perfected lords. These were more than 300 peak chaotic perfected persons. Once they formed the inescapable net array, its power would be unfathomable, even to Lin Feng. Then let's give it a try. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He immediately imparted a portion of the method to set up the array to every chaotic perfected person and the other three perfected lords. As he only imparted a portion to each of them, it was impossible to reverse engineer the inescapable net array. As Lin Feng imparted the inescapable net array, those peak chaotic perfected persons were all incomparably shocked. It's actually an array. A legendary chaotic array. This is huge. It's rumored that chaotic merchants have chaotic arrays, but they've always been unwilling to impart it to us. I didn't expect perfected person Lin to possess a chaotic array. No wonder the four perfected lords mobilized so many people. How powerful would this chaotic array be? Many chaotic perfected persons were overwhelmed with emotions. They had only heard of the power of chaotic arrays before. Even on the hallowed beast continent, chaotic arrays had become a legend. There was pleasant surprise, but also doubt. The chaotic perfected persons were all senior cultivators. Their speed of mastering the chaotic array was very fast. In just 4 hours, they had basically mastered everything. All right, let's test the power of the inescapable net array now. Lin Feng stood in the middle. The other chaotic perfected persons and the three perfected lords began to set up the inescapable net array according to the designated positions. Chapter 911, 911 led by Perfected Lord Lin. 911 led by Perfected Lord Lin. In reality, this was also the first time Lin Feng had set up the inescapable net. In the past, he had only asked the 3,000 universe demons to study the inescapable net. At most, he would get the 3,000 universe demons to form the array. However, as Lin Feng's strength improved, the inescapable net almost became unnecessary. However, things were different this time. There were 4 perfected lords forming an array, and even 361 peak chaotic perfected persons. How great was this power? Everyone began to form the inescapable net array according to the array techniques imparted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng imparted different techniques to every chaotic perfected person. It was impossible for them to verify it with each other. Lin Feng was in the middle. He controlled the power of the entire array. Boom. In an instant, when Lin Feng entered the inescapable net array, he did not even activate the array, and only formed it. With Lin Feng's senses, there was no knowing how great the power of the array was at this moment. Even he felt his heart palpitate. Kill. With a thought from Lin Feng, he was the cultivator presiding over the array. The others only needed to contribute their strength. Immediately, Lin Feng threw a punch. With just an ordinary punch, he instantly tore through space, blasting it apart, forming a huge, pitch-black region. It can even tear space. Even the 4 chaotic spirit beasts can't possibly tear through space so easily. Seeing that even the chaotic space had been blasted apart, everyone's eyes lit up. These chaotic perfected persons were not ordinary cultivators. They were all peak chaotic perfected persons, so they naturally knew very well how difficult it was to tear apart chaotic space. Even a perfected lord would probably find it difficult to achieve it. Back when Lin Feng was fighting with the Giant King, even when the Giant King used the light of annulment, only traces of black cracks appeared. Those were only cracks, far inferior to now. Lin Feng had used the power of the array to casually punch open a huge spatial gap. Although the spatial gap quickly closed and recovered to its original state, it indirectly confirmed how terrifying the power under the enhancement of the inescapable net array was. Haha, with this array, what would have to fear from mere chaotic spirit beasts? Perfected Lord Empyrean laughed aloud. The power of the inescapable net array made even him envious. It was too terrifying, far exceeding his imagination. He had thought that it could only increase their power by a little at most, but he did not expect it to increase their power by more than 10 times. Now, it was no longer a matter of whether they could kill chaotic spirit beasts, but how many of them they could kill. Perfected Lord Lin, the power of the inescapable net array has exceeded my imagination. I'm afraid the plan we formulated previously will have to be changed again. If possible, we'll strive to target all 4 chaotic spirit beasts in one fell swoop. We can even destroy the 4 chaotic dire beast races. A sharp glint flashed across Perfected Lord Empyrean's eyes. This was too bold. He did not even dare to imagine killing 4 chaotic spirit beasts previously. But now, Perfected Lord Empyrean really had such thoughts and ideas. He was even willing to make a plan. It's not impossible, but we have to plan carefully. Otherwise, once those chaotic spirit beasts escape, it'll be difficult to kill them. Lin Feng also thought for a moment. It did not seem impossible. Haha, of course. We can only try our best, but whether we can kill 4 chaotic spirit beasts depends on luck. However, I suggest we set our first target on the Griffin King. It can fly, and it's extremely fast. We can still catch up to the other chaotic spirit beasts, but there's nothing we can do once the Griffin King escapes. The 4 perfected lords also began to discuss. If they wanted to kill all 4 chaotic spirit beasts and completely eliminate the 4 chaotic dire beast races, they had to make a good plan. Martial law was enforced in Empyrean City. Not a single chaotic perfected person left the Empyrean City. Instead, the entire Empyrean City became abnormally quiet. Undercurrents surged behind the calmness. Everyone realized that a violent storm was about to sweep through the entire Empyrean City. Although perfected person Empyrean kept the secret very well, how could those ordinary cultivators not realize that something was amiss? For a moment, supplies were purchased one after another. Not many ordinary cultivators wandered the streets. Even a lot of chaotic perfected persons seemed to have disappeared. Is the intelligence accurate? Lin Feng asked calmly without much emotion. At this moment, Lin Feng, Perfected Lord Empyrean, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, and 361 peak chaotic perfected persons were all ready. In fact, the 4 perfected lords had even made preparations. Once they killed the chaotic spirit beasts and had the advantage, there would be an endless stream of chaotic perfected persons charging out of Empyrean City to attack the 4 chaotic dire beast races. The intelligence is very accurate. I've investigated it myself. The Griffin clan is currently offering sacrifices to the Griffin King. This is the tradition of the Griffin clan. Only the Griffin King can enjoy the sacrifices. This is also when the Griffin clan let their guard down. Even the guards outside are much fewer. Lin Feng nodded. Perfected Lord Empyrean had established the Empyrean city for so many years, so it was natural that he had also established an extremely reliable intelligence channel. He even knew the internal situation of the Griffins clearly. All right, let's go straight to their lair and kill the Griffin King. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. They had already agreed that Lin Feng would be the chief commander in battle, and he would be the leader for everything. Even the other 3 perfected lords had to obey Lin Feng's orders. After all, Lin Feng was presiding over the inescapable net array. If they were not careful, accidents might happen. Hence, they had to obey Lin Feng's orders completely. As one of the 4 perfected lords, Lin Feng was also qualified. Let's go. With Lin Feng's order, the team set off from Empyrean City mightily. This scene could no longer be concealed. That's Perfected Lord Empyrean, right? It's not just Perfected Lord Empyrean. There's also Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder. The leader seems to be the 4th new Perfected Lord Lin. Why are the 3 Perfected Lords willing to obey Perfected Lord Lin's orders? There are also hundreds of chaotic perfected persons. Heavens, they're all peak chaotic perfected persons. Such a lineup is shocking. Looks like a great battle is about to begin. The 4 perfected lords have made up their minds to fight the chaotic dire beasts outside the city. I wonder which chaotic dire beast the 4 perfected lords will choose to fight with this time. The 3-eyed giants or the griffins? Such a huge commotion was indeed causing an uproar, and there was no way to conceal it at all. However, there were no spies of the chaotic dire beasts in Empyrean City. No matter how much commotion it caused, it would not reach the ears of those chaotic dire beasts. Chapter 912, 912 Defeating the Griffin King. 912 Defeating the Griffin King. Lin Feng and the 3 perfected lords led hundreds of peak chaotic perfected persons. Such a lineup was indeed powerful. However, at the same time, the commotion was also a little too great. Actually, Lin Feng could hide these chaotic perfected lords and chaotic perfected persons in his internal universe. This way, there would not be much movement. However, the internal universe was Lin Feng's greatest secret. He could not expose it casually. Moreover, who knew if the entry of 3 powerful perfected lords and so many peak chaotic perfected persons into the universe would have a negative impact on Lin Feng's internal universe. These were all unpredictable factors. Lin Feng did not dare to risk his internal universe. Although the commotion was a little loud, they were fast enough. Moreover, as the Griffin King enjoyed the offerings, the guards also relaxed a lot. They actually remained undiscovered by the time they were within 500 miles of the Griffin King's lair. We can't let the Griffin King escape this time no matter what. Hence, once we arrive, set up the array immediately, and seal the lair of the Griffins. Lin Feng said to the 3 perfected lords. The 3 perfected lords also nodded. The inescapable net array was not just an offensive array. Most importantly, it was a restrictive array. Otherwise, how could it be called the inescapable net? Once trapped, it would be very difficult to break free. At this moment, in the Griffin's territory, countless Griffins were offering sacrifices to the Griffin King. This was the tradition of the Griffins. The Griffin King was extremely massive, and looked like a giant eagle or a lion. It had an effortless majestic air, and emanated a violent aura. Its head was like a lion, and its body was like a giant eagle. It also had a pair of huge wings. At this moment, it was lying on the ground with its eyes slightly narrowed, allowing the Griffins to offer sacrifices. Whenever it took a fancy to any offering, it would open its mouth and devour it. The sun shone down, making one languid. The Griffin King's eyes were half closed, and its stomach was bulging. It had devoured countless offerings, and could not even be bothered to move at all. Swoosh! Suddenly, a few griffins flew over and whispered something in the Griffin King's ear. Gore. The Griffin King roared, its entire body emitting a terrifying aura like a storm. It spread its wings, and its sound spread in all directions. Human cultivator, how dare you besiege me? I'll devour you first. Although the Griffin King was violent, it was not stupid. At the same time, it immediately used the special method of the chaotic spirit beast to send a message to the surrounding Giant King, the Bone Crocodile King, and the Golden Horn King. Although the four chaotic dire beast races usually disliked each other, the four chaotic spirit beasts all had a tacit understanding when dealing with human cultivators. Otherwise, Empyrean City would have long leveled these four chaotic dire beast races one by one. How could they possibly allow them to surround Empyrean City? However, the four chaotic dire beast races would only develop a little tacit understanding in this aspect. It would be absurd for them to join forces completely and deal with Empyrean City together. Swoosh. A gust of wind seemed to blow past the territory of the Griffin King. A low voice came from the distant sky. Set up the array. Boom. Just the territory of the Griffins was not a problem at all. Seal. Lin Feng presided over the array in the middle. As the inescapable net array was formed, Lin Feng felt infinite power. He could now easily control power far more than 10 times stronger than his own at will. Boom. In the Griffin's lair, there were hundreds of Griffins. All of them were chaotic dire beasts. There were very few half-chaotic dire beasts. Moreover, all of them had ferocious gazes as they stared intently at Lin Feng and the others in the sky. As a chaotic spirit beast, this was the first time the Griffin King felt that something was amiss. It saw its old friends, Perfected Lord Empyrean, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder. It was very rare for these three perfected lords to attack at the same time. However, in the past, even if the three perfected lords attacked at the same time, it would be impossible for them to stop it. Everyone knew that the Griffin King was unparalleled in speed and boundless strength. It was impossible for three perfected lords to surround and kill it. Moreover, the other three chaotic spirit beasts would definitely rush over. Griffin King, die. A trace of apathy appeared on Perfected Lord Empyrean's face. Humph. The Griffin King snorted coldly. It had interacted with Perfected Lord Empyrean quite a bit, and the two of them were practically old friends. The Griffin King roared. The wings on its back suddenly spread, instantly blotting out everything. A terrifying aura emitted from its body. Swoosh. The Griffin King flapped its wings and soared into the air, transforming into a stream of light. Its speed was simply astonishing. The figure of the Griffin King could not be seen with the naked eye. It could only be seen with mental power, and could not even be locked onto with mental power. The wings of the Griffin King seemed to be compatible with traces of wind element chaotic rules, so they were incomparably fast. Ordinary perfected lords would find it very difficult to even catch up to the Griffin King, let alone kill it. However, this time, Lin Feng and the others had set up the inescapable net array. Inescapable net, retract. With a thought from Lin Feng, the inescapable net array immediately began to shrink in range rapidly. At the same time, waves of array power began to suppress the Griffin King under Lin Feng's mobilization. Boom. The Griffin King suddenly felt that its body seemed to be becoming heavier and heavier, as if it was carrying a heavy mountain. Even though it was a chaotic spirit beast with boundless strength, it still found it difficult to withstand such pressure. More importantly, its speed had slowed down. It was not even 1/10 as fast as before. What's going on? The Griffin King panicked a little. It had never encountered such a strange thing. Could it be a chaotic artifact? The Griffin King was a little surprised and bewildered, but even if it was a chaotic artifact, how could it restrict the movements of the chaotic spirit beast? It was a dignified chaotic spirit beast. No matter how strong a chaotic artifact was, there was nothing it could do. Its speed was compatible with certain wind element chaotic rules. Chaotic artifacts could not restrain it at all. Success. Lin Feng saw that the Griffin King's speed was becoming slower and slower, and a smile appeared on his face. The inescapable net array had just been set up. Although its power was extraordinary, even Lin Feng was not sure if it would be effective against chaotic spirit beasts. But now, the Griffin King could barely fly. It felt as if its body was pressed down by heavy mountains, and it was difficult to move. This meant that the inescapable net array was working. Can't fly anymore? Now try this. Like an ancient deity, Lin Feng had absolute control over the area covered by the inescapable net array. He reached out and grabbed, gathering the power of the array within a radius of 50 kilometers. Then, he suddenly threw a punch. This was the strongest strike of the 4 perfected lords, 361 peak chaotic perfected persons. It even mobilized some kind of power of rules in this world, and its momentum was incomparably astonishing. The body of the Griffin King was firmly suppressed by the inescapable net array. Forget about flying, it was very difficult for it to even move a step. Arg chaotic storm. The Griffin King sensed the threat of death. It was a true threat of death, causing it to panic incomparably. It was even certain that once Lin Feng's strike landed, even its chaotic body would not be able to withstand it. Hence, it struggled wildly. Traces of faint golden light appeared on its wings, vaguely compatible with the chaotic rule of wind, raising a terrifying chaotic storm in the void. This was the innate divine power of the Griffin, and also the last desperate move of the Griffin King. Chapter 913, 913 The Giant King is here. 913 The Giant King is here. Boom. The chaotic storm swept over, instantly filling the entire void. The terrifying storm filled a region hundreds of kilometers in radius. This was the innate divine power of the Griffins. However, ordinary Griffins could only stir up a small chaotic storm. On the other hand, the Griffin King had metamorphosed into a chaotic spirit beast, which was incomparably compatible with a certain chaotic rule. When it stirred up a chaotic storm, it would simply blot out everything, and its power would be terrifying. Even Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the overwhelming chaotic storm. It was completely different from the Giant King's eye of annulment. This was an entirely ranged attack. He and the other 3 perfected lords were not afraid, but now that they had formed the inescapable net array, even if their defense was impressive, the others were all peak chaotic perfected persons. No one was confident that they could withstand such a terrifying chaotic storm. However, even if they could not withstand it, Lin Feng would not let the Griffin King have it easy. He mobilized the power of the entire inescapable net array, transforming it into a fist that descended from the sky and landed hard. With the confinement of the inescapable net, it was difficult for the Griffin King to even move, let alone escape. Lin Feng's punch pierced through the chaotic storm and landed on the Griffin King. Immediately, the Griffin King cried out in pain. As a dignified chaotic spirit beast, its chaotic body was practically undying and indestructible. However, a huge hole actually appeared in its body with this punch. There were also cracks on its body, like shattering glass. It was a shocking sight. At the same time, the chaotic storm swept over. The howling storm struck the inescapable net hard. Everyone felt their entire bodies shake. Without mobilizing the cosmic power, even Lin Feng felt his chaotic body shake violently. Fortunately, he was the host of the inescapable net, and could mobilize an endless stream of power to resist the shockwave. He even still had 7 chaotic holes, so he was entirely able to resist it. Perfected Lord Empyrean, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder could all resist it as well. They could have resisted it one-on-one, never mind while they had formed an array. However, the other peak chaotic perfected person's entire bodies shook slightly. Clearly, they could not withstand this impact. Fortunately, Lin Feng quickly mobilized the power of the array and rapidly extinguished this chaotic storm. Otherwise, a chaotic storm might be able to crush the inescapable net, as expected of a chaotic spirit beast. So it's true that no chaotic spirit beast could be underestimated. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed underestimated Griffin King previously. The power of the inescapable net was very, very strong. Lin Feng had even felt that it could easily kill Griffin King. It had to be known that that was a dignified chaotic spirit beast, which even the 4 perfected lords could not do anything to. But now, the Griffin King's desperate counterattack had put Lin Feng on guard. Even with the enhancement of the inescapable net, it would not be so easy for Lin Feng to kill a chaotic spirit beast. After stabilizing the array, Lin Feng looked at the Griffin King below. At this moment, the Griffin King was indeed in a very miserable state. His entire chaotic body was actually severely injured. The inescapable net, which had gathered the power of 4 perfected lords and 361 peak chaotic perfected persons, was not so easy to withstand. Hence, even the Griffin King could not withstand it. It did not even have much time to recover. Gore. Sensing the threat, the Griffin King roared, its voice filled with fear. Although hundreds of griffins unleashed chaotic storms one after another, how could these ordinary griffins compare to the Griffin King? The chaotic storms they unleashed could not shake the inescapable net at all. It had to be known that the inescapable net array was strong in terms of defense, and was a relatively comprehensive array. If one could not shake the array, no matter how they attacked, it would not be of much effect. Sacrifices. The massive body of the Griffin King expanded slightly, as if it had broken free from the restraints of the inescapable net. However, it only broke free for the time being. With a furious roar, some of the griffins hesitated for a moment, but not for too long. They actually pounced towards the Griffin King one after another. Thump. The Griffin King opened its mouth and actually devoured these griffins one after another. Ah! It is devouring the griffins to restore itself. At this moment, perfected Lord Empyrean sent a voice transmission. The Griffin King has the bloodline of the griffins. It's rumored that the true griffins of the chaos are ancient hallowed beasts. Even though they only left behind a trace of their bloodline, which became griffins that would never be able to become hallowed beasts, these griffins inherited a portion of the abilities of the hallowed griffins. They originated from the same bloodline. By devouring each other, they can constantly increase their strength. The Griffin King was originally born from constant devouring. It is the strongest among the griffins. All other griffins submit to it. Lin Feng understood now. The griffins originally established their strongest from devouring each other. This was how the Griffin King was born. Hence, the Griffin King could constantly devour the griffins to restore itself. However, how could Lin Feng let the Griffin King have its way? Boom. 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 Lin Feng mobilized the power of the inescapable net and instantly suppressed all the griffins. Even though the pressure on the Griffin King had decreased by a lot, none of the griffins could become offerings and be devoured by the Griffin King. At the same time, Lin Feng unleashed his cosmic power and transferred the griffins into the internal universe one after another, quickly refining them. Even if they could not increase the chaos, they could increase the diameter and origin of the internal universe, allowing the universe to expand continuously. He could not let the Griffin King benefit from them. Gore. The Griffin King was very furious. Taking advantage of the fact that it had just devoured many griffins and recovered some of its strength, it spread its wings again and unleashed the chaotic storm. A chaotic storm swept over. Already experienced this time, Lin Feng quickly stabilized the inescapable net array. You can't escape. Lin Feng mobilized the inescapable net array and threw another punch. Layers of array power pressed down on the Griffin King, making it difficult for it to move at all again. Even the chaotic storm could not improve the Griffin King's situation. Boom. With another punch, the Griffin King felt as if its body was about to explode. It was already on the verge of collapse. It roared wildly and mobilized the bloodline power in its body in a frenzy. Unfortunately, it could not break free from the restraints of the inescapable net. The Griffin King was already weakened to its limits, and on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt the entire inescapable net array shake violently. At the same time, a dazzling light tore through the air. Light of annulment. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That was the light of annulment. He could not be more familiar with it. It's the Giant King again. Lin Feng frowned. He knew that if the light of annulment appeared, the Giant King must have arrived. Chapter 914, 914 4 Chaotic Spirit Beasts. 914 4 Chaotic Spirit Beasts. The Giant King had indeed arrived. Moreover, as soon as it appeared, a beam of light of annulment shook the inescapable net array. The inescapable net array only had the advantage in terms of encirclement, attack, and defense. However, this defense was an internal defense, not an external defense. Attacking the inescapable net array from the outside was indeed very easy to break through. If not for the fact that the inescapable net array Lin Feng had set up this time was composed of 4 perfected lords and 361 peak chaotic perfected persons, all of whom were very powerful, just this beam of light of annulment would be enough to tear through the array. Rumble. Apart from the Giant King, Lin Feng also saw a creature outside that looked like a prehistoric crocodile. It was the Bone Crocodile King. Its entire body was covered in hideous bone spikes that made one's heart palpitate. There was another chaotic dire beast that looked like an ox, but was not. It had a golden horn. According to the information, Lin Feng could roughly guess that it was the Golden Horn King. With the Giant King, the Bone Crocodile King, the Golden Horn King, and the Griffin King, which was trapped by the inescapable net and on the verge of death, 4 chaotic spirit beasts outside Empyrean City were all gathered. Perfected Lord Empyrean, release the Griffin King. The Giant King said in a muffled voice. The other 2 chaotic spirit beasts also fanned out and surrounded the inescapable net. Once the 3 chaotic spirit beasts attacked in a frenzy outside, Lin Feng was not sure how long the inescapable net array could hold out. Unfortunately, he still could not kill the Griffin King completely. Otherwise, if he killed the Griffin King, it would be much easier to deal with the other 3 chaotic spirit beasts. But now, with the Griffin King inside and the 3 chaotic spirit beasts outside, Lin Feng and the others were in a dangerous situation, where they were surrounded by enemies from both sides. Perfected Lord Lin, what should we do? Can we still hold out? If we can, we'll do our best to kill the Griffin King first. This was a voice transmission from Perfected Lord Empyrean. In reality, at this point, the 3 perfected lords knew very well that their current situation was not too good. However, looking at the dying Griffin King, they were really a little reluctant to give up. Hence, they felt that as long as they could hold out, they had to prioritize killing the Griffin King. Otherwise, if they missed this opportunity, it would be even harder to obtain such an opportunity next time. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "It's very difficult. If we focus our full strength and kill the Griffin King, the Giant King, the Bone Crocodile King, and the Golden Horn King can completely tear apart the inescapable net array with at most 2 attacks. The 4 of us can be safe, but the other 361 peak chaotic perfected persons will probably be in danger. Then what should we do now?" The 3 perfected lords also had no idea. Actually, with their conviction, even if they lost 361 peak chaotic perfected persons, they had to prioritize killing the Griffin King. However, if they lost the 361 peak chaotic perfected persons, it would be very difficult for them to form the inescapable net array to resist the 3 chaotic spirit beasts. Moreover, Lin Feng was the one presiding over the array. Lin Feng should be the one to make the decision. What should we do? It's actually very simple. The inescapable net array can't provide defense from the outside, but if we're inside, the inescapable net array formed by the 4 perfected lords and 361 peak chaotic perfected persons might be able to fight the 4 chaotic spirit beasts. Lin Feng's voice revealed a trace of determination. Perfected Lord Lin, you intend to deal with the 4 chaotic spirit beasts at the same time. Perfected Lord Empyrean also understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. That's right. Deal with 4 chaotic spirit beasts at the same time. Lin Feng's gaze was solemn, but he was also nurturing his battle intent at the same time. So what if there were 4 chaotic spirit beasts? Now, with the combined strength of the 4 perfected lords, 361 peak chaotic perfected persons, and the power of the inescapable net array, why would they be afraid of the 4 chaotic spirit beasts? Ha ha ha, good, we'll do as Perfected Lord Lin says. Since we've already fallen out today, and the Griffin King is on the verge of death, we Can't give up halfway. Let's give it our all. That's right. Let's go all in. If we succeed, we'll be able to kill the 4 chaotic spirit beasts completely and sweep through all the 4 chaotic dire beast races. This will ensure tens of thousands of years of peace for our Empyrean city. In that case, let's attack. The 3 perfected lords all agreed to Lin Feng's insane idea. Lin Feng obtained the support of the 3 perfected lords and also sent a voice transmission to the 361 peak chaotic perfected persons. Perfected persons, there's no need to hold back anymore. Today, we'll trap and kill the 4 chaotic spirit beasts together. Hence, Lin Feng suddenly mobilized the power of the inescapable net array. It instantly expanded wildly around him. Inescapable net, seal. Boom. Ah. They want to trap us too. Golden Horn King, Bone Crocodile King, attack. Lin Feng's expression was also very solemn. Now that the inescapable net had expanded its range greatly, with the increase in range, the power of the inescapable net would naturally decrease. Even though it was shrinking rapidly, it was not as fast as the attacks of the 3 chaotic spirit beasts. Now, they could only resist it head-on. Light of annulment. The giant king's light of annulment transformed into a beam of destruction that warped through the void and struck the inescapable net hard, causing everyone in the inescapable net to shake. However, that was all. Within the inescapable net, the defensive power of the inescapable net would be enhanced to the extreme. Moreover, Lin Feng had the chaotic perfected persons and the 3 perfected lords unleash their strongest power without holding back. Break. Golden light flickered on the Golden Horn King's golden horn. Its golden horn was indestructible, and could easily destroy even a mountain. If Lin Feng had used the Celestial Emperor Peak, the Golden Horn King would probably be able to destroy the Celestial Emperor Peak with a casual strike. Even a perfected lord would not dare to resist the power of the Golden Horn King's golden horn head-on. Thud. The Golden Horn King struck out hard, and the entire inescapable net array shook violently. Everyone's entire body shook. A strange power instantly spread throughout everyone in the array. Even Lin Feng felt immense pressure. What powerful strength! The Golden Horn King's golden horn is indestructible. It lives up to its reputation. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. As expected, he could not underestimate any chaotic spirit beast. Innate divine powers were just too daunting. If the Golden Horn King's strike had landed on him, even Lin Feng's internal universe would probably be torn apart. However, facing the attacks of the Golden Horn King and the Giant King, the inescapable net array resisted them. It succeeded in resisting them. There was also the Bone Crocodile King. It was extremely strong. Normally, in a one-on-one battle, the Bone Crocodile King might be very formidable. However, in terms of breaking the array, the Bone Crocodile King's strength was not of much use. Its threat was far inferior to the Golden Horn King, the Giant King, and even the Griffin King. We resisted them. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Now, it was his turn. Inescapable net, retract. Lin Feng growled. Immediately, the inescapable net began to shrink rapidly. Today, he would rely on the inescapable net array to capture all 4 chaotic spirit beasts in one fell swoop. Chapter 915, 915 The Fall of the Griffin King. 915 The Fall of the Griffin King. Buzz. Buzz. As the inescapable net shrank, its power also became stronger and stronger. At the same time, the Giant King, the Golden Horn King, the Bone Crocodile King, and the Griffin King all gathered. The 4 chaotic spirit beasts all felt great pressure on their bodies, as if they were carrying mountains on their backs. Their entire bodies felt incomparably heavy. Among them, the Griffin King was indescribably miserable. It was already on the verge of death, and was severely injured. Even though, with the reinforcement of the Giant King and the other chaotic spirit beasts, it had obtained some respite, how could it completely recover from its injuries in such a short period of time? Hence, out of the 4 chaotic spirit beasts, the Griffin King was no longer a threat. There were only 3 chaotic spirit beasts left. The Giant King looked up at the sky. It saw Lin Feng, perfected Lord Empyrean, perfected Lord Sword Wielder, and perfected Lord Extreme Spirit. There were even hundreds of peak chaotic perfected persons. For a moment, the Giant King's expression changed slightly. He already had a bad premonition. You mobilized almost all your forces. Looks like you're determined to get your way. The Giant King said in a low voice. Since you've entered our array, you can die here today. Don't even think about leaving. As Lin Feng retracted the inescapable net array, he kept mobilizing the power of the array to suppress the 4 chaotic spirit beasts. Fiercely. Now, he was becoming more and more proficient at using the inescapable net array, and could control it with ease. He was not afraid at all, even when facing the 4 chaotic spirit beasts. This is an array, a legendary chaotic array. You actually obtained a chaotic array. As the Giant King suddenly thought of something, a trace of fear flashed across its eyes. Chaotic arrays only existed in the legends. Apart from the chaotic arrays, it could not think of anything else that could make even 4 chaotic spirit beasts feel such pressure, and even them struggle to even move. It's too late to realize it now. When the inescapable net shrank to a certain extent, Lin Feng stopped. The inescapable net array was the strongest when covering a small region. Now, it was time to reap the harvest. Die. Lin Feng mobilized the power of the inescapable net array. The power of the 3 perfected spirits and 361 peak chaotic perfected persons in the entire array converged continuously on Lin Feng alone, completely enhancing him. The aura on Lin Feng's body was also constantly rising in a frenzy, vaguely reaching a certain critical point. The 7 chaotic holes in his body seemed to be cheering and boiling. This unprecedented feeling of power even allowed Lin Feng to vaguely sense a door. It was the gate of chaos. Behind the gate lied the chaotic rules. The essence and source of chaos were so close, it felt as if he could reach out and touch it. Light of annulment. The Giant King, the Golden Horn King, the Bone Crocodile King, and even the Griffin King all used the chaotic storm with all their might. They also knew that now was the time to risk their lives. If they did not risk their lives now, they would probably never have a chance in the future. Boom. The terrifying forces collided fiercely. All the cultivators in the inescapable net trembled. They felt as if their chaotic bodies were about to collapse, and had reached the critical point. Thump. Some chaotic perfected persons even spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Even though they had energy bodies, when suffering a serious impact, they would still be severely injured. Without a doubt, just now, when Lin Feng clashed head-on with the 4 chaotic spirit beasts, most of the chaotic perfected persons were severely injured. However, while the chaotic perfected persons did not feel good, those chaotic spirit beasts did not either. The Giant King roared in anger. Half of its body was slammed into the ground, and its body was densely covered in cracks. It was a shocking sight. The Golden Horn King was not in a good state either. Its golden horn was indestructible, but it was dim now. Faint golden streams of light appeared densely on its body, making it appear dim. This was even more the case for the Bone Crocodile King. Its entire body appeared weak, and it was even whimpering softly. As for the chaotic spirit beast, the Griffin King, it had been severely injured previously. In this head-on clash, it cried out in pain, and its powerful body was instantly torn apart. Its life force disappeared in the blink of an eye. The dignified chaotic spirit beast, the Griffin King, which had dominated the hallowed beast continent for tens of thousands of years, had fallen just like that, not even leaving a body behind. It's fallen. The Griffin King has fallen. Ha ha ha, the Griffin King has finally fallen. It's a success. The chaotic array has succeeded. One of the great enemies of Empyrean City, the Griffin King, has fallen. From now on, the clan of Griffins shall be removed from the hallowed beast continent. Seeing the Griffin King fall, be it Lin Feng, perfected Lord Empyrean, or the other peak chaotic perfected persons, although all of them were severely injured, they were all incomparably excited. It had fallen. A chaotic spirit beast had fallen. Moreover, they had contributed a large portion of their strength to its fall. This feeling of pride arose spontaneously. This was a chaotic array. It could gather the power of countless people, accumulate sand into a tower, accumulate water into a river, and achieve things that were impossible under normal circumstances. Without the inescapable net, even if the four perfected lords joined forces, how could they have killed the Griffin King? Unfortunately, there was not even a carcass left of the Griffin King. Lin Feng did not even have a chance to refine its carcass and increase his origin. Otherwise, Lin Feng's internal universe would probably be able to continue to expand. Seeing the fate of the Griffin King, which had died without leaving a body behind, the other three chaotic spirit beasts were completely shocked. They all went berserk. Boom. 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 As soon as they risked their lives, the already severely damaged inescapable net array became on the verge of collapse. Eye of Annulment. The Giant King used the Eye of Annulment in a frenzy. Beams of light of annulment gushed out like raindrops. Light of the Golden Horn. The Golden Horn King's golden horn was indestructible. It also mobilized its bloodline and pounced towards the inescapable net array, madly, ignoring the losses. There was also the Bone Crocodile King. Its huge mouth seemed capable of devouring everything. With its massive body, it could withstand even the inescapable net. The inescapable net was like a tiny boat in the sea, swaying in the storm. Thump. Another peak chaotic perfected person was on the verge of collapse. Crunch. Finally, a peak chaotic perfected person failed to withstand such a violent impact. Its entire chaotic body shattered completely. Immediately, a small crack appeared in the entire inescapable net array, like a hole in a dam. It was this crack that caused the inescapable net array to become incomplete and full of flaws. Bang. 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 As the three chaotic spirit beasts attacked insanely, the peak chaotic perfected persons in the inescapable net array were all shattered by the terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, more than 8 peak chaotic perfected persons had fallen. These peak chaotic perfected persons did not have perfected spirits. Once they fell, they would really be dead. We can't hold out anymore. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with indignation, but he could no longer maintain the inescapable net array. Boom. Finally, all the chaotic perfected persons' bodies shook, and they were sent flying. Then, the inescapable net array collapsed with a bang. Zem on 1 if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 916, 916 Piercing the Universe, Shattering the Chaotic Holes. 916 Piercing the Universe, Shattering the Chaotic Holes. Swoosh. The inescapable net array collapsed, and several peak chaotic perfected persons died. They fell completely. In turn, the Griffin King fell. This battle could be said to be a complete victory for cultivators. After all, under normal circumstances, forget about losing a few peak chaotic perfected persons, even losing dozens or hundreds of peak chaotic perfected persons would not be enough to bring about the death of a chaotic spirit beast at all. However, Lin Feng was not satisfied. He wanted to kill all 4 chaotic spirit beasts in this plan, but he had only killed one Griffin King. It's collapsed. The array has collapsed. Haha, a mere chaotic array actually put us in such a sorry state. Now that the chaotic array has collapsed, let's see what else you can do to stop us. Kill, kill, kill all these cultivators to vent our rage. The Bone Crocodile King, the Golden Horn King, and the Giant King all hated Lin Feng and the others to the bone. Even if they could not kill the perfected lords, could they not kill those chaotic perfected persons? Swish. A beam of light of annulment from the Giant King suddenly blasted towards Lin Feng and the others, especially those peak chaotic perfected persons. They did not even have the ability to resist. Anything struck by the light of annulment was instantly annihilated. Hundreds of peak chaotic perfected persons were all facing a life or death crisis now. Almost every second, several or even dozens of peak chaotic perfected persons fell. Empyrean Palm. Perfected person Empyrean roared insanely. He was a dignified cultivator with a perfected spirit. Even without the chaotic array, he was not inferior to any chaotic spirit beast. Unfortunately, these three chaotic spirit beasts were incomparably cunning. They did not tangle with perfected person Empyrean at all, and specially targeted the lives of those peak chaotic perfected persons. Even if the peak chaotic perfected persons tried to escape, how could they escape the speed of the light of annulment? As for killing three chaotic spirit beasts, that was even more impossible. Lin Feng witnessed with his own eyes how perfected person Empyrean's Empyrean palm struck the bone crocodile king hard. Yet, it only made the bone crocodile king's entire body shake. Its chaotic body quickly recovered. Chaotic spirit beasts did not have perfected spirits, but their bodies were far stronger than those of perfected lords. Normally, even if a few perfected lords surrounded and attacked a chaotic spirit beast, they would find it difficult to do anything to it, let alone the effect of just attacking it once. Pulverizing seal. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He immediately erupted the power of 7 chaotic holes. Immediately, the energy of the 7 chaotic holes transformed into surging power that crushed down towards the 3 chaotic spirit beasts below in a frenzy. Boom. 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 However, despite breaking down again and again, it could not even injure the chaotic spirit beast. Be it against the giant king, the bone crocodile king, or even the golden horn king, Lin Feng's attacks were insignificant and completely ineffective. In fact, the golden horn king seized the opportunity and arrived in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Its horn that emitted a faint golden light that was capable of destroying anything. It made even Lin Feng's heart palpitate. Swish. The golden horn king's golden horn transformed into a stream of light and stabbed towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a great fear in his heart, as if he was facing death. The golden horn king's golden horn was indestructible and could break through anything. It was even more terrifying than the giant king's eye of annulment. Universe descending. Lin Feng unleashed the cosmic power in his body almost immediately. The power of a daunting universe with a diameter of more than 400 million light-years instantly erupted from Lin Feng's body. A huge phantom appeared behind Lin Feng, appearing as if it contained a deep, boundless world. The power of the entire universe in his body, plus 7 chaotic holes, was still not enough. Celestial Emperor Peak. Lin Feng felt serious danger. This was a feeling he had never felt before when fighting with the Giant King. Among the 4 chaotic spirit beasts, the Giant King could actually only be ranked second. The true first was the Golden Horn King. However, the Golden Horn King lived in seclusion and rarely appeared. Only when facing the Golden Horn King directly today could one sense how terrifying it was. Its innate divine power was really daunting. Boom. The Golden Horn struck down hard, and the Celestial Emperor Peak could not even withstand it for an instant. Crunch. It shattered. The Celestial Emperor Peak was completely shattered. The divine mountain that had stood tall on the Incendium continent for billions of years was shattered by the Golden Horn King with a bang, and fragments splattered in all directions. Lin Feng did not even have time to grieve or angry, because the Golden Horn had already passed through the Celestial Emperor Peak and collided fiercely with his body. Thump. There was an indescribable feeling. It was not necessarily that powerful. In fact, the Golden Horn King's strength was far inferior to the Giant King and the Bone Crocodile King. However, an extremely sharp penetrative power transmitted from the Golden Horn, instantly piercing through Lin Feng's layers of defense. Even his internal universe seemed to have been pierced at this moment. Rumble. The power in Lin Feng's body erupted in a frenzy. The universe in his body boiled almost overwhelmingly, sending the Golden Horn King flying. Seeing that Lin Feng's appearance was still intact, the Golden Horn King's eyes widened in disbelief. Its golden horn could destroy anything. How could it be ineffective against Lin Feng? In reality, it was not that the Golden Horn was ineffective against Lin Feng. Instead, the Golden Horn had already dealt serious effects. Lin Feng's internal universe had already been pierced. At this moment, the power in Lin Feng's body instantly went into chaos. Lin Feng had never suffered such a serious loss. Even the chaotic lotus was already scattering traces of golden light. Its roots stabilized the internal universe firmly, which was the only reason the collapse of the internal universe was brought under control. The penetration of his internal universe had caused an immeasurable cosmic catastrophe. This also made Lin Feng come to a realization. His internal universe was not invincible, let alone omnipotent. It was also at risk of collapsing. From the moment Lin Feng's internal universe was pierced, to the moment Lin Feng stabilized it, although the process was very complicated, it actually only lasted for an instant. Moreover, not only did the Golden Horn King's golden horn pierce through the internal universe, it also pierced through Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's primeval body was already on the verge of collapse, and it was being supported entirely by the power of the universe. However, the moment the golden horn pierced through him, the 7 chaotic holes in Lin Feng's body also suffered a serious blow. The 7 chaotic holes had already lost their balance. One by one, the chaotic holes even began to fall into chaos, and were on the verge of dissipating. Once the chaotic holes dissipated, there was no knowing how long it would take for Lin Feng to condense them again. In fact, once they dissipated, Lin Feng might not ever be able to condense chaotic holes. This would cut off Lin Feng's path forward. At this moment, Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. There was great terror in life or death situations, but also great opportunity. At this moment, Lin Feng forsook everything. With great determination, he took the initiative to shatter the 7 chaotic holes. Boom. The 7 chaotic holes shattered with a bang. In the next moment, Lin Feng was already circulating the primeval true scripture, combining the 7 chaotic holes. This was the only way to save the 7 chaotic holes, combining the 7 chaotic holes to give rise to a perfected spirit. Chapter 917, 917 Birth of a Perfected Spirit, Supreme Perfected Lord. 917 Birth of a Perfected Spirit, Supreme Perfected Lord. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to find an opportunity and ensure that nothing went wrong. However, on careful thought, how could the path of cultivation be foolproof? How could he be 100% confident? Be it when Lin Feng transformed into a universe back then, or when he was cultivating a perfected spirit now, how could he be 100% confident? With the universe pierced and the chaotic holes on the brink of shattering, Lin Feng could only make a prompt decision. He shattered the chaotic holes directly, combined the 7 chaotic holes, circulated the primeval true scripture, and strove to give rise to a perfected spirit. As the 7 chaotic holes shattered, Lin Feng's mind went blank. The violent power in his body seemed to be unrestrained. In a thousandth of a second, Lin Feng felt as if his surroundings had gone still, as if time had stopped. His surroundings fell silent all of a sudden. It seemed to bring back all the memories and experiences Lin Feng had since he was young. The process was very long. It felt like 10,000 years had passed, or perhaps it was just an instant. Lin Feng recalled images and scenes in his mind. These scenes formed Lin Feng's life. From the moment he cultivated until now, his life and everything about him were in these memories and images. Was the genetic fusion device important? It was very important, but Lin Feng could still reach the peak even after abandoning the genetic fusion device back then. Was even the chaotic origin stone, or the internal universe, very important? Naturally, they were very important. However, they were just like the scenes in Lin Feng's memory. Although they were important, they were not completely indispensable. These were all worldly possessions that could not constitute Lin Feng's life. Only those images, those scenes, the bits and pieces of his cultivation until now, and the comprehensive memories could constitute Lin Feng's entire life. Boom. Lin Feng's mind shook violently. All his memories and life experiences seemed to be compressed by an infinite and terrifying power. Bit by bit, they finally compressed into a point. This point appeared eternal. Even in the darkness, it emitted a glowing light that illuminated Lin Feng's entire life path. Lin Feng suddenly understood. This was his foundation, his true nature. As long as he had this point of light, regardless of whether Lin Feng was alive or dead, he would be himself. He would not be anyone else. He would be the one and only Lin Feng. The perfected spirit. This was the perfected spirit. Lin Feng was enlightened. Everything around him seemed to have recovered all of a sudden. There were still the screams of chaotic, perfected persons, and the sounds of the giant king's wanton slaughtering. The development of the perfected spirit was not earth-shattering, nor was there any phenomenon of heaven and earth, because it was only a sublimation of the cultivator himself, a sublimation in the depths of the soul, a sublimation of finding his own origin and foundation. With a perfected spirit, even if Lin Feng died, the perfected spirit would shine on Lin Feng, allowing him to find himself again. Such was the perfected spirit. In fact, perfected spirits were also the most intrinsic and pure manifestation of a cultivator's will. Through the perfected spirit, Lin Feng could even sense countless rules in the chaos. He could clearly sense the chaotic rules. In fact, at this moment, Lin Feng could clearly sense the chaotic rule of fire through the heart of fire he had cultivated. Flames. With a thought, the chaotic rule of fire appeared before Lin Feng with incomparable clarity. Seeing the chaotic rule of fire directly, Lin Feng sensed its profoundness. It appeared as if it contained the truth of the world and infinite mysteries. From the void, the heart of fire absorbed the flames in a frenzy and quickly converted them into chaotic flames. These were chaotic flames that could incinerate anything. The efficiency was more than 10 or 100 times faster than before. This is the perfected spirit, incomparably compatible with the chaotic rules. Only by cultivating a perfected spirit can one comprehend chaotic rules, and utilize the power of chaotic rules. Lin Feng understood why perfected lords were so powerful. It was due to the chaotic rules. Even if one could not comprehend chaotic rules, they could use certain chaotic rules to become incomparably powerful. These were the cases for perfected Lord Empyrean and perfected Lord Extreme Spirit. This was even the case for perfected Lord Sword Wielder as well. However, they should only be at the most basic level as perfected lords, and could only rely on a small portion of the power of chaotic rules. This portion of power of chaotic rules could not even pose much of a threat to the chaotic spirit beasts. However, Lin Feng was different. The moment he gave rise to the perfected spirit, he was like a fish entering the ocean. He felt incomparably carefree, as if this was the realm he should have reached in the first place. After all, he was the god of creation. He had transformed into a universe and created a universe himself, and was the beginning of its creation. He knew the various mysteries of the laws of the universe by heart. If there was any difference between the laws of the universe and the chaotic rules, it would be that the origins of these rules or laws were different. The universe origin was what gave rise to the laws of the universe, and the one that gave rise to the chaotic rules should be the chaotic origin. Lin Feng understood the universe origin thoroughly, but he did not know anything about the chaotic origin. It was not that easy for him to control the chaotic rules now. However, he was far stronger than perfected Lord Empyrean, perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, and perfected Lord Sword Wielder. Hence, almost immediately after Lin Feng gave rise to the perfected spirit, he had already used the chaotic rule of fire to quickly improve the heart of fire by a few levels. It allowed him to fill the heart of fire with a large amount of chaotic flames. However, it was not very useful. The chaotic flames could incinerate everything, but just this little amount of chaotic flames accumulated could not do anything to these chaotic spirit beasts at all. At this moment, Lin Feng had already cultivated a perfected spirit, and there were no abnormal signs. He appeared very calm. However, the three chaotic spirit beasts, and even the three perfected lords felt that something was a little different about him. Heaven-turning seal. Lin Feng struck out with his palm. Boom. It was just a simple heaven-turning seal that once could not even break the skin of a chaotic spirit beast. But now, when Lin Feng used it again, his perfected spirit was incomparably compatible with the intent in the heaven-turning seal. This was the final level of the intent of chaotic martial arts. When the intent reached the extreme, it would be the rule. For example, the extreme of the heaven-turning seal was actually the rule of gravity, or the rule of space. At this moment, when Lin Feng used the heaven-turning seal, its power had increased by at least 10 times, or even dozens of times. The world spun, and the sun and moon dimmed. Lin Feng's palm seemed to have turned the world upside down. His huge palm was like an inverted bowl that slammed down hard at the Golden Horn King. Caught off guard, the Golden Horn King was actually grabbed and smashed into the ground. What's going on? Perfected Lord Lin seems a little different. A little different. He really seems a little different. This aura, this is the perfected spirit. Has perfected Lord Lin given rise to a perfected spirit? What? He's given rise to a perfected spirit at this moment. The other three perfected lords were greatly shocked. It was incredible that he could give rise to a perfected spirit in a life-or-death battle, and metamorphose into a perfected lord. Even though they were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never seen a perfected lord born like this. However, the aura on Lin Feng's body was ethereal and graceful, and there was a sense of origin. That was a perfected spirit. The perfected spirit traced back to one's origins. Its development meant that Lin Feng had already found his foundation and comprehended his own essence. Only from now on could Lin Feng be considered to be like them, a supreme perfected lord who had comprehended his own essence, undying and indestructible as long as the chaos existed. Chapter 918, 918 Terminus. 918 Terminus. Gore. The Golden Horn King, who had been slammed into the ground by Lin Feng's palm, was incomparably furious. It was a great chaotic spirit beast, the king of the Golden Horn clan. Even in a one-on-one battle with a perfected lord, it was not inferior at all. Even if a perfected lord had a slight advantage, with its powerful physique, it would not be afraid at all. However, at this moment, it was slammed into the ground by Lin Feng, and lost all its dignity. Hence, the Golden Horn King was very furious. Its eyes were like copper bells as it stared intently at Lin Feng, emitting a bloodthirsty aura. However, Lin Feng was unmoved. He continued to extend his palm, and struck out again. Earth-shattering seal. Boom. It was another palm strike, and it was several times stronger than the heaven-turning seal. The Golden Horn King did not even have the ability to resist. It was slammed into the ground again, creating a huge pit below. Ah, I'll devour you. The Golden Horn King was exceptionally furious. Its fiendish aura soared, and its eyes were bloodshot. It suddenly flew out of the pit and went straight towards Lin Feng. Gravity seal. Lin Feng only clenched his hand gently. Immediately, the surrounding space seemed to grow heavy. The Golden Horn King felt as if it was carrying a few mountains on its back, and struggled to move. Even its body that was flying in the air dropped to the ground at once. The powerful gravity squeezed the Golden Horn King's entire body, causing it immense pain. However, even though the gravity seal Lin Feng used was very extraordinary, it could not do anything to the Golden Horn King at this moment. Vacuum seal. Another palm strike seemed to have emptied the surrounding space. The Golden Horn King immediately fell into a dangerous situation. The gravity seal and the vacuum seal made it difficult for the Golden Horn King to move. Even moving required a huge amount of strength. Crunch. The golden horn on the Golden Horn King's head flickered with a golden light. Then, a mysterious power instantly tore apart the gravity seal and vacuum seal Lin Feng used, and it regained its freedom. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Chaotic spirit beasts were indeed very difficult to deal with. It was easy to defeat them, but too difficult to kill them. He had already attained the perfected spirit, and activated the heaven and earth seal with his perfected spirit. No matter which form it was, its power would be increased by 10 or even dozens of times. Yet, he was still unable to kill the Golden Horn King. However, Lin Feng was not discouraged. Instead, he still struck out with his palm. This time, it was the fifth form of the heaven and earth seal, and also Lin Feng's strongest chaotic martial art at the moment, the pulverizing seal. Boom. The surrounding space seemed to have shattered. A huge hole was torn open all of a sudden. The current strike was almost equivalent to a full power strike from Lin Feng's inescapable net array. In terms of offensive power, it had almost reached a horrifying level. Even the Golden Horn King was in danger in this instant. Its body was torn apart. However, the golden horn on its head tore apart Lin Feng's pulverizing seal again, and hurriedly escaped from the destructive environment. The Golden Horn King had already gone from angered to shocked, and was even somewhat fearful. It had escaped death by a hair's breadth. Lin Feng was unmoved, and even appeared very calm. Actually, the moment he cultivated the perfected spirit and activated the heaven and earth seal with the perfected spirit, be it the heaven-turning seal or the pulverizing seal, both had already reached the level of a perfected spirit. Its power was even stronger than ordinary perfected spirit martial arts. It could be said to be a perfected spirit martial art in reality. Lin Feng had never understood what perfected spirit martial arts were, because he had never read any perfected spirit martial arts either. He had only been deducing them. Relying on his own deduction, he felt that he could deduce perfected spirit martial arts, but in reality, it was impossible. It was completely impossible to deduce perfected spirit martial arts at realms below the perfected spirit. This was because perfected spirit martial arts must be activated with a perfected spirit to unleash their greatest power. Else, even if one could obtain some perfected spirit martial arts, without a perfected spirit, the power unleashed would probably be far inferior to ordinary chaotic martial arts. However, Lin Feng did not know the mysteries of perfected spirit martial arts back then. He only started from the power of chaotic martial arts, and by constantly accumulating martial arts foundations, he enriched himself bit by bit. He had been thinking of ways to increase the power of his martial arts, from the first form, the heaven-turning seal, to the second form, the third form, the fourth form, all the way to the fifth form, the pulverizing seal. It was already infinitely close to the power of a perfected spirit. Lin Feng had no idea what the heaven-turning seal, earth-shattering seal, gravity seal, vacuum seal, and pulverizing seal he had deduced meant. He did not know what kind of terrifying intent these 5 chaotic martial arts contained. If any one form was isolated, it would probably be considered a top-notch perfected spirit martial art. With powerful intent, it would be one of the best among perfected spirit martial arts. When activated with a perfected spirit, its power was especially terrifying to the extreme. The pulverizing seal among them shattered the void with a single strike, and was comparable to the power of the inescapable net array formed by 361 peak chaotic perfected persons and 4 perfected lords. This was enough to show just how powerful the intent of this martial art was. However, this was still far from enough. All kinds of thoughts appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Countless inspirations collided with each other, emitting sparks of inspiration. All along, Lin Feng had vaguely sensed that there was a 6th form of the heaven and earth seal, which was a true perfected spirit martial art. Moreover, he had the feeling that he was about to deduce it. However, he was just a little short. In the past, Lin Feng had assumed that his martial arts foundation was insufficient. However, after Lin Feng's hearty battle with the Giant King where he activated the 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal with all his might, Lin Feng had the feeling that he could deduce the 6th form. It seemed like it was not that his martial arts foundation was insufficient, but that there was some other reason. Just now, when Lin Feng gave rise to a perfected spirit and used it to activate the 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal, Lin Feng had an even more peculiar feeling. It was as if this was the first time he had seen the 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal. Using a perfected spirit to activate the 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal was actually completely different from the effects Lin Feng had deduced back then. This was simply a brand new martial art. Moreover, it was not a chaotic martial art, but a perfected spirit martial art. Moreover, activating the 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal with his perfected spirit allowed countless inspirations to burst forth in Lin Feng's mind. The 6th form also vaguely took shape, and could no longer be suppressed. I'll call the 6th form Terminus. Lin Feng opened his eyes. At this moment, all the inspirations and martial arts foundations in his mind were combined into one form. All the martial arts, including the 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal from before, were combined into one form. Boom. It was still a palm strike, but this palm strike seemed to encompass the world, blotting out everything. It was as profound as the sun, moon, and stars, and also had the profoundness of chaos. This form was all-encompassing. The first 5 forms of the heaven-turning seal, the heaven-turning seal, the earth-shattering seal, the gravity seal, the vacuum seal, and the pulverizing seal, all seemed to be encompassed in it. This was the form of mastery, the form of termination. Lin Feng knew that after this form, he might never be able to deduce the 7th form, because this form had already ended everything. From the first form to the 6th form, it formed a perfect cycle, from beginning to end. Above that would not be the scope of martial arts but chaotic rules. Hence, this form was the form of the mastery of Lin Feng's martial arts, the form that concluded all the martial arts foundation in Lin Feng's mind. It was a simple palm strike, but in the eyes of the Golden Horn King, it seemed to be filled with infinite power from all directions, making it impossible to escape or dodge. No, no, impossible. The Golden Horn King roared fiercely, even revealing its massive true form. Unfortunately, this palm strike was not that world-shattering. As the palm landed lightly, the Golden Horn King's entire body was torn apart like a bubble with a poke. In just an instant, it was completely reduced to ashes. The dignified chaotic spirit beast, the leader of the 4 chaotic spirit beasts, the Golden Horn King, who was even stronger than the Giant King, had fallen. Chapter 919, 919 Annihilation of the Clans. 919 Annihilation of the Clans. What? The Golden Horn King had fallen. This scene actually only lasted for a very short period of time, perhaps not even the span of a breath. With a composed palm strike from Lin Feng, the Golden Horn King was reduced to ashes as it screamed in pain. Be it the Giant King, the Bone Crocodile King, Perfected Lord Empyrean, Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, or the others, all were shocked. That was a dignified chaotic spirit beast. Even if a Perfected Lord could suppress it, it was impossible for them to kill it. For instance, Perfected Lord Empyrean and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder had already suppressed the Giant King now, but it was not of much use. They could not even injure the Giant King. Instead, they had to be careful of the Giant King's counterattacks, because once the Giant King counterattacked, that terrifying light of annulment might very well destroy their chaotic bodies. Perfected Lords were not like chaotic spirit beasts. Their chaotic body was relatively weak. Once it was destroyed, they could only reincarnate with the perfected spirit and cultivate again. It could be considered a death. But now, what did they see? Lin Feng alone had killed the strongest of the 4 chaotic spirit beasts, the Golden Horn King, with just a palm strike. It did not even leave behind a corpse, and was directly reduced to ashes. Incredible, truly incredible. He can even kill chaotic spirit beasts with ease. Doesn't this mean that we Perfected Lords are nothing in the eyes of Perfected Lord Lin? That's right. Perfected Lords are nothing. Haha, that is a good thing. We've entangled and trapped the Giant King and the Bone Crocodile King. We must finish all these chaotic spirit beasts today. Seeing Lin Feng unleash his prowess and kill the Golden Horn King alone, there was exclamation, joy, and some desolation. If Lin Feng could kill chaotic spirit beasts, could he also kill Perfected Lords? All along, the 4 Perfected Lords of Empyrean City had achieved a delicate balance. Even though Perfected Lord Empyrean was the strongest, his strength was limited. He could not do anything to any other Perfected Lord, let alone kill them. But now, Lin Feng's sudden appearance had broken this balance. It was like a sword hanging above everyone's heads. Who would be willing to have a sword hanging above their heads? However, even though they were a little uncomfortable, the 3 Perfected Lords knew what to do now. The greatest threat now was the chaotic spirit beasts. Hence, taking advantage of this opportunity, the 3 Perfected Lords also held back the Giant King and the Bone Crocodile King with all their might. These 2 chaotic spirit beasts were not speed-type chaotic spirit beasts. Hence, even though they were immediately shocked and tried to escape at once, their speed was too slow. Moreover, the 3 Perfected Lords attacked in a frenzy to stall the 2 chaotic spirit beasts. Lin Feng's gaze turned to the Bone Crocodile King and the Giant King. He was expressionless, and there was only indifference in his eyes. Terminus. Immediately, be it the Giant King or the Bone Crocodile King, both felt as if the power of the entire world was pressing down on them. It was as if this palm strike contained infinite mysteries. This was especially the case for the Giant King. It had fought with Lin Feng before, and knew Lin Feng's 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal. In this palm strike, it clearly saw the signs of the 5 forms of the heaven and earth seal. It felt incomparably familiar, but it clearly contained the signs of these 5 forms. However, the Giant King felt that it could not break free, no matter what, and sensed the great terror of approaching death. No, no, I submit. Our giant race is willing to submit. The Giant King roared. Ha! However, Lin Feng was unmoved. He was not confident in controlling these chaotic spirit beasts. Even if they submitted, Lin Feng was not confident in controlling them like Ao. After all, Ao's intelligence was low, while these chaotic spirit beasts all had sentience, and were not inferior to cultivators at all. Lin Feng could kill them today, but at another time, they might escape. To chaotic spirit beasts, no race or territory was more important than their own lives. The hallowed beast continent was too vast. They could escape anywhere they wanted. How could Lin Feng find them? Hence, temporary submission was just a strategy. The Giant King knew very well that it only wanted to survive now. That's right. Our Bone Crocodile race also submits to the perfected Lord. The Bone Crocodile King also came to a realization and immediately expressed its submission. Lin Feng's palm strike was too terrifying, and made it feel the threat of death. Moreover, there was nowhere to run or hide. There seemed to be no flaws in it at all. It was perfect. Was there any perfect martial art in this world? The Bone Crocodile King and the Giant King did not know, but in their eyes, the martial arts Lin Feng used at this moment were perfect. At least, these martial arts were far beyond their abilities to break. Seeing the 2 dignified chaotic spirit beasts begging for mercy, perfected Lord Empyrean, perfected Lord Sword Wielder, and perfected Lord Extreme Spirit all looked at each other and sighed inwardly. They had been on the hallowed beast continent for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. When had they ever seen chaotic spirit beasts beg for mercy? Even if they could not defeat cultivators, they could still escape. Unless chaotic perfected lords were far stronger than those chaotic spirit beasts, they could not do anything to those chaotic spirit beasts. If someone could make even chaotic spirit beasts beg for mercy, that must mean that the chaotic spirit beasts had nowhere to run, and they could annihilate the chaotic spirit beasts completely. Such an entity could be counted on one hand even in the entire hallowed beast continent, and all of them were top-notch entities. They did not expect that as soon as Lin Feng had attained the perfected spirit, he could already make chaotic spirit beasts beg for mercy and kill them with ease. They did not know how Lin Feng had done it, but the reality was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Perfected Lord Lin, these chaotic spirit beasts can all be of great help. Perfected Lord Empyrean hesitated for a moment before saying, "Help." Lin Feng shook his head. If you can't control them completely, not only will they not be of help, they will be a threat. Therefore, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. All of them shall die. Lin Feng's palm pressed down hard without any hesitation. Thud. The 2 chaotic spirit beasts were actually crushed at once. Although they were not reduced to ashes, their flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng's internal universe suddenly expanded, transferring the flesh and blood of the 2 chaotic spirit beasts into his internal universe. These were chaotic spirit beasts. Their corpses could not be wasted, and were enough for Lin Feng's internal universe to expand substantially. Dead. Perfected Lord Empyrean watched as the massive bodies of the 2 chaotic spirit beasts instantly exploded into a bloody mist, and all signs of life dissipated. His expression was very complicated. He had interacted with the Giant King and the Bone Crocodile King for so long, and neither could do anything to the other. But now, these 2 powerful chaotic spirit beasts were blasted apart by Lin Feng's casual palm strike and reduced to dust. This feeling made perfected Lord Empyrean happy, but at the same time, he felt a little empty. According to the original plan, the 3 perfected lords can take action now to eliminate the 4 chaotic dire beast races. Lin Feng's voice sounded again. The 3 perfected lords also came back to their senses, then nodded solemnly. According to the plan, killing the 4 chaotic spirit beasts was only the beginning. More importantly, they would expel, and even completely annihilate the 4 chaotic dire beast races. What about here? Perfected Lord Empyrean was referring to the griffins. This was the lair of the griffins. I'll handle it. Lin Feng looked at the ruins here. It was originally the lair of the griffins, but it was already riddled with holes from the battle. There were pits everywhere. With Lin Feng handling it, there was naturally no problem here. Hence, the 3 perfected lords led the other hundreds of peak chaotic perfected persons and left, flying towards the other 3 chaotic dire beast races. Lin Feng looked at the hundreds of griffins below. Further away, there were even tens of thousands of ordinary griffins. Lin Feng had no intention of letting these griffins off. Although he had already cultivated a perfected spirit, his internal universe had yet to expand by much. Boom. Retrieve. In an instant, the vast cosmic power swept up all the griffins within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Be it chaotic life forms or half-dash. Chaotic life forms, in short, all the griffins were instantly swept up by the cosmic power and moved into the internal universe. In the blink of an eye, the huge griffin clan had become empty. Only a few griffins were scattered everywhere, fleeing in a frenzy. However, after this calamity, the griffins could already be considered extinct in the hallowed beast continent. Chapter 920, 920 I am a perfected lord, controlling life and death. 920 I am a perfected lord, controlling life and death. Lin Feng's internal universe expanded, instantly covering a radius of thousands of kilometers. Actually, it could cover even further, but there was no need. As today was a special day, most griffins were gathered. Almost all the griffins within a radius of thousands of kilometers had been moved into the internal universe. However, there were simply too many griffins, tens of thousands of them. In just a short period of time, they had already turned the internal universe upside down. Even Lin Feng's internal universe could not completely suppress them. This was after the 2 chaotic spirit beasts were killed by Lin Feng, and only their corpses and flesh were transferred. If there were any other chaotic spirit beast, Lin Feng's current internal universe would be far from able to suppress 2 chaotic spirit beasts. Even 1 chaotic spirit beast could not be suppressed. Just like the Golden Horn King, it could instantly pierce through Lin Feng's internal universe. If he really transferred a chaotic spirit beast, Lin Feng's internal universe would be completely torn apart. The universe in Lin Feng's body was turned upside down. There were a large amount of griffins everywhere, causing many cosmic catastrophes. In particular, his internal universe had been pierced by the Golden Horn King's golden horn previously, and a large amount of origin had been lost. It could be considered to have damaged a trace of his foundation. However, when Lin Feng's consciousness descended into the internal universe, with control over the universe, things were different. Cosmic power, suppress. Lin Feng took the initiative to mobilize all the cosmic power. Even the 3,000 universe demons were contributing their strength. Lin Feng was surprised to discover that he could also borrow the power of the 3,000 universe demons in the internal universe. These 3,000 universe demons could not only fight for Lin Feng, but also provide him with power. It was the same for those few innate 5-element spirit beasts. They could also provide power to Lin Feng. Even those acquired life forms could provide power to Lin Feng's universe without their knowledge. Lin Feng suddenly understood the function of lives in the universe. No wonder the more life forms there were in the origin universe, the stronger the universe would actually be. Lives and the universe were not opposed. On the contrary, they should complement each other. It was just that natural life forms could provide a lot of power, but there were too few of them. For acquired life forms, every individual provided very little energy, but their numbers were infinite. Lin Feng mobilized the power of the entire universe. The mighty power instantly suppressed the chaos of the tens of thousands of griffins, completely confining them. Only at this moment did Lin Feng begin to refine the flesh of the two chaotic spirit beasts. In reality, the internal universe was already refining the flesh and blood of the two chaotic spirit beasts when Lin Feng transferred them into it. These were two chaotic spirit beasts, far surpassing any peak chaotic life form. In terms of energy, chaotic spirit beasts far exceeded perfected lords. Lin Feng believed that even if 10 or even dozens of perfected lords entered Lin Feng's internal universe by chance and were refined, they would not be of much help to Lin Feng's internal universe. This was because perfected lords cultivated perfected spirits. Their strongest aspect was perfected spirits. What was a perfected spirit? It was just the trajectory of a cultivator's life, forming an eternal and indestructible point. Or rather, it was just memory. If Lin Feng's internal universe wished to expand, it would require tangible energy. Chaotic spirit beasts were different. They did not have perfected spirits. They cultivated the chaotic body, and cultivated their bodies to an extremely terrifying level. Even perfected lords or several perfected lords of the same level could not do anything to a chaotic spirit beast. This was why even though perfected Lord Empyrean and the other perfected lords were clearly not at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle, they could not do anything to the four chaotic spirit beasts. It was impossible to kill them at all. Lin Feng had formed the inescapable net array, killed the Griffin King, given rise to a perfected spirit to activate the heaven and earth seal with his perfected spirit, and even deduced the sixth form of the heaven and earth seal. With his deep martial arts foundation, he had pushed the power of martial arts to the extreme. Only then was it possible for Lin Feng to kill the other chaotic spirit beasts. As Lin Feng took the initiative to refine the flesh of the two chaotic spirit beasts, Lin Feng immediately felt the entire universe shake. Boom. Even the chaotic lotus grew wildly at once. Originally, the chaotic lotus was already huge enough, but now, it was still growing. The damage his internal universe had suffered previously was actually recovering at a visible speed. Moreover, the universe was constantly expanding at the same time. Its diameter began to increase rapidly from 410 million light-years, 420 million light-years, 430 million light-years, 450 million light-years, 480 million light-years. The speed at which the diameter of the universe increased grew faster and faster. In the end, it became simply unbelievably fast. Each increment was actually measured in 100 million light-years. From 500 million light-years, 600 million light-years, 700 million light-years, 800 million light-years, 900 million light-years. Back then, only 6 peak chaotic dire beasts were required to increase the diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe by 30 million light-years. Now, how many peak chaotic dire beasts were these two chaotic spirit beasts were equivalent to? 60, or 600. Lin Feng could no longer imagine it. The speed at which the universe in his body expanded had simply exceeded his imagination, even by an unimaginable extent. From a billion light-years onwards, it grew at an insane rate of 200 million light-years, 300 million light-years, and 500 million light-years in diameter. From 1.5 billion light-years, 2 billion light-years, 2.5 billion light-years, 3 billion light-years, 3.5 billion light-years, 4 billion light-years. The universe changed drastically and expanded wildly. The universe origin changed from being similar to raindrops to small streams. Now, it rattled and echoed throughout the entire universe. Even the chaotic lotus had grown to an unknown size. It was rooted in the depths of the universe, firmly stabilizing the turmoil caused by the violent expansion of the entire universe. The 3,000 universe demons all roared wildly at the sky and underwent metamorphosis. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 universe demons had all metamorphosed into chaotic life forms. Moreover, the chaotic lotus was also emitting traces of chaotic aura. This was chaotic aura that contained the special rules of the universe. Although both were chaotic aura, and their functions and effects were similar, the unique chaotic aura in Lin Feng's body was completely under the control of Lin Feng, the god of creation. There was chaotic aura, a large amount of chaotic aura. The 3,000 universe demons and the innate 5 elements lifeforms were all breathing the chaotic aura constantly, which increased the chaotic aura by a lot imperceptibly. This formed a positive cycle. Before the universe expanded, there were only traces of chaotic aura, and it was very rare. Now, the chaotic aura had already become a small stream, majestic and ubiquitous. However, the expansion of the universe was not just beneficial. There were also downsides, especially for those acquired lifeforms. Previously, they had defeated the innate 5 elements lifeforms, causing the remaining innate 5 elements lifeforms to go into hiding. They could be considered to have completely exited the main stage of the universe and cultivated in peace. Moreover, taking advantage of this cosmic expansion, they quickly metamorphosed into chaotic lifeforms. However, those acquired lifeforms thought that they were the rulers of the universe, that they could control everything, and that they could develop the universe. They did not even know about ancient myths and legends, let alone that there was a founding god. Unfortunately, not only did they fail to conquer the universe, when the universe was pierced by the Golden Horn King previously, it had resulted in a cosmic catastrophe, which caused those acquired lifeforms to suffer heavy losses. Immediately after, Lin Feng continued to refine 2 chaotic spirit beasts, causing his internal universe to expand unprecedentedly. This earth-shattering change caused an even more terrifying cosmic catastrophe. Almost instantly, countless planets shattered, and countless cosmic spaces shattered. Terrifying cosmic catastrophes happened one after another. The power that acquired lifeforms so took pride in was not worth mentioning in the face of these cosmic catastrophes. Hence, these acquired lifeforms were all destroyed one after another. Hundreds of billions of acquired lifeforms were all killed by the cosmic catastrophes, and 99% of the life force that originally filled the universe disappeared at once. The birth and destruction of lives were very normal in the universe. These acquired lifeforms might have left behind some spark of civilization, and lives would be born again in the future. However, at that time, it would probably be the second civilization, or the second era. Lin Feng was enlightened all of a sudden, and had an epiphany. The birth and destruction of lives in the universe were all ordinary. Be it life or death, they were all contained within the cycle of the universe, and were all a part of the universe. This composed a complete world. In fact, after those acquired lifeforms died, they would really die completely, leaving no trace in the universe. This was because none had given rise to a perfected spirit in Lin Feng's internal universe yet. Perfected spirit, I see. Lin Feng understood the mysteries of the perfected spirit further. His current internal universe was like a miniature chaos, and there was not much difference. Although it was small, it contained all the essential components. Through the birth and death of the cosmic lifeforms in his body, Lin Feng gained a deeper understanding of the essence of the perfected spirit. For a perfected lord, as long as chaos existed, their perfected spirit would not be destroyed. Their life and death were in their own hands, and not in the hands of others. This was a perfected spirit, a perfected lord. I am a perfected lord, controlling life and death. Lin Feng came to an epiphany. He felt that his perfected spirit seemed to be even more convicted and indestructible. Chapter 921, 921 10 billion light years. 921 10 billion light years. As the universe in Lin Feng's body expanded, Lin Feng felt that the cosmic power also increased exponentially. With the enhancement of the universe, the laws of the universe would naturally become stronger. Hence, as the universe expanded, Lin Feng mobilized the power of the universe and easily suppressed tens of thousands of griffins. As these griffins were not lifeforms born in Lin Feng's internal universe, they were incompatible with the universe. Even as their strength slowly increased, they would consume the power of the universe, and would not nourish the universe at all. They caused only harm to the universe and no benefits. Hence, this was also why Lin Feng had not transferred lifeforms from the outside world into the universe back then. Those lifeforms from the outside world were like parasites. Once they entered the internal universe, they would parasitize the internal universe. They would only devour and not nourish it. In the long run, the universe would naturally become weaker and weaker. This was Not conducive to the development of the universe. Refine. When Lin Feng's body expanded to a certain extent, and the carcasses of the two chaotic spirit beasts were already refined, Lin Feng began to refine the tens of thousands of suppressed griffins in the universe. There were tens of thousands of griffins, including many peak chaotic dire beasts. Once they were refined, the great amount of energy surged even more violently, which was only slightly inferior to when he refined the two chaotic spirit beasts previously. Boundless energy surged into the internal universe, and the universe origin increased by a large amount. The internal universe, which was originally close to 8 billion light-years in diameter, instantly expanded to up to 9 billion light-years under. The impact of this majestic energy. It continued expanding steadily from 9.8 billion light-years, 9.9 billion light-years, to 10 billion light-years. It was a total of 10 billion light-years in diameter. Lin Feng's internal universe shook slightly, then returned to calm. The diameter of Lin Feng's current internal universe was 100 times that of the 100 million light-years when he had just transformed into a universe, and its volume was hundreds of times larger. Although such a vast internal universe was still far inferior to the origin universe where Lin Feng was born, how many years had it been since Lin Feng transformed into a universe? It was already unimaginable that he could expand his internal universe to this extent. Previously, when Lin Feng unleashed the power of the universe with a diameter of 400 million light-years, coupled with the 7 chaotic holes, he could already contend with ordinary chaotic spirit beasts, and was comparable to ordinary perfected lords. Now that the diameter of his internal universe had increased by dozens of times, how strong would Lin Feng be if he unleashed the power of the universe again? Lin Feng could no longer imagine it. He had cultivated a perfected spirit now, and his internal universe had improved qualitatively. Even Lin Feng himself probably did not know how strong he was now. At his current level of cultivation, Lin Feng could no longer improve further. This was because he did not know how to continue cultivating. After cultivating a perfected spirit, how could he become an invincible hallowed venerable? Swoosh. Lin Feng's figure flashed. In his eyes, the space in front of him was clearly visible. Then, he threw a punch. It could shatter space, but he still could not warp space. He had to comprehend the chaotic rule. Lin Feng could see and sense the chaotic rule of space now, but he could not comprehend it. It had nothing to do with realms. It seemed to be related to the mysterious chaotic origin. Lin Feng knew very little about chaotic origin. Although he could not warp space, Lin Feng's current speed was incredible. It was almost comparable to Ao's speed, far surpassing other perfected lords. It seemed like after Lin Feng cultivated a perfected spirit, he was naturally more compatible with the various chaotic rules, or rather, more familiar with them. Although he could not comprehend them, Lin Feng could still borrow some of their power. At this moment, Perfected Lord Empyrean, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder were each leading many cultivators to deal with a species of chaotic dire beasts. As there were no more chaotic spirit beasts, it was too easy for Perfected Lords to deal with these chaotic dire beasts. Using a perfected spirit to activate a chaotic spell would increase the power of any chaotic spell by several times. If one's comprehension was slightly deeper, it could even increase the power by more than 10 times. With a chaotic spell, no matter how strong a chaotic dire beast was, it would not be able to withstand it. A perfected lord had almost an overwhelming advantage over chaotic dire beasts. Hence, it did not take long for the battle to basically end. Most of the chaotic dire beasts were killed or captured alive. Only a small portion of the chaotic dire beasts were lucky enough to escape. However, from today onwards, basically all the three-eyed giants, bone crocodiles, griffins, and golden-horned beasts would be annihilated. This was the first comprehensive victory since Empyrean City was established. In the past, even when they had won, those were only minor victories. They were not of much effect in the grand scheme. But now, Empyrean City had completely eliminated the threat of the surrounding chaotic dire beasts. In fact, if Empyrean City continued to develop in such an environment, it would quickly become one of the safest and most prosperous main cities in the entire Hallowed Beast continent. All this was thanks to Lin Feng. Swoosh. 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 Perfected Lord Empyrean, Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder all returned to Empyrean City. Perfected Lords, do you need any help? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, even the chaotic spirit beasts been dealt with by Perfected Lord Lin. Why would we need Perfected Lord Lin's help for mere chaotic dire beasts? Now that the outcome is set, we just need to eliminate them to our heart's content. Perfected Lord Empyrean appeared very happy. Congratulations on cultivating a perfected spirit, Perfected Lord Lin. From now on, you have broken free of your confines. As long as the chaos stands, a perfected lord will not die. Congratulations, Perfected Lord Lin. Your perfected spirit will live on forever. This is a joyous occasion. With the great victory of our Empyrean City this time, we are prepared to hold a feast of perfected spirit to celebrate Perfected Lord Lin's attainment of a perfected spirit. We will invite many fellow cultivators to celebrate together. Indeed, developing a perfected spirit and becoming a perfected lord was a joyous occasion. It could be considered a grand event, even in the entire hallowed beast continent. Moreover, Lin Feng was not an ordinary perfected lord. He was a powerful perfected lord who could annihilate chaotic spirit beasts. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. We'll just celebrate in Empyrean City. Moreover, I'm not the only one who contributed to this great victory. I'll have to trouble the 3 perfected lords to distribute the various gains. Of course, many chaotic perfected persons in Empyrean City contributed this time to achieve a complete victory. Naturally, everyone has a share. Moreover, there are indeed huge gains. Leave these matters to Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit and me. We will definitely make proper arrangements," Perfected Lord Empyrean said with certainty. All right, it would naturally be best if the 2 perfected lords can manage it. Lin Feng and the Perfected Lord Sword Wielder both agreed. These were all trivial matters, and neither of them enjoyed them. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, I've just developed a perfected spirit. There are still many cultivation matters I need to consult you about. Lin Feng could not wait to consult Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, because Perfected Lord Sword Wielder was the only one who had free time at the moment. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder nodded and said, "All right, let's go to my manor. I'm also very curious about Perfected Lord Lin's perfected spirit martial arts. Let's exchange knowledge with each other." Hence, the 2 of them bade farewell to Perfected Lord Empyrean and Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit and headed to Perfected Lord Sword Wielder's manor together. Chapter 922, 922 Infinite Power, Divine Ability. 922 Infinite Power, Divine Ability. Perfected Lord Lin, this way please. In the manor of Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, Lin Feng and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder were the only ones in the huge pavilion. There were not even any maidservants. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder was an ascetic cultivator to begin with. Why would he care about superficial enjoyments? Throughout his cultivation, he had only had an old servant by his side, who had followed him for tens of thousands of years. Lin Feng sat opposite Perfected Lord Sword Wielder. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "May I learn what you know about the perfected spirit realm, Perfected Lord Sword Wielder?" The trajectory of those with perfected spirits is unique. There are no 2 perfected spirits with identical experiences in the entire chaos. This is because it is impossible for 2 people with identical experiences to exist in the entire chaos, Perfected Lord Sword Wielder said. Indifferently. He naturally had a deep understanding of perfected spirits. Dedicated to cultivating ascetically, he could ignore everything else, but cultivation was what he valued the most. Lin Feng nodded. His understanding was the same as Perfected Lord Sword Wielder's. A perfected spirit might not have powerful strength, but it was the most unique thing of a cultivator. It was the most unique imprint. How does one cultivate a perfected spirit? Resolve your heart and constantly consolidate your growth experience. The more determined your heart is, the stronger your perfected spirit will be. The stronger the perfected spirit, the harder it is to destroy it. Even some secret techniques that can injure a perfected spirit cannot do anything to a truly powerful perfected spirit. Lin Feng understood now. No wonder when he had just developed a perfected spirit, the whole trajectory of his life had been compressed into a point. That point was a perfected spirit, which contained all of Lin Feng's experiences and memories in cultivating until now. Later, Lin Feng became even more resolved, and his perfected spirit appeared to become even more compressed and powerful. Chaotic martial arts, chaotic spells, and even some chaotic spirit treasures were useless for destroying a perfected spirit. Only secret techniques and some extremely special chaotic spirit treasures that could affect the perfected spirit of cultivators might be able to kill perfected spirits. If one wanted to destroy a perfected spirit, they had to make the cultivator deny and question themselves first. If they could make a cultivator deny and question themselves, the perfected spirit of a cultivator would naturally dissipate without even enduring any blow. Of course, how strong was the will of a perfected lord who could cultivate a perfected spirit? It was almost impossible to make them deny and question themselves. Hence, this was only a theoretical method. How can perfected lords improve their strength? Lin Feng's second question was actually different from the first question. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder had already answered Lin Feng's first question. One could only rely on oneself for the cultivation of their perfected spirit. There were no so-called cultivation techniques or secret techniques. Only one's own will and heart could strengthen the perfected spirit. However, improving one's strength was different. Perfected lords were also divided into different levels. There were also differences in their strength. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder glanced at Lin Feng, and his tone was still aloof. Perfected lords need martial arts, spells, and chaotic spirit treasures to increase their strength. However, the most important thing is actually the rules, the chaotic rules. Chaotic rules. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had a vague guess previously. Now, perfected Lord Sword Wielder's words seemed to confirm his guess further. That's right, chaotic rules. The development of a perfected spirit in a cultivator is the purest and most intrinsic. With the power of the chaotic rule, a perfected spirit can unleash unimaginable power, and even sweep through the entire chaos to create a chaotic calamity. Therefore, according to their comprehension of the chaotic rules, perfected lords can be divided into 3 levels. The first level is the perfected lord. Normally, those called perfected lords are signified by the development of a perfected spirit. At the basic level, they are still using some chaotic martial arts, chaotic spells, or borrowing a little power of the chaotic rules, but their power is actually not strong. The second level is the perfected deity. Some myths in the chaos have been passed down for a long time. Divine spirits can control storms, mountains, lightning, and so on. This is not a rumor, because the second level of a perfected lord is a perfected deity. At this level, they can already use all kinds of chaotic rules to manifest miraculous power. The power of all kinds of chaotic rules can be used almost at will. Wherever chaotic rules are, a perfected deity is almost invincible. A perfected deity roams the chaos, dominates it, and is unbeatable, like a true deity. Hence, they are called perfected deities. The third level is the hallowed spirit. This level is profound. They still control the rules, and seem to be able to touch some special chaotic rules. They are invincible entities below the hallowed venerables realm, are even comparable to chaotic hallowed beasts, and truly stand at the peak of chaos. These are the 3 levels of the perfected spirit realm. If one can enter the second level, their strength will soar, and they shall become unparalleled. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder explained everything he knew about perfected lords in detail. He even explained the cultivation realm of the perfected spirit realm in detail without concealing anything. Such openness gave Lin Feng quite a good impression of perfected Lord Sword Wielder. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, how many perfected deities are there in the hallowed beast continent? Lin Feng could not help but ask. How many perfected deities? Perfected Lord Sword Wielder shook his head. There are no perfected deities on the hallowed beast continent. What? There are no perfected deities. Lin Feng could not quite believe it. The hallowed beast continent was enormous, and tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times larger than the Incendium continent. Yet there was not a single perfected deity with a second-level perfected spirit. How could this be possible? A perfected deity can utilize all kinds of chaotic rules, and possesses great divine abilities. Only the abilities manifested by a perfected deity using chaotic rules can be called divine abilities. With a single divine ability, even the entire chaotic continent will be reduced to ashes. That is a perfected deity. There are no perfected deities on the hallowed beast continent. Otherwise, how can the chaotic dire beasts wreak such havoc? Perfected Lord Sword Wielder's words stunned Lin Feng. A single divine ability could destroy the entire chaotic continent. How terrifying was this method? No wonder it was called a divine ability. It was indeed infinitely powerful. Martial arts, spells, and divine abilities were practically all the methods grasped by chaotic life forms as their essence of life. Metamorphosed. Even after cultivating to the level of a perfected lord and developing a perfected spirit, ordinary perfected lords could only use martial arts or spells to fight. Be it chaotic martial arts or perfected spirit martial arts, they were only martial arts. For example, although the 6 forms of Lin Feng's heaven and earth seal were infinitely powerful and could kill chaotic spirit beasts in an instant, that was also their limit. They had almost reached the limit of martial arts, and were also consummate. It was impossible for Lin Feng to ever deduce the 7th form. This was because what lay above martial arts was no longer martial arts, but divine powers. Those with infinite power could possess divine abilities. Lin Feng had never seen a divine ability before, but with perfected Lord Sword Wielder's solemn expression and various descriptions, Lin Feng also knew how terrifying a divine ability was. With a single divine ability, even the hallowed beast continent might be annihilated. Even if the power of his 6 forms of heaven and earth seal increased by another 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, even if it could move mountains and overturn seas, how could it destroy the entire hallowed beast continent? It was impossible. Even with the 6 forms of the heaven and earth seal, and the power of the entire universe, Lin Feng was far from capable of destroying the hallowed beast continent. Divine abilities. Only the legendary divine abilities could do it. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder's words practically opened a new door for Lin Feng to cultivate. Chapter 923, 923 Different Paths 923 Different Paths. Thank you for clearing my doubts, Perfected Lord Sword Wielder. Lin Feng bowed to Perfected Lord Sword Wielder, but Perfected Lord Sword Wielder did not accept it. Instead, he said indifferently, "There's no need to thank me. I'm grateful to you on behalf of countless cultivators in Empyrean City. I've lived in Empyrean City since I was young. Of all the perfected lords, I am the youngest, but I grew step by step in the Empyrean City. My parents, family, and teacher all died to chaotic dire beasts. You killed 4 chaotic spirit beasts and destroyed the 4 chaotic dire beast races. I should be the one thanking you." Perfected Lord Sword Wielder was rather frank. He was an ascetic cultivator, and could not be more candid. However, there's one thing I hope Perfected Lord Lin will agree to. What is it? I'd like to see your perfected spirit martial arts. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder was eager to give it a try, and a trace of battle intent appeared in his eyes. Even though Lin Feng had displayed his prowess after developing a perfected spirit, and even killed 4 chaotic spirit beasts, Perfected Lord Sword Wielder was still unafraid and eager to spar. This was a true ascetic cultivator. Lin Feng could see the purity in the eyes of the Perfected Lord Sword Wielder. He was the kind of pure cultivator who would try his best to fight powerful opponents. "All right, I respectfully accept your request. I'll spar with you, Perfected Lord." Lin Feng did not refuse Perfected Lord Sword Wielder. After all, Perfected Lord Sword Wielder had helped him so much. Naturally, he had to satisfy Perfected Lord Sword Wielder's request. Moreover, it was just a spar. "This way, please." Lin Feng and Perfected Lord Sword Wielder went to the manor, which was protected by an array. This kind of array was an immobile array. It was completely different from the inescapable net array. It relied on the power of heaven and earth, and chaotic energy. Strictly speaking, the inescapable net array or the minor dipper demon subduing array were actually battle arrays. Battle arrays were very different. There was no lack of arrays on the hallowed beast continent, but there was not a single battle array. Lin Feng had brought them the minor dipper demon subduing array and the inescapable net array. The two of them stood in the void, perfected Lord Sword wielding a long sword in his hand, looking incomparably focused. Perfected Lord Lin, I can't hold back in battle, so please pay attention. Please use your full strength. If I die, so be it. Perfected Lord Sword wielder's attitude was firm. This did not seem to be a spar, but a life-or-death battle. Lin Feng was also rather helpless. This was what ascetic cultivators were like. They believed that cultivation was everything. In fact, cultivation was even more important than their lives. If they could attain enlightenment, even dying in the next moment would be worth it. Such was how these ascetic cultivators were like. I definitely won't disappoint you, Perfected Lord. Lin Feng's expression was also solemn. Perfected Lord Sword wielder could do whatever it took, but Lin Feng did not need to. He could even control the battle, because he was much stronger than Perfected Lord Sword wielder. Swish. Perfected Lord Sword wielder attacked. He even attacked instantly without any warning. The biting cold sword aura tore through the sky and instantly locked onto Lin Feng, making even Lin Feng feel a faint sense of danger. This was the first time Lin Feng had fought a perfected lord. Hence, he also wanted to see the abilities of another perfected lord. This was the path of perfected Lord Sword wielder, the way of the sword. Actually, the way of the sword did not belong to any chaotic rules. If one had to insist on it, perhaps some kind of chaotic rules had the same effect as the way of the sword. However, perfected Lord Sword wielder had attained a perfected spirit through the way of the sword. His perfected spirit was born for the sword, and had accompanied the sword for his entire life. In fact, up until now, perfected Lord Sword wielder could entirely choose to comprehend all kinds of other chaotic rules and develop divine powers. This was the normal path of cultivation for the perfected spirit realm. However, perfected Lord Sword wielder did not. He still adhered to the principle of breaking all techniques with a single strike of the sword. This strike was already very terrifying, but it was far from reaching the limit. It was just like Lin Feng's 6 forms of heaven and earth seal, which would not have reached its limit by the 5th form. However, no matter how strong it was, one could already see the limit. No matter how strong the way of the sword was, it was nothing compared to divine abilities. It might not even be stronger than the 6th form of Lin Feng's heaven and earth seal. Heaven turning seal. Lin Feng struck out with his palm. He had indeed used all his strength in this palm strike. When unleashing the heaven-turning seal with his perfected spirit, it was as if the world was really turned upside down, as if a huge bowl was pressed down. That sharp and powerful sword appeared so weak and insignificant before the heaven-turning seal. Thud. Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal slammed down hard. The sword aura that seemed to be able to slice through the sky previously actually shattered inch by inch, and was directly crushed by Lin Feng's heaven-turning seal. Perfected Lord Sword wielder's entire body shook. At the last moment, Lin Feng retracted the power of the heaven-turning seal. The terrifying power in the void dissipated, as if it had never existed. I've lost. Perfected Lord Sword wielder did not say anything else. He only said the words indifferently, and even his tone was very calm. He was not despondent, discouraged, or even surprised. It was this calm tone that made Lin Feng frown. He could not help but ask, Perfected Lord Sword wielder, have you not seen the limit of the way of the sword? Then why do you still insist on cultivating the way of the sword? That's a part of my life. Or rather, it's a part of my perfected spirit. My perfected spirit has already integrated into the way of the sword, and is indistinguishable from the way of the sword. Without the way of the sword, perhaps I would no longer be myself. Lin Feng understood now. He understood completely. This was a sincere heart of a cultivator, who was incomparably sincere in the way of the sword. The perfected spirit of perfected Lord Sword Wielder had long been integrated into the way of the sword, and was indistinguishable from the way of the sword. Without the way of the sword, perfected Lord Sword Wielder would no longer be perfected Lord Sword Wielder. Then, his perfected spirit would dissipate. Lin Feng had never even heard of such a sincere cultivator, let alone met one. Your attainments in martial arts are very, very profound. That was just your first form, right? That's right, it's the first form, called the Heaven-Turning Seal. Lin Feng explained the 6 forms of the Heaven and Earth Seal one by one. Every form of the first 5 forms could be considered a perfected spirit martial art if activated with a perfected spirit. Every form, if separated, was a perfected spirit martial art. Combining the 5 forms would give rise to the 6th form, terminus. This was the limit of martial arts. Be it chaotic martial arts or perfected spirit martial arts, these were all the limit. It was no longer possible to deduce the 7th form. It's a pity that my martial arts have already reached the limit. There's no path ahead. If there's no path, I'll work hard to forge my own path. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder's expression was resolute. Such was the conviction in his heart. This was a path he had to take, even if there was no path. This was also his principle. However, Lin Feng smiled and said, "This is your principle, not mine. If there's no path ahead, and there's even a dead end, I won't continue. I'll turn back and see if there are any other paths. There are so many paths in this world. Since there are other paths, why take a dead end?" Lin Feng's path was to reach the top. He did not just want to become a perfected spirit, but also an indestructible hallowed venerable. If there was clearly a path, Lin Feng would not take a dead end. Perfected Lord Sword Wielder did not say anything else. He had his own path, and Lin Feng had his own path. There was no right or wrong. All that was left was to persevere in his own path, and keep going. Chapter 924, 924 Visitor. 924 Visitor. Lin Feng sparred with perfected Lord Sword Wielder for a while, then bade farewell and left. He had already learned what he wanted from perfected Lord Sword Wielder. Lin Feng had never been clearer about the perfected spirit realm. In fact, in this realm, there were no cultivation techniques. If there was one, it would be some specific chaotic rule. There might be some minor techniques for comprehension. However, that was far from enough for one to cultivate to the level of a perfected deity. This was because perfected deities were knowledgeable in all aspects. They could use all kinds of chaotic rules to unleash terrifying power, and could even form divine abilities after studying them. There were indeed cultivation techniques for divine abilities, but they were too rare. Every divine ability was the special ability of a perfected deity, and they were all secret techniques that were not imparted. This was because even a perfected deity had limited divine abilities. The divine abilities they studied were almost suitable for their actual situation. Even if they were imparted to others to cultivate, they might not be suitable. At the perfected spirit realm, one would have to rely on himself for everything. Swoosh. A very ordinary-looking stone appeared in Lin Feng's hand. However, if a knowledgeable perfected lord were here, they would definitely be very shocked. This was because this was the chaotic origin stone, a supreme treasure in the entire chaos. No treasure could compare to the chaotic origin stone. After all, this was practically the only pass to become a hallowed venerable. However, in the past, Lin Feng did not know why this was the only pass. He only knew that with the chaotic origin stone, he could comprehend the chaotic rules faster and better. In the chaotic origin stone, all kinds of chaotic rules could be manifested. However, whether one could comprehend it would depend on the cultivator himself. Lin Feng immersed his consciousness in the chaotic origin stone. It was still hazy, as if he could not see anything clearly. There were faint chaotic rules inside the chaotic origin stone, but Lin Feng's consciousness could not sense them. This was because chaotic rules could only be sensed and comprehended by perfected spirits. Lin Feng mobilized his perfected spirit to sense the chaotic origin stone directly. Boom. When Lin Feng used his perfected spirit to sense the chaotic origin stone, the scene in the chaotic origin stone changed entirely. Originally, his consciousness felt hazy, but under the detection of his perfected spirit, the chaotic origin stone was filled with intertwining chaotic rules, like dense spiderwebs. Just looking at it was dazzling. Rules. They're all chaotic rules. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. These dense chaotic rules were clearly manifested in front of him. This was an advantage, a huge advantage. Even though the chaotic origin stone could not help Lin Feng comprehend rules by force, it could manifest rules, allowing Lin Feng to comprehend them at all times. Of course, whether a cultivator could comprehend it ultimately depended on themselves. However, Lin Feng felt that his talent was not bad, and his comprehension ability was not bad. With daily contemplation, he would eventually be able to comprehend some chaotic rules. Perhaps it would take slightly longer to comprehend more chaotic rules and study divine abilities. It was only a matter of time before he became a perfected deity. This period of time might be a few years, dozens, hundreds of years, or even hundreds or thousands of years. Even tens of thousands of years was actually possible. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He had already attained a perfected spirit, and was undying and indestructible. As long as the chaos still stood, the perfected spirit would not be destroyed. Moreover, the greater his experience and the stronger his conviction, the stronger his perfected spirit would be. Even some strange secret techniques probably would not be able to injure his perfected spirit. Hence, he had a lot of time and was not in a hurry. As long as there was hope, that would be for the best. However, the true use of the chaotic origin stone was not to allow people to comprehend the chaotic rules and help cultivators become chaotic perfected deities. This chaotic origin stone was a supreme treasure that countless perfected lords and perfected deities would go insane over. The reason was very simple. This was because only the chaotic origin stone could allow one to become a great and supreme hallowed, venerable, invincible through countless calamities, a true supreme entity that was undying and indestructible. But until now, Lin Feng had not found anything special. Perhaps the time has yet to come, Lin Feng muttered softly. One had to walk a path one step at a time, and this applied to cultivation as well. Although he had obtained the chaotic origin stone, it was almost useless below the perfected spirit realm. Only by cultivating a perfected spirit could the chaotic origin stone be considered helpful. As for becoming a hallowed venerable, even with the chaotic origin stone, things would probably not go so smoothly. I should comprehend the chaotic rule of fire first. Lin Feng had already condensed the heart of fire. Hence, he was rather familiar with the chaotic rule of fire. After he gave birth to a perfected spirit, the first time he comprehended the chaotic rule, he used the chaotic rule of fire as a breakthrough point. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Empyrean City was in jubilation. Those ordinary cultivators and those who were not well informed previously all knew about the huge change in Empyrean City now. That news that was like a hurricane had long swept through the entire Empyrean City. The 4 chaotic dire beast races around Empyrean City were all annihilated. Even the 4 chaotic spirit beasts were all killed. This news spread throughout the entire Empyrean City like an earth-shattering shockwave, but no one quite dared to believe it. Chaotic spirit beasts were the same as perfected lords. Even when 4 perfected lords had once surrounded and attacked a chaotic spirit beast, although they had the upper hand, they could not do anything to the chaotic spirit beast. It was enough to show how difficult it was to kill 1 chaotic spirit beast, let alone kill 4 directly. However, this news was absolutely true, because when the 3 perfected lords led many chaotic perfected persons to eliminate those chaotic dire beasts, they did not see any sign of any chaotic spirit beasts. Moreover, as time passed, there were some things that could not be concealed even if one wanted to. Besides, there was no need to conceal such news at all. Empyrean City even needed such news. There was only one person who killed the 4 chaotic spirit beasts. It was perfected Lord Lin Feng, who had become famous recently. Relying entirely on his own strength, Lin Feng killed the 4 chaotic spirit beasts single-handedly, and became the undisputed number 1 perfected lord in Empyrean City. His reputation soared. In fact, Lin Feng's reputation had already spread to the surrounding cities. In time, it was not impossible for it to spread throughout the entire hallowed beast continent. A perfected lord who could kill chaotic spirit beasts was definitely a top entity on the hallowed beast continent. The people of Empyrean City were very grateful to Lin Feng, because from now on, Empyrean City was completely safe. Even the exterior of Empyrean City was safe. Some ordinary people might never have left Empyrean City their whole lives. But at this moment, they could leave Empyrean City. The gates of Empyrean City opened, and many old men with white hair and beards could be seen. Their cultivation levels were low, and they did not have much attainment in their entire lives. Although nourished by chaotic aura, they could live for a few centuries without issues. Hundreds of years later, they would eventually die. From their birth until now, they had never seen what it was like outside the city. Now, they all walked out of Empyrean City one by one and stepped onto the land outside the city. I can finally come out and take a look. Is this what the outside of the city looks like? What a vast world. In the past, I had always imagined the vastness outside the city, but I never had the chance to see it. But now, I can step onto the ground outside the city before I die. I can die without regrets. Thank you, perfected Lord Lin, for giving me a chance to step out of Empyrean City. These ordinary people were also the most common majority on the hallowed beast continent. Many people cried tears of joy. They had never been outside the city in their lives. That feeling was so boring and oppressive. But now, everything had become so easy. Empyrean City had suddenly become one of the safest cities in the entire hallowed beast continent. Empyrean City is ahead, right? In the sky, 3 figures transformed into streams of light and sped forward. That's right. Empyrean City is ahead. I'm really envious of perfected Lord Empyrean. They got a powerful perfected lord who can sweep through chaotic spirit beasts. Empyrean City will be very safe from now on. The auras emitted by these 3 figures were all the auras of perfected lords. I wonder if perfected Lord Lin will agree to come. If we can't get him to agree, our Mystic Stone City will be in danger. Let's try our best. Man proposes, and God disposes. The best is all we can do. Perfected person Mystic Stone even asked us to bring this precious treasure. If we still can't invite perfected Lord Lin, it'll be the end of our Mystic Stone City. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 perfected lords fell silent. They transformed into a stream of light and flew towards Empyrean City in the distance. Chapter 925, 925 The Perfected Lords Call for Help. 925 The Perfected Lords Call for Help. Perfected Lord Lin. Outside Lu Ba's residence, Perfected Lord Empyrean and Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit paid a visit together. Perfected Lords, have you finished dealing with the trivial matters? Lin Feng knew that Perfected Lord Empyrean and Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit had been very busy recently. Empyrean City needed to be expanded, but Perfected Lord Empyrean still needed to oversee where to expand to. As for Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, he was even busier. His Extreme Spirit Tower was the largest chamber of commerce in Empyrean City. Recently, chaotic perfected persons had gone everywhere to capture chaotic dire beasts. Be they alive or dead, they were sold to the major chambers of commerce. The business of the Extreme Spirit Tower was the best, so it was naturally very busy. Haha, it's just some trivial matters. We're here today to give Perfected Lord Lin a detailed explanation. We obtained a complete victory this time and destroyed the 4 chaotic dire beast races. We obtained a lot of benefits regarding Perfected Lord Lin's share. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng shook his head and said, I'll compensate those chaotic perfected persons who died in battle. Especially those peak chaotic perfected persons who formed the inescapable net array. I failed to protect them. If they have family or friends, I can give them some compensation. I'll have to trouble Perfected Lord Empyrean for these matters. Lin Feng did not care about this minor gain. He had actually already obtained the greatest gain. The 2 chaotic spirit beasts and the Entire Griffin race had all been refined by Lin Feng into his internal universe. If it were exchanged for chaotic prime crystals, how much would it be worth? Perfected Lord Empyrean looked at Lin Feng and could only give up. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit, are you here for something? Haha, of course there's something. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit's face was flushed as he smiled happily. Even if you deny what Perfected Lord Empyrean gives you, you must take what I gave you. This is what you deserve. Moreover, I have to thank Perfected Lord Lin. Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit then took out 80 high-grade chaotic prime crystals. These were high-grade chaotic prime crystals. Even if Perfected Lord Empyrean had killed the 3 chaotic dire beast races this time and obtained countless things, Lin Feng's share would only be worth 1 or 2 high-grade chaotic prime crystals if exchanged. Of course, this was because of the 4 chaotic spirit beasts. 2 of the chaotic spirit beasts had been reduced to ashes by Lin Feng, leaving not even their bodies behind. The other 2 had been refined. Otherwise, just the 4 chaotic spirit beasts would be worth hundreds of high-grade chaotic prime crystals. What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng was a little confused. Haha, Perfected Lord Lin, have you forgotten? The minor dipper demon subduing array you gave me last time was sold on behalf of the Extreme Spirit Tower. This is the profit from the sale. Lin Feng looked at the 80 high-grade chaotic prime crystals in front of him. He remembered that the Extreme Spirit Tower sold the minor dipper demon subduing array on his behalf. Only a short period of time had passed, but there were already a total of 80 high-grade chaotic prime crystals in profits now. According to our previous agreement, 100 sets have already been sold at the price of 1 high-grade chaotic prime crystal in such a short period of time. Lin Feng was a little surprised. It was not too little, but too much. It was set at such high price, and only such a short period of time had passed. That was 1 high-grade chaotic prime crystal. Not everyone could possess a high-grade chaotic prime crystal, and furthermore, decide to purchase it without hesitation. Haha, to be precise, 108 sets were sold, but there are still 8 high-grade chaotic prime crystals on my end. I'll settle the account for 100 high-grade chaotic prime crystals first. According to Perfected Lord Lin's agreement, you can obtain 80 high-grade chaotic prime crystals. It was obvious that Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit was in an excellent mood. How could he not be happy that he had earned 20 chaotic prime crystals in such a short period of time? This was obtained for free, and at no cost at all. In terms of cost, it was just a channel for the Extreme Spirit Tower. Moreover, this was only the beginning. When the power of the minor dipper demon subduing array began to spread, more and more people would definitely use it. They did not conceal this matter from Perfected Lord Empyrean, because Perfected Lord Empyrean was the master of the Empyrean city, and definitely knew. Perfected Lord Empyrean also said with a smile, I'm really envious of you. I might not be able to obtain so many high-grade chaotic prime crystals even after killing chaotic dire beasts for so many years. However, Perfected Lord Empyrean also knew that Lin Feng had earned so many chaotic prime crystals only thanks to the chaotic arrays he had brought. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such profits just by killing chaotic dire beasts. That was, unless he could kill chaotic spirit beasts like Lin Feng. However, how many top-notch perfected lords in the entire hallowed beast continent could kill chaotic spirit beasts? The current Lin Feng could already be considered a top-notch perfected lord. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Feng also accepted the 80 high-grade chaotic prime crystals. These were high-grade chaotic prime crystals. He had to value them. If they were medium-grade or low-grade chaotic prime crystals, Lin Feng would not pay much attention to them, but high-grade chaotic prime crystals were very good even for cultivation alone. This was especially the case since Lin Feng had just developed a perfected spirit. The 7 chaotic holes cultivated in the primeval true scripture in his body had already disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, energy was constantly improving Lin Feng's chaotic body at every moment. It felt a little like a chaotic spirit beast, but it was definitely far inferior to the body of a chaotic spirit beast. With these chaotic prime crystals, Lin Feng could also make his chaotic body stronger. By the way, actually, we came here today for another matter. Perfected Lord Empyrean hesitated for a moment before speaking in the end. What is it? Perfected Lord Empyrean, feel free to tell me. It's like this. I have a good friend. He's the city lord of Mystic Stone City, and also a chaotic perfected lord. However, recently, Mystic Stone City has encountered some trouble. Chaotic dire beasts are attacking the city, so I specially came to ask Perfected Lord Lin for help. They sent 3 perfected lords, who are outside the door right now. Perfected Lord Empyrean's expression was solemn. It seemed like he was indeed good friends with Perfected Lord Mystic Stone. Otherwise, he definitely would not have come to plead with Lin Feng personally. Chaotic dire beasts are attacking the city. Lin Feng was very surprised instead. The chaotic dire beasts actually dared to attack a city presided over by perfected lords. Things were probably not that simple. Please invite the 3 perfected lords in for a chat. Lin Feng did not agree to it immediately, nor did he refuse. No matter what, he had to respect perfected Lord Empyrean. At the very least, he had to get the 3 perfected lords of Mystic Stone City to tell him the exact situation. Haha, that's just right. Perfected Lord Empyrean immediately stood up and went to the door to invite the 3 perfected lords in. Not long after, 3 cultivators arrived in front of Lin Feng under the lead of Perfected Lord Empyrean. Lin Feng took a closer look. They were indeed all perfected lords, and there were 3 of them. It seemed like this Mystic Stone City was not weak. They could send 3 perfected lords. However, if the strength of Mystic Stone City was not weak, yet they still came to seek help, it was enough to show that this matter was not that simple. Perfected lords, please take a seat. Greetings, Perfected Lord Lin. The 3 perfected lords did not dare to be arrogant at all. Lin Feng was now famous. He was a top-notch perfected lord who could kill 4 chaotic spirit beasts alone. Even in the entire hallowed beast continent, he was a peak entity. Perfected lords, why have you taken the trouble to visit me? Lin Feng asked directly. The 3 perfected lords looked at each other, then bowed deeply and said in a solemn tone, Perfected Lord Lin, please save the 3 million cultivators in Mystic Stone City. The 3 perfected lords actually bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Even Perfected Lord Empyrean's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng was also a little moved. He had seen many perfected lords before, but those perfected lords were all very arrogant and had a high and mighty attitude. Even if they killed chaotic dire beasts, it was for their own benefit. Only these 3 perfected lords bowed respectfully as soon as they arrived. If it was just to save the Mystic Stone City, Lin Feng would really be impressed. Perfected lords, you're too polite. Please go ahead and tell me what the matter is. Lin Feng asked the 3 perfected lords to sit down and talk about the situation in Mystic Stone City in detail. Chapter 926, 926 Incomplete Divine Ability Technique. 926 Incomplete Divine Ability Technique. Among the 3 perfected lords, Perfected Lord Wind was the leader. Perfected Lord Wind was also the co-founder of the Mystic Stone City, and his status was almost equivalent to Perfected Lord Mystic Stone. He had already shown great sincerity by personally inviting Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's question, Perfected Lord Wind did not conceal anything. Clearly, he was already prepared. Perfected Lord Lin, this matter started a year ago. A year ago, our Mystic Stone City was as it had always been. With a few perfected lords presiding over it, we could even hold a slight advantage over those chaotic dire beasts. Many chaotic perfected persons were willing to leave the city to kill chaotic dire beasts. However, one day, we suddenly stopped receiving news from all the chaotic perfected persons who left the city, be they peak chaotic perfected persons or ordinary chaotic perfected persons. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. When the matter was reported to the few of us perfected lords, we all felt that it was very peculiar, because usually, such a strange thing had never happened. Hence, a perfected lord went out of the city to investigate. Unfortunately, he never returned. Lin Feng frowned and asked, even a perfected lord failed to return. Had he fallen? That's right. We were also extremely shocked when we learned of this news. The death of a perfected lord is a huge matter. In the long time since the establishment of Mystic Stone City, no perfected lord had ever fallen. After all, although perfected lords can't kill chaotic spirit beasts in a battle with chaotic spirit beasts, they still have some advantages. Forget about one chaotic spirit beast, it won't be so easy for even a few chaotic spirit beasts to surround and kill a perfected lord. A perfected lord can definitely escape. However, this time, that perfected lord was unable to return. We sensed the severity of the matter, so we had all the perfected lords in Mystic Stone City to investigate the matter under perfected Lord Mystic Stone's lead. After this investigation, we finally understood the reason. It turned out that outside Mystic Stone City, 5 chaotic spirit beasts had actually joined forces, and they were following the orders of an unfamiliar chaotic spirit beast. That unfamiliar chaotic spirit beast could even kill a perfected lord. If we had not escaped quickly, we would probably have fallen as well. There's another important reason why the chaotic dire beasts can't destroy the cities of cultivators like us, apart from the defensive arrays in our cities. Those chaotic dire beasts are not united and wouldn't join forces. Even the chaotic dire beasts have many conflicts with each other. Usually, they can be considered at peace if they aren't fighting each other. But now, under the lead of that mysterious chaotic spirit beast, all the surrounding chaotic dire beasts have joined forces. Immediately, the situation reversed, and our Mystic Stone City was plunged into imminent danger. In particular, with the existence of that chaotic spirit beast, even perfected lords like us are in imminent danger. Hence, due to the urgency of the situation, we asked our surrounding companions for help. Some of our companions rushed over, and we even gathered 8 perfected lords. However, we still suffered a crushing defeat in the battle with those chaotic spirit beasts, and could only escape back to Mystic Stone City. Even Mystic Stone City won't be able to hold out for long. Hearing this, everyone could sense the urgency in perfected Lord Win's tone. Later, we heard about perfected Lord Lin's prowess. That's why the city lord asked us to bring the precious treasure and come to invite perfected Lord Lin. He hopes that perfected Lord could make a trip to the Mystic Stone City to save it. With that, perfected Lord Win stood up again and bowed deeply to Lin Feng, offering him the treasure. The so-called treasure was actually an exquisite box. Perfected Lord Wind opened the box, and there was actually a dilapidated book inside. This is... Lin Feng was a little confused. This is a divine ability technique. Perfected Lord Wind said solemnly. What? A divine ability technique? With a whoosh, perfected Lord Extreme Spirit and perfected Lord Empyrean both stood up abruptly and stared intently at the dilapidated ancient book in the box. Divine ability. Divine abilities were methods that only perfected deities could possess. The ultimate treasure that countless perfected lords dreamed of was a supreme cultivation technique. Although there were no fixed cultivation techniques in the perfected spirit realm, nor were there any cultivation techniques that allowed one to reach the perfected deity realm, there was no doubt that by studying divine abilities, even if one could only obtain a little of them, they would still be able to gain a glimpse of the mysteries of a perfected deity. Even if there was only a trace of hope, it was still a great hope. If one could use the divine ability technique as the foundation to slowly study, and finally comprehend the divine ability, it would be even more incredible. This was because once one comprehended a divine ability, they would become a perfected deity. There's a divine ability technique on the hallowed beast continent. Lin Feng was not that excited, however. Instead, he was very confused. According to the information he had heard from perfected Lord Sword Wielder, in addition to some information he had inquired about later, he had learned about the situation on the hallowed beast continent. There was not a single chaotic perfected deity, and they had never even been born. How could there be any divine ability techniques? That's right. No perfected deity has ever been born in the hallowed beast continent. How can there be divine ability techniques? Perfected Lord Empyrean and perfected Lord Extreme Spirit also came to a realization. Indeed, without a perfected deity, where would the divine ability technique come from? Their gazes were all fixed on perfected Lord Wind. Perfected Lord Wind could only smile weakly and say, "This is only an incomplete fragment of a divine ability technique, and is only of some reference value. How rare is a true divine ability technique? However, even an incomplete fragment of a divine ability technique is very precious in the hallowed beast continent. Perfected Lord Mystic Stone obtained it by chance when he was traveling in the depths of the chaos in the past. Unfortunately, even after Perfected Lord Mystic Stone has comprehended it for tens of thousands of years, he still could not comprehend a supreme divine ability. Perfected Lord Wind's detailed explanation made both Perfected Lord Empyrean and Perfected Lord Extreme Spirit nod. If it's just an incomplete divine ability technique, it's not impossible. There are many Perfected Lords on our hallowed beast continent, and many who have traveled the depths of the chaos. Some Perfected Lords also have the opportunity to obtain some incomplete divine ability techniques. However, I didn't expect Perfected Lord Mystic Stone to also have an incomplete divine ability technique, Perfected Lord Empyrean smiled as he said. The reason was very simple. If it was not absolutely necessary, even if it was an incomplete divine ability technique, how could Perfected Lord Mystic Stone reveal it so easily, let alone give it to other Perfected Lords? It was only because the situation in Mystic Stone City was really urgent and it was in imminent danger. Perfected Lord Mystic Stone was unwilling to give up on Mystic Stone City so easily. Hence, after weighing the pros and cons, he reluctantly delivered the incomplete divine ability technique to Lin Feng. After all, to Perfected Lords, no amount of benefits could compare to a little improvement in cultivation. Above Perfected Lords were perfected deities. Even if there was only a little hope and clues, Perfected Lords would not give up. I'll accept the divine ability technique. This is great. Thank you, Perfected Lord Lin. Our Mystic Stone City is saved. Perfected Lord Wind was overjoyed, appearing extremely happy. Lin Feng was famous now. They had heard that he had killed 4 chaotic spirit beasts in a row. How powerful was that? He was definitely already standing at the peak of the hallowed beast continent, as one of the top Perfected Lords. Although there were other top-notch Perfected Lords on the hallowed beast continent who could kill chaotic spirit beasts, those top-notch Perfected Lords were all too far from the Mystic Stone City. Even with the speed of a Perfected Lord, there was no knowing how long it would take to fly there. Moreover, it was hard to say if they would accept the invitation. Lin Feng of Empyrean City was the closest. If Lin Feng acted, most of the crisis of Mystic Stone City would be good as resolved. Chapter 927, 927 Full of Doubt. 927 Full of Doubt. Under Perfected Lord Wind's repeated requests, Lin Feng did not delay for long. He set off for Mystic Stone City with Perfected Lord Wind. Before leaving, Lin Feng specially asked Perfected Lord Empyrean about the situation in Mystic Stone City and Perfected Lord Mystic Stone. Perfected Lord Empyrean also gave a positive comment. After all, Perfected Lord Empyrean and Perfected Lord Mystic Stone had known each other for tens of thousands of years, and could be considered good friends. Perfected Lord Empyrean had even invited Perfected Lord Mystic Stone to Empyrean City before. Lin Feng sat on Ao's back. Ao was as fast as lightning, not inferior to a Perfected Lord at all. It kept up with the speed of Perfected Lord Wind and the other 2 Perfected Lords. Lin Feng's attention was focused on the tattered ancient book in his hand, the incomplete chapter of the divine ability technique. It was called an incomplete chapter, and was indeed rather heavily tattered. One could not even learn the name of the divine ability, let alone cultivate it. However, it was still quite suitable as a reference. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered a clue within it, and that was that this divine power contained some rules. The most important one should be the chaotic rule of fire. However, it was not just the chaotic rule of fire. There seemed to be other rules, such as the wind-type chaotic rule. Perhaps there were other chaotic rules. It was just that Lin Feng could not deduce them due to the incomplete chapter. Through the incomplete divine ability technique, Lin Feng had a more direct understanding of perfected deities. As expected, just as the legend said, perfected deities were almost at ease with the power of chaotic rules. They knew all kinds of chaotic rules very well, and could also use the power of these chaotic rules. Divine abilities were also slowly studied through comprehension of these chaotic rules. With the various chaotic rules as the foundation, they developed some kind of extremely powerful divine ability. This was the source of divine abilities. Of course, it was a fool's dream to rely on this incomplete divine ability technique to cultivate a divine ability. Forget about just the incomplete technique. Even if the true and complete divine ability technique was placed before him, it would be impossible for Lin Feng to cultivate it successfully now. If he wanted to cultivate a divine ability, the prerequisite was to comprehend the chaotic rule, and more than one of them at that. How many chaotic rules could Lin Feng comprehend now? There was actually only one, and that was the chaotic rule of fire. Moreover, Lin Feng was only a little familiar with the chaotic rule of fire. He cultivated the heart of fire. As he became more and more familiar with the chaotic rule of fire, Lin Feng's heart of fire also improved to the extreme. At the very least, the efficiency of absorbing chaotic flames from the chaos had increased greatly. Chaotic flames burned everything. Although it could not deal with perfected spirits, it was still somewhat useful against chaotic spirit beasts with incomparably powerful chaotic bodies. The prerequisite was that there had to be enough chaotic flames, and the amount had to be massive enough. Of course, it could only injure them. As for whether it could kill them, that would depend on the specific situation. Moreover, Lin Feng did not expect the chaotic flames to kill chaotic spirit beasts. He had the 6 forms of the heaven and earth seal, which were enough to deal with ordinary chaotic spirit beasts. The reason why he had been cultivating the heart of fire and storing chaotic flames was also to use them to deepen his understanding of the chaotic rule of fire, hoping to comprehend the chaotic rule of fire. At the very least, this was also a breakthrough, and it was the only breakthrough in Lin Feng's current cultivation. At the perfected spirit realm, one could only rely on themselves to comprehend the chaotic rules for everything. There was no other way. The perfected Lord's flying speed was very fast. In just an hour, Lin Feng could already see a majestic city not far ahead. However, this city did not look too good now. The city walls were actually densely covered in mottled flesh and blood. They were all the flesh and blood of chaotic dire beasts, and even half-chaotic life forms. This was because only half-chaotic life forms had flesh and blood. Chaotic life forms all had energy bodies. Outside the city, there were even more densely packed bodies of countless chaotic dire beasts. The air was filled with chaos. Perfected Lord Lin, the Mystic Stone City is ahead. Looks like those chaotic dire beasts launched another round of attack. Fortunately, the Mystic Stone City should have held out. Seeing that Mystic Stone City was safe and sound, Perfected Lord Wind finally heaved a sigh of relief. Right now, Mystic Stone City was in deep danger. With the departure of the 3 perfected lords, although there were still some other perfected lords who came to reinforce the city, there were only 5 of them. Including the 3 of them and those perfected lords who supported them, there were a total of 8 perfected lords in Mystic Stone City. 8 perfected lords seemed like a lot, almost much stronger than Empyrean City. However, faced with those chaotic spirit beasts, they could only hold out desperately. Although many chaotic dire beasts had died, there were a lot of chaotic dire beasts in the first place. Under constant depletion, even the chaotic array of Mystic Stone City might not be able to hold out. It was obvious that those chaotic dire beasts were planning to exhaust the power of Mystic Stone City. Once the array shattered, it would be difficult for Mystic Stone City to survive. Swoosh! Lin Feng arrived at the Mystic Stone City. As soon as he, Perfected Lord Wind, rushed towards the City Lord's mansion anxiously. Perfected Lord Wind is back. It's Perfected Lord Wind. I heard that he went out to seek reinforcements. He's back now. Which Perfected Lord has he invited? So what if he's invited a Perfected Lord? That chaotic spirit beast is so powerful. No matter how many chaotic Perfected Lords there are, it's useless. What do you know? I heard that Perfected Lord Wind went to Empyrean City in the south this time. Isn't there a rumor recently? A top dash. Notch Perfected Lord was born in Empyrean City, and he killed 4 chaotic spirit beasts alone. Not only is Empyrean City very safe now, it's also expanding without inhibitions. Could the Perfected Lord he invited be that top-notch Perfected Lord in Empyrean City? Rumors are ultimately just rumors. How many top-notch Perfected Lords are there in the hallowed beast continent? Empyrean City is even inferior to our Mystic Stone City. How can a top-notch Perfected Lord be born? It's probably just a rumor. Outside the City Lord's mansion, many cultivators were gathered. All of their eyes were dim. Even though there was a little spirit in them, they seemed to be filled with despair. Clearly, they no longer held much hope for Mystic Stone City, let alone the matter of Perfected Lord Wind going to the Empyrean City to seek help. Lin Feng rode on Ao and entered the City Lord's mansion as well. He looked at the scene in the city and also sensed the devastating situation in the Mystic Stone City. It was even more devastating than Perfected Lord Wind's description. It was as if everyone had fallen into despair. Swoosh. 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 As soon as Lin Feng walked into the City Lord's mansion, a few figures flew out. Perfected Lord Lin, thank you for coming all the way here to save Mystic Stone City. On behalf of the 3 million cultivators in Mystic Stone City, I thank you for your righteousness. A Perfected Lord in luxurious clothes, with a burly figure and a slightly dark face, as well as a dignified aura, came in front of Lin Feng and bowed deeply. Perfected Lord Wind introduced, Perfected Lord Lin, this is the City Lord of Mystic Stone City. Lin Feng nodded and said, Perfected Lord Mystic Stone, you don't have to be so polite. Mystic Stone City has encountered a crisis. Since I can make it in time, it's not a big deal to provide reinforcements. We thank Perfected Lord Lin for your righteousness. Please come in for a chat. The few Perfected Lords all entered the living room. Perfected Lord Mystic Stone and Lin Feng sat at the top, and there were 7 Perfected Lords below. Including Lin Feng, there were a total of 9 Perfected Lords in the Mystic Stone City currently. Such a lineup could be considered massive, even on the Hallowed Beast continent. Unfortunately, even with such a lineup, the Perfected Lords in the living room still did not show much joy. There were even some Perfected Lords who sized up Lin Feng with faint hesitation. Lin Feng's reputation had only spread recently. In fact, before this, not a single one of these Perfected Lords had met Lin Feng, let alone learned much about him. Even though the Mystic Stone City Lord, who had taken the initiative to offer the incomplete divine ability technique, treated Lin Feng with respect, his expression was still full of doubt. There was a faint trace of worry in it. City Lord, what happened? Perfected Lord Wind also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he was the first to ask. Chapter 928, 928 Divine Beast Bloodline. 928 Divine Beast Bloodline. Perfected Lord Mystic Stone looked at Lin Feng, then at the anxious Perfected Lord Feng. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Perfected Lord Lin, while Perfected Lord Feng was setting off to invite you, we had actually already made some progress on the origins of that chaotic spirit beast. Oh. It had to be known that even if chaotic spirit beasts were defeated, it should not be that difficult for them to escape. Even if they really could not escape, it should not be difficult for them to pretend to be subdued for the time being. Those chaotic spirit beasts were almost all sentient. They had all developed intelligence and were not inferior to cultivators. To a certain extent, those chaotic spirit beasts could even be considered cultivators. It was almost impossible for them to submit to other chaotic spirit beasts. At most, they would save their own lives first before thinking of ways to escape. Even chaotic Perfected Lords could not control chaotic spirit beasts. Otherwise, the chaotic Perfected Lords would probably have already controlled countless chaotic spirit beasts. Since there were no methods to control them, how could that mysterious chaotic spirit beast control other chaotic spirit beasts and become the leader of those chaotic spirit beasts? This in itself was bizarre. Perfected Lord Wind did not say the reason. He did not know the reason either. He had only mentioned that the origins of the mysterious Chaotic spirit beast were a mystery. Now, the Mystic Stone City Lord actually already had some understanding of the origin of the mysterious chaotic spirit beast. However, looking at how the Mystic Stone City Lord was behaving, the origin of this mysterious chaotic spirit beast seemed to be very extraordinary. Perfected Lord Lin, you should know that the few major cultivation realms of the perfected spirit realm are perfected lords, perfected deities, and hallowed spirits. It's the same for chaotic spirit beasts. Above chaotic spirit beasts are chaotic divine beasts and chaotic hallowed beasts, which correspond to perfected deities and hallowed spirits, respectively. We collected various information previously. In addition, when perfected Lord Wind was away, that mysterious chaotic spirit beast took the initiative to attack Mystic Stone City again. However, due to the chaotic array of Mystic Stone City, it had no choice but to retreat. Even so, the array of Mystic Stone City won't be able to hold out for more than a few attacks. And we have finally collected enough information. We can almost be certain now that it should be a descendant of a divine beast. The Mystic Stone City Lord's tone was solemn. When he said, descendant of a divine beast, the entire living room fell silent. Even perfected Lord Wind's mouth fell open in disbelief. Only Lin Feng only frowned slightly. He did not have many thoughts on a descendant of a divine beast. Impossible. There has never been a chaotic divine beast on the hallowed beast continent. How can there be a descendant of a divine beast? Perfected Lord Wind immediately shook his head. He did not believe it at all. The Mystic Stone City Lord smiled weakly and said, in the beginning, we couldn't believe it either, but when we browsed through the ancient texts, we did discover that this mysterious chaotic spirit beast is 60 to 70% similar to a terrifying divine beast recorded in the texts, the Torch Dragon, which dominated the chaos. The legendary chaotic divine beast, the Torch Dragon, had a human face and a serpentine body. Its skin is red as blood, its size is massive, and it is even vaguely related to the rule of time. It is one of the most mysterious divine beasts in the chaos. Many people had only heard of its name but have never seen it. Moreover, you've all experienced the strange innate ability of the chaotic spirit beast yourselves. What do you think of it? Innate ability. Can everyone tell me about the innate ability of that mysterious chaotic spirit beast? Lin Feng suddenly spoke. Since he was to deal with that chaotic spirit beast, he naturally had to understand its abilities and everything about it. Only by understanding it in detail could he better adopt a strategy. Perfected Lord Wind hesitated for a moment, and his expression gradually turned solemn. He glanced at Lin Feng, then explained, the innate ability of that mysterious chaotic spirit beast is indeed very strange. It's just a beam of light, a black light. The black light filled the surroundings. Our senses seemed to be stripped away, and even our mental power was useless. Our attacks also became incomparably slow. Not just our attacks, everything around us seemed to have slowed. Only that chaotic spirit beast could move as usual. Under such circumstances, we were powerless to resist or attack even if we wanted to. This is also why the chaotic spirit beast could kill a perfected Lord. We were completely powerless to resist its attacks. There was nothing we could do. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart skipped a beat at the same time. This ability was too bizarre, and he had never heard of it. He had seen many innate abilities, such as the Eye of Annulment of the Three-Eyed Giants, and the Chaotic Storm of the Griffins. However, the ability to slow one's movements and even slow everything around them was too strange. Moreover, it was a strange ability that even a perfected Lord could not break. Lin Feng was not an arrogant person. After understanding this situation, he was also considering countermeasures. As far as I know, the Torch Dragon has the ability to control time. Although there are many limitations, it is indeed a mysterious ability related to time. Now, not only does this chaotic spirit beast look very similar to the Torch Dragon, even its innate abilities are similar. Hence, we have determined that this mysterious chaotic spirit beast is a descendant of a divine beast, and possesses the Torch Dragon bloodline. The Mystic Stone City Lord drew a deep breath, and there was not much spirit in his face. A descendant of a divine beast, and one with the Torch Dragon bloodline at that. Any descendant of a divine beast would be earth-shattering, and almost invincible among chaotic spirit beasts. Even a top-notch chaotic perfected lord might not be able to defeat such a chaotic spirit beast. Why can't it be a torch dragon divine beast? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Mystic Stone City Lord shook his head and said, impossible. The reason is very simple. There is only one torch dragon in the chaos. It's impossible for there to be a second torch dragon. Even if there is, it would only possess the torch dragon bloodline. It's impossible for it to become a divine beast. No matter how abundant the bloodline is, and even if it reverts to its atavistic state, it'll never be able to become a divine beast. Every divine beast in the chaos has a name, and every divine beast has an extraordinary background. Every divine beast can create a chaotic dire beast race. Hence, this mysterious chaotic spirit beast can only be a spirit beast. It can't possibly be the torch dragon. Lin Feng understood now. In reality, this was general knowledge. There would always be only one true torch dragon divine beast in the world. Even if the torch dragon had fallen, it was impossible for a second torch dragon to appear. This was because even if one had the torch dragon bloodline and was a descendant of the torch dragon, even if its bloodline was strengthened to the limit, it was impossible for them to become a true divine beast. Even so, a chaotic spirit beast with the bloodline of the torch dragon was enough to render any cultivator below the level of a perfected deity helpless. Chapter 929, 929 Picking an Opportunity to Attack. 929 Picking an Opportunity to Attack. A descendant of a divine beast with the torch dragon bloodline. Perfected Lord Wind also closed his eyes in pain. He knew very well what a descendant of a divine beast represented. Even if that mysterious chaotic spirit beast had yet to completely manifest the torch dragon bloodline within its body, it was far from what ordinary perfected lords or chaotic spirit beasts could defeat. This was also why those chaotic spirit beasts were willing to submit to that mysterious chaotic spirit beast. These chaotic spirit beasts actually also considered bloodlines. A descendant of a divine beast with the bloodline of the torch dragon undoubtedly had a very noble bloodline. Moreover, it had displayed extraordinary strength, and could even kill other chaotic spirit beasts. How could those chaotic spirit beasts not submit? Once they submitted, many chaotic dire beasts would gather. This was something that no city or cultivator wanted to see. By the way, where did that mysterious chaotic spirit beast go after it failed to attack the Mystic Stone City? Asked Lin Feng. The Mystic Stone City Lord pondered for a moment and said, according to our observation, after the chaotic spirit beast failed to attack Mystic Stone City, it left for the time being. However, it did not go far. Instead, it continued to head south, defeated one of the chaotic spirit beasts, and continued to recruit chaotic dire beast races. This chaotic spirit beast clearly has huge ambitions. It even wants to subdue more chaotic spirit beasts and chaotic dire beasts to establish a huge faction of chaotic dire beasts. If it really succeeds, it will probably be a disaster for all cultivators on the hallowed beast continent. The Mystic Stone City Lord's expression was solemn. This no longer just concerned the safety of Mystic Stone City, but the entire hallowed beast continent. Lin Feng was confused. Since the chaotic spirit beast is so ambitious, why is it so intent on Mystic Stone City? It was Perfected Lord Wind who explained, it might be related to the special geographical location of our Mystic Stone City. There are a large number of chaotic dire beasts surrounding our Mystic Stone City, and even some chaotic spirit beasts. Our Mystic Stone City suppresses the chaotic dire beasts within a radius of thousands of kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers. Although we cannot be considered to have a huge advantage, we are not at a disadvantage either. Every day, the chaotic perfected persons can also kill many chaotic dire beasts. Perhaps for this reason, that chaotic spirit beasts treat our Mystic Stone City as a thorn in its side, and want to get rid of us as soon as possible. Once it uproots Mystic Stone City, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers will be the territory of the chaotic dire beasts. All the chaotic dire beast factions can be connected. At that time, the momentum of the chaotic spirit beast will probably be established. Retrieving the map, Lin Feng indeed saw that the mystic stone city was occupying the center firmly like a nail, severing the surrounding chaotic dire beasts. But now, that mysterious chaotic spirit beast could not take down the mystic stone city for a long time, so it simply took a detour. Moreover, it took a long detour and bypassed the mystic stone city, continuing to incorporate those chaotic dire beasts and even chaotic spirit beasts. Once it succeeded, the chaotic dire beast factions around Mystic Stone City would become one. At that time, Mystic Stone City would become a true island, and might even collapse on its own. Lin Feng understood the entire sequence of events. He also understood most things about that mysterious chaotic spirit beast. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. They looked forward to Lin Feng's answer. After all, Lin Feng could be considered a famous top-notch perfected lord with a glorious battle record of killing chaotic spirit beasts. However, none of the 8 perfected lords in the living room could kill any chaotic spirit beasts. Lin Feng still had to rely on himself to deal with that mysterious chaotic spirit beast and resolve the crisis in Mystic Stone City. Let's find out the exact location of the chaotic spirit beast. I'll meet it myself. After a long while, Lin Feng spoke. Be it of the Torch Dragon bloodline or a descendant of a divine beast, they were ultimately just some hypotheses of the perfected lords. Even if it was powerful and had a strange innate ability, Lin Feng would only know after giving it a try himself. As for danger, there might be danger, but Lin Feng was also very confident. With his current strength and even the enhancement of the cosmic power, even if he was not a match, it should not be too difficult for him to escape. Once his cosmic power erupted, it would be almost impossible for even a chaotic spirit beast to break through Lin Feng's internal universe. After all, his internal universe was no longer what it used to be. The diameter of his internal universe had already reached a terrifying 10 billion light-years. How vast was this power? At the very least, up until now, after Lin Feng's internal universe had expanded substantially, he had yet to use the power of the internal universe. Even with his primeval body and perfected spirit, activating the 6 forms of the heaven and earth seal was enough to kill ordinary chaotic spirit beasts. This is great. With perfected Lord Lin taking action, our Mystic Stone City will definitely be saved. The Mystic Stone City Lord was overjoyed. He had thought that after revealing the truth about the descendant of a divine beast, Lin Feng would also have many reservations, and might even be unwilling to attack at all. He did not expect Lin Feng to still be prepared to attack. As long as Lin Feng attacked, no matter what, there would finally be a trace of hope for Mystic Stone City. Otherwise, they could only give up on Mystic Stone City. Regarding giving up on Mystic Stone City, the Mystic Stone City Lord and the other perfected lords had nothing to fear. They were perfected lords. As long as the chaos still stood and their perfected spirits were not destroyed, they would not die at all. Even if they were really unfortunate and died, their perfected spirits could reincarnate and cultivate again quickly. However, if they gave up on Mystic Stone City, 99% of the 3 million cultivators in Mystic Stone City would probably go down with it. The outside was densely packed with chaotic dire beasts, and even chaotic spirit beasts. It was almost impossible for cultivators below the level of perfected lords to escape. Lin Feng saw the joy on the faces of perfected Lord Wind and the Mystic Stone City Lord. He shook his head and said, "Don't celebrate too soon. I can only try my best. If I can't do anything to that chaotic spirit beast, I don't have a better solution." The Mystic Stone City Lord hurriedly said, "Perfected Lord Lin, do your best. No matter the outcome, we've already tried all kinds of methods. This can be considered an explanation to the 3 million cultivators in Mystic Stone City. If we still can't deal with that chaotic spirit beast, we can only prepare for the worst." This was also the main reason why Lin Feng decided to act. As for the incomplete divine ability technique, in reality, neither the Mystic Stone City Lord nor Lin Feng mentioned it again. Just the incomplete divine ability technique alone was not enough price for a top-notch chaotic perfected lord to attack, in particular when they might encounter danger. Even if Lin Feng turned around and left, the Mystic Stone City Lord and the others could not say anything. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not leave. Rather, he decided to act. Perfected Lord Lin, let's collect information on that chaotic spirit beast now. We'll definitely collect information on its whereabouts, so that Perfected Lord can choose an opportunity to attack. Lin Feng nodded. Naturally, he had to let the Mystic Stone City do these things. Meanwhile, he would conserve his strength, and when he found an opportunity, he would test and see if that mysterious chaotic spirit beast really had the legendary Torch Dragon bloodline. Chapter 930, 938 Perfected Lords leaving the city together. 938 Perfected Lords leaving the city together. The Mystic Stone City was lifeless, but with Lin Feng's arrival, it was also filled with a trace of hope. At least, with the Mystic Stone City Lord's publicity, the people of Mystic Stone City saw a trace of hope in Lin Feng, a top-notch perfected lord who had the strength to kill chaotic spirit beasts. Everyone was doing their best to gather information. There were even some chaotic perfected persons who were willing to take the initiative to go out of the city to gather information. This was not a simple decision. It had to be known that in the current situation, once they left the city, they were very likely to be torn to pieces by the chaotic dire beasts. All the cultivators of the Mystic Stone City were united. They were all working towards the same goal, and only wanted to stand together to survive this crisis of the Mystic Stone City. It had been a long, long time since Lin Feng had seen such a scene. Back in the Incendium continent, Lin Feng had never seen such a situation. In the Incendium continent, chaotic perfected persons were high and mighty. Every one of them was a big shot, and a top entity on the continent, looking down on all cultivators. However, the Hallowed Beast continent was different. There were fewer people here, but more cultivators. As they were constantly threatened by the chaotic dire beasts, almost every cultivator grew up in combat. Although there were many chaotic dire beasts and their mortality rate was very high, there were more cultivators who grew up. Moreover, the Hallowed Beast continent was huge, and there was no lack of all kinds of cultivation resources, causing there to be far more chaotic perfected persons than the Incendium continent. These chaotic perfected persons were not as insufferably arrogant and high and mighty as the chaotic perfected persons of the Incendium continent. Just like ordinary cultivators, they actually struggled in life or death situations every day. Now, in this time of crisis, everyone was united. Only when Lin Feng encountered the crisis of Armageddon on his home planet back then did he see such unity in humanity on his home planet. Seeing the hopeful expressions of countless cultivators in the city, Lin Feng's heart stirred slightly. Lin Feng was not confident at all in dealing with that mysterious chaotic spirit beast. He could only try his best. Moreover, Lin Feng's strength had also reached a bottleneck now. A perfected spirit required constant comprehension of the chaotic rules. It might require centuries, thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of comprehension. Without special opportunities, no matter how long one took, one might not be able to comprehend them. If the chaotic rules were so easy to comprehend, there would not be so few perfected deities in the chaos. Currently, the only thing Lin Feng was familiar with was the chaotic rule of fire, but it only stopped at the level of constant accumulation of fire by the heart of fire. It was not so easy to comprehend the chaotic rules further. Lin Feng was also thinking of other methods. Ever since he started cultivating, he had only encountered one true bottleneck, and that was when he transformed into a universe. At that time, it was indeed very difficult for him to slowly explore things himself. Fortunately, in the end, he successfully transformed into a universe and transcended. Now, he had encountered the second bottleneck. After cultivating the perfected spirit, Lin Feng suddenly felt that there seemed to be no longer any direction for cultivation. There was only the comprehension of the chaotic rules, which was just an indescribable realm. It appeared illusory, and was seemingly untouchable. Lin Feng had lost his direction of cultivation. Hence, up until now, he still did not have a direction, nor had he improved at all. He was thinking of ways, but after thinking of all kinds of methods, none of them seemed to be of much use. Hence, Lin Feng directed his attention to the internal universe again. At this moment, Lin Feng's internal universe had already changed drastically. Be it the diameter of the universe or the various laws of the universe, they all seem to have become stronger. In particular, as more and more chaotic lifeforms were born, the chaotic aura in the universe could already form a positive cycle. In fact, the amount of chaotic aura was growing greater and greater. The entire internal universe was already filled with chaotic aura. Under the nourishment of this chaotic aura, even the weakest flora was different from the flora in the previous universe, and had become stronger. This was the effect of the chaotic aura. As expected, his internal universe had completely changed, becoming more and more like chaos. Of course, compared to the true chaos, Lin Feng's internal universe was just too small. It might not even be 1/1000th of its size. Lin Feng immersed his consciousness in the internal universe. He was carefully sensing the laws in the universe. All kinds of cosmic laws flowed through Lin Feng's heart, and even the most mysterious law of time was no exception. As long as Lin Feng wanted to, it was not impossible for him to reverse the time of the entire universe. However, Lin Feng would not do that, for how terrifying was reversing the time of the entire universe. Even though he was the god of creation, the energy consumed to reverse time on such a large scale was simply immeasurable. In particular, it would consume the power of the universe origin. More than half of the universe origin would probably be consumed, and it might even cause the universe to collapse. However, the reversal of time in a small range was not a big deal to Lin Feng. It was completely affordable to him. Reversing time was not the same as rewinding time. It could completely reverse the time in the subject. For example, an adult could be turned into a child in an instant. Even the law of time did not have any secrets before Lin Feng, let alone other laws. Lin Feng focused on studying the law of fire. He wanted to study the difference between the law of fire in the universe and the chaotic rule of fire. He hoped that this could give him some inspiration or help in comprehending the chaotic rule of fire. However, the two were ultimately different. Lin Feng studied them for a long time and memorized the laws of the universe by heart. However, after returning to the chaos, it was still not of much help. He could only continue to accumulate chaotic fire as before. Time passed slowly. Only 3 days later, the Mystic Stone City Lord sent Lin Feng a message. Perfected Lord Lin, we've discovered the exact whereabouts of the chaotic spirit beast. It's currently in the territory of the monocular rhinoceroses, 2,600 kilometers south of Mystic Stone City. It's suspected to be subduing the monocular rhinoceros king. This news was confirmed by 26 peak chaotic perfected persons of the Mystic Stone City, at the cost of their lives. The Mystic Stone City Lord's expression was solemn. They had lost 26 peak chaotic perfected persons at once, just for the sake of this news. His heart also ached a little. However, in this situation, he had no better solution. Once the perfected lords took action, they would definitely alert the chaotic spirit beasts. Then, they might not be able to obtain any information, and might even be in danger. The current Mystic Stone City could no longer afford to lose any more perfected lords. You found it. That's just as well. Let's meet the chaotic spirit beast then. Mystic Stone City Lord, Perfected Lord Wind, choose a few perfected lords to come with me. Whether we can succeed or not, we'll only know after fighting. A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes as well. I've already made the arrangements. Perfected Lord Wind, myself, and the other 7 perfected lords will go with Perfected Lord Lin. Leave 1 perfected lord behind to guard the Mystic Stone City. The Mystic Stone City Lord also knew that this might be the decisive battle. Whether they succeeded or failed, they had to contribute their strength. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Lin Feng did not waste any time. After discussing it with the Mystic Stone City Lord, he immediately stood up. A total of 8 perfected lords soared into the air and transformed into streams of light, leaving Mystic Stone City. A distance of a few thousand kilometers was nothing to perfected lords. The 8 streams of light tore through the void like meteors with Astonishing momentum. However, how could such a huge commotion be concealed from those chaotic spirit beasts? Gore. One after another, the chaotic spirit beasts roared in a frenzy. More than 10 terrifying auras soared into the sky, blocking the 8 perfected lords like a barrier. Chapter 931, 931-13 Chaotic Spirit Beasts. 931-13 Chaotic Spirit Beasts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just as Lin Feng and the other 8 perfected lords were about to approach the mysterious chaotic spirit beast, a total of 13 chaotic spirit beasts blocked their way, and all of them glared menacingly at Lin Feng and the others. Cultivators deserve to be killed. One of the chaotic spirit beasts only had one eye. Its figure was incomparably burly, and it looked sinister and terrifying. It was clearly a powerful chaotic spirit beast, with a body covered in spikes like a hedgehog. Facing the 13 chaotic spirit beasts, Perfected Lord Wind and the Mystic Stone City Lord also appeared very nervous. These were 13 chaotic spirit beasts, not chaotic dire beasts, but terrifying entities on the same level as them. The Mystic Stone City Lord gritted his teeth and said, "Perfected Lord Lin, will hold off these chaotic spirit beasts. You can go straight to that mysterious chaotic spirit beast. You'll hold off these chaotic spirit beasts." Lin Feng looked at these chaotic spirit beasts. Just the number of them was almost twice that of the perfected lords. It was actually very difficult for even perfected Lord Mystic Stone and the others to hold them off. There might even be danger. It was not impossible for them to die. Once a perfected lord died, even if their perfected spirit could reincarnate and they cultivated again, they would still have died once, after all. Moreover, there could be all kinds of unpredictable accidents during the process of reincarnation. Unless absolutely necessary, which perfected lord would want to reincarnate and cultivate again? Lin Feng shook his head. In the eyes of others, these chaotic spirit beasts might be the most terrifying disaster. Even perfected lords were unwilling to encounter them. However, Lin Feng was different. In his eyes, these chaotic spirit beasts were all sources of universe origin. After refining them, he could obtain a large amount of universe origin. In the chaos, even one chaotic spirit beast was relatively difficult to encounter, let alone 13 at once. Only at a special place like the Hallowed Beast Continent could one encounter so many chaotic spirit beasts at once. This was also why Lin Feng delayed in leaving the Hallowed Beast Continent. The Hallowed Beast Continent represented both danger and opportunity. Allow me. Lin Feng shook his head. Facing the 13 chaotic spirit beasts, he took a step forward. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted. One of the hedgehog-like chaotic spirit beasts with spikes on its entire body transformed into a stream of light, charging towards Lin Feng violently. This is bad. Perfected Lord Lin, watch out. The Mystic Stone City Lord and Perfected Lord Wind's expressions changed drastically in an instant. Everyone knew that chaotic spirit beasts were best at close combat. Once they got close, the perfected lords would be in danger. However, even if TE Mystic Stone City Lord and the others wanted to stop it now, it was too late. The chaotic spirit beast was too fast. Unbelievably fast. It arrived in front of Lin Feng almost instantly. The sinister and terrifying spikes could easily pierce through the chaotic body. Lin Feng could even see the grin on the chaotic spirit beast's face. However, in the next moment, the chaotic spirit beast could no longer smile. Boom. Lin Feng struck out with his palm. Vacuum seal. He activated the fourth form of the heaven and earth seal with the perfected spirit. Moreover, Lin Feng mobilized some of the power of the internal universe. Immediately, the void seemed to be emptied out. The entire body of the huge chaotic spirit beast was compressed insanely. It tried to break free in a frenzy, only to realize helplessly that it seemed unable to break free in a short period of time at all. It felt as if it was carrying a heavy burden. The vacuum seal was best at entrapping enemies. Of course Lin Feng would not kill this chaotic spirit beast. If he used the sixth form of the heaven and earth seal, this chaotic spirit beast would even be reduced to ashes. Any chaotic spirit beast was a huge energy source to Lin Feng. It could provide a large amount of universe origin. How could he kill it? Casually. It was simply a waste. Retrieve. The cosmic power in Lin Feng's body flashed, and he retrieved the chaotic spirit beast directly into his body. Immediately, everyone outside was slightly stunned. It's gone. A spatial artifact. Even a spatial chaotic artifact can't possibly seal a chaotic spirit beast. Could it be a chaotic spirit treasure? A spatial chaotic spirit treasure? That's impossible. The Mystic Stone City Lord could be considered very experienced and knowledgeable. Back then, he had traveled the chaos and visited some chaotic continents. Although he had never obtained a chaotic spirit treasure, he had seen them before. As for spatial chaotic spirit treasures, they could be considered supreme even among spirit treasures. Moreover, a spirit treasure that could suppress chaotic spirit beasts must be a top-notch spirit treasure. Did Lin Feng have a top-notch chaotic spirit treasure? The Mystic Stone City Lord would probably be the first to disbelieve it. Boom. Of course he did not have a chaotic spirit treasure, let alone a spatial chaotic spirit treasure. What he used to seal the chaotic spirit beast was naturally the internal universe, and his internal universe was countless times stronger than those spatial chaotic spirit treasures. In the past, as Lin Feng's internal universe was too weak, he did not dare to seal chaotic spirit beasts at all. Moreover, he could not seal them even if he wanted to. Once a chaotic spirit beast was transferred into his internal universe would probably be torn apart by it. Back then, the light of annulment of the three-eyed giant king had pierced through Lin Feng's internal universe. This was enough to show how terrifying those chaotic spirit beasts were. But now, Lin Feng's internal universe was no longer what it used to be. Back when he fought with the three-eyed giant king, Lin Feng's internal universe was only 400 million light-years in diameter. But what about now? The diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe had already exceeded 10 billion light-years. Suppress. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the universe. How massive was a universe with a diameter of more than 10 billion light-years? Moreover, in the internal universe, Lin Feng could also mobilize all the cosmic power. When the power of the entire universe was mobilized, forget about one chaotic spirit beast, even 10 or 20 chaotic spirit beasts could. Forget about struggling and moving. Gore. In the end, the spirit beast stopped moving, because no matter how it struggled, it was useless. Seeing that the chaotic spirit beast was easily suppressed, although it was also within Lin Feng's expectations, he still heaved a sigh of relief. Since he had succeeded, these 13 chaotic spirit beasts would be the grandest gift. They would even be much better than a portion of chaotic origin. Universe descending. Lin Feng enunciated each word clearly as he shouted in a low voice. Boom. The terrifying pressure of the world made all the chaotic spirit beasts feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was not a suppression in terms of the level of life or realm, but a suppression of pure strength. They sensed a vast and majestic power from this world phantom. Chapter 932, 932 Torch Dragon. 932 Torch Dragon. This is. However, even these experienced and knowledgeable perfected lords were a little stunned at this moment. They had no idea what ability Lin Feng was using. This ability had already far exceeded their understanding. It did not seem to be a divine ability. If one was not a perfected deity, they would not be able to use a divine ability at all. Instead, it looked a little like some kind of chaotic spirit treasure. However, what kind of chaotic spirit treasure could have such a terrifying might? The 12 chaotic spirit beasts roared in unison. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The suppression of this world was simply too great. As the world phantom descended, Lin Feng stood in the middle, as if he was surrounded by the world, as if he was an ancient deity who controlled everything. He walked over step by step, but he did not even look at these chaotic spirit beasts. Instead, he looked behind them. Here, the eyes of an inconspicuous chaotic spirit beast with a human head and a serpentine body, and whose entire body was scarlet, suddenly opened. As the other party's eyes opened, Lin Feng felt as if his cosmic power had been instantly penetrated, like boiling water. The universe was also shaking violently. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. All the other perfected lords and chaotic spirit beasts were no longer in Lin Feng's sight. Torch Dragon. Lin Feng enunciated each word slowly. It was only at this moment that Lin Feng finally believed that the other party was the Torch Dragon, or rather, a mysterious chaotic spirit beast with the Torch Dragon bloodline, a terrifying spirit beast that could make other chaotic spirit beasts submit willingly. No matter how strong the opponent was, even if the true divine beast, the Torch Dragon itself came personally, it was impossible for it to reverse the time of Lin Feng's internal universe. The reason was very simple. This was the universe established by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the god of creation, and he was the ruler of the internal universe. However, the Torch Dragon could stop time in the chaos. Once the chaotic time was stopped, it would exert pressure on Lin Feng's internal universe from the outside. Hence, the moment the Torch Dragon opened its eyes, Lin Feng felt that the cosmic power in his body was also suppressed by the vast chaotic rules. This power was almost impossible to resist. Lin Feng had no intention of resisting it head-on. After all, this was only a universe phantom, and this was just some cosmic power, not Lin Feng's entire universe. Retrieve. With a thought from Lin Feng, the cosmic power instantly retracted, and the cosmic power disappeared. At the same time, the 12 chaotic spirit beasts also disappeared, retrieved into the internal universe to be suppressed. With the power of Lin Feng's internal universe now, forget about suppressing 13 chaotic spirit beasts, even 23 chaotic spirit beasts would not pose any problems. However, Lin Feng was not happy at all. His expression was very solemn, and his body was constantly maintaining the circulation of the cosmic power. Behind him, there was still the universe phantom, making Lin Feng appear infinitely majestic. It's that chaotic spirit beast. Perfected Lord Wind, the mystic Stone City Lord, and the others no longer had the time to be shocked, because they had already seen the chaotic spirit beast with a human head and a snake's body. Its entire body was scarlet as blood. The Torch Dragon. It was almost identical to the legendary divine beast, the Torch Dragon, except that it did not have the supreme authority of the Torch Dragon divine beast. Human cultivator. The Torch Dragon spoke in human language, its eyes filled with coldness. You really want to stop me? Lin Feng shook his head and said calmly, I'm not stopping you. I'm a cultivator, and you're a chaotic spirit beast. Killing is boundless on the hallowed beast continent. There's long been no right or wrong to it. That's right, there's indeed no right or wrong. I have the Torch Dragon bloodline. The Torch Dragon bloodline in my body is incomparably pure. I've lain dormant for tens of thousands of years before finally activating the bloodline in my body. I wish to unify the entire hallowed beast continent, and help myself in reaching the peak. My bloodline might even revert to its ancestral state and allow me to become a divine beast. Those who stop me shall be mortal enemies to me, just like those who stop you cultivators from attaining your principle. The Torch Dragon's tone was cold, and there was indeed boundless killing intent in it. Just as the mystic Stone City Lord and the others had analyzed, this Torch Dragon was indeed very ambitious. Moreover, the extent of its ambition even exceeded everyone's imagination. They only speculated that the Torch Dragon might want to subdue many chaotic spirit beasts and establish a huge dire beast faction to dominate a region. However, they did not expect that the Torch Dragon's ambition to exceed even this. Rather, it wanted to dominate the entire hallowed beast continent, and become its only ruler. He could even use the power of the hallowed beast continent to become a divine beast. Such ambition was greater than that of any chaotic spirit beast. Lin Feng shook his head and said, You have the Torch Dragon bloodline, and is the descendant of a divine beast. You should know that. The bloodline is the reason of both your success and failure. Although your Torch Dragon bloodline is very strong, there can only be one Torch Dragon divine beast in the world. No matter how strong you are, even after activating your bloodline to its peak state, you can only be a chaotic spirit beast, and will never become a chaotic divine beast. This was an ironclad rule. The bloodline was the reason for both success and failure. No matter how strong a chaotic spirit beast was, it could not break through its shackles. The torch dragon sneered, and there was a faint trace of madness in its eyes. Hey, your knowledge is limited. Indeed, there can only be one torch dragon divine beast in the world, but who said the chaotic spirit? Beasts like us will never be able to become chaotic divine beasts. There's another way, and that is to devour the originator of the bloodline, the ancestor of the bloodline, the torch dragon divine beast in the chaos. Then, I can replace it and become the new torch dragon divine beast. If I want to devour it, I need power, great power. Only by relying on the power of the entire hallowed beast continent can I have a trace of hope. This is my path. Those who stand in my way shall die. The torch dragon's voice was hoarse, and its tone revealed coldness, madness, and obsessiveness. Just as the torch dragon had said. This was its path. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. Those who obstructed its path were mortal enemies, and it would fight them to the death. Lin Feng closed his eyes, then opened them suddenly. You have your own path, and I have mine. I'm a cultivator, so my stand is the same as that of the cultivators. You tried to monopolize the hallowed beast continent and use the power of the entire continent to get your chance of attaining your goal, when there's only the slimmest hope to it. I and all the cultivators will not allow it. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. His way was actually to protect, and he was not without principles. If he did not have any principles, Lin Feng would not have accomplished what he had today. But now, this torch dragon was trying to monopolize the entire hallowed beast continent. If all cultivators did not submit, only death awaited them. This was also inconsistent with Lin Feng's path. Moreover, there were still irreconcilable life-or-death conflicts between them. In that case, let's fight. I'll devour all of you, and no one will be able to stop me anymore. The torch dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, and its expression instantly calmed. However, the madness in its eyes seemed to intensify. Chapter 933 Stopping Time. 933 Stopping Time. Time stand still. It was said that when the torch dragon opened its eyes, it would be day, and when it closed its eyes, it would be night. This was actually an exaggerated rumor, but it was true that the torch dragon could control time within a certain range. In fact, precisely because it was closely related to the rule of time, the torch dragon divine beast was also one of the most powerful and mysterious divine beasts in the legends. Even among divine beasts, it was a peak entity. Time was unfathomable. Back then, how much effort had Lin Feng spent comprehending time in the origin universe? The rule of time was vast, mysterious, strange, and profound. However, at this moment, the torch dragon in front of him made a light swipe, and time seemed to have stopped completely. Perfected Lord Wind, the mystic Stone City Lord, and the other perfected lords' mouths were still agape. Their expressions seemed to be filled with fear, but also as if they were about to warn Lin Feng. However, at this moment, they all stopped moving. The scene seemed to have frozen. Even Lin Feng seemed to have gone still at this moment. Even his thoughts stopped. This was what stopping time was like. This was what utilizing the rule of time was like. The torch dragon in front of him had yet to become a divine beast, and could not control time at will, let alone use the rule of time to trap and kill enemies like the torch dragon. Divine beast. Even so, the torch dragon was almost invincible. Even though it only lasted for an instant, it was enough to resolve many problems for a chaotic spirit beast like the torch dragon. Die. The torch dragon swiped its claw at Lin Feng. It possessed the torch dragon bloodline. Not only did it have powerful innate divine ability, its own strength was not inferior to any chaotic spirit beast. Moreover, with a terrifying innate ability like stilling time, it was no wonder even those chaotic spirit beasts were willing to submit to the torch dragon. This was because the torch dragon really had the ability to kill those chaotic spirit beasts with ease. Boom. The moment the torch dragon attacked, which was the moment time standstill was activated, Lin Feng's entire body froze, and even his thoughts stopped. This strange innate ability involved the most mysterious and bizarre rule of time in the legends. Even though Lin Feng had already developed a perfected spirit, and even though Lin Feng's attainments in martial arts were very profound, it was useless against such a terrible and bizarre ability at this moment. He was confined by time. Even for an instant, it was enough for the Torch Dragon to kill him. Although the Torch Dragon did not have any methods to kill perfected spirits, killing a perfected lord meant that their perfected spirit could only reincarnate. Once they reincarnated, they could only enter the next life. The perfected lord in this life would be dead, and would be a complete failure. Which perfected lord would want to reincarnate with their perfected spirit unless absolutely necessary? Accompanied by a loud, booming noise, the cosmic power in Lin Feng's body erupted completely. Although Lin Feng's thoughts and power were completely confined by the time standstill, which was the power of time, Lin Feng was a transcendent who had transformed into a universe. His strongest power was his internal universe. The internal universe was an independent universe, almost no different from the origin universe. The only difference was that Lin Feng was the only ruler in this universe, the god of creation, who controlled everything in the universe. Even the Torch Dragon divine beast could not use the rule of time to change an origin universe. Hence, although Lin Feng was confined by the time standstill technique, the cosmic power in Lin Feng's body erupted automatically. Time standstill was completely useless against Lin Feng's internal universe. Swoosh. As the cosmic power in Lin Feng's body erupted, Lin Feng also came back to himself within a thousandth of a second. His eyes were filled with life again. At this moment, the Torch Dragon's claw had already struck over. Universe descending. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. Immediately, the cosmic power erupted. Majestic cosmic power erupted from Lin Feng's body, bearing the power of an entire universe. The Torch Dragon's claw was indeed very strong, but it did not exceed the scope of a chaotic spirit beast. Thud. Lin Feng's cosmic power erupted, but the time was too short. He could only resist this claw strike head-on. His body shattered inch by inch, and he was sent flying. The effect of time standstill had also passed. When perfected Lord Wind, the Mystic Stone City Lord, and the others recovered, they only saw Lin Feng being sent flying at once. His chaotic body had even been shattered. How could they not know what had happened? Perfected Lord Lin, be careful. It's that strange ability again. Stilling time. There's no way to resist it at all. Perfected Lord Lin is in danger. Although a perfected lord is unparalleled in power, and can suppress chaotic spirit beasts and even kill them, in the face of such a strange ability, no amount of power is of any use. They're just passive targets. It's really too terrifying. Freezing time, while our chaotic bodies are far inferior to those chaotic spirit beasts. Even a single strike from the Torch Dragon could blast apart a chaotic spirit beast, let alone perfected lords like us. Perfected Lord Wind and the Mystic Stone City Lord could only grit their teeth with vigilant expressions, but none of them acted rashly. The disparity was too great, so great that it made them despair. If this was just a normal battle, no matter how strong the opponent was, there was nothing for so many perfected lords like them to fear. But what was the situation now? Before the strange time standstill ability, they did not even have the capability to fight back. Time was frozen. They could not know anything and could only be passive targets. They probably would not even know if they were killed, and could only reincarnate with their perfected spirits after. The number of perfected lords was even less worth mentioning before the Torch Dragon. In fact, compared to those chaotic spirit beasts, perfected lords were probably easier to deal with than chaotic spirit beasts in the eyes of the Torch Dragon. Originally, they had hoped that Lin Feng, a famed perfected lord who could kill 4 chaotic spirit beasts in a row, could deal with the Torch Dragon. They did not expect Lin Feng to be endangered instead. Right now, Lin Feng could barely defend himself. Looking at Lin Feng, who was sent flying, perfected Lord Wind smiled wanly and said, I was the one who got perfected Lord Lin into this mess. This monster is not something we can deal with at all. I'm afraid only a true perfected deity can deal with it. Perfected Lord Wind shook his head. He was in complete despair now. The innate abilities possessed by the Torch Dragon were too bizarre and almost impossible to counter. No matter how strong one was, they could not be resisted. What was the use? Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a sonic boom sounded. At the same time, a figure flew straight into the void from the ground. Like a stream of light. That's perfected Lord Lin. Everyone looked up and saw the figure in the stream of light. It was Lin Feng. For a moment, the perfected lords were very surprised, but also a little confused and worried. All kinds of emotions filled his heart. Even if Lin Feng was lucky enough to survive, what was the use if he could not break the strange ability of the Torch Dragon? You're not dead. The Torch Dragon was actually a little surprised. It knew the power of its claw strike very well. Even other chaotic spirit beasts could not withstand it, let alone a mere perfected lord. However, Lin Feng successfully resisted it, and he was not dead. This was the first time the Torch Dragon had encountered such a thing. In previous battles, be it against chaotic spirit beasts or perfected lords, as long as it activated the time standstill method to stop time, the rest would be simple. Be it chaotic spirit beasts or perfected lords, only death awaited them. Perfected lords could only survive by hiding in the array of the city. But now, Lin Feng had resisted its ability, and appeared unscathed. For a moment, the Torch Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly, as if it wanted to see through Lin Feng completely. Standing in the void, Lin Feng was also looking at the Torch Dragon. He no longer underestimated it at all. Just now, in that instant, Lin Feng was actually already dead. His chaotic body had been blasted apart. Any other chaotic spirit beast or perfected lord would be dead. He did not die, but that was thanks to his internal universe. As long as his internal universe did not collapse, Lin Feng was almost immortal. Even so, Lin Feng was very cautious. This was the first time he had almost no capability to fight back. It was not because of the powerful strength of the Torch Dragon. In terms of strength, Lin Feng had the 6 forms of the Heaven and Earth Seal, and was not inferior to the Torch Dragon at all. However, this involved rules, in particular the rule of time, so Lin Feng could not fight back. Fortunately, he still had his internal universe. This was the only power that the Torch Dragon could not affect. If he wanted to resist the Torch Dragon, he would have to rely on the power of his internal universe. Otherwise, any other power or method would be useless. Before the strange ability of the Torch Dragon. Chapter 934, 934 The Universe and Time. 934 The Universe and Time. Buzz. Lin Feng's entire figure had already disappeared. Or rather, there was only a huge phantom of a world in the void, filled with mighty cosmic power. This was Lin Feng's actual strongest power, and this was Lin Feng's trump card. He was already hiding in the internal universe. What appeared in front of the Torch Dragon now was the entire universe. Time stand still. The Torch Dragon vaguely sensed a trace of threat. It extended its huge claw and pointed. Immediately, dense and incomparably profound power appeared in the chaos. Lin Feng's internal universe was immediately suppressed by the chaotic rules. The Torch Dragon was born with the ability to control time. It was not a Torch Dragon divine beast, and only had the Torch Dragon bloodline. It was considered a descendant of a divine beast. However, it could still master certain innate abilities. For example, time standstill could stop time within a certain range in an instant. Perhaps this range was not that large and was very limited, but this gave it all the advantages when combating enemies. With this strange ability, almost no one at the Perfected Lord realm was a match for it. However, now that it had met Lin Feng, things were completely different. Lin Feng was an anomaly. Perhaps even he did not realize it. Although he was a transcendent, he was not an ordinary transcendent. Rather, he had transformed into a universe and was an Enormous origin universe himself. Such a transcendent was unheard of. However, an origin universe had its own unique laws and cosmic order maintaining the operation of the universe. Precisely for this reason, when the Torch Dragon's time standstill was activated, the chaotic rule of time did vaguely affect Lin Feng's universe. His internal universe was ultimately different from the chaos. The chaotic rule began to suppress Lin Feng. The greater the fluctuation of the chaotic rule, the more it affected Lin Feng. However, at the same time, it was also a huge burden to the Torch Dragon when it activated condensation. The Torch Dragon had not comprehended the rule of time. Even the Torch Dragon Divine Beast had not comprehended the rule of time. It merely had some special innate ability from a certain bloodline that could borrow some power from the chaotic rule of time. This required the Torch Dragon to bear a certain price itself. Be it to trap a perfected lord or a chaotic spirit beast, this price was negligible. However, the price to trap a perfected deity was too high. At least, the Torch Dragon could not afford it. If it wanted to use the chaotic rule of time to suppress Lin Feng's internal universe, it would be even more difficult to completely suppress such a huge universe with the chaotic rule of time than suppressing a perfected deity. The Torch Dragon could not afford such a price at all. Hence, as soon as the Torch Dragon activated time standstill and tried to trap Lin Feng like before, its face instantly went white, and the aura on its entire body fluctuated. The Torch Dragon stared at the world phantom Lin Feng had transformed into in shock, and its voice seemed to be trembling. Impossible. How can you resist my innate ability? Even peak perfected lords or chaotic spirit beasts can't possibly resist it. Even the chaotic rule of time had vaguely descended, but it was still useless. It had suffered a violent backlash. When using time standstill, it had to pay a certain price. Now, in just an instant, as soon as it activated the ability, the backlash had already come. That price shocked even it. As Lin Feng, who was hiding in the internal universe, saw the pale face of the Torch Dragon, he nodded thoughtfully and muttered in a low voice, "As expected, my guess was right. No matter how strong the Torch Dragon's ability is, how can it interfere with my internal universe?" However, Lin Feng did not leave immediately. He still wanted to observe for a while longer and see what other abilities the Torch Dragon had. The Torch Dragon's face was pale, and its eyes were filled with madness. It growled, "Impossible. You must have used some underhanded method. I have the bloodline of the great Torch Dragon, and I will definitely become a Torch Dragon Divine Beast in the future. I control time. What perfected lord can resist the rule of time? No matter the price today, I must kill you." The Torch Dragon's face was filled with madness. At this moment, its two eyes suddenly turned black and white. One eye turned black, and the other turned white. The aura on its body also became ethereal. The originally calm void seemed to be surging with the sound of thunder. That was not true thunder, but some kind of special power. It was invisible, but it existed at all times. The rule of time. That must be the rule of time. Time stand still. The Torch Dragon's face was filled with madness as it roared at the sky. At once, a mysterious power in the void descended instantly. However, the range this time was very small, and it was only focused on the direction Lin Feng was at. Even the locations of the 7 perfected lords, Perfected Lord Wind, the Mystic Stone City Lord, and the others were not covered by the Torch Dragon's ability. This time, they could see the battle between Lin Feng and the Torch Dragon with their own eyes. This silent confrontation was even more stunning. What a powerful fluctuation of the chaotic rule. Could it be the legendary rule of time? Perfected Lord Wind suddenly said, sounding a little shocked and uncertain. Perfected lords had all cultivated perfected spirits, and perfected spirits were of the purest nature to begin with. They were also very sensitive to chaotic rules. Only by using perfected spirits could cultivators understand and comprehend chaotic rules. Hence, once there was a fluctuation in the chaotic rule, the perfected lords would be the first to sense it, and they could sense it clearly. As the Torch Dragon roared, and the chaotic rule in the chaotic void fluctuated, these perfected lords could not help but make the connection. In particular, when they thought of how the torch dragon was related to the rule of time, they were even more shocked. It may really be the rule of time. This torch dragon has almost stimulated the torch dragon bloodline to the extreme, and it can actually mobilize the rule of time for a short period of time. Even an instant is impressive enough. At least, almost no one is its match at the level of a perfected lord. The mystic Stone City Lord's tone was also very solemn. He also realized how terrifying this torch dragon in front of him was. As long as they wanted to, it would be a piece of cake for this torch dragon to kill them. They had no choice. Unless they hid in the city and were protected by an array, once they went out, they would probably have to reincarnate as perfected spirits and cultivate again. Can perfected Lord Lin withstand it? No one could answer this question. In fact, they did not even understand what method Lin Feng had used to withstand a strike from the torch dragon previously. Lin Feng also revealed mysteries at every turn. However, now, perfected Lord Wind and the others knew that the torch dragon was already beginning to fight with its life. If Lin Feng could not withstand it, not only would Lin Feng die today, the few perfected lords would probably all be annihilated. They would reincarnate with their perfected spirits together, and could only wait for the next life. Chapter 935 Suppressing the Torch Dragon. 935 Suppressing the Torch Dragon. Gore. Just as perfected Lord Wind and the others were nervously waiting for the outcome, the torch dragon roared at the sky, its loud voice echoing in the void. They could clearly see that the aura on the torch dragon's body was actually declining at a visible speed. At the same time, a terrifying, invisible storm rose in the void. It was a storm of chaotic rule, sweeping over majestically, disrupting the entire void. This swoosh. Lin Feng's figure appeared in the void again. He appeared completely uninjured. On the other hand, the aura on the torch dragon's entire body was weak, and much of the madness in its eyes had disappeared. Swoosh. The torch dragon tried to escape. It turned around to leave at once. Just now, the torch dragon had already used all its power, and had even triggered the descent of the chaotic rule of time. Unfortunately, in less than an instant, the torch dragon could no longer hold out. It was as if the price to pay to freeze the world phantom that Lin Feng had transformed into was too great. It was so great that in the torch dragon's current state, it could not afford such a huge price at all. Hence, when the torch dragon's innate ability failed to work on Lin Feng, it only had one thought, and that was to flee. The hallowed beast continent was large, and so was the chaos. It was a descendant of a divine beast and had the torch dragon bloodline. It could dominate any chaotic continent. As long as there were no perfected deities, it was practically invincible. Trying to run. However, Lin Feng had no intention of letting the torch dragon off. Its bloodline was too powerful, and its ability was too bizarre and impossible to guard against. If Lin Feng had not transformed into a universe and resisted the chaotic rule of time with the origin universe, even he would probably not be the torch dragon's match. Boom. Ah. The torch dragon roared furiously, trying to break free from the restraints of Lin Feng's universe. However, previously, the torch dragon had used time standstill, activating the rule of time in a vain attempt to suppress Lin Feng. In the end, it failed to suppress him, and instead suffered a backlash. It paid a huge price, and was already severely injured. Now, it was enclosed and suppressed by Lin Feng's universe. How could it move? Hence, no matter how the torch dragon struggled, it was futile. Under the suppression of the layers of cosmic power, its massive chaotic body gradually shrank into a ball. Like a cocoon, it was suppressed by the layers of cosmic power. Retrieve. After suppressing the torch dragon, Lin Feng retracted the cosmic power. Just like the other 13 chaotic spirit beasts, it was sealed into the universe. Swoosh. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the mystic Stone City Lord, perfected Lord Wind, and the others. I am fortunate enough to accomplish my mission. The matter is resolved, Lin Feng said casually, but the 7 perfected lords all grew excited. The Mystic Stone City Lord seemed to still be in disbelief. He asked in a trembling voice, "Perfected Lord Lin, is it really resolved?" "That's right, it's resolved. There can be no incident." Lin Feng replied firmly and affirmatively. This torch dragon was very difficult to deal with. It could be said to be the strongest entity Lin Feng had ever encountered. As long as one could not withstand the time standstill and could not break the innate ability of the torch dragon, only death awaited them. It was impossible for them to even escape. This was the terrifying thing about the torch dragon. It had to be known that the torch dragon was ambitious. It wanted to dominate the hallowed beast continent, and even wanted to devour the torch dragon divine beast and replace it as the only divine beast of the torch dragon race. This was simply insane. However, no one would doubt the strength of the torch dragon. The Mystic Stone City Lord, Perfected Lord Wind, and the others were almost completely unable to resist the torch dragon at all. Once time standstill was activated, no matter how many perfected lords there were, they would just be at its mercy. Fortunately, the torch dragon met its match in Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who could transform into a universe and an origin universe, was almost the nemesis of the torch dragon. Its strange ability of stilling time was firmly countered by Lin Feng's origin universe. Actually, it could not be considered a counter, because the time standstill ability was indeed very powerful, and so was the rule of time. If the rule of time was slightly stronger, it would have been enough to crush Lin Feng's universe. Unfortunately, the torch dragon could not hold out for so long. Perhaps the legendary torch dragon divine beast could crush Lin Feng's internal universe, but he was not this mere descendant of the torch dragon. Ha ha ha, it's resolved. It's finally resolved. On behalf of the 3 million cultivators in Mystic Stone City, I thank you, Perfected Lord. The Mystic Stone City Lord, Perfected Lord Wind, and the others all bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Their gratitude was obvious. The Mystic Stone City Lord was simply really excited. The appearance of the torch dragon was like a heavy rock that pressed down firmly on his heart. He was not even afraid of being killed by the torch dragon and reincarnating as a perfected spirit to cultivate again. What he was afraid of was that the Mystic Stone City would be destroyed, and the 3 million cultivators in the Mystic Stone City would be slaughtered overnight. Fortunately, he succeeded in inviting Lin Feng to help by offering an incomplete divine ability technique. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Only now did perfected lords like them finally realize how terrifying that torch dragon was. If they had invited other top-notch perfected lords of the hallowed beast continent, it would have been futile. Let's return to the Mystic Stone City first, lest the cultivators of the Mystic Stone City are still worried. Lin Feng's internal universe was still suppressing 13 chaotic spirit beasts and the torch dragon spirit beast. The origin of this torch dragon was rather mysterious. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air all of a sudden, and its ascension to power was very sudden. Even the Mystic Stone City Lord and the others did not know the background of the torch dragon. Hence, Lin Feng even had a bold guess. Just like him, this torch dragon had also come from the depths of the chaos before descending onto the hallowed beast continent. However, the torch dragon was too ambitious. It wanted to dominate the hallowed beast continent. Moreover, it was not very lucky. It happened to encounter Lin Feng, who countered it. Otherwise, the torch dragon might really have a chance of dominating the hallowed beast continent. That's right, that's right. Let's rush back and inform everyone of the good news first. The Mystic Stone City Lord also smacked his head. Everyone in Mystic Stone City was in a state of panic now. They had to announce this good news as soon as possible. Hence, the many perfected lords did not delay any longer and returned to Mystic Stone City as quickly as possible. When the people of Mystic Stone City learned of this news, they were all overjoyed. Many people even felt as if they had survived a calamity. However, they did not know the inside story, let alone that Lin Feng had dealt with a descendant of the torch dragon divine beast. Only the few perfected lords knew the inside story. A descendant of a divine beast, and the legendary torch dragon at that. They had never seen Lin Feng kill it either. Moreover, it was more likely that Lin Feng had suppressed that torch dragon. As for why Lin Feng was suppressing the torch dragon, these perfected lords were also very tactful and never asked. A descendant of a divine beast with the torch dragon bloodline could be somewhat related to the chaotic rule of time. In any case, it was enough to drive any cultivator insane. However, if Lin Feng could suppress the torch dragon, he had the ability to suppress everything. Even if this was a huge opportunity, Lin Feng deserved it. Compared to the commotion in the city, Lin Feng was already deep in the quiet room arranged by City Lord Mystic Stone. The 13 chaotic spirit beasts and the torch dragon were suppressed in the internal universe. They were always a hidden threat. The 13 chaotic spirit beasts were one thing, but that torch dragon was a descendant of a divine beast. It had the torch dragon bloodline, and was the most mysterious and unpredictable. They had to stay on guard. Hence, the moment Lin Feng returned to Mystic Stone City, he entered the quiet room alone and quickly immersed his consciousness in the internal universe. Chapter 936, 936 60 billion light years. 936 60 billion light years. In the internal universe, the 13 chaotic spirit beasts were completely immobile. However, the only chaotic spirit beast, the torch dragon, could actually still move slightly. Moreover, the cosmic catastrophe it evoked also caused the universe to shake slightly. In particular, when Lin Feng tried to use the laws of the universe to suppress the torch dragon, he realized that these laws shattered before they could approach the torch dragon. Is it because the innate ability in the torch dragon bloodline is related to the chaotic rule of time? Lin Feng pondered. If one had to say what the difference between the laws of his internal universe and chaotic rules was, it would be a difference in power level. How vast was the chaos? Even a perfected deity could forget about traveling all of chaos. There were even countless origin universes in the chaos. Strictly speaking, the origin universe that Lin Feng had broken free from back then also belonged to the chaos. The chaos was so vast, but what about Lin Feng's internal universe? Even though it was 10 billion light-years in diameter, it was nothing. In fact, when Lin Feng transformed into a universe, he also did not know if his current universe belonged to the chaos. Actually, this was not important. Lin Feng could already suppress it. It was just that Lin Feng was very curious about the time affecting innate ability in the torch dragon bloodline. Of course, Lin Feng was not that patient with the other 13 chaotic spirit beasts. Refine. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all and began to refine these 13 chaotic spirit beasts. Immediately, the power of the entire universe quickly suppressed the 13 chaotic spirit beasts. Lin Feng already had experience refining chaotic spirit beasts. Hence, he was even more practiced this time. One chaotic spirit beast after another was quickly crushed into dust by the layers of cosmic power. The universe origin also increased wildly. Even the chaotic lotus was growing at a visible speed. The diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe was also increasing wildly. Previously, the chaotic spirit beasts that Lin Feng had refined could increase the diameter by about 3.8 billion light-years. Now, these 13 chaotic spirit beasts should be about the same. 10 billion light-years, 15 billion light-years, 20 billion light-years, 25 billion light-years, 30 billion light-years. The improvement the 13 chaotic spirit beasts had brought to Lin Feng's universe was simply unimaginable. A large amount of cosmic power and a large amount of origin filled the entire universe like a tsunami. There was no so-called bottleneck in Lin Feng's internal universe at all. As long as there was energy, Lin Feng's internal universe would definitely be able to continue to expand. Of course, the expansion of the internal universe still required the support of the universe origin. However, Lin Feng was refining chaotic spirit beasts, which could increase the universe origin by a large amount. Hence, Lin Feng was not worried that the universe origin was insufficient. The 13 chaotic spirit beasts finally increased the diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe by a total of 50 billion light-years. In addition to the original diameter of 10 billion light-years, the current diameter of the universe had already reached about 60 billion light-years. How massive was a diameter of 60 billion light-years? Although it was far inferior to the origin universe where Lin Feng was back then. Lin Feng knew that the origin universes varied in size through some research. The smallest origin universe discovered in the chaos was actually only tens of billions of light-years in diameter. However, this was an exception. Most of the discovered origin universes were about 100 billion light-years in diameter. They had even discovered massive universes with a diameter of more than 10 trillion light-years, which were all called large origin universes. Although the living beings inside had not metamorphosed into chaotic lifeforms, they were all very powerful. The larger the universe, the stronger the living beings within. Lin Feng's current internal universe was already 60 billion light-years in diameter. It was still a miniature universe, and it was on the small side, not as massive as an ordinary origin universe. After all, an ordinary origin universe was also about 100 billion light-years in diameter. Lin Feng's internal universe could be considered close to an ordinary universe now. This was very difficult. Thinking back to when he had just transformed into a universe, how big was Lin Feng's universe then? It was only 100 million light-years in diameter. A universe with a diameter of only 100 million light-years was not even as huge as Lin Feng's combat body while he was in the origin universe. But now, with a diameter of 60 billion light-years, although it was still considered relatively small, it could already be considered a normal origin universe. More importantly, Lin Feng could mobilize all the power in this universe with a diameter of 60 billion light-years. He was the true ruler of this universe. At this moment, even Lin Feng himself probably did not know how strong the cosmic power he unleashed would be. However, he knew that no perfected lord or chaotic spirit beast would be his match. Even if his opponent was a descendant of a divine beast, even if his opponent had an extraordinary bloodline, it had no ability to resist his cosmic suppression at all. Just like how in the present, the torch dragon was suppressed in his universe. Previously, it could still move slightly. However, as Lin Feng refined the 13 chaotic spirit beasts and expanded his internal universe wildly, the layers of cosmic power grew more and more powerful. Now, the tower dragon did not even have the strength to move. Lin Feng did not refine the torch dragon. He had a vague hypothesis that he still needed to confirm with the torch dragon. Torch dragon, if I'm not wrong, you're not a chaotic spirit beast born and bred on the hallowed beast continent, right? Lin Feng asked indifferently. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the restraints on the torch dragon loosened a little. The torch dragon could speak freely now. Having obtained the ability to speak freely for the time being, the torch dragon's voice screeched fearfully, "You! Where am I? It can't be a spatial chaotic artifact. Even a spatial chaotic spirit treasure can't be so formidable. It can actually suppress more than 10 chaotic spirit beasts. Moreover, I sense complete laws here. It's different from the complete rules of chaos. It's more like an origin universe." "Huh? You know about origin universes?" Lin Feng was a little surprised. This torch dragon seemed to know a lot of things, and could actually tell that this was an origin universe. "I once discovered an origin universe, but that origin universe was too weak. I plundered it and destroyed it without much thought. However, how can your origin universe be so strong? I can sense that although these various laws are not strong, the power of the universe is overwhelmingly strong. Who exactly are you?" There was confusion and a trace of unwillingness in the torch dragon's expression. It had failed, but it still held on to a trace of hope. "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to understand your current situation. I can annihilate you with a thought. Now, answer my question. Perhaps then, you still have a chance to live." At this moment, the torch dragon actually appeared abnormally calm instead, and no longer acted with insanity. It seemed to have understood its current situation. It no longer had a choice. Chapter 937, 937 Observation. 937 Observation. "I'm indeed not a chaotic spirit beast from the hallowed beast continent," the torch dragon said slowly. It glanced at Lin Feng, as if it had accepted its fate, and continued, I grew up in a primitive chaotic continent. There, I was born with the Torch Dragon bloodline. Perhaps another Torch Dragon abandoned me in that chaotic continent. That chaotic continent was dead and barren. There was nothing there, and the environment was abnormally harsh. I was born 100,000 years ago, before metamorphosing into a chaotic life form and beginning to roam the chaos. Later, I gradually excavated the Torch Dragon bloodline in my body. I went to many chaotic continents and plundered all the resources in those chaotic continents, which allowed me to grow rapidly. Finally, I metamorphosed into a chaotic spirit beast. But what's the use of becoming a chaotic spirit beast? I know that I'm a descendant of a divine beast, and I also know that there will always be only one divine beast, the Torch Dragon, in the entire chaos. I've traveled in the chaos for so many years, and I've seen a chaotic divine beast from afar once. Just a furious roar from it was almost impossible for me to withstand. The difference was too great. Deep down, I made up my mind to become a divine beast. Later, I learned about the hallowed beast continent from some chaotic merchants. It is a barren continent with infinite potential. If I can dominate the entire hallowed beast continent, I may even have a chance of fulfilling my lifelong wish. However, I didn't expect to be suppressed by you in the end. Are you really a perfected lord? Towards the end, even the Torch Dragon began to doubt if Lin Feng was a perfected lord. How could a perfected lord be so powerful as to suppress the Torch Dragon? Seeing the Torch Dragon's suspicious gaze, Lin Feng did not answer directly. Instead, he pondered for a moment and said, You've traveled the chaos for so long. Do you know about the 7 holy cities? Who wouldn't know about the 7 holy cities? Then do you know the exact locations of the 7 holy cities? Lin Feng asked eagerly. However, the Torch Dragon merely shook its head and said, I don't know either. Legend has it that in the 7 holy cities, be it chaotic spirit beasts or cultivators, anyone can enter as long as they abide by the rules of the holy cities. The 7 holy cities are the center of the chaos, the rulers of the chaos, and are holy lands for cultivation. Unfortunately, after roaming the chaos for so many years, I still do not know the exact location of the holy cities of chaos. Even you don't know. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Didn't you say that you've encountered chaotic merchants? That's right, I've indeed encountered chaotic merchants. However, you don't know chaotic merchants. Those chaotic merchants only value profits. Only profits can move them. They won't take the initiative to participate in battle, and treat chaotic spirit beasts equally. As long as you can offer them treasures, you can trade with them. Back then, I gave all the treasures I obtained over the years to that chaotic merchants, but I didn't manage to exchange them for the exact location of the holy cities. Instead, I only managed to exchange them for the exact location of the hallowed beast continent. Lin Feng pondered thoughtfully. It seemed like these chaotic merchants were really mysterious. They only traded and did not interfere in any matter. It had to be known that although cultivators and chaotic dire beasts could not be considered mortal enemies, the two parties definitely would not be too friendly with each other. Once they encountered each other, they would most likely fight. These chaotic merchants, on the other hand, stayed out of it. Be it cultivators, chaotic spirit beasts, or even some natives of the chaotic continents, the chaotic merchants would trade with them. Transaction was the only goal of the chaotic merchants. Lin Feng vaguely felt that it would probably not be so easy to learn the exact locations of the 7 holy cities from the chaotic merchants. Even if Lin Feng had collected the resources of the hallowed beast continent, if he could not satisfy the chaotic merchants, they probably would not tell him the exact locations of the 7 holy cities. I wonder if the Torch Dragon, a descendant of a divine beast, can be considered a rare treasure. Lin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Originally, he wanted to refine the Torch Dragon. However, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Since chaotic vendors did everything with the goal of transaction, then Lin Feng only needed to collect all kinds of rare treasures, and it might satisfy chaotic merchants. The Torch Dragon was a descendant of a divine beast. It had the torch dragon bloodline and was somewhat related to the chaotic rule of time. It was very likely that those chaotic merchants would also be satisfied with such a commodity. At this thought, Lin Feng continued to suppress the torch dragon and did not refine it. In any case, even after refining it, it would only increase the diameter of the universe by billions of light-years at most, which would not affect Lin Feng's current internal universe by much. Moreover, leaving the torch dragon behind could allow the torch dragon to carefully analyze the time standstill. It might even allow Lin Feng to gain some understanding of the chaotic rule of time. It would be even better if he could be lucky enough to comprehend it. The crisis in Mystic Stone City had been resolved. Moreover, as Lin Feng had moved all 13 chaotic spirit beasts into the internal universe, there was not even a single chaotic spirit beast among some chaotic dire beast races around Mystic Stone City now. How could the Mystic Stone City Lord, Perfected Lord Wind, and the other Perfected Lords miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Hence, the 8 Perfected Lords of Mystic Stone City all attacked. With the 2 Perfected Lords in each direction, they began to eliminate those chaotic dire beasts in 4 directions. Many chaotic dire beasts were killed every day. In just half a month, they had cleared out almost everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. Countless chaotic dire beasts were either dead or fleeing. The surroundings of the entire Mystic Stone City were empty. The Mystic Stone City Lord was very happy. He naturally knew whose credit it was. Hence, after Lin Feng exited seclusion, the Mystic Stone City Lord repeatedly invited Lin Feng, wanting to hold a celebratory feast in his name, but Lin Feng rejected him each time. He had come after accepting the incomplete divine ability technique. Even though the incomplete divine ability technique did not seem to be of much use to Lin Feng at the moment, the 2 parties were indeed making a deal, and it could not be considered much of a contribution from him. Perfected Lord Empyrean also rushed over from Empyrean City. He was discussing a major matter with the Mystic Stone City Lord. He actually wanted to clear out all the chaotic dire beasts between Empyrean City and Mystic Stone City, linking the 2 cities together, so that they could watch out for each other. The distance between the 2 cities was not too far, but neither was it too short. More importantly, although there were no chaotic spirit beasts entrenched in the middle, there were many chaotic dire beasts, over 10 times more than the chaotic dire beasts slaughtered previously by the 2 cities combined. How could they kill and expel so many chaotic dire beasts? In the end, the 2 of them found Lin Feng and told him their plan. They wanted to eliminate the chaotic dire beasts between the 2 cities and integrate the 2 cities as one. From then on, it became one of the largest main cities in the entire Hallowed Beast continent. In fact, once they succeeded, they would also become the largest main city of the Hallowed Beast continent, and the benchmark of the Hallowed Beast continent. Countless cultivators would come because of their reputation. The 2 of them were rather ambitious. The 2 of them even regarded Lin Feng as the city lord. After all, it was impossible to establish one of the top main cities and iconic cities on the Hallowed Beast continent without a top-notch perfected lord presiding over it. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He still had to stay in the Hallowed Beast continent for a long time. There were too many chaotic dire beasts here. In Lin Feng's eyes, these chaotic dire beasts were all resources. Moreover, he had to wait for the arrival of the chaotic merchants, so the position of city lord was very necessary. After careful consideration, Lin Feng finally agreed to Perfected Lord Empyrean and the Mystic Stone City Lord's request to merge the 2 cities into one. The chaotic dire beasts that gave Perfected Lord Empyrean and the Mystic Stone City Lord a huge headache were not a difficult problem in Lin Feng's eyes at all. In fact, since Lin Feng had already agreed to become the city lord, he naturally had to promote the reputation of the new city for the merger. Hence, Lin Feng invited the chaotic perfected lords of the surrounding cities to watch the ceremony. He wanted to personally deal with those massive chaotic dire beasts in front of these many chaotic perfected lords and chaotic perfected persons. Chapter 938, 938 famed worldwide with this move. 938 famed worldwide with this move. The fallen Phoenix City was the only city within a radius of thousands of kilometers. There were a total of 3 perfected lords. Protecting millions of cultivators. Every day, a large number of cultivators would head outside the city to fight with the chaotic dire beasts. Today, an envoy came to the fallen Phoenix City. It was an envoy from the Mystic Stone City, who was delivering an invitation to Perfected Lord Fallen Phoenix. Attend a ceremony. After Perfected Lord Fallen Phoenix finished reading the contents of the invitation, he raised his brows and said to the other two Perfected Lords, Perfected Lord Mystic Stone and Perfected Lord Empyrean jointly invite us Perfected Lords to make a trip to Mystic Stone City. The two cities are to be merged into one, so they specially invite us to attend the ceremony. The other two Perfected Lords were also very confused. Although Mystic Stone City was not far from Empyrean City, there was an endless stream of chaotic dire beasts. How could the two cities merge? I heard that Mystic Stone City is in danger previously, and even a Perfected Lord had fallen. Why is it merging with Empyrean City now? There's probably a reason for this. However, since the two cities are merging and the two Perfected Lords have jointly invited us, we naturally have to respect them. Since there's nothing much to do in the fallen Phoenix City recently, why don't we go and watch the ceremony? The city lord of the fallen Phoenix City and the others were a little confused, but they knew that no matter how confused they were, they would naturally learn everything when they went to the Mystic Stone City. There were many Perfected Lords like the fallen Phoenix City Lord, who had received joint invitations from Perfected Lord Mystic Stone and Perfected Lord Empyrean. They were all Perfected Lords of the surrounding cities. All Perfected Lords were invited. Many Perfected Lords did not understand why the Mystic Stone City and Empyrean City had invited so many Perfected Lords to the ceremony in such a grand manner. They all asked about what had happened in the Mystic Stone City. However, the hallowed beast continent was too vast, and most of the cities of cultivators were surrounded by chaotic dire beasts. Very few of them were connected. Hence, apart from cultivators who were very close to the Mystic Stone City who learned some news, the other Perfected Lords did not know the true goal of the Mystic Stone City and Empyrean City. However, many Perfected Lords were still jointly invited by the two Perfected Lords. No matter what, this could be considered a grand event in the hallowed beast continent. Time passed slowly. As time passed, the invitation letters reached further and further. Even some Perfected Lords who had not received the invitation letters rushed to the Mystic Stone City. They were all very curious. What exactly were the Mystic Stone City and Empyrean City going to do? What ceremony would they be attending? As many Perfected Lords took the initiative to head over, the small Mystic Stone City had already attracted the attention of all the cultivators on the hallowed beast continent. At this moment, the Mystic Stone City and Empyrean City were decorated with lanterns and streamers. The atmosphere was not tense at all. On the contrary, it was festive everywhere. Some cultivators might have some complaints about the merging of Empyrean City and Mystic Stone City into a large city, but after the news that the new city lord would be Perfected Lord Lin Feng spread, everyone was convinced. Lin Feng's actions in Empyrean City and Mystic Stone City convinced all the cultivators. Lin Feng had even saved Empyrean City and Mystic Stone City almost single-handedly. As time approached, more and more cultivators arrived at the Mystic Stone City. The cultivators who rushed to the Mystic Stone City first were all very surprised after asking around. They felt that this trip was not in vain. As for the Perfected Lords who had just arrived at Mystic Stone City, they stepped into the City Lord Manor with a trace of confusion. Perfected Lord Fallen Phoenix has arrived. Perfected Lord Radiant Sun has arrived. Perfected Lord Nine Domains has arrived. If they were only chaotic perfected persons, they could only sit outside the hall. The hall was filled with Perfected Lords. Lin Feng sat upright at the top. Even Perfected Lord Mystic Stone and Perfected Lord Empyrean could only sit below and on either side. This surprised some cultivators who knew the identities of the two Perfected Lords. Perfected Lord Mystic Stone was the city lord of Mystic Stone City. Even in the hallowed beast continent, he was famous. Perfected Lord Empyrean was quite impressive as well. He could build a city and maintain it until now. The invitations jointly sent by the two city lords were regarding the merger into a large city. Originally, the two of them or one of the perfected lords would definitely serve as the city lord. But now, it seemed like the unfamiliar perfected lord sitting at the top was the city lord of the new city. Most perfected lords did not know about Lin Feng, but some perfected lords knew Lin Feng's deeds like the back of their hands. Hence, many perfected lords sent voice transmissions to inquire about him in private. What? Perfected Lord Lin Feng once killed 4 chaotic spirit beasts in Empyrean City and saved the entire Empyrean City. To be able to kill chaotic spirit beasts, and 4 of them at that, he must be a top-notch perfected lord. No, it's not just Empyrean City. There was also a serious crisis in Mystic Stone City some time ago. A mysterious and powerful chaotic spirit beast that could even subdue other chaotic spirit beasts appeared. Even perfected lords were not its match. Mystic Stone City was even besieged by the chaotic spirit beast. In the end, we asked perfected Lord Lin to come. Only then did we turn the tables and save Mystic Stone City. Unbelievable. This perfected lord is so strong. Why was he unknown previously? I heard that perfected Lord Lin traveled in the chaos and came to the hallowed beast continent by accident. Moreover, when he came to the hallowed beast continent, he wasn't even a perfected lord. Many perfected lords sent voice transmissions to each other for inquiries. After learning about Lin Feng's various deeds, apart from curiosity, there was more respect in their gazes as they looked at Lin Feng. A peak perfected lord was a peak entity no matter where on the hallowed beast continent. It would not be too much to show respect for this perfected lord. After the Mystic Stone City Lord and perfected Lord Empyrean received them for a few hours, they said, "Perfected lords, thank you for coming over to Mystic Stone City to attend the ceremony. The Mystic Stone City will merge with Empyrean City into one major city, and its name will be Mystic Sky City. The new city lord will be perfected Lord Lin Feng." As the Mystic Stone City Lord made the announcement, there was immediately a commotion in the living room. Even though many people had already guessed it, it was still very shocking for the Mystic Stone City Lord to say it himself. Perfected Lord Mystic Stone, there's some distance between the Empyrean City and Mystic Stone City. Moreover, the chaotic dire beasts between are countless. How will you eliminate the chaotic dire beasts between the two cities, perfected lords? Someone asked. This was also what most perfected lords were confused about. If the dire beasts between the two cities could not be eliminated, the merger would be a joke and completely meaningless. Moreover, if that happened, the merged Mystic Sky City would not be considered one of the strongest cities on the hallowed beast continent. Perfected Lord Mystic Stone and perfected Lord Empyrean looked at each other and smiled. The chaotic dire beasts between the two cities naturally have to be eliminated. The reason I invited the perfected lords to watch the ceremony this time is to let you see with your own eyes how our new city lord, perfected Lord Lin Feng, can eliminate the chaotic dire beasts between the two cities. As soon as City Lord Mystic Stone finished speaking, everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Feng. Relying on Lin Feng alone to eliminate the chaotic dire beasts between the two cities. Even a peak perfected lord could not do it. It was not because those chaotic dire beasts were too strong, but because there were too many of them, and they were almost infinite. How could Lin Feng eliminate so many chaotic dire beasts? In reality, it was not just the other perfected lords who were very confused. Even City Lord Mystic Stone and perfected Lord Empyrean were very confused, and even a little worried. Lin Feng was indeed very strong, but no matter how strong he was, how could he eliminate all the chaotic dire beasts within a range of tens of thousands of kilometers? Lin Feng, who was sitting at the top, swept his gaze across the many perfected lords. Whether the founding of the Mystic Sky City could awe the hallowed beast continent would depend on Lin Feng's ability today. Everyone, please take a look outside the city. Lin Feng stood up and transformed into a stream of light, flying out of the Mystic Stone City. Chapter 939, 939 The Shock and Fear of Perfected Lords. 939 The Shock and Fear of Perfected Lords. Outside the Mystic Stone City, Lin Feng took the lead and flew into the void, with dozens of perfected lords following behind. Many perfected lords were invited this time. Including Lin Feng, there were a total of 58 perfected lords. There were definitely far more than 58 perfected lords in the entire hallowed beast continent. However, it was already quite impressive. That perfected Lord Empyrean and perfected Lord Mystic Stone had jointly invited so many perfected lords. It could be considered a true grand event. What is perfected Lord Lin trying to do? Is it possible to eliminate so many chaotic dire beasts alone? Could he have some kind of chaotic spirit treasure? Many perfected lords were very confused. Their interest was also piqued. They wanted to see how Lin Feng would deal with the countless chaotic dire beasts. Even with a chaotic spirit treasure, it was not that easy. Moreover, chaotic spirit treasures were also divided into different types and levels. Although there were very few chaotic spirit treasures, there were still perfected lords who possessed spirit treasures in the entire hallowed beast continent. However, no one was confident that they could deal with so many chaotic dire beasts. The Mystic Stone City Lord sent a voice transmission to Perfected Lord Empyrean. Perfected Lord Empyrean, did Perfected Lord Lin reveal to you how he would deal with those chaotic dire beasts? Perfected Lord Empyrean shook his head and said, no, but Perfected Lord Lin has always been reliable. He should already have a solution. I hope so. The Mystic Stone City Lord also felt a little helpless. However, thinking of Lin Feng's various miraculous deeds, he might really have a way to eliminate those chaotic dire beasts. At this moment, under Lin Feng's lead, the many perfected lords had already flown hundreds of kilometers away from the Mystic Stone City. Looking down from the void, as far as the eye could see, the habitat of chaotic dire beasts stretched on everywhere. Although there were no chaotic spirit beasts, there were countless chaotic dire beasts. Even if a chaotic perfected lord led a team, they would not be able to kill them all. This was also a common phenomenon on the hallowed beast continent. The reason why it was called the hallowed beast continent was not only because it was rumored to be transformed from the carcasses of hallowed beasts, but also because there were simply too many chaotic dire beasts on the hallowed beast continent. In terms of peak combat power, human cultivators were actually not inferior to those chaotic spirit beasts. Apart from Lin Feng, there were also some peak perfected lords who either held chaotic spirit treasures or cultivated various secret techniques that could kill chaotic spirit beasts. However, they still could not crush those chaotic spirit beasts, and could not dominate the hallowed beast continent. There was only one reason. There were simply too many chaotic dire beasts, hundreds of times more than the number of human cultivators. Such a large amount of chaotic dire beasts also meant that in a battle between human cultivators and chaotic dire beasts, even if they had a temporary advantage, or a local advantage, they could not completely turn the situation around and dominate the hallowed beast continent. On this continent, chaotic dire beasts were still the dominators. Looking at the chaotic dire beasts surging constantly below, and some flying chaotic dire beasts charging towards the perfected lords, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Dozens of flying-type chaotic dire beasts turned into a rain of blood and fell. To the current Lin Feng, mere chaotic dire beasts were nothing. He could kill them with a flick of his finger. Lin Feng stood in the void and looked at the dense horde of chaotic dire beasts below. Without metamorphosing into chaotic spirit beasts, these chaotic dire beasts were all ignorant. They only sensed vaguely that the dozens of perfected lords in the sky posed a huge threat, and kept roaring at the sky. It was indeed very difficult to kill so many chaotic dire beasts one by one. However, Lin Feng had a peculiar feeling. It was not because he could not kill them, but because these chaotic dire beasts were ignorant and had not even developed sentience. They only had a bestial instinct and lacked spirituality. Spirituality might be the greatest difference between cultivators and chaotic dire beasts. Those chaotic spirit beasts were actually already no different from cultivators. Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He knew very well that Empyrean City and Mystic Stone City were to be merged into the Mystic Sky City this time. As the new city lord, he naturally had to display absolute strength. Not only did he have to display absolute strength, it must be a very stunning and impressive display to leave a lasting impression. Sometimes reputation was important, sometimes it was not. To those who needed it, reputation was important. To those who did not need it, reputation was naturally insignificant. Previously, Lin Feng was alone and cultivated alone. Why would he need reputation? Hence, he did not care about it at all. He even kept a very low profile. But now, Lin Feng wanted to stay in the hallowed beast continent for some time longer. He wanted to use the countless chaotic dire beasts and resources on the hallowed beast continent to improve his own cultivation. Then, reputation would be rather important. If he took any action in the future, his reputation would even save him a lot of trouble. Hence, Lin Feng did not intend to conceal his strength this time. He wanted to use the most shocking method to make these perfected lords who came to watch the ceremony all admire him. His target was these endless horde of chaotic dire beasts below. Universe descending. Lin Feng closed his eyes and chanted in his mind. Boom. A world phantom appeared behind Lin Feng. It grew larger and larger, and expanded rapidly, as if it was really a world. Then, it suddenly descended, instantly enveloping thousands of kilometers. It encapsulated all the chaotic dire beasts below. Even those perfected lords felt a pressure. This was only because Lin Feng had no intention of dealing with these perfected lords. Otherwise, when such a terrifying world descended, even chaotic perfected lords would be killed instantly. What? What's going on? What a terrifying power. Moreover, I actually can't sense chaotic rules anymore. Is this a chaotic spirit treasure? Even a chaotic spirit treasure, or even a spatial chaotic spirit treasure, can't possibly exert such a strong pressure. I actually feel that I can't even mobilize chaotic aura anymore. This place seems to be able to isolate everything. Such a chaotic spirit treasure is simply unheard of. In fact, if perfected Lord Lin wants to, we're probably Lin Feng's universe descending naturally enveloped these chaotic perfected lords as well. The perfected lords who came to watch the ceremony were all powerful cultivators who are accomplished in cultivation, and had incomparably sharp perfected spirits. Hence, they naturally sensed how extraordinary Lin Feng's spirit treasure was. It even posed some threat to perfected lords like them, which made them extremely wary. Fortunately, Lin Feng had no intention of attacking them at all. They could only put away the wariness in their hearts and continue watching the ceremony. They were interested in seeing how Lin Feng would deal with those chaotic dire beasts. As the universe descended, Lin Feng could sense the cosmic power transmitting over continuously. In the internal universe, he was the ruler of everything. As long as their power could not exceed his internal universe, no living being, no artifact, and no power could break free from the universe. Lin Feng let the universe descend within a radius of thousands of kilometers, enveloping countless chaotic dire beasts. It spread to the cities on the left and right, which were Mystic Stone City and Empyrean City, respectively. The middle area was completely enveloped by Lin Feng. A mere few thousand kilometers was nothing to Lin Feng's universe. Right now, Lin Feng was only mobilizing a portion of the universe. If the entire universe descended, its diameter would be a total of 60 billion light-years. Forget about between two mere cities, even the entire hallowed beast continent would be encapsulated in Lin Feng's internal universe. Lin Feng even had a bold hypothesis in his heart. Once his universe descending enveloped the entire hallowed beast continent, would it be able to destroy the hallowed beast continent in one fell swoop? It was rumored that only perfected deities could destroy a chaotic continent. No matter how strong a chaotic perfected lord was, it was impossible for them to destroy a chaotic continent. If Lin Feng could do it, he would actually be comparable to a perfected deity. At least, in terms of offensive power, he would be comparable to a perfected deity. However, Lin Feng had never tried it. A chaotic continent was not that simple. If anything happened, Lin Feng's universe would probably collapse. When Lin Feng's internal universe descended, all the chaotic dire beasts could feel the pressure. One after another, the chaotic dire beasts roared in unease. Lin Feng sensed these chaotic dire beasts carefully and realized that their struggles and resistance were completely insignificant. They were not even enough to pose a burden to the universe. At this realization, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. Cosmic power, refine. Lin Feng did not store these chaotic dire beasts directly in the universe, because they were within his universe right now. Since he wanted to display his power in front of all the perfected lords, the best method was not to store them in his internal universe, but to refine them on the spot. Bang. 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 As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, an incomparably shocking scene appeared. The chaotic dire beasts below blew up one after another, as if they had detonated themselves. Moreover, the process became faster and more intense. Hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000. There were tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of chaotic dire beasts. No matter how many there were, they were all fated to blow up now. It was as if the sky was dyed red. The very air was filled with a rich scent of blood. Every chaotic dire beast, be it ordinary chaotic dire beasts or peak chaotic dire beasts, appeared rather powerless at this moment. It was as if an unstoppable, mysterious power was causing them to blow up one after another. Even these chaotic perfected lords, who were used to seeing grand scenes, widened their eyes at this scene. They were incomparably shocked. How stunning was a scene of tens of thousands of chaotic dire beasts blowing up instantly. No perfected lord spoke. Only the sounds of explosions continued. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire ground fell silent. The sky was suffused with blood, and the ground was dyed red. The scent of blood was thick to the extreme. It was dead silent below. There was no noise at all. All the chaotic dire beasts had blown up into pieces. From the beginning to the end, no one had even seen Lin Feng fight. He simply stood quietly in the void, and by using some strange and unpredictable method, caused millions of chaotic dire beasts to fall. This method was like an ancient demon. They were truly stunned. Even chaotic perfected lords could not help but feel a trace of fear in the depths of their hearts. Chapter 940, 940 10 years. 940 10 years. This is impossible. Be it the perfected lords or the chaotic perfected persons in the distance, a voice seemed to echo in the depths of their hearts. However, the scene before them was incomparably real. The countless chaotic dire beasts were actually destroyed in the blink of an eye, and they were annihilated completely. Not a single chaotic dire beast could escape. Such a peculiar method and monstrous power was enough to strike fear in any perfected lord. Moreover, when Lin Feng's universe enveloped these chaotic perfected lords just now, it also gave these chaotic perfected lords a vague sense of danger. Retrieve. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, then he shouted softly. His internal universe instantly retracted, and all the carcasses and flesh of the chaotic dire beasts were stored in his internal universe. The sky was still clear, but the ground was dyed blood red. The air was filled with a rich scent of blood, but there were no longer any chaotic dire beasts. From now on, there would be no more obstacles between Empyrean City and Mystic Stone City. They could merge to establish a major city. Looking at Lin Feng in the void, all the perfected lords were a little dazed. It was as if the situation in the hallowed beast continent had finally undergone a change. Perhaps a great era was coming. Perfected lords, if anyone wants to join Mystic Sky City, I welcome them. Lin Feng spoke slowly and openly recruited these chaotic perfected lords. He believed that today's actions were enough to intimidate these chaotic perfected lords. When he spoke, he did not expect all the chaotic perfected lords to join Mystic Sky City. However, it would already be very good if only a few perfected lords joined. Lin Feng had displayed a terrifying capability in killing chaotic dire beasts. All cultivators should have realized that the situation of the hallowed beast continent was about to change, and a great era was imminent. Lin Feng looked into the internal universe with his consciousness, but he was also a little surprised. He had refined hundreds of thousands of chaotic dire beasts, or even more. Lin Feng did not know the exact number. Among them were dire beasts that were half-chaotic lifeforms, and also dire beasts that were chaotic lifeforms. However, be they ordinary chaotic dire beasts or peak chaotic dire beasts, there were many of them, so many that it was innumerable. Originally, Lin Feng did not take it to heart. However, after he refined all these chaotic dire beasts, his internal universe was actually expanding rapidly. Originally, its diameter was already 60 billion light-years. Now, it had increased by another 5 billion light-years at once, which was more origin than around the increment from a chaotic spirit beast. This was a pleasant surprise. Originally, Lin Feng thought that ordinary chaotic dire beasts were actually very little help to his universe. If he wanted it to expand, he would still have to rely on those chaotic spirit beasts. But now, he realized that as long as there were enough ordinary chaotic dire beasts, they could also allow his internal universe to expand. However, there definitely needed to be a lot of them. There were no shortage of chaotic dire beasts on the hallowed beast continent. However, Lin Feng was not in a hurry. Now that the Mystic Sky City had been established, he had to solidify the foundation first before slowly expanding it. If he wanted to change the situation on the hallowed beast continent, he should not do it alone. No matter how strong he was, he could not possibly sweep through place after place slowly. How vast was the hallowed beast continent? How many years would it take for Lin Feng to sweep through it? For this reason, if Lin Feng needed helpers, hence, reputation was very important. Now that he had displayed absolute strength in front of so many perfected lords, this was only the first step. The establishment of Mystic Sky City was originally a small matter. However, many perfected lords went to attend the ceremony. When they returned, word of mouth spread, and it became a major matter. Lin Feng's name resounded throughout the entire hallowed beast continent. Some people even subtly called Lin Feng the top perfected lord of the hallowed beast continent. The title of the top perfected lord was very prestigious, but more and more perfected lords agreed with it. Even those peak perfected lords did not make any comments after learning the exact news. During this period of time, the Mystic Sky City expanded day by day. From the initial 12 perfected lords, it slowly grew to dozens of perfected lords, and the city expanded again and again. Empyrean City and Mystic Stone City merged to become a major city, the Mystic Sky City. This was a new major city that stood between the two cities. It was rebuilt by the perfected lords by moving many mountains. Empyrean City and Mystic Stone City were not demolished either. Instead, they became two fortresses that guarded the Mystic Sky City in the middle. Moreover, with Mystic Sky City as the epicenter, Lin Feng began to build cities one after another. With the cities as the base, he slowly expanded the territory. The establishment of a city meant expelling countless chaotic dire beasts around it. In just over 10 years, the number of fortresses established under the command of the Mystic Sky City had already reached 120. Almost every month, a fortress would be established to advance continuously. It was not that Mystic Sky City had never clashed with other chaotic perfected lords when expanding rapidly. However, the true enemies of the hallowed beast continent were the chaotic dire beasts. Even if the two cities were very close, it was impossible for any hostility to arise between them over expelling the chaotic dire beasts. Hence, as more and more fortresses were built under the command of the Mystic Sky City, more and more cities were imperceptibly integrated into the system under the command of the Mystic Sky City. There was not much to do besides integration. They were surrounded by cities under the command of Mystic Sky City. What else could they do? In fact, some perfected lords who were unwilling to join the Mystic Sky City also left the hallowed beast continent. Of course, this was only a very small fraction of cultivators. Most of them were willing to join the Mystic Sky City. Although the Mystic Sky City seemed to expand very quickly, in reality, the hallowed beast continent was simply too huge. Even if the Mystic Sky City advanced at the speed of one city a month, it would probably take at least 100 years to really dominate the hallowed beast continent. The hallowed beast continent was simply too enormous. Moreover, towards the end, although the Mystic Sky City was very strong, the opponents it encountered were also very strong. In particular, some powerful chaotic spirit beasts had already consciously gathered together. No matter how many chaotic perfected lords there was nothing they could do. In the end, they could only ask Lin Feng to attack. However, Lin Feng was alone and could not split himself. How many chaotic spirit beasts could he kill alone? If not for the fact that Lin Feng had once tried to use his internal universe to envelop the entire hallowed beast continent, and after being countered by some mysterious power, found that it could not work at all, Lin Feng would even want to use universe descending directly to kill all the chaotic dire beasts on the hallowed beast continent. Unfortunately, Lin Feng did not do that. In fact, although his internal universe could envelop the entire hallowed beast continent, there was a mysterious power vaguely resisting it. If Lin Feng went all out, he believed that even that mysterious power could do nothing. However, if he really did it was very likely that a moment of carelessness would cause the entire hallowed beast continent to be completely destroyed. Lin Feng was not willing to take the risk. There were not only chaotic dire beasts on the hallowed beast continent, but also so many cultivators. Lin Feng could not risk billions of cultivators. City Lord, we found the ruins of the diabolic divine palace. Outside Lin Feng's quiet room, Perfected Lord Empyrean's voice sounded. Chapter 941, 941 Ruins of the Diabolic Divine Palace. 941 Ruins of the Diabolic Divine Palace. Perfected Lord Empyrean stood respectfully outside the door. As the door of the quiet room slowly opened, Lin Feng's figure appeared. Lin Feng slowly walked out of the quiet room. A strange glint flashed across his eyes as he said, "Where are the ruins of the diabolic divine palace?" City Lord, the ruins of the diabolic divine palace are in the depths of the Sky Python Mountain. Sky Python Mountain. Lin Feng frowned slightly when he heard this. He knew that the Sky Python Mountain was one of the famous forbidden places on the hallowed beast continent. The legendary head of that hallowed beast transformed into the Sky Python Mountain. Hence, it had all kinds of miraculous aspects. Even some chaotic spirit beasts born in the Sky Python Mountain were very terrifying, far stronger than some ordinary chaotic spirit beasts. In fact, some perfected lords had even fallen in the Sky Python Mountain. Hence, the Sky Python Mountain was also known as one of the most dangerous forbidden places in the hallowed beast continent. That's right, it's the Sky Python Mountain, one of the most dangerous forbidden places on the hallowed beast continent. We did everything we could to collect all kinds of information, all of which pointed to the ruins of the diabolic divine palace in the depths of the Sky Python Mountain. However, there are too many chaotic spirit beasts in the Sky Python Mountain. Even a perfected lord can't enter. Once they enter, they'll probably never be able to come out. Hence, no one knows the specifics on the ruins of the diabolic divine palace. Lin Feng nodded. He was already very satisfied that the investigation had come to this point. I see. You've done very well. Lin Feng waved his hand, and perfected Lord Empyrean bade farewell and left. I hope the ruins of the diabolic divine palace won't disappoint me. Lin Feng began to contemplate. In the past 10 years, he had presided over Mystic Sky City, and had almost never encountered any difficulties in Mystic Sky City. Even if there were any obstructions, Lin Feng would personally resolve them. Hence, the current Mystic Sky City had more than 100 citadels and dozens of chaotic perfected lords under its command. Its sphere of influence covered millions of kilometers. It was one of the largest factions in the entire hallowed beast continent. However, this small faction was still inferior to those chaotic dire beasts, let alone powerful enough to completely turn the situation of the hallowed beast continent around. Lin Feng's cultivation also reached a bottleneck. It was not that his internal universe had reached a bottleneck, but that his cultivation at the perfected spirit realm had reached a bottleneck. Over the past 10 years, Lin Feng had also refined many chaotic spirit beasts, and countless chaotic dire beasts. Hence, the diameter of his internal universe had already reached a terrifying 100 billion light-years, almost comparable to an ordinary origin universe. As long as there was energy, Lin Feng's internal universe could continue to expand. However, Lin Feng was still unable to become a perfected deity. In fact, his comprehension of the chaotic rules was surprisingly slow. But now, in the past 10 years, Lin Feng's comprehension of the chaotic rule of fire had seen almost no improvement. It was as if he had reached a critical point and was always stuck, unable to comprehend more. If Lin Feng could not comprehend the chaotic rules, he would never be able to become a chaotic perfected deity. This was a major matter in cultivation. Hence, Lin Feng collected all kinds of information, and found a legend about the diabolic divine palace. It was rumored that at the beginning of the hallowed beast continent, a great entity established the diabolic divine palace. The diabolic divine palace was open to a wide range of disciples. Be it human cultivators or chaotic dire beasts, they could all enter the diabolic divine palace. The diabolic deity, who established the diabolic divine palace, was actually a perfected deity, or a chaotic divine beast. No one knew the exact identity of the diabolic deity, but at that time, the diabolic divine palace treated chaotic dire beasts and human cultivators equally. However, later on, for some reason, the diabolic divine palace seemed to have disappeared overnight. Even the mountain gate could not be found. As time passed, the diabolic divine palace gradually became a myth on the hallowed beast continent. However, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. As the saying went, there was no smoke without fire. Legends would not come from nowhere, and moreover, it had been passed down for so long. Hence, after learning about the legend of the diabolic divine palace, Lin Feng mobilized the faction of the Mystic Sky City and began to collect all kinds of information about the diabolic divine palace. In the end, after sorting out the clues, all kinds of signs pointed to the fact that the diabolic divine palace had indeed existed. Lin Feng got people to search for the ruins of the diabolic divine palace. After a few years, they actually found it. Since they had found the diabolic divine palace, Lin Feng naturally had to make a trip. Otherwise, wouldn't all the information collected over the years be a waste of effort? Moreover, Lin Feng was also very curious about how the diabolic divine palace could accommodate both chaotic dire beasts and human cultivators. He was even more confused about the destruction of the diabolic divine palace overnight. It seemed like there were still many secrets hidden in this hallowed beast continent. The power of the Mystic Sky City was no longer what it used to be. The Mystic Sky City itself was incomparably safe. There were hundreds of cities guarding it in all directions. It might be the safest city on the hallowed beast continent. Lin Feng gave perfected Lord Empyrean some simple instructions, then flew towards the Sky Python Mountain alone with Ao. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the forest, casting the withered leaves in a faint golden sheen. Swoosh! A black shadow descended from the sky, stirring up leaves. This is the Sky Python Mountain. Apart from the verdant forest, there did not seem to be anything special about the Sky Python Mountain. Wasn't it said that there are many chaotic dire beasts in the Sky Python Mountain, and even powerful chaotic spirit beasts that can kill perfected lords? Where did these chaotic spirit beasts go? Lin Feng scanned with his mental power. There was actually not a single chaotic spirit beast within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. There were only some chaotic dire beasts patrolling the Sky Python Mountain. This was very different from the rumors. As one of the most dangerous forbidden places on the hallowed beast continent, it was impossible for it to be so peaceful. What happened at the Sky Python Mountain? Lin Feng acutely sensed that something was amiss about the Sky Python Mountain. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook. It was like an earthquake, and it was still shaking. The entire huge Sky Python Mountain was shaking. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he sensed terrifying fluctuations coming from the depths of the Sky Python Mountain. Even the chaotic aura formed a storm that swept over. A fight. It doesn't seem to be just chaotic spirit beasts. There are also cultivators. Lin Feng could clearly sense that the violent, almost uncontrollable chaotic aura. Chaotic spirit beasts did not have such an ability. Even a chaotic perfected lord did not have such an ability. Moreover, such fluctuations were so great that they were like rolling waves, each higher than the last. It seemed like something major had indeed happened at the Sky Python Mountain. No wonder not a single chaotic spirit beast had been discovered in hundreds of kilometers. Ao, catch up with it. Lin Feng patted Ao's head. They instantly transformed into a stream of light, traversing towards the depths of the Sky Python Mountain. Chapter 942, 942 Mutants. 942 Mutants. Gore. Another earth-shattering roar spread throughout the entire Sky Python Mountain. Lin Feng rode AO and quickly approached the source. Lin Feng focused his gaze. There were indeed chaotic spirit beasts ahead, and there was not just one, but a total of 3. These 3 chaotic spirit beasts were of different sizes, but they all emitted terrifying auras. They were definitely not ordinary chaotic spirit beasts. The 3 chaotic spirit beasts wore furious expressions, but they were looking at the cultivator in the middle with some wariness. That cultivator's white clothes fluttered, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her figure was graceful, and her face was exquisite. She was actually a woman. Even Lin Feng, who had transcended from the origin universe and traveled the chaos, had never seen such an elegant and beautiful woman. In terms of beauty, perhaps only the queen he had met in the Incendium continent could compare to her. The woman was surrounded by the 3 chaotic spirit beasts. Although her expression was solemn, there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, she appeared very calm. In his hand was an iridescent glass pagoda. It looked vivid, as if it was a living thing, rather than a treasure. Even Lin Feng could sense the terrifying power emitted by the iridescent glass pagoda. The iridescent glazed pagoda, a chaotic spirit treasure. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and a name came to him. Perfected Lord Ziyuan. Lin Feng quickly had a guess in his mind. Before Lin Feng, the only person who could really be considered the number 1 perfected Lord in the entire hallowed beast continent was this perfected Lord Ziyuan. The reason was very simple. Not only was perfected Lord Ziyuan a top-notch perfected lord in terms of her own power, she even had a chaotic spirit treasure called the iridescent glazed pagoda. It could suppress, trap and kill chaotic spirit beasts. It was rumored that perfected Lord Ziyuan was also an undefeated perfected lord who had cultivated in the chaos for billions of years. She had roamed the chaos for countless years before descending to the hallowed beast continent. Then, she established the Ziyuan city and used her spirit treasure to kill 5 chaotic spirit beasts. For a time, her reputation shook the entire hallowed beast continent. Everyone knew perfected Lord Ziyuan's name. However, the current top perfected lord was Lin Feng. Perfected Lord Ziyuan had not acted at all the entire time, as if she did not care about the empty title of the top perfected lord at all. Originally, Lin Feng was very curious about chaotic spirit treasures. He had never seen a chaotic spirit treasure before, so he also wanted to visit perfected Lord Ziyuan in Ziyuan City, and take the opportunity to see the chaotic spirit treasure. Unexpectedly, he ran into perfected Lord Ziyuan at the Sky Python Mountain now. The 3 chaotic spirit beasts seemed to be very wary of perfected Lord Ziyuan's iridescent glazed pagoda. Hence, although they all surrounded perfected Lord Ziyuan, they did not pounce forward. Perfected Lord Ziyuan, you've already been to the Sky Python Mountain twice. The forbidden place lies ahead, and the great king is inside. If you barge in without permission, only death awaits you. One of the chaotic spirit beasts said threateningly in a low voice. However, Ziyuan was unmoved. Her long hair fluttered, and her gaze was incomparably sharp. King? It's that old flood dragon, right? Does it really think it's a true dragon just because it has a trace of the bloodline of a true dragon? I know that the old flood dragon wants to comprehend the prohibitions of the diabolic divine palace, but after comprehending them for hundreds of thousands of years, it's still loitering outside the diabolic divine palace. Why not let me go in? Perhaps I can break the prohibitions of the diabolic divine palace. Perfected Lord Ziyuan, no matter what you say, we won't let you pass. Your chaotic spirit treasure is indeed very powerful, but there's still no way you can get past us. The 3 chaotic spirit beasts all had some divine beast bloodlines, and were all mutants. They were willing to hide in the Sky Python Mountain not because they were really lurking, but because of the diabolic divine palace. The diabolic divine palace really exists. Lin Feng was elated. It was good as long as the legend was confirmed to be true. It seemed like perfected Lord Zun had long known that there was a diabolic divine palace in the depths of the Sky Python Mountain. She seemed to also have come a few times, but failed every time. With the obstruction of these three chaotic spirit beasts, even perfected Lord Zun could not enter. Boom. The iridescent glazed pagoda slammed down hard. The three chaotic spirit beasts roared at the sky. A powerful aura appeared on their bodies, which did not seem to match their auras. It should be the aura of the divine beast bloodline in their bodies. It turned out that these three chaotic spirit beasts were actually also descendants of divine beasts. They had a trace of the bloodline of divine beasts, and could be considered mutants. No wonder they were much stronger than ordinary chaotic spirit beasts. Even ordinary perfected lords might be killed by them if they were not careful. If the three chaotic spirit beasts joined forces, ordinary perfected lords would definitely die. However, perfected Lord Zun was not an ordinary perfected lord. She had a chaotic spirit treasure. The iridescent glazed pagoda suddenly shook, but it was forcefully blocked by the three chaotic spirit beasts. The circles of halos seemed to contain infinite pressure, suppressing the three chaotic spirit beasts until they roared repeatedly and struggled to breathe. However, the three chaotic spirit beasts were not at the end of their rope. Clearly, the iridescent glazed pagoda was indeed very powerful, but it was still very difficult for it to suppress these three chaotic spirit beasts. The iridescent glazed pagoda was a chaotic spirit treasure. What was a spirit treasure? Now, Lin Feng had learned something new. Once the spirit treasure was unleashed, perfected Lord Zun could even disregard everything, and the spirit treasure could naturally fight the enemies. It only required perfected Lord Zun to expend a very small portion of her mental power. If it was just a strange chaotic spirit beast, even with the bloodline of a divine beast, it would probably not be a match for perfected Lord Zun. As expected of the former top perfected lord of the hallowed beast continent, she was indeed very extraordinary. These three chaotic spirit beast mutants were also very extraordinary. As mutants, they were stronger than ordinary chaotic spirit beasts to begin with, and could even kill ordinary perfected lords. However, Lin Feng looked at these three chaotic spirit beasts. They were much inferior to the torch dragon. When both mutated chaotic spirit beasts and had the bloodline of divine beasts, they should be compared in terms of the innate divine ability contained in the bloodline of divine beasts. The torch dragon's innate divine ability was time standstill, which was related to the rule of time. What could compare to it? Thud. Perfected Lord Zun flipped her hand. There was another short sword that emitted a gray light and an incomparably fierce aura, spooking the three chaotic spirit beasts. Swish. Perfected Lord Zun pointed with her finger, and the short sword instantly flew out, stabbing towards the three chaotic spirit beasts. Another chaotic spirit treasure. The three chaotic spirit beasts were shocked. The fact that perfected Lord Zun had a chaotic spirit treasure was already enough to make them suffer indescribably. They could only passively take hits and resist with all their might. But now, perfected Lord Zun had actually obtained another chaotic spirit treasure. How could they fight like this? Thump. The short sword pierced into the body of one of the chaotic spirit beasts, but it only made a small hole. Even though the sword aura inside churned, it did not cause much damage to the chaotic spirit beast. It's not a chaotic spirit treasure. It just developed a little sentience. It's a half-finished product. The three chaotic spirit beasts heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that it was not a chaotic spirit treasure. As long as it was not a chaotic spirit treasure, with the divine beast bloodline in their bodies, even perfected Lord Zun could not do anything to them. Is it still not enough? Seeing that the short sword could not do anything to the three chaotic spirit beasts, perfected Lord Zun frowned slightly. It was not easy for her to obtain this short sword, and it contained a trace of sentience. However, it was very, very difficult for such chaotic artifacts to completely metamorphose into chaotic spirit treasures. A half-chaotic spirit treasure was almost their limit. Such a half-chaotic spirit treasure was very intimidating against ordinary chaotic spirit beasts, but against these three mutant chaotic Spirit beasts, it was not enough. She had already tried 3 times, but failed every time, and could not pass through the obstruction of the 3 chaotic spirit beasts. After this failure, Perfected Lord Zun did not know when she could come again. She could only shake her head, retrieve her short sword, and prepare to leave. Suddenly, Perfected Lord Zun sensed an obscure aura. It was the aura of a chaotic dire beast. It was normal for there to be chaotic dire beasts in the Sky Python Mountain, but this was the territory of 3 mutated chaotic spirit beasts. What chaotic dire beast would dare to approach? Who is it? Perfected Lord Zun looked in a certain direction. Even the 3 chaotic spirit beasts were slightly stunned, but then, they also sensed an obscure trace of a chaotic dire beast. Hence. They all growled in low voices, their faces filled with caution. I've been discovered. Lin Feng looked at Ao below him and shook his head. He knew that it was not that himself who had been discovered, but Ao. After all, Ao was a chaotic dire beast. Lin Feng had been careless and only used the cosmic power to conceal himself, but forgot to conceal Ao. However, so be it. Since Lin Feng had been discovered, he did not hide anymore. He retracted his cosmic power and slowly walked out of the depths of the forest. Chapter 943, 943 Lin Feng suppressing the mutants with a finger. 943 Lin Feng suppressing the mutants with a finger. Gore. Lin Feng slowly walked out of the depths of the forest. Ao also roared at the 3 chaotic spirit beasts, as if it was not afraid of these 3 chaotic spirit beasts at all. This surprised the 3 chaotic spirit beasts, and even Perfected Lord Zun. This was also the first time she had seen a chaotic dire beast that dared to roar at chaotic spirit beasts. Lin Feng patted Ao's head, and Ao stopped. Perfected Lord Zun, I originally wanted to visit you. I didn't expect to meet you at the Sky Python Mountain. Lin Feng smiled. There did not seem to be any fear or nervousness in his eyes. You know me. Perfected Lord Zun stared at Lin Feng, but he didn't seem familiar at all to her. She was sure she had never met Lin Feng before, but if Lin Feng could call her by name at once, he clearly knew something about her. Perfected Lord Zun is famous. Who in the hallowed beast continent doesn't know about you? Originally, I wasn't sure either, but after seeing you holding the iridescent glazed pagoda, I can be certain. Lin Feng said indifferently. Realization dawned on Perfected Lord Zun. Her iridescent glazed pagoda was a chaotic spirit treasure, and was also famous in the hallowed beast continent. Its characteristics were too obvious, and this was a very easy guess. May I know your name, Perfected Lord? Perfected Lord Zun's eyes were bright, and she did not underestimate Lin Feng at all. Only a fool or a powerful Perfected Lord with something to rely on could come to the Sky Python Mountain alone and still be so relaxed, not taking these chaotic spirit beasts seriously at all. How could Lin Feng be a fool? That was impossible. He could only be a peak Perfected Lord. Perfected Lord, you're welcome. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Perfected Lord Zun frowned, as if she was thinking about if there was any top-notch Perfected Lord on the hallowed beast continent. Called Lin Feng. Suddenly, an thought flashed through her mind, and she seemed to have some impression. Lin Feng, Perfected Lord Lin of Mystic Sky City. A strange look flashed across Perfected Lord Zun's eyes. That's right, it's me. Lin Feng was no longer unknown. With the establishment of Mystic Sky City, Lin Feng's name had quickly spread throughout the entire hallowed beast continent, and he was even known as the top Perfected Lord. So you're the top Perfected Lord? Perfected Lord Zun's heart skipped a beat. She had some ties with this Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's had taken the title as the top Perfected Lord from her. Previously, Perfected Lord Zun was publicly recognized as the #1 Perfected Lord in the hallowed beast continent. However, as Lin Feng rose to prominence, especially in the battle when the Mystic Sky City was established, he subdued countless Perfected Lords. The title of the top Perfected Lord naturally went to Lin Feng. Did Perfected Lord Lin come to the Sky Python Mountain for the Diabolic Divine Palace too? Perfected Lord Ziyuan said directly. It was obvious that she also knew that Lin Feng must have concealed himself for a period of time. Previously, Lin Feng should have already heard everything she said to the three mutated chaotic spirit beasts, so there was nothing much to hide. There's really a Diabolic Divine Palace? Lin Feng asked Perfected Lord Ziyuan instead of replying directly. Of course there are, and they're inside. However, these three chaotic spirit beasts are blocking the way. I can't head to the ruins of the Diabolic Divine Palace. I wonder if Perfected Lord Lin has a solution. Perfected Lord Ziyuan was not in a hurry to leave. She wanted to see Lin Feng's methods. Perhaps with Lin Feng's help, she could also fulfill her lifelong wish and enter the ruins of the Diabolic Divine Palace. Human Perfected Lords, leave quickly. You should not enter this place. If you do not leave now, we'll start a massacre. We can only send you to reincarnate and cultivate again. The three chaotic spirit beasts could no longer sit still. This human Perfected Lord had arrived calmly and showed no fear at all. Clearly, he was not easy to deal with either. Moreover, he could converse with Perfected Lord Ziyuan as equals. That was even more extraordinary. They were not stupid, and would not underestimate Perfected Lord Ziyuan. It had to be known that it took the combination of three mutant chaotic spirit beasts to barely stop Perfected Lord Ziyuan. If someone on par with Perfected Lord Ziyuan came, they would probably be in trouble. Lin Feng ignored the three mutated chaotic spirit beasts completely. Instead, he said to Perfected Lord Ziyuan, "Of course there's no solution. Perfected Lord has come to the Sky Python Mountain 3 times, but you haven't been able to think of a better solution. What good solution can I come up with?" Hearing this, Perfected Lord Ziyuan's expression fell, and she was also a little disappointed. In order to enter the ruins of the Diabolic Divine Palace, she had indeed tried everything she could. She had spent tens of thousands of years on the hallowed beast continent. Unfortunately, up until now, she still had no way to pass through the obstruction of these three chaotic spirit beasts. She had not even seen the ruins of the Diabolic Divine Palace. However, although there's no good solution, there's a stupid solution, and that is to defeat these three mutated chaotic spirit beasts. Then, won't we be able to find the ruins of the Diabolic Divine Palace? Perfected Lord Ziyuan shook his head and said, "If I could defeat them, I would have done so long ago. However, these are three mutant chaotic spirit beasts with the bloodlines of divine beasts. Defeating them is easier said than done." "Is that so?" Lin Feng walked over slowly. The world phantom vaguely appeared behind him, and he emitted a terrifying aura. Even the three chaotic spirit beasts seemed to have encountered their natural enemy. They growled softly and kept retreating. Just from their auras, they felt immense pressure, and there was a faint sense of great danger and terror. "This is..." Perfected Lord Ziyuan's eyes lit up as well. Disbelief appeared in her eyes, and the expression on her face was incomparably shocked. Even though Lin Feng's cosmic power did not affect Perfected Lord Ziyuan, that power still stunned Perfected Lord Ziyuan. This power. He's not a perfected deity, but it feels like I'm facing a perfected deity. Is it some kind of special chaotic spirit treasure? Many thoughts flashed through Perfected Lord Ziyuan's mind. She was not a cultivator from the hallowed beast continent, but came from the depths of the chaos and had a powerful background. In fact, Perfected Lord Ziyuan had even seen a perfected deity before. The aura of a perfected deity was naturally incomparably powerful, as vast and invincible as the entire chaos. Lin Feng's aura was not as domineering as a perfected deity's, but just his raw strength had the faint shadow of a perfected deity. Hence, Perfected Lord Ziyuan suspected that Lin Feng also possessed a powerful and special chaotic spirit treasure. Otherwise, how could Lin Feng have such a terrifying aura? There were sounds of wailing. Perfected Lord Ziyuan had no idea how much pressure the three mutant chaotic spirit beasts were enduring at this moment. Lin Feng walked over step by step. He did not even attack. He had only mobilized a portion of the power in his internal universe. Even so, just a portion of the power in the internal universe still gave the three chaotic spirit beasts a sense of great danger and terror. After all, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. He could even suppress the torch dragon. The diameter of his internal universe exceeded 100 billion light-years, comparable to an ordinary origin universe. Even if only a tenth of such a terrifying power was leaked, it would still be earth-shattering. Suppress. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks and looked at the three chaotic spirit beasts that were constantly retreating. Then, he gently tapped the heads of the three chaotic spirit beasts. Boom. The three chaotic spirit beasts seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Their entire bodies felt as if they were carrying heavy mountains. And their massive bodies emitted crackling sounds. They tried to stand up and support themselves, but were pressed to the ground. They struggled desperately, but could not move at all. There were sounds of wailing. The three chaotic spirit beasts could only wail in low voices. Previously, they were still majestic and prideful when facing Perfected Lord Ziyuan, but now, even standing up felt so difficult. Perfected Lord Ziyuan could not hide the shock in her eyes. Were these still three chaotic spirit beasts? If she had not seen them with her own eyes, she would not have believed it at all. Lin Feng did not even do anything. With a light tap, the three chaotic spirit beasts were suppressed on the ground and could not move at all. This capability had vaguely exceeded the scope of a Perfected Lord, shocking Perfected Lord Ziyuan. Chapter 944, 944 The Origin of the Diabolic Divine Palace. 944 The Origin of the Diabolic Divine Palace. She had thought that there would be an intense battle. Perfected Lord Ziyuan was even prepared to help Lin Feng attack together to suppress the three mutated chaotic spirit beasts. But what was the situation now? The scene before her almost made Perfected Lord Ziyuan unable to believe her eyes. Lin Feng only pointed lightly, and the three insufferably arrogant chaotic spirit beasts were firmly suppressed. They lay on the ground, unable to even move or struggle. They even let out low whimpers. As befitting of the top Perfected Lord. A strange look flashed across Perfected Lord Ziyuan's eyes. It did not matter if Lin Feng had used a chaotic spirit treasure, some secret technique, or his own ability. Being able to easily suppress these three mutated chaotic spirit beasts meant that Lin Feng was undoubtedly the top Perfected Lord on the hallowed beast continent. In fact, in the entire chaos, Lin Feng was probably one of the best among Perfected Lords. Lin Feng walked up step by step and arrived in front of the three chaotic spirit beasts. Actually, these three chaotic spirit beasts were not so weak that they could be suppressed at will. However, no matter how they struggled, the cosmic power in Lin Feng's body would continue to suppress them. In the beginning, Lin Feng had only mobilized 10% of the cosmic power. That was already very terrifying, equivalent to cosmic power from a universe 10 billion light-years in diameter. But now, Lin Feng had already mobilized more than 40% of the cosmic power. Only then could he firmly suppress the three chaotic spirit beasts. With the power of Lin Feng's internal universe now, even if he did not completely use universe descending, he could still suppress powerful chaotic spirit beasts. There were sounds of wailing. The three chaotic spirit beasts could only lie on the ground and constantly wail in low voices. It even seemed very difficult for them to even open their mouths. Their chaotic bodies also collapsed one after another under the pressure of Lin Feng's internal universe. However, there was also the special bloodline power in the bodies of the three chaotic spirit beasts, which resisted the pressure of the universe in Lin Feng's body. It should be the divine beast bloodline in their bodies. Otherwise, if 40% of the cosmic power in the internal universe all descended, these three chaotic spirit beasts would have long been crushed into dust. Not bad. You can still hold out until now. Tell me, is the diabolic divine palace inside? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Then, he eased the pressure slightly, allowing the three chaotic spirit beasts to speak. At this moment, the three chaotic spirit beasts were already incomparably terrified. Lin Feng walked over step by step without doing anything else. The three chaotic spirit beasts were suppressed and could not even resist. They even had a feeling that it would be a piece of cake for Lin Feng to kill them. He was even more terrifying than their king. Yes, the ruins are inside. The king once said that it's the ruin of the diabolic divine palace. Once one obtains the treasures in the diabolic god palace, the king can even become a divine beast. The three chaotic spirit beasts told him almost everything they knew, not daring to conceal anything. In any case, their king had subdued them through its powerful strength. Now that Lin Feng was clearly stronger, these three chaotic spirit beasts naturally knew what they should do. Lin Feng did not ask any more. He immediately growled, "Retrieve." Then, with a sweep of the cosmic power, the figures of the three chaotic spirit beasts instantly disappeared, and were already suppressed by Lin Feng in his internal universe. These were mutant chaotic spirit beasts that could greatly enhance Lin Feng's internal universe. Lin Feng would not let them off so easily. After putting away these three mutant chaotic spirit beasts, perfected Lord Ziyuan also flew over. He took a long look at Lin Feng and said, "I've long heard that perfected Lord Lin is the top perfected lord, and can kill chaotic spirit beasts. From the looks of it, the rumors are true. The title of the top perfected lord lives up to its name." Perfected Lord Ziyuan also gave up on what little competitive thoughts she had. She knew that she was not Lin Feng's match, but with the iridescent glazed pagoda in her possession, she was not afraid. This iridescent glazed pagoda was a chaotic spirit treasure. It was capable of both offense and defense, and was even stronger at defense. Forget about three mutated chaotic spirit beasts, even 3 or 5 or 10 of them might not be able to do anything to perfected Lord Ziyuan. At the very least, self-preservation was not a problem. This was also why perfected Lord Ziyuan had come to the Sky Python Mountain 3 times. Even though she did not defeat the 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts every time, she was safe and sound. Now that Lin Feng had collected 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts, there were no more obstacles ahead. Perfected Lord Ziyuan was also very excited. "Perfected Lord, you flatter me. Your iridescent glazed pagoda is indeed worthy of being a chaotic spirit treasure. It's very extraordinary." This was the first time Lin Feng had seen a chaotic spirit treasure, so he was naturally very curious. "Perfected Lord Lin, you're also here for the diabolic divine palace. Why don't we go to the ruins of the diabolic divine palace together? In all likelihood, no one in the entire hallowed beast continent knows the origins of the diabolic divine palace better than me, perfected Lord Ziyuan said confidently. "Oh. Do you know the origins of the diabolic divine palace, perfected Lord?" Lin Feng was somewhat persuaded. He was a little curious. Although he had heard about the diabolic divine palace, it was only some legends. Moreover, the origins of the diabolic divine palace were mysterious. He only knew that it had suddenly appeared on the hallowed beast continent, and should have originated from the chaos. However, Lin Feng did not know its exact origins. Now, from what perfected Lord Ziyuan said, this diabolic divine palace seemed to have a complicated background. Seeing that Lin Feng was interested, perfected Lord Ziyuan immediately said, "I naturally know the origins of the diabolic divine palace. I once roamed the chaos and heard rumors about the diabolic divine palace. It's rumored that the owner of the diabolic divine palace is a mighty figure in the chaos called the diabolic deity. It's said that the diabolic deity had unparalleled divine ability, and stood at the peak of the chaos as a top-notch perfected deity. The diabolic deity roamed the chaos and sensed that life on some savage chaotic continents were ignorant. They did not even cultivate. Hence, the diabolic deity established the diabolic divine palace, and casually left behind some cultivation techniques as legacies. As long as one can pass the test of the diabolic deity, and meet the requirements of the diabolic deity, they can accept the legacy and obtain the cultivation techniques. Therefore, legends about the diabolic divine palace circulated around many chaotic continents. Moreover, many diabolic divine palaces were indeed established, and there are still remnants of them in some chaotic continents. The diabolic deity is magnanimous and discriminate in teachings. Be it chaotic dire beasts, human cultivators, or even some wood spirits, and so on, anyone who can pass The test can enter the diabolic divine palace and obtain all kinds of cultivation techniques. Those are great opportunities. I've heard of them. Actually, I've also been to some chaotic continents. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the diabolic divine palace. Only on the hallowed beast continent did I discover traces of the diabolic divine palace. Unfortunately, in tens of thousands of years, due to the obstruction of the 3 chaotic spirit beasts, I couldn't find the diabolic divine palace. Perfected Lord Zun told him everything, her tone filled with regret. So this is the legend of the diabolic divine palace. That diabolic deity is worthy of being the teacher of all living beings. However, you are already a peak perfected Lord, yet you still wish to enter the diabolic divine palace. Could it be that the diabolic divine palace has cultivation techniques for becoming perfected deities? A sharp glint flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Perfected Lord Ziyuan shook her head, and suddenly said with a smile, Perfected Lord Lin, there's no need to probe. How can there be any cultivation techniques for becoming perfected deities in this world? At most, there can only be some notes from the cultivation experiences of the predecessors. Cultivators can only become perfected deities by relying on their own comprehension of the chaotic rules. Although there are no cultivation techniques for perfected deities in the diabolic divine palace, it's very likely that there are divine ability techniques, complete divine ability techniques. Perfected Lord Ziyuan's expression was solemn. Clearly, she was also thinking of finding the diabolic divine palace day and night for the complete divine ability technique. Complete divine ability technique. Lin Feng developed some interest as well. If it were just some ordinary cultivation techniques, chaotic martial arts, or chaotic spells, he would not be interested. However, divine ability techniques, especially complete divine ability techniques, would be very helpful to even Lin Feng. Even if he did not cultivate them, just referencing and comprehending them would be infinitely beneficial. All right, since there's the complete divine ability technique, how about we search for the ruins of the diabolic divine palace together? Perfected Lord. That would be wonderful. Lin Feng and Perfected Lord Ziyuan reached an agreement. The two parties did not have any conflicts of interest, so they could naturally join forces. After all, even if there was a divine ability technique, the two of them could cultivate it together. Perfected Lord Ziyuan needed to rely on Lin Feng's strength, and Lin Feng also needed to rely on Perfected Lord Ziyuan's knowledge of the diabolic divine palace. Otherwise, it would probably not be so easy for either of them to enter the diabolic divine palace alone. Let's hurry up and find the diabolic divine palace. There's very likely that an old flood dragon is still there. Perfected Lord Ziyuan immediately moved and led the way. Lin Feng followed behind unhurriedly, walking deeper into the sky python mountain after her. Chapter 945, 945 Old Flood Dragon. 945 Old Flood Dragon. In the depths of the Sky Python Mountain, as there were 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts previously, there were actually no other chaotic dire beasts here. The lush leaves and lush greenery made it appear rather deep and ancient. Perfected Lord Ziyuan was also very cautious along the way. She basically kept the iridescent glazed pagoda with her the entire time, and paid attention to the surroundings at all times. According to Perfected Lord Ziyuan, there was still an old flood dragon. It was very extraordinary, and had a trace of the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The so-called ancestral dragon was very extraordinary. The ancestral dragon was not a divine beast, but a hallowed beast. Dragons were licentious by nature, and the ancestral dragon was no exception. It had reproduced with many dire beast races in the chaos, such as true dragons and flood dragons. This old flood dragon actually had a trace of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Moreover, quite rarely, it was able to activate this trace of ancestral dragon bloodline. Its strength was very terrifying. Being able to subdue 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts was enough to show how powerful the old flood dragon was. Hence, Perfected Lord Ziyuan did not dare to let her guard down at all. As the two of them went deeper, even Ao fell silent. It seemed to have sensed an unusual trace of oppressive aura, and became very Quiet. Huh. Lin Feng suddenly looked up. He saw a palace ahead. Diabolic Divine Palace? Lin Feng said softly. That's right, it's the Diabolic Divine Palace. As expected, there's indeed a Diabolic Divine Palace in the Hallowed Beast continent. I've finally found it. Perfected Lord Ziyuan appeared very excited. She had traveled the chaos for so long, and had become a peak perfected lord a long time ago. She had been accumulating experience over time, trying to comprehend the chaotic rules. But how could the chaotic rules be so easy to comprehend? For tens of thousands of years, perfected Lord Ziyuan had not been able to improve at all. She could only constantly travel and roam the chaos, hoping to find opportunities. And she really did find an opportunity. The legend she had heard the most about in the chaos was the legend of the Diabolic Divine Palace. That great and mysterious diabolic deity had left behind diabolic divine palaces in many chaotic continents. They contained all kinds of cultivation techniques, and there might even be complete divine ability techniques. These were techniques that top-notch perfected lords were eager to obtain. Even only as reference, these might allow them to gain a deeper understanding of certain rules in the chaos. Hence, how could perfected Lord Ziyuan not be excited to suddenly see the diabolic divine palace? This was an opportunity she had been looking for tens of thousands of years. Lin Feng's expression was also very solemn. From afar, the magnificent diabolic divine palace did not seem to have experienced the tide of time. It did not seem dilapidated, but emitted a vast and solemn aura. This was the diabolic divine palace, which offered countless living beings opportunities. Be careful of that old flood dragon. Perfected Lord Ziyuan's expression was solemn, and she did not continue forward. Lin Feng also saw that outside the diabolic divine palace, an incomparably huge flood dragon was lying on the ground, looking as if it was sleeping. Its entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Feng had never seen a chaotic spirit beast with such a massive aura. Even the aura of the torch dragon was far inferior to the flood dragon in front of him. As for strength, it would depend on the innate abilities of the chaotic spirit beasts. However, for this old flood dragon to be able to make 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts submit and call it a king, its strength was probably far from what ordinary chaotic spirit beasts could compare to. Cultivator, I remember your aura. Perfected Lord Ziyuan. In tens of thousands of years, you've already come to the Sky Python Mountain 3 times, but you were obstructed by those 3 fools each time. Looks like those 3 fools failed to stop you this time. The massive flood dragon slowly raised its head and opened its eyes. Its eyes seemed infinitely deep and vast, like the cosmos. Buzz. The iridescent glazed pagoda beside perfected Lord Ziyuan actually protected her automatically. It emitted traces of iridescent light, enveloping perfected Lord Ziyuan. The reason why spirit treasures were called spirit treasures was that they had a trace of sentience. When their master was threatened, they could also take the initiative to protect their master. Relying on this chaotic spirit treasure, perfected Lord Ziyuan roamed the chaos and survived countless calamities. Being able to make even the iridescent glazed pagoda take the initiative to protect its master was a sign of how powerful the enemy was. It even made the chaotic spirit treasure feel a trace of threat, as expected of the old flood dragon with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. You've been here for at least 100,000 years, right? You must have entered the diabolic divine palace before, so you should know that you can only enter it once. There's only one chance. Once you've already entered it, you won't be able to enter it again. What's the use of staying here? Perfected Lord Ziyuan looked at the old flood dragon cautiously. That's right. One can only enter the diabolic divine palace once. However, I can't accept it. I was just a little bit away from finding the technique to become a divine beast. I was just a little bit away. The old flood dragon growled in a low voice. What's the use of not accepting it? What's not meant to be yours would never be yours. Do you think you can charge into the diabolic divine palace by force? The diabolic deity personally left this diabolic divine palace in the hallowed beast continent. Forget about you in The present, even if you really became a divine beast, you can't possibly force your way into the diabolic divine palace. Perfected Lord Zun shook her head. She knew a lot about the diabolic divine palace, and she also knew what a great entity the diabolic deity was in the chaos. That was a true top-notch perfected deity, who stood at the peak of the chaos. Ordinary perfected deities could not break into the diabolic divine palaces he had left behind, let alone charge in by force. If one wanted to enter the diabolic divine palace, they had to follow the rules of the diabolic divine palace. Every living being, be it chaotic dire beasts or cultivators, could only enter the diabolic divine palace once. Once they had entered it, they wouldn't ever be able to enter it again. Back then, the old flood dragon had entered the diabolic divine palace once and obtained a considerable opportunity. By relying on this opportunity, it even accidentally activated traces of the ancestral dragon bloodline in its body. As a chaotic hallowed beast, the ancestral dragon was one of the oldest and strongest entities among chaotic dire beasts. The bloodlines it left behind were simply too many to count. Although it was a hallowed beast, the bloodlines it left behind were spread throughout the entire chaos. Hence, it was not surprising that the old flood dragon had traces of the ancestral dragon bloodline. In fact, apart from the old flood dragon, there must be other chaotic dire beasts on the hallowed beast continent that also had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. However, being able to activate traces of the ancestral dragon bloodline in the body like the old flood dragon was simply a stroke of luck. It was unimaginable. Even in the depths of the chaos, this could be considered a huge opportunity. It was precisely because the old flood dragon had accidentally entered the diabolic divine palace that it could receive such an opportunity. Unfortunately, after activating the ancestral dragon bloodline, the old flood dragon could not improve any further. If it wanted to become a chaotic divine beast, with the ancestral dragon bloodline in its body, there was actually a trace of hope. The hope was very slim, and even the direct descendants of the ancestral dragon rarely could become divine beasts, let alone the old flood dragon, who only had a trace of the bloodline of a hallowed beast in its body. However, there was ultimately a trace of hope. The old flood dragon would not give up. Hence, it wanted to enter the diabolic divine palace again. Unfortunately, no matter what method it thought of, and even when it controlled some other chaotic spirit beasts to enter the diabolic divine palace, it did not obtain what it wanted. Hence, the old flood dragon went on waiting. Even if it had to wait for thousands, tens of thousands of years, or even billions of years, it was willing to wait. In any case, the old flood dragon's lifespan was infinite now. It could afford to wait. It would wait until the prohibitions outside the diabolic divine palace slowly weakened. Perhaps one day, it would be able to enter the diabolic divine palace again, and obtain what it wanted. The old flood dragon raised his head and glanced at Lin Feng and perfected Lord Zun. It shook his head and said, "No matter how slim the hope is, I'll wait. As for the two of you, you could break through the obstruction of those three fools, so you can be considered extraordinary. However, opportunities are not that easy to obtain. Those three fools have followed me for so long, after all. I have to express something. Come, defeat me, and you can enter the diabolic divine palace." The old flood dragon's massive body began to move. It was like a small hill, full of oppressive aura. Chapter 946, 946 The Strongest Rival. 946 The Strongest Rival. Defeat you. Perfected Lord Zun bit her lip. She was already helpless against those three strange chaotic spirit beasts just now. The old flood dragon in front of her had awakened the bloodline of a hallowed beast. He could even subdue the three mutant chaotic spirit beasts. There was no knowing how many times it was stronger than the three mutant chaotic spirit beasts. It was not that easy to defeat the old flood dragon. Old flood dragon, since you've already entered the diabolic divine palace before, what's the point of stopping us? If we enter, we have a chance to bring you what you want. Won't it be the best of both worlds? However, the old flood dragon was still unmoved. Instead, it shook its head and said, "In the diabolic god palace, chaotic dire beasts And human cultivators receive completely different opportunities. If you enter the diabolic divine palace, you will only obtain the techniques cultivated by human cultivators. It is impossible for you to obtain what I want. All right then, old flood dragon, let's see how strong you are. Perfected Lord Zun extended her hand and pointed, suddenly activating the iridescent glazed pagoda. Immediately, the iridescent glazed pagoda shone with extraordinary splendor, transforming into a huge pagoda that blotted out the sky. With infinite power, it descended from the sky and pressed down violently towards the old flood dragon. Boom. The iridescent glazed pagoda instantly pressed down. Traces of iridescent light attempted to suppress the old flood dragon at full force. However, the old flood dragon's massive body pushed forward like a giant. The huge iridescent glazed pagoda was actually lifted directly. At the same time, the old flood dragon slammed its claw towards the iridescent glazed pagoda. Thud. The huge iridescent glazed pagoda was actually sent flying. The spiritual light on the pagoda also flickered. Clearly, it had suffered a trace of damage. This was a chaotic spirit treasure, perfected Lord Zun's trump card. Normally, it was always undefeated. Even if it was not a match, she could rely on the iridescent glazed pagoda to resist the enemy's attack. But now, the old flood dragon had sent the iridescent glazed pagoda flying with a single strike. This was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Perfected Lord Zun was both shocked and furious. She retracted the iridescent glazed pagoda, but there was nothing she could do. She was not a match for those three chaotic spirit beasts. Now, she was not a match for this old flood dragon either. However, there was still Lin Feng next to her, and he had unfathomable strength. Perfected Lord Zun could not help but look at Lin Feng beside her. Up until now, she admitted that she had yet to see Lin Feng's true strength. Even when dealing with the three mutant chaotic spirit beasts, Lin Feng had suppressed them without even attacking. Lin Feng looked at Perfected Lord Zun. Even when she used the chaotic spirit treasure, it was sent flying by the old flood dragon. This was enough to show how extraordinary the old flood dragon was. Lin Feng was not arrogant enough to think that he could crush everything with power and not take anything seriously. At the very least, the old flood dragon in front of him made Lin Feng feel a trace of solemnity. Terminus. Lin Feng attacked. Facing the old flood dragon, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless at all. Although he had not used the power of his internal universe, he had used the sixth form of the heaven and earth seal. Currently, it was also Lin Feng's strongest chaotic martial art. Even ordinary chaotic spirit beasts would be killed by this strike from Lin Feng. What kind of martial art is this? Perfected Lord Zun was very shocked. She was also a top-notch perfected lord and cultivated martial arts. She even cultivated perfected spirit martial arts. However, when she saw Lin Feng's palm strike now, she felt that all the perfected spirit martial arts she cultivated paled in comparison. It was not that Lin Feng's palm strike was too strong, nor was it too profound, but that there was an extreme charm to it, a sense of consummation. This was the feeling of martial arts reaching the extreme, and martial arts being completely consummate. There was no distinction of superiority or inferiority in martial arts. The difference lied in cultivators, the people who used martial arts. In terms of martial arts alone, perfected Lord Zun was far inferior to Lin Feng. Technique borders on the principle. If he can comprehend martial arts to such an extent, it's only a matter of time before he comprehends chaotic rules, right? Perfected Lord Zun muttered softly. She had traveled and roamed the chaos, so she naturally knew what Lin Feng's attainments in martial arts meant. Although she had cultivated a few perfected spirit martial arts, which all seemed very profound, they were completely insignificant before this palm strike by Lin Feng. This was already the strongest power an ordinary perfected lord could unleash without involving chaotic rules. Faced with this terminus form, the old flood dragon also felt threatened. It growled and extended its huge claw. This claw suddenly transformed into a dragon claw. Although it was not as profound as Lin Feng's martial arts attainments, it was natural, as if it was innately compatible with some chaotic rule, and had an indescribable style. Thud. This was a head-on clash. Palm and claw collided fiercely. Lin Feng's entire body shook. It was as if a giant dragon was roaring wildly in his ears. The power from the old flood dragon's claw was simply unparalleled. His entire body shook, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Lin Feng's body was already in turmoil. A terrifying power was washing through Lin Feng's chaotic body. However, Lin Feng had an internal universe. Hence, after this vast and terrifying power charged into the vast internal universe, it disappeared without a trace, and Lin Feng stopped. On the other hand, the old flood dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. When they clashed head-on just now, its body had shaken slightly. Clearly, it had also suffered a violent impact. Only by relying on the ancestral dragon bloodline in its body could it dissipate that enormous power. This was the first time the old flood dragon had encountered someone evenly matched with it in a pure competition of strength. Impressive, old flood dragon. What an impressive ancestral dragon bloodline. Lin Feng suddenly flew over. He stood in the air, filled with battle intent. It had been a long, long time since he had encountered his match. Even the 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts from before were only SOSO, and were easily suppressed by Lin Feng. When he used the 6th form, Terminus, Lin Feng was actually evenly matched with the old flood dragon, and was even slightly at a disadvantage. This had never happened since he mastered the Heaven and Earth seal. But now, it was right in front of him. Lin Feng knew very well that he had met his match. The old flood dragon in front of him was very, very strong. It might be the strongest opponent Lin Feng had ever encountered. Even the torch dragon back then should not be comparable to the old flood dragon in front of him. Come on, fight. Lin Feng's battle intent soared. A huge phantom of a world appeared behind him, dreamlike, yet filled with a terrifying aura. The oppressive aura was unparalleled, and it howled as it pressed down majestically like a violent storm. Gore. The old flood dragon roared. Facing the suppression of Lin Feng's cosmic power, even though it was carrying an incredibly heavy weight, there was a faint and terrifying primordial power within it, supporting its body. An invisible aura swept over. The phantom of a giant dragon condensed above its head. Seeing this giant dragon, even Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Ancestral dragon. This was the phantom of the ancestral dragon. It was just a phantom, yet it still had incredible divine ability and astonishing power. In terms of aura alone, it was actually comparable to Lin Feng's internal universe. The invisible confrontation between the two vaguely caused traces of ripples in the void. Even perfected Lord Ziyuan beside him could only activate the iridescent glazed pagoda to protect herself. Otherwise, she would not even be qualified to witness this great battle. They were both perfected lords and chaotic spirit beasts, but perfected Lord Ziyuan felt that she was on a completely different level from Lin Feng and the old flood dragon. As expected, in the vast chaos, there was always someone better. Relying on the chaotic spirit treasure, she had thought that she could dominate the chaos and be invincible among perfected lords. Now, it seemed like she was wrong, and very much so. However, she was lucky enough to witness this earth-shattering battle. It could also be considered an eye-opener. Chapter 947, 947 The Internal Universe and the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. 947 The Internal Universe and the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Universe descending. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He felt a trace of threat. Hence, he did not hesitate anymore and used the power of the universe in his body with all his might. Immediately, the illusory world behind him seemed to gradually become corporeal. An aura 10 times heavier than before pressed down from all directions. The old flood dragon was shocked. It was also a little unable to withstand such a huge pressure. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. The old flood dragon also instantly stimulated the ancestral dragon bloodline in its body. Immediately, the phantom of the giant dragon above its head seemed to have become much more condensed, turning into a giant dragon that stood tall in the sky and roared continuously. Boom. Lin Feng's cosmic power instantly descended and enveloped the old flood dragon. Suppress. Lin Feng did not move at all. However, in reality, his universe with a diameter of 100 billion light-years was already suppressing the old flood dragon's body with all its might. Even Lin Feng himself did not know how strong the cosmic power of a universe 100 billion light-years in diameter was. However, in any case, the torch dragon and those three strange chaotic spirit beasts were already suppressed by Lin Feng, and completely immobile. It had to be known that these chaotic spirit beasts all had the bloodline of divine beasts, and were very extraordinary. However, Lin Feng suppressed them with ease and almost did not encounter any difficulties. This was enough to show how strong his cosmic power was at this moment. Lin Feng even felt that he was almost invincible below the level of a perfected deity now. Even if there was a perfected deity, they would only know who was stronger after fighting. Gore. However, Lin Feng had clearly encountered his match this time. When his cosmic power descended, the universe with a diameter of 100 billion light-years was massive and vast. Its strength was almost infinite. It could suppress the enemies and immobilize them, even in an instant. However, the old flood dragon in front of him, especially the phantom of the giant dragon behind him, suddenly roared. An incomparably terrifying power instantly tore apart Lin Feng's universe. There was a ripping noise. The universe was torn apart. Even though this little damage was not worth mentioning to the huge universe, the old flood dragon then waved its huge claw. Coupled with the phantom of the giant dragon behind it, it tore apart Lin Feng's internal universe in a frenzy again. And again. It was obvious that the old flood dragon was very tired. The phantom of the giant dragon above its head was also growing faint and dim. Presumably, that was the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline. However, activating the ancestral dragon bloodline to fight was actually a huge burden for the old flood dragon, and could not support a long battle. But what was the case for Lin Feng? It was actually not a big deal for his universe to be torn apart once or twice, or 3 or 5 times. However, if it was torn apart 10 or 20 times, it would be a little troublesome. Even the universe would be damaged. More importantly, while the old flood dragon tore the universe apart in a frenzy, Lin Feng's cosmic power could not suppress the old flood dragon. After the old flood dragon tore it apart, it exited the universe directly. This was the first time Lin Feng had used his internal universe at full force against an opponent he could not suppress. At this moment, Lin Feng realized that he had been a little arrogant previously, and underestimated the cultivators in the chaos. Be it chaotic spirit beasts or cultivators, he had underestimated them. If a peak perfected lord held a peak chaotic spirit treasure, how strong would they be? They would probably be able to tear apart Lin Feng's internal universe in an instant. His internal universe was far from invincible among those below the level of a perfected deity. It was ridiculous that Lin Feng had actually thought that he was comparable to a perfected deity previously. He had never seen a perfected deity before, so he naturally did not know how terrifying a perfected deity was. But now, as Lin Feng fought with the old flood dragon could tear apart his internal universe again and again. He could see that the old flood dragon's strength far exceeded that of the torch dragon or the 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts. The torch dragon actually thought it could dominate the hallowed beast continent. It probably would not be able to get past the old flood dragon. The two of them did not continue fighting. Although Lin Feng's internal universe was torn apart again and again, with the current size of his universe, such minor damage was not a big deal at all. It was the same for the old flood dragon. Although it was a little tired, if it really wanted to leave, Lin Feng could not trap it. At the very least, even if Lin Feng used all his methods, he could not do anything to the old flood dragon in front of him. The bloodline of a hallowed beast is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng's gaze was very solemn. He knew that the phantom of the giant dragon above the old flood dragon's head should be the trace of the ancestral dragon bloodline in the old flood dragon's body. The ancestral dragon was a hallowed beast. There was no knowing how much stronger it was than a divine beast. This was only because the old flood dragon had a trace of the ancestral dragon bloodline. If its bloodline was rich, coupled with various opportunities, it might really be able to become a divine beast. After all, there were indeed some divine beasts among the descendants of the legendary ancestral dragon. Human cultivator. This is also the first time I've seen such a powerful perfected lord. He has a chance of becoming a perfected deity in the future. The old flood dragon's expression was also very solemn. It had always stayed in the sky python mountain and had never left it. It guarded outside the diabolic divine palace and waited quietly for opportunities. However, this did not mean that he did not know the situation in the outside world. The chaotic dire beasts in the entire sky python mountain were all the eyes and ears of the old flood dragon. Hence, the old flood dragon knew how many perfected lords were in the outside world, and that perfected Lord Zun was the top perfected lord. Even perfected Lord Zun was insignificant before the old flood dragon. If they really fought, even with the protection of a chaotic spirit treasure, perfected Lord Zun might not be able to retreat unscathed. As for this unfamiliar perfected lord in front of him, the old flood dragon had almost no knowledge of him at all. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air, and actually made even it feel immense pressure. If it continued to fight, although it would not die, it could only avoid the brunt of it and escape for the time being. Hence, the old flood dragon did not attack again. Instead, it was very solemn. It temporarily retreated and acknowledged Lin Feng's strength. Please come in. You are qualified to enter the diabolic divine palace. The old flood dragon slowly took a few steps back and lay on the ground. Lin Feng cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, flood dragon." Lin Feng did not have any intentions to deal with the old flood dragon. Since the other party insisted on guarding this place, and had never left the sky python mountain, it could not be considered evil. Compared to the torch dragon's wicked ambition, the old flood dragon kept a much lower profile. As long as it did not leave the sky python mountain, and did not attack the cities of human cultivators, Lin Feng did not care about where the old flood dragon wanted to stay. Moreover, strictly speaking, Lin Feng was the one who broke into the sky python mountain and suppressed the 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts. Lin Feng and the old flood dragon were both wary of each other, so they each relented a little. The old flood dragon could not stop Lin Feng, and Lin Feng could not kill the old flood dragon. They reached a compromise, so Lin Feng could also enter the diabolic divine palace. Perfected Lord Zun, let's go. Lin Feng glanced at perfected Lord Zun, who appeared very excited. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Thank you, perfected Lord Lin." Perfected Lord Zun knew very well that without Lin Feng, even if she did everything she could to defeat the 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts, with the old flood dragon around, even if she cultivated for billions of years, without becoming a perfected deity, she probably would not be the old flood dragon's match. Entering the diabolic divine palace was almost a fool's dream. However, with Lin Feng around now, everything became so simple. She could also enter the diabolic divine palace. The ruins of the diabolic divine palace in front of him looked magnificent, emitting a profound and magnificent aura that made one feel incomparably holy. Perfected Lord Zun took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. She and Lin Feng stepped into the diabolic divine palace one after another. Chapter 948, 948 Complete Divine Ability Technique. 948 Complete Divine Ability Technique. Buzz. A layer of gray light appeared, like a barrier. When Lin Feng stepped into the diabolic divine palace and passed through the gray light, it was as if he had stepped into another world. The palace in front of them instantly disappeared. They had already entered the hall of the palace. Even perfected Lord Zun beside Lin Feng had disappeared, and Lin Feng did not notice at all. What a bizarre place. Lin Feng's heart was solemn. He did not know what this place was, nor did he know what was going on. He had heard some rumors about the diabolic divine palace in the first place, in addition to perfected Lord Zun's introduction. It was established by the legendary diabolic deity Every living being, be it chaotic dire beasts or human cultivators, would encounter opportunities as long as they stepped into the diabolic divine palace. However, what these opportunities came to would depend on the fate of the living beings themselves. Perhaps perfected Lord Zun had already been teleported to another place in the diabolic divine palace. The two of them were separated. Although he had not heard of any danger in the diabolic divine palace, Lin Feng was very cautious. The cosmic power in his body was also filled in his body. He even used his perfected spirit to check around. The surroundings were densely covered in chaotic rules. All kinds of chaotic rules completely sealed this place, preventing Lin Feng from sensing any movement from the outside world. Even his mental power could only sense areas within a radius of 30 feet. As for areas beyond 30 feet, his mental power could not sense them. Hence, it was completely impossible to rely on his mental power to investigate. Lin Feng looked around and realized that there were a total of 3 passages. There was a passage in the middle and 2 passages on the left and right. There were no hints, and his mental power could not detect them. Clearly, if he wanted to obtain opportunities, he had to choose one of these 3 passages to enter. Lin Feng chose the rightmost passage, relying entirely on his intuition. Then, without any hesitation, he strode into the rightmost passage. Buzz. This passage seemed to lead to another world. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he was teleported to a sealed secret chamber again. This was a circular secret chamber. There were many small secret chambers around it, and they emitted a glowing light. Lin Feng scanned with his mental power. Immediately, many messages appeared in his mind. Martial arts, spells, rare treasures, artifacts, spirit treasures, divine abilities, rules. Many messages appeared in Lin Feng's mind. He also gradually learned that every secret chamber represented a certain kind of opportunity. For example, if the information in the first secret chamber was martial arts, there would be various kinds of martial arts inside. If one chose to enter the second secret chamber, it would be spells, and they could choose various kinds of spells. Lin Feng's horizons were broadened. He wanted to enter every secret chamber. Unfortunately, according to the information he obtained in his mind, every living being could only enter one of the secret chambers. Where did perfected Lord Zun go? Lin Feng was hesitating, not knowing which secret chamber to choose. However, an idea flashed through his mind. He suddenly thought of perfected Lord Zun. He had not seen perfected Lord Zun since he entered the diabolic divine palace. Could there be other places with legacies here? Lin Feng did not know. He had a feeling that this diabolic divine palace was mysterious at every turn. Lin Feng shook his head. He eliminated 4 secret chambers and 4 choices first. However, Lin Feng did not want to miss any of the spirit treasures, divine abilities, or rules next. Up until now, Lin Feng had only seen perfected Lord Zun's iridescent glazed pagoda. He also wanted to see more spirit treasures, and even obtain a chaotic spirit treasure. However, if he had to choose between a spirit treasure or a divine ability, Lin Feng could only resign himself and give up on the spirit treasure. After all, no matter how strong a chaotic spirit treasure was, could it be stronger than his internal universe? Even if there was a spirit treasure comparable to a chaotic perfected deity, would the diabolic deity leave such a spirit treasure in the diabolic divine palace? Lin Feng shook his head. Perhaps there were spirit treasures in the diabolic divine palace, but their power would definitely be limited. There were still divine abilities and rules left. This was a dilemma. Lin Feng originally only wanted to seek the complete divine ability technique, but now, he realized that there were actually rules as well. A perfected deity had some comprehension of all kinds of chaotic rules. If one wanted to become a perfected deity, they did not just need to comprehend 1 or 2 rules. They had to learn and synergize a multitude of them, and keep all kinds of rules at their fingertips. Lin Feng did not know what was in the Chamber of Rules, but it was almost impossible that it would help cultivators to comprehend the rules. If it could really help cultivators comprehend the rules, perfected deities in the chaos would not be so rare. At most, it would manifest some rules. However, Lin Feng had the chaotic origin stone, and there was not even a time limit. Why would he waste the precious opportunity of entering the diabolic divine palace? I'll choose the divine ability. Lin Feng made up his mind. He had already made the decision to choose the secret chamber of divine ability. Hence, he strode towards the secret chamber of divine ability. Rumble. The door of the secret chamber of divine ability slowly opened. Lin Feng's figure flashed, and he had already entered the secret chamber of divine ability. Swoosh. Lin Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared in a relatively small and crude secret chamber. Apart from a futon for sitting cross-legged, the rest of the place was bare. It looked more like a cultivation secret chamber. Where is the divine ability technique? Lin Feng frowned. Then, he saw an exquisite wooden box in front of the futon. The box was not locked. Lin Feng gently opened it. A dazzling golden light appeared in the box. It was a gold foil. Gold foil. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Then, he picked up the gold foil and took a look. Ennead Wind Flame Divine Ability. This was clearly a divine ability technique, and a complete one at that. Lin Feng took a cursory look before he grew excited. This was the most suitable divine ability for him. It was a divine ability that required him to comprehend the rule of fire and the rule of wind. Moreover, he could cultivate them independently. For example, he could cultivate a fire-type divine ability first, then cultivate a wind-type divine ability. Finally, he could combine them into one to form the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. However, before Lin Feng could return to his senses, he realized that the gold foil had begun to burn fiercely. It was the chaotic flames. And even Lin Feng could not stop it. In the blink of an eye, the gold foil had been burned to ashes. This divine ability could only be viewed for a limited period of time. Once time passed, it would automatically self-destruct. Once Lin Feng obtained this divine ability would be missing from the diabolic divine palace on the hallowed beast continent from then on. However, there were no restrictions on this divine ability. In other words, this divine ability could be imparted. This was a complete divine ability technique. Countless perfected lords would go insane over it. Even some perfected deities would not underestimate this divine ability. It was simply a priceless treasure. However, the diabolic deity kept it in the diabolic divine palace, and did not even prohibit others from imparting it privately. Lin Feng could not help but admire the magnanimity of the diabolic deity. Even Lin Feng himself might not be able to help others selflessly without asking for anything in return like this. According to the information they obtained, the cultivator could cultivate in seclusion in the secret chamber for 3 months. Hence, Lin Feng simply sat on the futon and began to adjust his mentality. He gradually calmed his emotions, and prepared to study this divine ability. Chapter 949, 949 Distinctions in Divine Abilities. 949 Distinctions in Divine Abilities. Even if he only cultivated flames first, the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability was not that simple. This divine ability was also very extraordinary, and was divided into chaotic astral winds and chaotic flames. The two had a total of 9 levels, and each level was stronger than the last. At only the first level, one would be comparable to a powerful perfected deity, and much stronger than ordinary perfected deities. At the second or third level, one would almost be able to resist a top-notch chaotic spirit treasure head-on. As for the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, those who had reached these levels were basically all famous powerful perfected deities in the chaos. If the 9 levels were combined, the power of this divine ability could almost approach those greater divine abilities indefinitely. Divine abilities were also divided into lesser divine abilities, greater divine abilities, and the legendary ultimate divine abilities cultivated using certain special chaotic rules. Most perfected deities basically cultivated lesser divine abilities. Once a greater divine ability was successfully cultivated, it would possess infinite power. As for the infinite divine ability, almost no one in the vast chaos could successfully cultivate it. The infinite divine ability was a great entity that could suppress chaotic divine beasts, comparable to chaotic hallowed beasts, and second only to hallowed venerables. These were all kinds of information Lin Feng also obtained from the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. It was unknown if the diabolic deity had left this information on purpose, or because cultivating a divine ability required understanding of divine abilities. However, the distinction in divine abilities did broaden Lin Feng's horizons, allowing him to have a more direct understanding of divine abilities. Although the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability was only a lesser divine ability, there was still a huge gap between lesser divine abilities. Even cultivating it was extremely difficult, and there were a total of 9 levels. He still had to comprehend the chaotic rule of fire and chaotic rule of wind, and these 2 rules were only the foundation. Without becoming a perfected deity, it's too difficult to cultivate divine abilities. Lin Feng shook his head. He had just cultivated the divine ability for chaotic flames. Even though it was only a part of this divine ability. After cultivated it for too long, he kept shaking his head. It was too difficult. His current comprehension of the chaotic rule of fire was only half-baked. Even cultivating the first level of the divine ability of flames was very difficult. However, there were also upsides to this. Even if he could not cultivate the divine ability, Lin Feng could gain a deeper understanding of the chaotic rule of fire via cultivating this divine ability. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng even used the chaotic origin stone to manifest chaotic flames in the chaotic origin stone. In addition, there was also information on the cultivation of chaotic flames in the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. Hence, in the past 3 months, Lin Feng's understanding of the chaotic rule of fire improved at lightning speed. He even used the chaotic flames accumulated by the Heart of Fire to perfectly integrate the Heart of Fire into the cultivation of the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. This caused Lin Feng's cultivation speed for this divine ability to soar. Although he was only cultivating the divine ability related to chaotic flames first, with the help of the Heart of Fire, Lin Feng was already on the verge of successfully cultivating the first level of the chaotic flames divine ability. As 1 month, 2 months, 3 months passed. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of incomparably majestic chaotic flames spewed out of the secret chamber, vaguely forming a sphere. Although this sphere of flames was very small, it contained astonishing power. Lin Feng was overjoyed. In 3 months, with the addition of the chaotic origin stone, the technique for the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability, and the Heart of Fire he had cultivated previously, Lin Feng successfully cultivated the first level of the chaotic flames divine ability in the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. This was originally a divided divine ability. Only when combined would it form the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. When separated, it would only be a chaotic flames divine ability with ordinary power. Of course, this power was ordinary to perfected deities. However, to those chaotic perfected lords, the power of this divine ability was simply boundless. Anyone who clashed with it would die, and those who came into contact with it would be injured. No matter how weak its power was, it was still a divine ability. Of course, Lin Feng still had not become a perfected deity. If he wanted to become a perfected deity, he needed to have a deep understanding of chaotic rules, and more than just one rule. Although Lin Feng had cultivated the chaotic flames divine ability now, he actually did not have a deep understanding of the rule of chaotic flames. It was only by following the technique of the divine ability, coupled with the Heart of Fire, that he managed to luck out and master the first level. Of course, this was only the first level. It was almost impossible to improve further, unless Lin Feng could completely comprehend the chaotic rule of fire. In the vast chaos, there were all kinds of possibilities. It was possible that some perfected lords could only comprehend 1 or 2 chaotic rules, but could not comprehend more rules, and could not perceive the mysteries of the chaotic rules. Such perfected lords could also cultivate some kind of special divine ability, but that was all. They were not perfected deities, nor were they perfected lords. They were called semi-perfected deities. However, there were very, very few semi-perfected deities. For most perfected lords, as long as they comprehended some chaotic rule, they would be able to see the essence. Through integration and drawing connections, they could even comprehend various other chaotic rules, and thus become a perfected deity. Lin Feng's current state was somewhat similar to that of a semi-perfected deity, but there were also some differences. It's about time. Lin Feng calculated the time. It had already been 3 months. According to the information he had obtained in the secret chamber. Previously, he could only cultivate in the secret chamber for 3 months. This was a secret chamber, and there was no array. Lin Feng was also interested to see how he would leave the secret chamber when the time was up. Buzz. Not long after, Lin Feng's perfected spirit sensed that there seemed to be an invisible chaotic rule in the secret chamber, vast and mysterious, enveloping his body directly. Cosmic power. Lin Feng immediately mobilized the cosmic power. He also wanted to see if resisting by force could allow him to continue staying in the diabolic divine palace. If he could continue staying in the diabolic divine palace, wouldn't he be able to open other secret chambers and obtain various divine abilities or treasures? However, when Lin Feng mobilized the cosmic power and tried to resist that mysterious and vast chaotic rule, he realized that his figure blurred slightly. Then, he disappeared from the secret chamber. When he reappeared, he was already outside the diabolic divine palace. Huh. Lin Feng opened his eyes and realized that his body was still filled with cosmic power. He was even still in the same posture as when he used the cosmic power to resist the chaotic rule. However, it was clearly useless. Chaotic rule of space. Lin Feng muttered word by word. Only the chaotic rule of space could teleport him out unharmed with ease. As expected of the diabolic divine palace established by the diabolic deity. The chaotic rule of space was so powerful, and all kinds of chaotic rules were at his fingertips. This was a perfected deity, an invincible perfected deity. Without reaching the perfected deity realm, one would never be able to imagine how powerful a perfected deity was. Even if Lin Feng used the cosmic power, it was still useless before the chaotic rule of a perfected deity. This chaotic rule could teleport Lin Feng outside intact. This also meant that this chaotic rule could just as well easily kill Lin Feng. Even with the internal universe, it was useless. For the first time, Lin Feng felt that diabolic deity was unfathomable. His expression was very solemn. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized that there was another fluctuation of the chaotic rule of space near him. Immediately next, a familiar figure appeared outside the diabolic divine palace. Perfected Lord Ziyuan. A strange look flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Previously, he had never seen perfected Lord Ziyuan in the diabolic divine palace. He thought that perfected Lord Ziyuan had gone somewhere else, or that something had happened to her. From the looks of it, perfected Lord Ziyuan had also been teleported out by the diabolic divine palace after 3 months. However, there was no knowing what kind of opportunity perfected Lord Ziyuan had obtained. Chapter 950, 953,000 universe demons breaking into the diabolic divine palace. 953,000 universe demons breaking into the diabolic divine palace. Perfected Lord Ziyuan was still a little confused. When she looked up and saw Lin Feng, a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Perfected Lord Lin. I've left the diabolic divine palace. It was as if perfected Lord Ziyuan still could not quite believe that she had already left the diabolic divine palace. Swoosh. Perfected Lord Ziyuan still wanted to try to enter the diabolic divine palace again. However, where there was no obstruction previously, a layer of grayish-white light ejected perfected Lord Ziyuan immediately when she tried to enter again. If she continued to barge in by force, she would even be attacked. This was the diabolic divine palace established by the diabolic deity. Even ordinary perfected deities would find it relatively difficult to barge in by force, let alone perfected lords. Perfected Lord Ziyuan, once one leaves the diabolic divine palace, they can't enter it anymore. Did you obtain any divine ability? Techniques in the diabolic divine palace? Lin Feng asked. He was also very curious. Perfected Lord Zun seemed to have gained a lot, but she did not seem satisfied. Perfected Lord Zun was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, I didn't obtain any divine ability techniques. Instead, I went to the rules chamber to comprehend the chaotic rule. I did gain some insights, but at the critical moment, I was teleported out. Directly. Lin Feng came to a realization. So she had been teleported out at the critical moment of comprehension. This was indeed a little unfortunate. This kind of insight at the critical moment concerned whether Perfected Lord Zun could advance further and completely comprehend a chaotic rule. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, Perfected Lord Zun still needed to spend some effort to comprehend it. The two of you have already entered the diabolic divine palace. It's impossible for you to enter again. Leave, leave. The old flood dragon opened its eyes and looked at Lin Feng and Perfected Lord Zun. It appeared very calm. Old flood dragon, do you know of any other way that can allow us to enter the diabolic divine palace again? In the end, Perfected Lord Zun was still a little unwilling. It was not easy for her to enter the diabolic divine palace, and such an opportunity could only be chanced upon by luck. She was even confident that if she could stay inside for a while longer, she would definitely be able to comprehend a chaotic rule. This chaotic rule was not to be underestimated. Perhaps a chaotic rule was far from enough for her to become a perfected deity, but this chaotic rule was an opening, a point for breakthrough. Only by relying on this chaotic rule did Perfected Lord Zun have a chance of comprehending more chaotic rules, and becoming a perfected deity. Unfortunately, such an opportunity would never come again. The old flood dragon glanced at Perfected Lord Zun and shook its head. If there was any other way, I wouldn't have waited here for tens of thousands of years. Leave. This is not a place for you to stay. No, there must be another way. For example, we can let more cultivators enter. If 1 isn't enough, we can get 10. If 10 isn't enough, we can get 100. The diabolic divine palace claims that every living being has a chance. In that case, isn't this our opportunity? Perfected Lord Zun's words actually tempted Lin Feng. That's right. The diabolic divine palace claimed that every living being had the same opportunity. Lin Feng had only obtained one divine ability technique, but there was definitely more than one divine ability technique in the diabolic divine palace. There were still many divine ability techniques. They were very good even just for reference. Moreover, not only were there divine ability techniques, there were also all kinds of artifacts and even spirit treasures. Heh. The old flood dragon only laughed mockingly and did not say anything. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before an idea came to him. 3,000 universe demons. Lin Feng immediately summoned one of the 3,000 universe demons. Swoosh. A universe demon appeared in front of Lin Feng. It had already metamorphosed into a chaotic life form. As the universe in Lin Feng's body expanded wildly, the 3,000 universe demons had long metamorphosed into chaotic life forms. Greetings, Father Deity. The universe demon was very respectful to Lin Feng, causing Perfected Lord Zun and the old flood dragon beside him to reveal strange expressions. Enter the diabolic divine palace and obtain a divine ability technique. Lin Feng gave a few instructions to the universe demon. The intelligence of these universe demons was no different from that of cultivators. He naturally nodded, then strode towards the diabolic divine palace. Buzz. As soon as the universe demon entered the diabolic divine palace, he was instantly swept into it and disappeared. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief instead. As long as the universe demon could enter, things would be easy. Perfected Lord Lin, is that your subordinate? Perfected Lord Zun asked in confusion. That's right, he's definitely reliable. These universe demons were absolutely loyal, so there was no need to worry about their loyalty. Lin Feng was only summoning one universe demon now to see the outcome. If possible, he would send all 3,000 universe demons into the diabolic divine palace. At that time, the entire diabolic divine palace would probably be emptied out by the 3,000 universe demons. However, if that was all it took, Lin Feng wondered if this was a little too easy. If both he and perfected Lord Ziyuan could think of this method, how could the old flood dragon, who had guarded the diabolic divine palace for tens of thousands of years, not have thought of this method? Considering the old flood dragon's strength as the ruler of the Sky Python Mountain, who had also subdued 3 of the mutant chaotic spirit beasts, it was not difficult for it to order these chaotic spirit beasts to enter the diabolic divine palace in the first place. How could the old flood dragon not have done it? Or perhaps, the things obtained by the chaotic dire beasts were different from those obtained by human cultivators. However, the old flood dragon could still capture some human cultivators and coerce and bribe them. In short, there must be a way. However, the old flood dragon did not do so. This was a little strange. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng and perfected Lord Ziyuan simply sat cross-legged on the ground and waited quietly. They were prepared to wait for 3 months. Perhaps the universe demon would come out then. Swoosh. Suddenly, only an hour later, a figure staggered out of the diabolic god palace. It was the universe demon from before. Huh? What happened? Lin Feng's expression changed as he hurriedly asked. Father Deity, I didn't obtain anything. After entering the diabolic god palace, there seemed to be a mysterious rule enveloping me, and I was sent out, the universe demon reported truthfully. How could this be? Lin Feng frowned, not knowing what was going on at all. Hey, did you think it would be so easy? The diabolic divine palace doesn't have that many loopholes for you to exploit. Although the diabolic divine palace treats every living being equally, be it cultivators or chaotic dire beasts, not everyone who enters can obtain treasures or legacies. It depends on opportunities. The 2 of you are already lucky to be able to obtain treasures. As for you trying to order others to enter, that's wishful thinking. Moreover, if you enter it too many times, the diabolic divine palace will even disappear. Even if someone is lucky enough to enter, they might not be able to obtain what you hope for. Therefore, what you get from the diabolic divine palace depends on your fate. Fate has it that it ends here for you. Leave. The old flood dragon's words seemed to make sense, but Lin Feng still wanted to give it a try. 3,000 universe demons, go to the diabolic divine palace to search for divine ability techniques. Lin Feng simply summoned all 3,000 universe demons, and sent 3,000 universe demons into the diabolic divine palace. He wanted to see if it was as the old flood dragon had said, that he would find nothing. Chapter 951, 951 The Disappearance of the Diabolic Divine Palace. 951 The Disappearance of the Diabolic Divine Palace. With Lin Feng's order, the 3,000 universe demons instantly took action and flew towards the diabolic divine palace. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. These were a total of 3,000 universe demons. Lin Feng did not believe that they would not gain anything. If he could obtain some divine ability techniques, chaotic artifacts, and chaotic rare treasures, it would be worth it. However, an hour later, the universe demons were teleported out one after another. 2 hours later, almost all 3,000 universe demons were sent out. Most importantly, they did not obtain anything. You didn't obtain anything. Lin Feng frowned. At the same time, the originally magnificent diabolic divine palace actually gradually faded, as if it was an illusion, and disappeared. It disappeared. Lin Feng was very surprised. He used his mental power to check the location of the diabolic divine palace again and again, but it was all empty. He did not discover anything. The diabolic divine palace had disappeared right before his eyes. Lin Feng could not find any clues. There's no need to search anymore. Too many living beings entered the diabolic divine palace at once. The diabolic divine palace has even discovered your intentions, so the diabolic divine palace hid in space. The old flood dragon raised its head and said indifferently. Someone is presiding over the diabolic divine palace. Of course not, but what if the diabolic divine palace was a chaotic spirit treasure to begin with? Since it's a chaotic spirit treasure, it has a certain amount of intelligence. And it's quite intelligent at that. It can naturally determine certain things. Now that the diabolic divine palace has already hidden in space, it will probably only appear again after a long time. It seemed like the old flood dragon did know a lot about the diabolic divine palace. Lin Feng also felt very resigned. He could only withdraw the 3,000 universe demons and bid farewell to the old flood dragon. After leaving the Sky Python Mountain, Lin Feng looked at Perfected Lord Ziyuan and asked, "Perfected Lord Ziyuan has gained a lot this time. Perhaps after cultivating in seclusion for a while longer, you can completely comprehend the chaotic rule." "Perhaps. I do need to enter seclusion for a while. Will Perfected Lord Lin stay in the Hallowed Beast continent for a while longer?" "Of course I'll continue to stay on the Hallowed Beast continent. I still have to wait for the chaotic merchants to arrive." "As expected. Actually, I'm also waiting for the chaotic merchants. However, I've been waiting for a very, very long time. If they don't come soon, I'm prepared to venture into the depths of the chaos again in 1,000 years. All right, I'll visit the Perfected Lord in Ziyuan City when I have time." The two of them bade farewell to each other. Perfected Lord Ziyuan could be considered the strongest Perfected Lord Lin Feng had ever met, especially now that Perfected Lord Ziyuan was about to comprehend the chaotic rule. Her strength would definitely improve greatly. After parting with Perfected Lord Ziyuan, Lin Feng returned directly to Mystic Sky City. This time, he had gained a lot as well. Not only had he suppressed the 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts were even much stronger than ordinary chaotic spirit beasts, and happened to increase Lin Feng's universe origin. Refine. Facing the massive universe with a diameter of 100 billion light-years, the 3 chaotic spirit beasts could not even struggle or roar. They could only whimper softly. Then, they watched helplessly as their bodies were crushed into dust, turned into pure energy, and transformed into the universe origin by the universe rumble. The 3 chaotic spirit beasts were indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng's internal universe was already beginning to expand. 1 billion light-years, 2 billion light-years, 3 billion light-years. In a short period of time, Lin Feng's internal universe had actually increased by 4 billion light-years in diameter, reaching a diameter of 104 billion light-years. However, that was all. The diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe could no longer increase, and the universe could not expand. The 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts had only increased the diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe by 4 billion light-years. On average, a mutant chaotic spirit beast could only increase the diameter by 1.3 billion light-years at most. It had to be known that in the past, when Lin Feng refined a chaotic spirit beast, and just an ordinary chaotic spirit beast at that, it could increase the diameter of his internal universe by at least 3.8 billion light-years. Why did it increase his universe by so little now? Lin Feng carefully sensed the universe origin. The universe origin had increased by a lot, and did not decline. It was also very compatible with the state of these 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts. However, the expansion of the universe had indeed been diminished by a lot. Lin Feng thought carefully for a while and made some vague guesses. Ever since the diameter of his internal universe had reached 100 billion light-years, it seemed to have entered a whole new level. It was already very difficult for it to expand by the same extent with the same amount of energy as before. The entire universe had already approached a stable state, and was very sturdy. The effect of just refining chaotic dire beasts or chaotic spirit beasts was therefore greatly diminished. This time, Lin Feng refined 3 mutant chaotic spirit beasts. If they were just ordinary chaotic spirit beasts, the diameter of the universe would probably increase by only about 10 light-years. Compared to the 3.8 billion light-years previously, it was really far inferior. These were chaotic spirit beasts. If they were chaotic dire beasts, the effect would probably be even lesser. Previously, Lin Feng had envisioned that if he dominated the entire Hallowed Beast continent, and refined all the chaotic spirit beasts and chaotic dire beasts, he could strive to expand his internal universe to more than 1,000 billion light-years in diameter. After all, it was not easy to encounter a chaotic continent as fascinating as the Hallowed Beast continent. There were very few chaotic continents filled with chaotic dire beasts like the Hallowed Beast continent in the chaos Lin Feng naturally had to seize every opportunity to expand the universe. Unfortunately, the effect of the chaotic spirit beasts was greatly reduced now. Even if he dominated the hallowed beast continent, it was impossible to expand the diameter of the internal universe to 1,000 billion light-years. With my current strength, basically no one is a match for me on the hallowed beast continent. Lin Feng knew very well how strong he was now. Although he could not be considered invincible among those below the level of a perfected deity, he was indeed unparalleled on the hallowed beast continent. It's time to continue expanding Mystic Sky City. Moreover, I have to eliminate all the chaotic dire beasts this time. Lin Feng felt that the time had come. He had only two goals in coming to the hallowed beast continent. One was to use these chaotic dire beasts to increase his strength and expand the universe. This was his opportunity. Now that he had already attained the perfected spirit, and his internal universe had expanded to 100 billion, this would take a long time, or perhaps the chaotic merchants would arrive tomorrow. Lin Feng could not decide when the chaotic merchants would arrive. However, he could decide that once the chaotic merchants arrived, he would definitely trade for the exact locations of the 7 holy cities of chaos from the chaotic merchants. Even if it took all the resources of the entire hallowed beast continent. Only in the holy cities of chaos could Lin Feng advance further and find the mysteries of transcendence, and even transform into the universe. Hence, Lin Feng left the secret chamber directly and began to gather Perfected Lord Empyrean, Perfected Lord Mystic Stone, and the other Perfected Lords of Mystic Sky City. Chapter 952 Sweeping Through the Hallowed Beast Continent. 952 Sweeping Through the Hallowed Beast Continent. In the hall, the core Perfected Lords of Mystic Sky City gathered. Even though not all the Perfected Lords had come due to time constraints, and only some were here, there were still a total of 32 of them. These were 32 Perfected Lords. Any one of these Perfected Lords could sweep through the Incendium continent. However, in the Hallowed Beast continent, a Perfected Lord could only guard one citadel. Lin Feng glanced at the 32 Perfected Lords and said, I summoned all of you here today for you to make preparations. From today onwards, send as many people as the Mystic Sky City can to take over new territory. Even one chaotic perfected person is fine. There's no need for a chaotic perfected lord to preside over it. I want to eliminate all the chaotic dire beasts on the entire hallowed beast continent. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the hall immediately became lively. What? City Lord wants to sweep through the hallowed beast continent. Is this real? Although City Lord is astonishingly strong, it's still a little difficult to sweep through the entire hallowed beast continent. Who knows how many powerful entities there are among those chaotic spirit beasts? That's right. No one has ever been able to reverse the situation on the hallowed beast continent. This continent is called the Hallowed Beast Continent because it's the territory of the chaotic dire beasts. We can take our time to develop Mystic Sky City steadily. If one citadel per month is not enough, we can build 2 or even 3 citadels per month. I believe that in a few hundred years, the influence of Mystic Sky City will definitely be able to spread throughout the entire Hallowed Beast Continent. At that time, how can chaotic dire beasts survive? That's right. This way of doing things step by step is the safest. It'll only take a few centuries. These perfected lords all discussed intensely. In reality, the current situation of Mystic Sky City was very good. They could build 1 Mystic Sky Citadel every month. That would mean 12 in a year, 120 in 10 years, and 1,200 cities in 100 years. At that time, after hundreds or even thousands of years, wouldn't the entire Hallowed Beast continent be divided up by the Mystic Sky City? They would slowly change the situation of the Hallowed Beast continent step by step. Eventually, they would completely take over the Hallowed Beast continent. This was also the safest method at the moment. In fact, so many perfected lords had joined Mystic Sky City precisely because they saw this trend. With such a bright future, who would choose to resist Mystic Sky City? However, Lin Feng shook his head. It was actually fine to stay on the Hallowed Beast continent for hundreds or thousands of years. However, he still felt that time was too long, and he could not afford to wait. He wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible. More importantly, he wanted to gather the resources of the entire hallowed beast continent in preparation for the arrival of the chaotic merchants. Although the chaotic merchants had not arrived for a long time. Perhaps they might come tomorrow, or perhaps in a few years. If Lin Feng still could not take over the hallowed beast continent by then, what would he use to deal with the chaotic merchants? Moreover, there was no right or wrong between cultivators and chaotic dire beasts. Both parties were natural enemies. As long as they were still on the hallowed beast continent, they were destined to fight for survival. Countless cultivators died every day. Countless chaotic dire beasts also died every day. To chaotic dire beasts and cultivators, there was no longer any hatred, or right or wrong. Now, if Lin Feng wanted to sweep through the hallowed beast continent and eliminate all the chaotic dire beasts, he would have no psychological inhibitions at all. Moreover, it could increase his strength and expand the universe in his body. I've made up my mind. You just need to arrange the personnel for takeover. By the way, perfected Lord Empyrean, give me a complete map of the hallowed beast continent. Seeing that Lin Feng had already made up his mind, the other perfected lords did not persuade him anymore. At the same time, they also became excited. Whether Lin Feng succeeded or not, Mystic Sky City was about to welcome a period of rapid growth. Perfected Lord Empyrean gave Lin Feng a map. This map was not to be underestimated. Since ancient times, the hallowed beast continent had been the domain of chaotic dire beasts. It was actually very difficult to map the terrain of the entire hallowed beast continent. Recently, the strength of Mystic Sky City had increased greatly. A few perfected lords had joined forces and personally made a trip around the hallowed beast continent. They had also encountered many dangers during this period of time, which was why they had drawn this relatively comprehensive map. With this map, Lin Feng could advance bit by bit according to the locations on the map. I'll start with this place, the Lion Camel Ridge. Lin Feng summoned Ao and jumped onto its back. Then, he transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the Lion Camel Ridge. The so-called Lion Camel Mountain Range was the territory of the Lion Camel Beasts. The Lion Camel Beasts could be considered a major clan in the hallowed beast continent. There were a total of 11 chaotic spirit beasts, and all of them were very extraordinary, occupying a huge territory. The frontline citadel of the Mystic Sky City was located near the Lion Camel Ridge, but could no longer advance. There were even a total of 9 perfected lords garrisoned in this citadel, but they could not do anything to the Lion Camel Ridge. Currently, they could only be at a stalemate. Cultivators died every day, and there was no lack of peak chaotic perfected persons among them. Of course, more chaotic dire beasts died, and they were all Lion Camel beasts. Overall, both parties could only maintain a delicate balance. Swoosh. When Lin Feng rode Ao to the Lion Camel Ridge, a huge battle was breaking out below. Hundreds of cultivators were fighting with countless chaotic dire beasts. Apart from the perfected lords and chaotic spirit beasts that were not mobilized, both parties had used almost all their strength. In the battlefield, the cultivators actually had the upper hand. However, there were simply too many of those Lion Camel beasts. They were simply inexhaustible. Hence, if the battle continued, these hundreds of cultivators would probably be in danger. Lin Feng looked into the distance. He saw more Lion Camel beasts in the distance. There were even 11 chaotic spirit beasts, all of which were Lion Camel kings. These chaotic spirit beasts were calm and composed, as if they did not take cultivators seriously at all. They only commanded more Lion Camel beasts to fight with cultivators. To these Lion Camel kings, they would not attack unless absolutely necessary. Look, that's Ao, right? That's right, it's Ao. It's rumored that the city lord of our Mystic Sky City, the top perfected lord of the hallowed beast continent, Perfected Lord Lin, has an Ao as his mount. Could the city lord have arrived? The city lord must have arrived. Lin Feng did not conceal his figure, and did not even contain his aura. Hence, his appearance also made many cultivators cheer. He was the top perfected lord, the city lord of Mystic Sky City. With his various identities, Lin Feng was no longer a nameless cultivator, but an invincible expert whose name shook the entire hallowed beast continent. Swoosh! 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 The 9 perfected lords hurriedly flew up and bowed to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Prepare to take over the Lion Camel Ridge." The 9 perfected lords were overjoyed. They trusted Lin Feng's strength as the top perfected lord without any doubts. Otherwise, they would not have taken the initiative to join Mystic Sky City. Hence, the 9 perfected lords retreated to the side and looked intently at Lin Feng. It was rare for Lin Feng to attack personally. They also wanted to see how shocking the current strength of the top perfected lord on the hallowed beast continent was. Chapter 953, 953. A single strike of the divine ability, devastating the land for thousands of miles. 953. A single strike of the divine ability, devastating the land for thousands of miles. Almost 80% of the lion-camel beasts were scattered in the area hundreds of kilometers before the lion-camel ridge. Even the chaotic spirit beasts among the 11 lion-camel beasts were within the range of hundreds of kilometers. It would be a piece of cake for Lin Feng's internal universe to suppress an area of hundreds of kilometers. However, Lin Feng did not intend to use his internal universe to suppress it this time. He had just cultivated the first level of the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. Although it was only the first level of the divine ability of flames, it was still a divine ability cultivated with chaotic flames as the foundation. No matter how weak a divine ability was, it was stronger than martial arts. This was the basic understanding. Lin Feng did not know how powerful his divine ability was. Even though he had successfully cultivated it, he had never had the chance to try it. However, facing so many chaotic dire beasts and even 11 chaotic spirit beasts in the Lion Camel Ridge, he could give it a try. Hence, Lin Feng calmed his mind. Traces of violent aura began to rise on his body like flames. His divine ability relied on the chaotic flames as its foundation. Fortunately, he had the heart of fire, which was why he could successfully cultivate it. Buzz. Lin Feng extended his hand, and a small sphere of flames vaguely appeared in his palm. At the same time, the void seemed to be ignited as well. There was a faint trace of fiery red light flickering. Lin Feng was brewing the strongest power of his divine ability. Hence, he took a little longer to prepare. In a real battle, Lin Feng could also unleash his divine ability. In an instant. Gore. The 11 chaotic spirit beasts seemed to have sensed that something was amiss immediately. They were chaotic spirit beasts, and were very sensitive to the fluctuations of vitality. They also had some senses for danger. And now, they suddenly felt very uneasy and anxious, as if some danger was about to descend. However, there were a total of 11 chaotic spirit beasts here together. What danger could they encounter? What's going on? I'm not sure either, but I have a palpitating feeling. Could those cultivators be launching an attack? The strongest cultivator is a perfected lord. Even if 9 perfected lords attack together, we shouldn't feel palpitations. Strange, this is really too strange. Look, why has the sky turned fiery red? It's like flames. This is bad. That's chaotic flames. The 11 chaotic spirit beasts all sensed that something was amiss. Were chaotic flames strong? They're naturally very strong, and could even injure chaotic spirit beasts. However, that would require enough chaotic flames. But what was happening now? It was as if the entire sky was dyed fiery red by the chaotic flames. How daunting were the chaotic flames? Even a chaotic perfected lord could not control such terrifying chaotic flames. However, now was not the time to speculate. As the sky turned fiery red, the palpitations of the 11 chaotic spirit beasts grew stronger and stronger. Ennead Wind Flame Divine Ability. Divine Ability. The 11 chaotic spirit beasts' expressions changed drastically. A divine ability. They had stayed in the hallowed beast continent for so long, but when had they ever heard of a cultivator cultivating a divine ability? That was the ability that belonged to a supreme perfected deity. No, it can't be a divine ability. The 11 chaotic spirit beasts roared wildly. Their massive bodies shook as they flew into the void one by one. However, at this moment, the entire sky seemed to have turned into a burning region filled with chaotic flames. Moreover, these chaotic flames blotted out everything as they pounced towards the ground. The chaotic flames were endless. Spheres of chaotic flames even exploded, enveloping an area of hundreds of kilometers. Boom. The ground was shaking, the sky was rumbling, and countless chaotic dire beasts were screaming in pain. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths agape. They only saw Lin Feng wave his hand, and hundreds of kilometers of land, be it the sky or the ground, became like this. It had completely turned into a fiery purgatory. Be it the chaotic dire beasts or the 11 chaotic spirit beasts, under such a terrifying attack, they had nowhere to hide and could not break free. They were instantly burned to ashes. Hundreds of kilometers away, tens of thousands of lion camel beasts and even 11 chaotic spirit beasts were instantly reduced to ashes by Lin Feng's Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. With a single strike of divine ability, the ground would be turned barren for thousands of miles. This method was simply miraculous. Even a top-notch perfected lord with a chaotic spirit treasure could not achieve this. The 9 perfected lords could not help but tremble. They were all excited to the extreme. Looking at the thousands of miles of barren land below, completely enveloped in flames, and countless lion camel beasts reduced to ashes, these perfected lords felt as if countless words were on the verge of their lips. However, the words merely brewed on in their hearts, and were never voiced in the end. Excitement. Incomparable excitement. What did they see? A divine ability. That was a divine ability. A divine ability that could only be cultivated by a perfected deity. In the chaos, the symbol of a perfected deity might not be that complicated. Often, it would be the divine ability. Those who could use divine abilities were perfected deities. A perfected deity. That's a perfected deity. Heavens, this is a divine ability, an unparalleled divine ability. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see a perfected deity use a divine ability with my own eyes. Incredible, truly incredible. This is invincibility. A perfected deity is invincible, and his divine ability is invincible. Who can resist such a terrifying divine ability? These perfected lords looked at Lin Feng with incomparably passionate gazes. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts and regarded Lin Feng as a perfected deity. He was the first perfected deity of the hallowed beast continent. As the flames gradually dissipated and the dust dispersed, a large stretch of charred ground was revealed below. There was no sign of the tens of thousands of chaotic dire beasts, the lion camel beasts. The lion camel kings of the 11 chaotic spirit beasts were also burned to ashes. The area within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was reduced to dead, scorched earth. Lin Feng opened his mouth. He was also very shocked. Divine ability. This was a divine ability. In fact, this was only the first level of a divine ability, and it was just a divided first-level divine ability. It was not the complete Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. It could even be considered the weakest divine ability, but even the weakest divine ability was still a divine ability. Its power was devastating, and far from what martial arts could compare to. Be it chaotic martial arts or perfected spirit martial arts, they were not worth mentioning in front of divine powers. The two were completely incomparable. No wonder it was rumored that the divine ability of a perfected deity could easily destroy a chaotic continent. In the past, Lin Feng had not quite believed it. His universe could envelop the hallowed beast continent, but could not possibly destroy it in an instant. However, a divine ability could do that. Lin Feng even believed that as long as he successfully cultivated the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability, he might only need to cultivate it to the 3rd or 4th level to be able to completely destroy the hallowed beast continent, even without mastering it. Such was the devastating power of a divine ability. Chapter 954, 954 Perfected Deity. 954 Perfected Deity. Greetings, City Lord. The 9 perfected lords flew in front of Lin Feng. All of them wore incomparably respectful expressions, and even their eyes flickered with traces of excitement and anticipation. What a pity. Lin Feng shook his head, which confused the other perfected lords. What was there to be regretful about? They did not know that Lin Feng was lamenting over these chaotic dire beasts and the 11 chaotic spirit beasts. Even one chaotic spirit beast could only expand the diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe by 1 billion light-years at the moment. 11 chaotic spirit beasts were enough to expand the diameter of his internal universe to 110 billion light-years. Moreover, there were so many chaotic dire beasts. They might even expand Lin Feng's internal universe by close to 120 billion light-years in diameter. But now, they were all blasted into ashes by Lin Feng's divine ability. Naturally, it was quite a pity. However, although it was a pity, it still allowed Lin Feng to understand the power of divine abilities. Even the weakest divine ability was a divine ability, far stronger than any martial art. Even ordinary chaotic spirit treasures were far inferior to the power of divine abilities. This was only the weakest divine ability. Even if he cultivated the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability to the state of mastery, it would only be a lesser divine ability. How terrifying would the legendary greater divine ability be? Perfected deities were indeed great entities above perfected lords, standing at the peak even in the chaos. With Lin Feng's current strength, if he encountered a perfected deity, even Lin Feng's internal universe probably would not be able to withstand a single divine ability from them. Having an accurate assessment of his own strength also made Lin Feng's cultivation more precise. To be honest, even if he did not refine the lion-camel beasts, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. At last, one of the perfected lords could not help but ask, "City Lord, you've become a perfected deity." All the perfected lords looked intently at Lin Feng. This was also the answer they wanted to learn the most. Could the first perfected deity of the hallowed beast continent have been born? Perfected deity. Lin Feng looked confused. However, when he saw the barren land below, he seemed to have realized something as well. It seemed like the other party had misunderstood because he had used a divine ability. Divine abilities were practically the symbol of a perfected deity, but perfected deities were not the only ones who could use divine abilities. Some semi-perfected deities could use divine abilities, but they were not perfected deities. "I'm not a perfected deity," Lin Feng shook his head and said decisively. "Not a perfected deity." The other perfected lords were all slightly stunned. How could someone who was not a perfected deity use a divine ability? Perhaps there were semi-perfected deities in the chaos who could use a divine ability, even if they were not perfected deities. However, to the perfected lords of the hallowed beast continent, this was too distant a legend. They had never even heard of such a legend. Then, did City Lord use a divine ability just now? Lin Feng nodded and said, it was indeed a divine ability. The other perfected lords all came to a realization. Whether Lin Feng admitted it or not, as long as Lin Feng used a divine ability, that was enough. Divine abilities often represented perfected deities, especially on the hallowed beast continent. If one had a divine ability, what else could they be but a perfected deity? Even if they were not a perfected deity, the power of a divine ability was enough to suppress everything. They might as well be a perfected deity. For a moment, all the perfected lords were very excited. Their city lord was actually a great expert with a divine ability. In the hallowed beast continent, who could resist Lin Feng? Send someone to take over the Lion Camel Ridge. The headquarters of Mystic Sky City will inform you on the follow-up matters. I'll be leaving first. With that, Lin Feng jumped onto Ao's back and immediately flew into the horizon. Looking at Lin Feng's departing back, these perfected lords were all in high spirits. Go, spread the news here. Let the entire hallowed beast continent know that our city lord has become a perfected deity. The perfected lords all knew the significance of this news. Previously, the development of Mystic Sky City was not slow, but some perfected lords were unwilling to join Mystic Sky City. Even Lin Feng, the top perfected lord, seemed far from attractive enough. However, once this news spread, it would be much more attractive to the perfected lords. Even if many perfected lords did not want to join some major faction, there was not a single perfected lord who did not want to know the secrets of a perfected deity. If they could join the mystic sky city and have a chance to receive guidance from a perfected deity, it would mean far fewer detours in cultivation. Hence, this news would definitely ignite the entire hallowed beast continent. What? The city lord of Mystic Sky City, the top perfected lord, Lin Feng, has become a perfected deity. That's impossible, right? The hallowed beast continent has given rise to so many perfected lords over so many years, but when has a perfected deity ever been born? It's not that easy to become a perfected deity. How majestic is a perfected deity? The Mystic Sky City must have deliberately spread false propaganda to increase its influence. No, I heard that the city lord of Mystic Sky City, perfected Lord Lin, has already cultivated a divine ability. With a divine ability, the Lion Camel Ridge within a radius of hundreds of kilometers was already reduced to scorched earth. All the Lion Camel beasts, including the 11 chaotic spirit beasts, the Lion Camel Kings, had also fallen. That's right. It's absolutely true that the Lion Camel Ridge has been reduced to scorched earth. Apart from divine abilities, even chaotic spirit treasures might not have such power. I think that perfected Lord Lin has really taken a critical step and become a perfected deity. Why not go to the Lion Camel Ridge and take a look? Then we'll know. The city lord of Mystic Sky City had actually become a perfected deity. This news swept through the entire hallowed beast continent like a whirlwind. Countless cultivators, major and minor, already knew about this news. Even some chaotic spirit beasts knew. Most people did not believe it. How many years had passed in the hallowed beast continent? Countless perfected lords had been born. But when had a perfected deity ever been born? It would be very difficult for even 10,000 perfected lords to give rise to a single perfected deity. Many people felt that it was a rumor, but as more and more details were disclosed, more and more perfected lords became suspicious. Hence, many perfected lords wanted to go to see the Lion Camel Ridge, where Lin Feng was rumored to have used his divine ability. So, cultivators came to the Lion Camel Ridge one after another, and all of them were famous perfected lords. As the perfected lords came to the Lion Camel Ridge one after another, they were all extremely stunned to see that the Lion Camel Ridge had already been reduced to scorched earth for thousands of miles. Not even a single lion camel beast could be seen. How could a perfected lord possess such terrifying power? Moreover, even perfected spirit martial arts could not possibly cover such a wide range. Even a chaotic spirit treasure had to be a very special to cover such a wide range. However, back then, there were 11 lion camel kings. Which were chaotic spirit beasts? Could a chaotic spirit treasure kill 11 chaotic spirit beasts in an instant? Only a divine ability could have such majestic power. At that moment, most of the perfected lords believed the rumor, a perfected deity had really been born in the hallowed beast continent. Hence, many perfected lords came in an endless stream, and volunteered to join Mystic Sky City. It allowed the power of the Mystic Sky City to expand countless times in a short period of time. Vaguely, it began showing signs of conquering the entire hallowed beast continent. Chapter 955, 955 500 billion light years. 955 500 billion light years. Lin Feng naturally did not know that the power of Mystic Sky City would improve so quickly. He also did not know that by a freak combination of factors, he had become a perfected deity just because of a divine ability. Now that this news had already spread throughout the entire hallowed beast continent, even if he wanted to deny it, no one would believe him. As the saying went, repeated rumors become a fact. When everyone spread the news that Lin Feng had become a perfected deity, who wouldn't believe it? Some people really did not believe it. Lin Feng did not believe it himself, and neither did perfected Lord Zun. Even the old flood dragon in the depths of the sky python mountain would not believe it. How long had it been? Back then, Lin Feng had not even comprehended a single chaotic rule, and he had already become a perfected deity. However, when perfected Lord Zun heard this rumor, she only smiled slightly, and had no intention of exposing it. She and Lin Feng were old acquaintances, after all. Moreover, with Lin Feng's strength, even if he was not a perfected deity in the hallowed beast continent, he was comparable to one. Hence, in a sense, this could be considered true. As for the old flood dragon in the depths of the Sky Python Mountain, it never left the mountain at all, so there was naturally no way to expose Lin Feng. As time passed, Lin Feng continued to expand the territory according to the map. However, he no longer used his divine ability. If he used his divine ability, although it was extraordinarily powerful, it would reduce all the chaotic dire beasts to ashes. Lin Feng's internal universe would not expand at all, and he would not obtain any benefits. The gains would not make up for the losses. Hence, in the process of sweeping through the continent next, Lin Feng paid attention to the use of his divine ability. He even refrained from using his divine ability, and only mobilized the power of his internal universe descending instantaneously. In the entire hallowed beast continent, very few chaotic dire beasts or chaotic spirit beasts could withstand the suppression of Lin Feng's internal universe. Even the mutant chaotic spirit beasts could only be helplessly suppressed. The old flood dragon was an exception. However, that old flood dragon had the bloodline of a hallowed beast, the ancestral dragon, and had activated a trace of the hallowed beast bloodline. Relying on this trace of hallowed beast bloodline, the old flood dragon could resist Lin Feng's internal universe. Apart from it, even perfected Lord Ziyuan was probably unable to do anything against Lin Feng's internal universe. After Lin Feng used his internal universe to suppress the chaotic dire beasts and chaotic spirit beasts, he immediately began to refine them, filling his internal universe with pure energy. The diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe was also growing rapidly. From 105 billion light-years, 111 billion light-years, 120 billion light-years. As Lin Feng's internal universe continued to expand, the speed at which his internal universe expanded also slowed down. A chaotic spirit beast could only increase the diameter by a billion light-years at most. However, there were just too many chaotic spirit beasts and chaotic dire beasts on the hallowed beast continent. There was simply no end to them. They were as vast as sand. There were simply too many of them. Hence, Lin Feng's internal universe was also constantly expanding. 1,300 billion light-years, 140 billion light-years, 150 billion light-years, 160 billion light-years, 170 billion light-years. In the blink of an eye, the diameter of Lin Feng's internal universe had already reached 200 billion light-years. Even by a rough estimate, it had increased by about 100 billion light-years in diameter, which was double that of before. If all the chaotic spirit beasts were refined, that would be about 100 chaotic spirit beasts. Of course, Lin Feng had also refined countless chaotic dire beasts. They were equivalent to about 30 chaotic spirit beasts. Even so, it was still very terrifying. Lin Feng had refined more than 70 chaotic spirit beasts. There must be, not just 70, but 100. More than that, there were definitely hundreds of chaotic spirit beasts. The hallowed beast continent was simply too vast and extensive. Even Lin Feng, who had been sweeping through the hallowed beast continent until now, might not even be able to control 1/10 of the area, let alone half-rho. However, the larger the hallowed beast continent was, the happier Lin Feng was. Relying on the massive number of chaotic dire beasts and chaotic spirit beasts in the hallowed beast continent, Lin Feng could even propel his internal universe to an unimaginably terrifying level. If he missed such an opportunity, Lin Feng did not know if he would ever encounter it again in the chaos in the future. As Lin Feng continued to sweep through the chaotic dire beasts on the hallowed beast continent, many cultivators had already received the news, and were prepared to follow Lin Feng to take advantage. Unfortunately, they did not even encounter a single chaotic dire beast. They were all very shocked. Wherever Lin Feng passed, all the chaotic dire beasts actually disappeared. Were they turned to ashes? For a time, Lin Feng's deeds spread throughout the entire hallowed beast continent. It was also thanks to the publicity of the Mystic Sky City. According to Lin Feng's instructions, perfected Lord Empyrean was following Lin Feng's closely. Once Lin Feng conquered an area, he would immediately get someone to establish a mystic sky citadel, and include it in the sphere of influence of the mystic sky city. Even if there were other cities in that area, the mystic sky city would not enter a conflict with the other party. It only established the mystic sky citadel by itself, and followed Lin Feng's footsteps to establish more mystic sky citadels, and control more regions. As the number of mystic sky citadels established increased, and there were mystic sky citadels everywhere, even if the cities that previously controlled an area still stood in place, what was the use? Sooner or later, they would be drowned out by the vast number of mystic sky citadels. Relying on this method of subduing others without war, the speed at which the mystic sky city expanded was simply astonishing. It already showed faint signs of conquering all regions and dominating the hallowed beast continent. Even though everyone knew about the ambition of Mystic Sky City, no one could stop it. This was because Mystic Sky City did not war with any city, nor did it fight with any faction. The regions they occupied were all established by the city lord of Mystic Sky City, the first perfected deity of the hallowed beast continent, Lin Feng. It was an area forcefully established by Lin Feng after killing countless chaotic dire beasts. If Mystic Sky City did not occupy such an area, what faction was qualified to occupy it? Moreover, even if there were discontent, what could they do under the power of Lin Feng, the legendary first perfected deity of the hallowed beast continent? He was a perfected deity, invincible on the hallowed beast continent. Just look at those chaotic dire beasts. They were all annihilated. No matter how many chaotic dire beasts or chaotic spirit beasts there were, they were all powerless. Wherever Lin Feng passed, all the chaotic dire beasts were annihilated. Hence, with Lin Feng around, the overall momentum of Mystic Sky City was already established. No faction or cultivator could stop it. Any attempt of stopping it was futile. They would not be able to stop it at all. Lin Feng's universe was also constantly expanding. Every once in a while, his internal universe would almost change drastically. From 200 billion light-years, 300 billion light-years, 400 billion light-years, 500 billion light-years. Lin Feng had always dominated the hallowed beast continent. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Even though Lin Feng was invincible and met almost no resistance, the hallowed beast continent was simply too huge. He had been killing for a total of 10 years, and refined almost all the chaotic dire beasts and chaotic spirit beasts in more than 90% of the hallowed beast continent into his internal universe. The diameter of his internal universe had also increased to a total of 500 billion light-years. It was about equivalent to refining 400 chaotic spirit beasts. Of course, excluding the chaotic dire beasts that he had refined, Lin Feng had only suppressed 280 chaotic spirit beasts, which was close to 300 chaotic spirit beasts. There were probably only a few dozen chaotic spirit beasts left in the entire hallowed beast continent. Even Lin Feng himself could not predict how powerful the universe in his body was now. The cultivators of the hallowed beast continent were jubilant, but the chaotic dire beasts wailed. This was practically their doomsday. Hence, the remaining dozens of chaotic spirit beasts all ran to the Sky Python Mountain at the same time. Zem on 1 if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 956, 956 Flood Dragon King entering the fray. 956 Flood Dragon King entering the fray. The Sky Python Mountain was one of the most dangerous and mysterious forbidden places on the hallowed beast continent. To cultivators, this was practically a forbidden place. No one dared to enter. Perfected lords had entered this place and never left. This was enough to show how terrifying the Sky Python Mountain was. However, to the chaotic dire beasts, the Sky Python Mountain was almost a holy land. Those chaotic spirit beasts had already gathered at the Sky Python Mountain. Currently, there were only 38 chaotic spirit beasts left in the entire hallowed beast continent. These 38 chaotic spirit beasts did not dare to enter the Sky Python Mountain in the past, and they did not want to enter it either. This was because there was an old flood dragon in the Sky Python Mountain. It was the strongest among all the chaotic spirit beasts, and had a trace of the bloodline of a chaotic hallowed beast. In the past, they did not dare to enter the Sky Python Mountain because the old flood dragon was too domineering. All the chaotic spirit beasts that entered the Sky Python Mountain were either slaves or killed. But now, they had no choice but to gather at the Sky Python Mountain. Flood Dragon King, please fight on our behalves. Flood Dragon King, if you don't act now, the hallowed beast continent will undergo a major upheaval. We will be exterminated. Flood Dragon King, this is the hallowed beast continent. If you do not attack now, we'll be annihilated. Your Sky Python Mountain might not be able to avoid calamity either. Flood Dragon King, please save us. These chaotic spirit beasts all shouted respectfully towards the depths of the Sky Python Mountain. They knew that the Flood Dragon King was in the depths of the Sky Python Mountain. Now that they were in a life-or-death crisis, they could only ask the Flood Dragon King for help. These chaotic spirit beasts knew that the Flood Dragon King was very, very strong. As for Lin Feng becoming a perfected deity, they did not believe it. If he was really a perfected deity, a divine ability would be enough to destroy all the chaotic dire beasts like them. Chaotic spirit beasts even knew this better than cultivators, because when they metamorphosed into chaotic spirit beasts, their bloodlines would revert to its ancestral state, and they would obtain some bloodline memories. Among them, they knew very well how powerful chaotic divine beasts were. Perfected deities were on the same level as divine beasts. So they could naturally deduce how powerful a perfected deity was. However, even if Lin Feng was not a perfected deity, he was almost invincible on the hallowed beast continent. He must be infinitely close to a perfected deity, and was a top-notch perfected lord. He was far from what chaotic spirit beasts like them could resist. Only the Flood Dragon King, who had a trace of the bloodline of a chaotic hallowed beast, might be able to resist Lin Feng. Moreover, they had no choice now. No matter where they stayed, as long as Lin Feng was around, they could not escape. Since they could not sit back and await for their deaths, they could only ask the Flood Dragon King for help. The Flood Dragon King in the depths of the Sky Python Mountain slowly opened its eyes. It heaved a long sigh and said, "Forget it. All of you, come in." These chaotic spirit beasts were all incomparably excited. They all entered the depths of the Sky Python Mountain and saw the Flood Dragon King. Flood Dragon King, save us. The chaotic dire beast race is about to be exterminated. As soon as they saw the Flood Dragon King, these chaotic spirit beasts began to cry and lament. Who would have thought that the huge hallowed beast continent, which used to practically belong to the chaotic dire beasts, would now have its situation reversed? They had become synonymous with weak, and were near extinction. And all of this was because of one person, Lin Feng. You can stay in the Sky Python Mountain. Lin Feng won't come to the Sky Python Mountain, the Flood Dragon King said composedly. Flood Dragon King, many of our clansmen are still outside. There's not much living space left for chaotic dire beasts like us. Even if we can hide in the Sky Python Mountain, how long can we keep hiding for? When not a single chaotic dire beast is left outside, we'll die. Sooner or later. Flood Dragon King, please attack. That's right, Flood Dragon King. You're also a chaotic spirit beast. If only cultivators remain outside, the Sky Python Mountain won't be safe either. That is, unless we go to the chaos, but the depths of the chaos are filled with danger. Even if we're chaotic spirit beasts. Once we go to the chaos, we'll be vagabonds. The Flood Dragon King frowned and said, I'm not necessarily Lin Feng's match either. Do you actually think you can restore your glory in the hallowed beast continent? The other chaotic spirit beasts also looked at each other, before their expressions turned dejected. Of course they wanted to restore their former glory, but they also knew that this was not realistic at all. Lin Feng had already killed all the chaotic dire beasts. Forget about whether the Flood Dragon King was Lin Feng's match, so what if it could really defeat Lin Feng? The greatest advantage of chaotic dire beasts was their numbers. Now that their numerical advantage was gone, how could the chaotic dire beasts recover their former glory? For a moment, all the chaotic spirit beasts revealed sorrowful expressions. Flood Dragon King, we also know that the former glory of the chaotic dire beasts is gone, but we only want a living space now to at least ensure we're not exterminated. Now that cultivators have already occupied 90% of the hallowed beast continent, we only hope they can leave 10% of the living space behind, and we won't invade each other. That's right. As long as there's living space, we'll be satisfied. Moreover, Flood Dragon King, you live in the Sky Python Mountain. You don't want to be left alone and see this become the only place with chaotic dire beasts, right? Flood Dragon King, please help us on account that we're all chaotic dire beasts. These chaotic spirit beasts were very practical. They all knew that it was impossible to restore their former glory. Now, they only hoped that some living space could be left behind. At the very least, they could still reproduce and live, instead of being completely annihilated. Otherwise, without living space, how long could they stay on the Sky Python Mountain? If they really could not tolerate it anymore and left the hallowed beast continent for the chaos, they would be vagabonds. From their bloodline memories, things never ended well for vagabonds. Only those great perfected deities and divine beasts could truly roam the chaos. Aside from them, even chaotic spirit beasts or perfected lords could not guarantee their own safety in the chaos. Forget it, forget it. Seeing the sincere attitudes of all the chaotic spirit beasts, the Flood Dragon King knew that it could no longer stay out of the matter. No matter how apathetic it was still a member of the chaotic dire beasts. Now that the situation in the hallowed beast continent had taken a turn for the worse, and the chaotic dire beasts were about to be exterminated, as the strongest entity among the chaotic dire beasts, it could no longer ignore it. Moreover, the only wish of these chaotic spirit beasts was to have some living space. This was not too much. I'll go. I'll meet Lin Feng. The Flood Dragon King then slowly stood up. Its massive body instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew out of the Sky Python Mountain. This was also the first time the Flood Dragon King had left the Sky Python Mountain. There were still 38 chaotic spirit beasts following closely behind. Not a single chaotic spirit beast. Lin Feng had been sweeping through the hallowed beast continent for a full 10 years. Now, he had finally cleared out most of the chaotic dire beasts on the hallowed beast continent, leaving only these millions of chaotic dire beasts. This region was also the last region, but when Lin Feng scanned with his mental power, he did not find any chaotic spirit beasts. This was a little strange. It was impossible for there to be no chaotic spirit beasts. Could those chaotic spirit beasts have escaped? A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was not surprised that the chaotic spirit beasts had escaped, but now, almost 90% of the entire hallowed beast continent had been swept through by Lin Feng. Where could those chaotic spirit beasts run to? There is northwest longer any place for the chaotic spirit beasts in the entire hallowed beast continent. They buzz. Just as Lin Feng thought of something, a stream of light vaguely appeared in the sky. Moreover, dozens of other streams of light whistled over behind that stream of light. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He remembered now. There was really a place on the hallowed beast continent where the chaotic spirit beasts could hide. It was the Sky Python Mountain, where the demon diabolic palace was located. The old flood dragon is here. Lin Feng looked up. The aura in that stream of light was all too familiar. The old flood dragon of the Sky Python Mountain finally could not help but take action. Chapter 957 Battling the Flood Dragon King with the Divine Ability. 957 Battling the Flood Dragon King with the Divine Ability. Boom. The Flood Dragon King's massive body landed on the ground, followed by 38 chaotic spirit beasts. All of them glared at Lin Feng menacingly, but not a single chaotic spirit beast stepped forward. Lin Feng, the top perfected lord of the hallowed beast continent. Be the rumors that Lin Feng was a perfected deity true or false, Lin Feng had been killing chaotic dire beasts at every moment for the past 10 years, slaughtering 90% of them. This reputation already explained everything. No chaotic spirit beast was arrogant enough to think that they could deal with Lin Feng. If they could deal with Lin Feng, they would not have gone to the Sky Python Mountain to beg the Flood Dragon King. Perfected Lord Lin, you've already killed enough. Oh. Old Flood Dragon, you never leave the Sky Python Mountain. Why did you leave the Sky Python Mountain? Could it be that you want to stop me? Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and stared coldly at the Flood Dragon King. If there were any chaotic spirit beasts on the hallowed beast continent that could be comparable to him, it would be this old Flood Dragon. Even last time, when Lin Feng went all out, he could not do anything to the old Flood Dragon. In fact, he could not even force it to its limit. This old Flood Dragon must have held back last time. The Flood Dragon King shook his head and said, I left the Sky Python Mountain because I have no choice. You went on a killing spree on the hallowed beast continent. Speaking of which, I'm also a chaotic spirit beast. How can I sit back and do nothing when you killed chaotic dire beasts without restraint? You want to fight for them? Lin Feng's gaze was cold. If the old Flood Dragon wanted to fight, he would not mind opposing the old Flood Dragon again. However, the Flood Dragon King shook his head and said, it's not that I insist on fighting for them. There are all kinds of living beings on the hallowed beast continent. What do either chaotic dire beasts or cultivators have to do with me? However, we have to leave a way out for everything. These chaotic spirit beasts have already begged me, so it's not appropriate for me to stay out of the matter. Perfected. Lord Lin, can you give me some face? Leave this living space for them, and both parties will not invade each other. How about that? The old Flood Dragon's expression was solemn as it stared intently at Lin Feng. Actually, the old Flood Dragon had already sensed from the beginning that Lin Feng seemed to have become stronger, even stronger than the last time he was at the diabolic divine palace. That faint oppressive aura could not be wrong. Hence, the Flood Dragon King's heart was also very heavy. It would never underestimate Lin Feng. Leave this living space. Lin Feng looked at the Flood Dragon King, as if only now did he come to a realization. It turned out that without realizing it, he had almost killed all the chaotic dire beasts. There were only a few million chaotic dire beasts left. Compared to 10 years ago, when the entire hallowed beast continent was filled with chaotic dire beasts, the difference was immeasurable. If he went on killing, chaotic dire beasts might really become extinct in the hallowed beast continent. It's not a big deal to leave some living space for the chaotic dire beasts. However, if they want to obtain something, they have to fight for it themselves. Flood Dragon King, you are also a chaotic spirit beast. You should understand that if one wants to obtain something, they have to pay the price, Lin Feng said indifferently. Lin Feng did not bear much hatred for the chaotic dire beasts. Perhaps other cultivators would, but not him. In fact, that the chaotic dire beasts had allowed his internal universe to expand by so much benefited him greatly. But this was how things were in the chaos. If one wanted something, they had to pay the price. Back then, cultivators could only survive in the hallowed beast continent with great difficulty. If not for Lin Feng's sudden appearance, the fates of many cultivators would likely be very tragic as well. However, Lin Feng stepped forward and changed this situation. Now that all the chaotic dire beasts were about to be killed, if they wanted to change this situation, someone among the chaotic dire beasts had to step forward. The Flood Dragon King heaved a long sigh and said, in that case, I'll see perfected Lord Lin's divine ability again. Clearly, the Flood Dragon King had already decided to step forward. Moreover, it had also heard that Lin Feng could use a divine ability, and was even suspected to be a perfected deity. With the Flood Dragon King's insight, it naturally knew that Lin Feng was not a perfected deity, but Lin Feng might really have cultivated a divine ability. After all, Lin Feng had entered the diabolic divine palace before. Good. Although Lin Feng had fought with the Flood Dragon King last time, they had both held back. Neither could do anything to the other, so they could only give up. But now that Lin Feng's strength had improved greatly, he naturally wanted to test the power of the trace of hallowed beast bloodline in the Flood Dragon King's body again. Flood Dragon King, last time in the Diabolic Divine Palace, I obtained a divine ability called the Ennead Wind Flame Divine Ability. However, I couldn't even cultivate the first level successfully. I only cultivated a divine ability related to chaotic flames, which can barely be considered a divine ability. Please give it a try, Flood Dragon King. Lin Feng did not conceal anything. The Flood Dragon King nodded with a solemn expression and said, a divine ability is a divine ability. No matter how weak a divine ability is, it's still above any martial art. Perfected Lord Lin, use it freely. I also want to see the power of a divine ability. Good. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the entire void seemed to have turned scorching all of a sudden. The sky was filled with searing flames. These were all terrifying chaotic flames, capable of incinerating anything. Even those chaotic spirit beasts hurriedly retreated, afraid of being implicated. They had heard very clearly just now that Lin Feng was indeed cultivating a divine ability. Just as the Flood Dragon King had said, no matter how weak a divine ability was, it was still a divine ability, above any martial art or spell. Buzz. The chaotic fire instantly confined this stretch of void, and there was a faint aura of violence. Even the Flood Dragon King felt a terrifying pressure. Ennead Wind Flame Divine Ability. Lin Feng growled. Then, it was as if only raging flames were left in the world. With Lin Feng as the epicenter, they instantly pounced towards the Flood Dragon King from all directions. The Flood Dragon King's eyes narrowed slightly, as if it was facing a formidable enemy. The aura on its body quickly rose to the extreme. What a powerful divine ability. It's indeed a divine ability. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, appear. Behind the Flood Dragon King, a huge phantom of an ancestral dragon appeared. However, this time, this phantom seemed to be even more corporeal. Its eyes also became animated, as if it were alive. As the phantom of the ancestral dragon appeared, Lin Feng clearly felt that even space seemed to be shattering, compressed by a powerful force. Lin Feng had not felt this pressure in the form of raw strength for a long, long time. It was power, incomparable power. This was the true strength of the Flood Dragon King. Even back at the Sky Python Mountain, Lin Feng had not been able to force the Flood Dragon King to use all of its strength. Boom. The chaotic flames that filled the sky instantly drowned out the huge phantom of the ancestral dragon. The mighty chaotic flames spread in all directions, and everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was reduced to scorched earth. This was a divine ability, an unparalleled divine ability that possessed majestic power. Those chaotic spirit beasts could not help but gasp. They could not help but feel incomparably terrified. The power of a divine ability was terrifying to the extreme. If they were facing Lin Feng, this divine ability alone would probably be enough to turn them into ashes instantly. Invincible. This was practically invincibility among perfected lords. For a moment, the chaotic spirit beasts were all a little worried. Could the Flood Dragon King withstand such a terrifying divine ability, with such daunting power? Chapter 958, 958 Combat Power of Perfected Deities. 958 Combat Power of Perfected Deities. While all were exclaiming at the daunting power of Lin Feng's divine ability, Lin Feng's expression was very solemn. His gaze was fixed ahead. Gore. With an earth-shattering, terrifying roar, the phantom of an incomparably huge dragon that seemed capable of devouring the world charged out of the purgatory of chaotic flames. The dragon's claw made a light grab, and much of the chaotic flames were instantly extinguished. This is the bloodline of a hallowed beast. This is the bloodline of a hallowed beast. The legendary ancestral dragon bloodline. Even if it only has a trace of the ancestral dragon bloodline, it's still a descendant of the ancestral dragon, and has a chance of becoming a divine beast in the future. Who'd expect a mere trace of the ancestral dragon bloodline to be so terrifying? Although many chaotic spirit beasts had heard of how powerful the Flood Dragon King was, and knew that it had the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, they knew nothing about how strong the bloodline of the ancestral dragon was. But now, seeing the Flood Dragon King resist the divine ability used by Lin Feng head-on without being at a disadvantage at all, they finally understood the significance of the ancestral dragon bloodline. The ancestral dragon bloodline is truly impressive. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. Last time, he had already seen the hallowed beast bloodline of the Flood Dragon King. Last time, he had used all his cosmic power and fought the Flood Dragon King to a standstill. But now, when Lin Feng used his divine ability, it was still broken by the Flood Dragon King. The Flood Dragon King's ancestral dragon bloodline was indeed extraordinary, far from what ordinary perfected lords could compare to. The Flood Dragon King broke through Lin Feng's divine ability and stood in the void. The phantom of the ancestral dragon behind it was some innumerable tens of thousands of feet tall, where it stretched across the void, emitting an ancient, vast, and profound aura. Perfected Lord Lin, will you stop now? The Flood Dragon King had the upper hand, and its aura was imposing. Stop. Lin Feng shook his head. His divine ability was indeed very powerful, but his strongest aspect was not the divine ability he had just cultivated. While this divine ability was very strong, he had not even cultivated the first level of the complete divine ability. How could it defeat the Flood Dragon King? Moreover, he had expected that the Flood Dragon King would not be defeated by a half-baked divine ability. Oh! You still want to fight? The Flood Dragon King's expression turned steely. Haha, that's right. Flood Dragon King, if you can counter this strike from me, I'll satisfy all your requests. The Flood Dragon King's heart skipped a beat. It was precisely this world phantom. Last time, although it did not unleash its full strength, it had also seen this ability of Lin Feng's. It was really very peculiar. Although it had not used its full strength the last time, it had nonetheless used at least 80% of its strength, yet it could still only fight Lin Feng to a draw. Moreover, at that time, it had vaguely sensed that even if it could gain the upper hand, it still could not kill Lin Feng. Hence, the Flood Dragon King had stopped fighting with Lin Feng back then. However, it could not reconcile with Lin Feng easily today. In that case, the Flood Dragon King would not hold back anymore. Ancestral Dragon Phantom. The phantom of the ancestral dragon behind the Flood Dragon King seemed to have transformed into reality as it roared at Lin Feng. A terrifying pressure instantly swept over, and even Lin Feng's chaotic body could barely hold out. Lin Feng's expression was calm. No matter how much pressure he felt, he showed no fear. His internal universe was his strong backing. Universe descending. Lin Feng waved his hand gently. Immediately, the vast universe descended. The vast universe was like a huge lid that instantly shrouded the sky. Lin Feng enveloped everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers in the universe. Crack! The Flood Dragon King roared furiously. However, at this moment, Lin Feng's internal universe was no longer 100 billion light-years in diameter. Its diameter had already reached 500 billion light-years. Furthermore, its size was expanding exponentially in a frenzy. It was so powerful that Lin Feng even had the feeling he could easily destroy the entire hallowed beast continent. In the past, when Lin Feng's internal universe was only 100 billion light-years in size, he could envelop the entire hallowed beast continent and even kill all living beings on the hallowed beast continent. Be it perfected lords or chaotic spirit beasts, they would not be able to escape. However, at that time, it would not be so easy for Lin Feng to destroy the hallowed beast continent. There was some unseen force stopping Lin Feng from attempting to destroy the hallowed beast continent. The birth of a chaotic continent actually followed certain chaotic rules. If one wanted to destroy a chaotic continent, they had to be powerful enough to destroy certain chaotic rules. For example, some powerful divine abilities were cultivated from several chaotic rules. Naturally, they could suppress certain chaotic rules and easily destroy the hallowed beast continent. However, there was another way. If one's strength reached a certain level, they could also suppress the chaotic rules. For example, some top-notch chaotic spirit treasures could even make chaotic rules retreat. Such chaotic spirit treasures could also destroy a chaotic continent. Apart from that, no one could destroy a chaotic continent, not even Lin Feng's universe with a diameter of 100 billion light-years back. then. But now, after Lin Feng's internal universe had expanded countless times, and even the diameter of the universe had reached a total of 500 billion light-years, as he unleashed it at full force, a realization suddenly came to him. Vaguely, he seemed to have broken some kind of limit. It did not seem that difficult for a universe of 500 billion light-years in diameter to destroy the entire hallowed beast continent. With a thought from him, the entire hallowed beast continent would be reduced to dust by his cosmic power. There was once a rumor in the chaos. Only those who could destroy a complete chaotic continent by any means, be it chaotic spirit treasures or secret techniques, could be considered perfected deities. All perfected deities easily possessed the power to destroy a chaotic continent. However, not all cultivators who could destroy a chaotic continent were necessarily perfected deities. Even if they were not perfected deities, they at least had the combat power of perfected deities. Such people were all known to possess the combat power of perfected deities. Without a doubt, Lin Feng had the combat power of a perfected deity at this moment. Lin Feng did not even gather much strength. He only used the internal universe. As his cosmic power pressed down, the Flood Dragon King was reduced to its current state. Its entire body felt as if it was weighed down by mountains, and it was in incomparable agony. Ah! The Flood Dragon King roared and struggled in a frenzy, but no matter how it struggled, this world was unbreakable. There was even an endless stream of power that continued to suppress the Flood Dragon King. Crunch! Immediately, the ancestral dragon phantom behind the Flood Dragon King seemed to break, and a long crack appeared. As this crack appeared, the ancestral dragon phantom of the Flood Dragon King also seemed to be about to dissipate. No, I'm a descendant of the ancestral dragon. I have the bloodline of a hallowed beast. I'll risk it. Ignite the bloodline. Ancestral dragon descending. The Flood Dragon King roared furiously. The bloodline in its body seemed to have ignited, spreading into the distance through some strange method. This strange fluctuation appeared in Lin Feng's internal universe, and it seemed to be completely unaffected by Lin Feng's internal universe. It had already spread out of the universe and entered the depths of the chaos. Lin Feng naturally sensed it. This power is. Lin Feng did not know what kind of power this was, but when the Flood Dragon King ignited its bloodline, there was no earth-shattering power. On the other hand, Lin Feng was a little uncertain about this strange power. Just as Lin Feng was about to suppress the Flood Dragon King further, a majestic power was suddenly transmitted from the distant chaos into Lin Feng's internal universe and into the Flood Dragon King's body. Swoosh! Lin Feng suddenly lifted his head. At this moment, he actually felt his entire body tremble. It was as if a gaze was fixed on him. Even though it was only for an instant, this instant already made Lin Feng feel as if he was walking on the verge of death. Lin Feng believed that even a perfected deity probably would not have such a terrifying gaze. Could it be the ancestral dragon? Lin Feng remembered. Didn't the Flood Dragon King possess a trace of the ancestral dragon bloodline? It seemed like only an incredible entity like the ancestral dragon, a chaotic hallowed beast, could pass through the distant chaos, through the layers of obstacles, and transmit power into the body of the Flood Dragon King. Even a glance from it could make Lin Feng's entire body tremble. It was not something that Lin Feng could resist in his current state at all. Flood Dragon King, this ends here. Lin Feng's gaze was cold. Then, he mobilized the power of the entire universe to suppress the Flood Dragon King. Even though he had some guesses, he was not someone who could be intimidated by a gaze, even if the other party was really a hallowed beast like the ancestral dragon. Chapter 959, 959 The Mysterious Sky Palace Rules the World. 959 The Mysterious Sky Palace Rules the World. Crunch. As Lin Feng mobilized all the cosmic power, the phantom of the ancestral dragon behind the Flood Dragon King shattered instantly like glass. The sense of spying Lin Feng felt also disappeared at once. Lin Feng also heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the ancestral dragon would warp over from the void. He did not have the ability to resist a chaotic hallowed beast. However, it turned out that he was indeed overthinking things. Even if the ancestral dragon really knew that its descendant was about to be killed, even if it really did spy on Lin Feng, how could a dignified chaotic hallowed beast really appear? It had too many bloodline descendants. Many of them had even become divine beasts. How could it possibly care about such a trivial matter? Thud. As the phantom of the ancestral dragon dissipated, the Flood Dragon King's eyes were filled with shock. It shook his head and said, "I've lost." The Flood Dragon King had lost. The faces of the 38 chaotic spirit beasts below were all white as a sheet. Actually, they already had a very bad premonition as soon as Lin Feng unleashed his universe. Now, the Flood Dragon King had indeed lost. Their only hope was gone. Lin Feng looked at the Flood Dragon King and said indifferently, "Flood Dragon King, you've already lost. You and I can be considered old acquaintances. I can agree to leaving a living space for the chaotic dire beasts, as you requested previously. However, you have to agree to a request of mine as well." "What request?" "Follow me for 10,000 years, and I can take you to the holy cities of chaos. There are all kinds of techniques, divine abilities, and rare treasures there. Isn't that much better than guarding a diabolic divine palace in the hallowed beast continent? As long as you follow me. For 10,000 years, when the time is up, you will be able to restore your freedom. There is even a good chance you may become a divine beast." Lin Feng stared at the Flood Dragon King with bright eyes. Actually, the Flood Dragon King was already very, very powerful. It was almost invincible among chaotic spirit beasts. The Flood Dragon King could even withstand a strike of a divine ability from Lin Feng. It was already infinitely close to a perfected deity. If Lin Feng had not mobilized his internal universe and temporarily possessed the combat power of a perfected deity, it would be impossible for him to defeat the Flood Dragon King. It would be a pity to kill such a powerful chaotic spirit beast. Even if he refined it, Lin Feng's internal universe would not increase by much. It would be more useful to subdue the Flood Dragon King. "Can you really go to the holy cities of chaos?" The Flood Dragon King was a little tempted. "Of course. I will find the holy cities of chaos, no matter what." The Flood Dragon King pondered for a long time. Actually, it knew very well that while Lin Feng did not make any threats, it didn't have a choice in reality. Even though it looked forward to arriving at the holy cities of chaos, it knew that this was simply an illusory matter. How could it be so easy to reach the holy cities of chaos? However, it had no choice now. "I am willing to swear on my bloodline that I will serve perfected Lord Lin Feng as my master. In 10,000 years, my freedom will be restored, as witnessed by the ancestral dragon." Suddenly, the Flood Dragon King swore in a strange way. It was as if a great entity had witnessed it, and put a restraint on both parties. Lin Feng also sensed it. He felt as if there was a restraint that vaguely appeared on him and the Flood Dragon King. He could clearly sense that the restraint on the Flood Dragon King was greater. Cultivators, especially perfected lords, also had perfected spirits' oaths. Once they swore an oath with their perfected spirits, if they violated it, their perfected spirits would dissipate. Hence, perfected lords would not swear perfected spirit oaths unless absolutely necessary. Good. Lin Feng was very happy to have a powerful subordinate like the Flood Dragon King. "Jiao Shirsan greets master." It turned out that the true name of the Flood Dragon King was Jiao Shirsan. "No need to be so formal, Shirsan. Don't worry, I'll definitely go to the holy cities of chaos. I won't disappoint you." Lin Feng was very happy. With a wave of his hand, he set the limit in the last area and said to the 38 chaotic spirit beasts, "Go." I've already designated an area there. Cultivators are not allowed to enter without permission, and you chaotic dire beasts are not allowed to leave without permission. It will be your last living space. "Thank you, perfected lord." The 38 chaotic spirit beasts had very complicated feelings. Seeing that the Flood Dragon King had been subdued by Lin Feng, they hesitated. However, the submission of the Flood Dragon King undoubtedly gave them hope of survival, allowing Lin Feng to finally delineate a region for the chaotic dire beasts instead of killing them all. Apart from this area as their living space, Lin Feng also delineated the Sky Python Mountain, the lair of the Flood Dragon King, as a forbidden place. Chaotic dire beasts were allowed to live in the Sky Python Mountain, and this could be considered their second living space. He also had the Mystic Sky City to announce it to the entire Hallowed Beast continent through their news channels. Lin Feng had already eliminated most of the chaotic dire beasts. Cultivators occupied almost 90% of the entire Hallowed Beast continent. The faction of Mystic Sky City covered almost 80% of the area. It could be considered the only hegemonic faction on the Hallowed Beast continent. Mystic Sky City also stopped expanding. Rather, it began to establish order. The Hallowed Beast continent needed order. Be it for chaotic perfected persons or those perfected lords, order was needed. Due to Lin Feng's powerful influence, the Mystic Sky Palace was established separately from the Mystic Sky City. Lin Feng was the sect master of the Mystic Sky Palace, and ruled over the entire Hallowed Beast continent. Moreover, in the name of the Mystic Sky Palace, he collected all the divine abilities, martial arts, spells, and many rare treasures of the Hallowed Beast continent. All of them were collected in the Mystic Sky Palace. From then on, the Mystic Sky Palace became a holy land among cultivators on the Hallowed Beast continent. It attracted countless cultivators, and even perfected lords were willing to go to the Mystic Sky Palace. Lin Feng collected many spells, martial arts, and even many divine ability techniques. A large portion of the divine ability techniques were also missing in the Hallowed Beast continent, including the incomplete divine ability techniques that Lin Feng had once obtained. There were a total of 29 of them, but they were all incomplete. It was impossible to cultivate incomplete divine ability techniques, let alone complete them. That would be even more difficult than cultivating them. These incomplete divine ability techniques could only be used as references. However, apart from these 29 incomplete divine ability techniques, Lin Feng actually collected 2 complete divine ability techniques. Speaking of these 2 complete divine ability techniques, Lin Feng also found it incredible. It turned out that these were contributed by the 2 chaotic perfected lords, who were prepared to exchange them with the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability from Lin Feng, particularly Lin Feng's insights on cultivating it. Lin Feng naturally agreed readily. It was not a secret at all. Divine ability techniques relied entirely on comprehension. If one could comprehend it, they could cultivate the divine ability. If they could not, even if they obtained a divine ability technique, it would be a lost treasure trove to them, and impossible to cultivate. This was the case for the 2 perfected lords. They had both come from the chaos, and were both perfected lords who had once roamed the chaos. Through incredible luck, they happened to obtain 2 complete divine ability techniques, but had not even comprehended chaotic rules. Even if they had complete divine ability techniques, they were not able to improve for tens of thousands of years. Hence, when they heard that Lin Feng had successfully cultivated a divine ability, the 2 of them made the decision to use the divine ability techniques to consult Lin Feng about the cultivation of divine abilities. Lin Feng did not refuse. After all, those were 2 complete divine ability techniques. He had obtained many incomplete divine ability techniques. However, the only complete divine ability technique he had was the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability he had obtained in the Diabolic Divine Palace. There were no other divine ability techniques. Moreover, he would just be exchanging some cultivation insights and experiences. Lin Feng readily agreed and invited the 2 perfected lords to exchange cultivation insights, which made the 2 perfected lords very satisfied. Hence, the Mystic Sky Palace also acquired 2 more complete divine ability techniques. Chapter 960, 960-300 years. 960-300 years. These 2 divine ability techniques were the Aqua Curtain Barrier and the Terra Spear, respectively. Just from the names, one could tell that they were defensive and offensive divine abilities, respectively. The Aqua Curtain Barrier used the Water Elemental rule. Using the water elemental rule, one could set up a barrier with very strong defense. The Terra spear, on the other hand, used the earth elemental chaotic rule to forge a powerful spear with terrifying penetrative power. Although they were two complete divine ability techniques, one required the water elemental chaotic rule, and the other required the earth elemental chaotic rule. Neither bore much similarity to Lin Feng's Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. Moreover, these two divine abilities were only minor divine abilities. Although the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability was also a minor divine ability, it was countless times stronger than these two divine abilities. These two divine abilities were probably only comparable to the third level of the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. If he wanted to cultivate a divine ability, Lin Feng would also prioritize comprehending the wind elemental chaotic rule, so that he could completely master the first level of the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. However, they were ultimately two divine abilities. They were still very useful as references. Lin Feng ruled over the world through the Mystic Sky Palace, and controlled the entire Hallowed Beast continent through the Mystic Sky City. This chaotic continent had already entered an era that belonged to the Mystic Sky Palace and Lin Feng. Lin Feng already had the experience for ruling an entire chaotic continent. He paid a lot of attention to order and channels for people to work their way up. The Mystic Sky Palace and its subordinate Mystic Sky City would publicly recruit some genius cultivators to nurture them. In the long term, the Mystic Sky Palace would only become stronger and stronger. Even if Lin Feng left in the future, while the mode of operation of the Mystic Sky Palace remained unchanged, the Mystic Sky Palace could maintain its strength. Lin Feng invited Perfected Lord Ziyuan and the other top-notch Perfected Lords to the Mystic Sky Palace to manifest the chaotic rules and discuss them together. This was much more useful than cultivating ascetically alone. Everyone had gained a lot, especially Lin Feng. His comprehension of the chaotic rules had also deepened. In particular, he was about to comprehend the chaotic rule of fire completely. 10 years later, the entire Mystic Sky Palace shook slightly. Boom. Flames that filled the sky seemed to surround the Mystic Sky Palace from all directions. The terrifying flames were infinitely oppressive. But as if they were controlled by someone, they did not descend for a long time. Perfected Lord Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat. Then, she said with a smile, "Looks like we have to congratulate Perfected Lord Lin. He has already comprehended the chaotic rule of fire." These invitees were all top-notch Perfected Lords. Having discussed the way of cultivation with Lin Feng, they naturally knew that Lin Feng was not a perfected deity. He had not even comprehended a single chaotic rule. However, this only made them admire Lin Feng even more. He could cultivate a divine ability without comprehending any chaotic rules. How impressive was his aptitude and comprehension ability! At the very least, none of them could do it. Only Perfected Lord Ziyuan had also comprehended a chaotic rule. However, as she did not have a suitable complete divine ability technique, she had yet to cultivate any divine ability. "Ha ha ha, I've finally comprehended a chaotic rule." A voice sounded from the void. Right on the heels of that, Lin Feng stepped into the void. With a wave of his hand, infinite chaotic flames instantly condensed in his palm. At this moment, he was like a deity in flames, able to control the chaotic flames at will. However, this was only the beginning. If one wanted to become a perfected deity, they had to comprehend all kinds of chaotic rules and finally master them to condense a divine heart. Only through this divine heart could one instantly control countless chaotic rules and cultivate divine abilities. Without the divine heart, one could only be a semi-perfected deity, forever searching for the path of a perfected deity. Of course, almost no one knew how to condense the divine heart. Even Perfected Lord Ziyuan, who was experienced and knowledgeable, only knew that the divine heart was a realm. She did not know the exact details either. However, all the Perfected Lords knew that if they wanted to become perfected deities, they had to use the crudest method, to slowly sense and comprehend chaotic rules one by one. Congratulations, Perfected Lord Lin. Congratulations, Palace Master. You have a chance of becoming a perfected deity. Congratulations, Perfected Lord. The journey towards a perfected deity begins with a single step. You will definitely improve at a godly speed in the future. Many perfected lords congratulated Lin Feng. This was indeed a rare occurrence. There were so many perfected lords in the hallowed Beast continent, even many top-notch perfected lords. However, only perfected Lord Ziyuan and Lin Feng could actually comprehend a chaotic rule. Even comprehending just one chaotic rule was not that easy. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng asked perfected Lord Ziyuan to stay behind, before asking, perfected Lord Ziyuan, there's still no news on the chaotic merchants. Perfected Lord Ziyuan shook her head and said, no. I don't know how long it will take for the chaotic merchants to arrive. 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. I'm not sure either. Perfected Lord Ziyuan was actually not in a hurry. She had already waited for tens of thousands of years. Having already waited for such a long time, why would she care about a few decades? Lin Feng nodded as well. He was also prepared to wait in the hallowed beast continent for a long time. He could only head to the holy cities of chaos when the chaotic merchants arrived. Otherwise, roaming and exploring the chaos himself might not be effective either. For example, perfected Lord Ziyuan had once roamed the chaos and obtained all kinds of opportunities as well. She had even obtained a chaotic spirit treasure. But so what? She still could not reach the holy cities of chaos. She could only wait painfully for the chaotic vendors on the hallowed beast continent. Lin Feng's current cultivation was far from reaching a bottleneck. Time was what Lin Feng lacked the most in the present. His strength was improving very quickly. When he first arrived at the hallowed beast continent, he had yet to become a perfected lord and cultivate a perfected spirit. But what happened now? In just a few decades, Lin Feng had already reached the peak of the perfected lord realm, and had even become a semi-perfected deity. He was beginning to advance towards the level of a perfected deity. This speed was simply unheard of and incredible. Lin Feng had reached his current achievements in such a short period of time. There were actually some hidden dangers in improving too quickly. Hence, Lin Feng also needed some time to allow things to precipitate. Moreover, the most important thing to becoming a perfected deity was to comprehend the chaotic rules. This required calming the mind and slowly comprehending them over time. Lin Feng continued using the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability as the foundation. Following the guidance of the divine ability, he had already comprehended the chaotic rule of fire. Next, he would mainly be comprehending the chaotic rule of wind. Only by comprehending the chaotic rule of wind could Lin Feng truly master the first level of the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. Only then could it be considered a true divine ability. Even though Lin Feng did not have any foundation for the chaotic rule of wind, he had the chaotic origin stone that could manifest the chaotic rule of wind, allowing Lin Feng to comprehend it continuously. There was nothing to be opportunistic about in this aspect. One could only rely on their own comprehension. Perhaps someday, with a flash of inspiration, they would naturally be able to comprehend the chaotic rule of wind. Comprehending the chaotic rules took a long time, and was a very dreary process. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. Time passed in a flash. It had been a long, long time since Lin Feng had been able to calm his heart and spend so much time cultivating. However, this time, he finally calmed his heart, and completely immersed himself in the process of comprehending the chaotic rules. 300 years later, perfected Lord Ziyuan suddenly opened his eyes. She saw faint gusts howling in the void, approaching from afar, growing in size as they neared. In the beginning, it was just a breeze, but eventually, it even became a storm. This is the chaotic rule of wind. Perfected Lord Ziyuan's entire body shook. Then, she suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Lin Feng's secret chamber. She remembered that Lin Feng seemed to have been comprehending the chaotic rule of wind. Chapter 961 First Level of Divine Ability. 961 First Level of Divine Ability. The howling wind seemed to have stopped all of a sudden. Perfected Lord Ziyuan looked in a certain direction in the distance, unable to calm down for a long time. 300 years. There were only 300 years. She had comprehended the chaotic rule earlier than Lin Feng, but now, Lin Feng had only used 300 years to comprehend the second new chaotic rule. But what about her? She had still only comprehended one chaotic rule. This was a true difference. She had traveled the chaos for so many years, and stayed in the hallowed beast continent for so many years, before comprehending the first chaotic rule, with the help of the special environment in the diabolic divine palace. On the other hand, Lin Feng had only been in seclusion for 300 years, yet he had already comprehended a new chaotic rule. The difference was so great that perfected Lord Ziyuan almost lost all her confidence. Swoosh. Perfected Lord Ziyuan heaved a long sigh of relief. Even though this disparity was so great that she lost her composure and felt very unfair, she quickly adjusted her mentality. In this world, there would always be geniuses. Some people could enter the perfected deity realm in a short period of time, but some people could not improve even after billions of years. She had to face this disparity head-on. In the present, she had already embarked on the path of a perfected deity. Although her improvement might be very slow due to her aptitude, as long as she was improving, it was fine. Moreover, having already embarked on the path of a perfected deity, and considered to have entered the elementary level, she had already surpassed countless perfected lords. The hallowed beast continent was huge, and there were so many perfected lords. Up until now, only she and Lin Feng could comprehend the chaotic rules. Seeing that Lin Feng had not exited seclusion, perfected Lord Ziyuan closed her eyes again and tried to comprehend the second chaotic rule. In the secret chamber of the mystic sky palace, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The second chaotic rule. Lin Feng extended his hand and waved it gently. It was as if he was holding a sphere of wind in his hand. It was very tame. This is the chaotic rule of wind. Lin Feng truly embarked on the path of a perfected deity and began to comprehend the rules. Moreover, he did it for a total of 300 years. Finally, he lived up to expectations, and comprehended the second chaotic rule. 300 years, just for an ordinary chaotic rule. How long will it take to become a perfected deity and condense a divine heart? 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even billions of years? Lin Feng shook his head. His cultivation had always been smooth sailing and very successful. Moreover, his cultivation duration was very short. It was very rare for him to enter seclusion and cultivate ascetically for hundreds of years at one go, like he did this time. Even so, despite having the chaotic origin stone, Lin Feng still spent 300 years comprehending an ordinary chaotic rule. If he were to comprehend 10 or so, wouldn't it take thousands of years? If there were more, even tens of thousands of years would not be out of the question. And this was not counting those profound and very special chaotic rules. Else, even with the chaotic origin stone, Lin Feng would still take a very long time. It was not impossible for him to encounter chaotic rules that were difficult to comprehend. Even with the chaotic origin stone manifesting chaotic rules, Lin Feng was not confident that he could comprehend all the chaotic rules. It was difficult to become a perfected deity, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was even more difficult than when Lin Feng transformed into the universe back then. Lin Feng finally had a real sense of it now. Comprehending the chaotic rule of wind was a huge gain for Lin Feng, because he could now try to cultivate the Ennead wind flame divine ability. This time, it was a complete first-level divine ability, unlike the previously divided divine ability. After comprehending the chaotic rule of wind, Lin Feng only spent a few months before successfully cultivating the wind-type divine ability. According to the technique of the Ennead wind flame divine ability, only when the two divine abilities were combined would they form the true Ennead wind flame divine ability. Lin Feng adjusted his state. He had already mastered the two divine abilities. Now, he just had to combine them into one. As he completely mastered the first level of the Ennead wind flame divine ability, Lin Feng was also rather solemn. Ennead wind flame divine ability, combine. As Lin Feng said in a low voice, wind and flames immediately howled. Under the technique of the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability, the two completely different divine abilities approached rapidly, and slowly combined together in a special way. This was not a simple additive effect. Lin Feng could clearly sense that as the two divine abilities with chaotic rules of different elements fused, the power of this divine ability increased explosively. The wind fueled the flames. When the two were combined, their power would increase explosively by at least a few times, or even up to 10 times. This was the true Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. At this moment, the two divine abilities had already completed fusing. There was actually no danger. After all, Lin Feng had cultivated both divine abilities through the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability technique. They were just cultivated separately, so there was naturally no problem in fusing them now. This was the true first level of a divine ability, the complete first level of a divine ability. Even though it was still a minor divine ability, its power was countless times stronger than the Aqua Curtain Barrier divine ability and the Terra Spear divine ability. Moreover, this was only the first level of the divine ability. There were a total of 9 levels to this divine ability. Once one cultivated it to the consummate state of the 9th level, although it was not comparable to a greater divine power, its power would still be earth-shattering, far surpassing ordinary minor divine abilities. However, even if Lin Feng had comprehended the chaotic rule of fire and the chaotic rule of wind, and could successfully cultivate the first level of the divine ability, the second, third, fourth, and even the 9th levels would not be so easy to cultivate. They would all take a long time. In addition, he would need to have a deeper understanding and comprehension of the two chaotic rules before he could cultivate this divine ability to the consummate state. Cultivating divine abilities was arduous, and becoming a perfected deity was arduous. Let's test its power. Lin Feng was also a little curious. Cultivating the first level of the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability meant that Lin Feng had truly cultivated a divine ability. It was no longer merely a divided divine ability that could only be considered the weakest divine ability, as before. Only the current divine ability was a true minor divine ability. As for the second, third, and even 9th levels in the future, they were just differentiations in the level of mastery of a specialized divine ability. There was no fundamental difference. Swoosh. Lin Feng opened the door to his secret chamber. His figure flashed as he flew out of the mystic sky palace, and towards a deserted place. In the distance. Although the mystic sky palace had dominated the hallowed beast continent for 300 years, and the number of cultivators had multiplied by several-fold, the hallowed beast continent was simply too huge. There were still large areas that were uninhabited. At this moment, Lin Feng was standing in a deserted area that stretched for about tens of thousands of kilometers. It was all barren, and was a good place to test his divine ability. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. In just a moment, the divine ability he was brewing reached its peak. Then, he slammed his hand towards the ground. Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. Lin Feng growled. Boom. The ground shook, and flames and storms wreaked havoc. Terrifying and incomparable fissures cracked. Not only was this 5,000-kilometer area shaken violently, even the entire hallowed beast continent was shaken, as if it was about to shatter and collapse. Lin Feng hurriedly dispersed the power of the divine ability. Not even a fraction of the divine ability's capacity had erupted just now, yet it actually contained such terrifying power. Without a doubt, with the complete Ennead Wind Flame divine ability, even at only the first level, Lin Feng already had the combat power of a perfected deity. This was a true strike from a divine ability. Even in the vast chaos, if one could cultivate a complete divine ability, even a minor divine would definitely grant them the combat power of a perfected deity. At the perfected Lord level, they could be considered invincible. A divine ability. This is a divine ability. If I master the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability, even my internal universe probably won't be able to withstand a strike from a divine ability. This is only a minor divine ability. There are also greater divine abilities. How formidable would the legendary ultimate divine abilities be? Lin Feng shook his head, and the trace of complacency in his heart disappeared. Among those great and powerful perfected deities in the chaos, which perfected deity did not have divine abilities. There were even many divine abilities that were much stronger than the Ennead Wind Flame divine ability. Compared to those perfected deities, Lin Feng's current strength was completely insignificant. Chapter 962, 962 The Chaotic Merchants Arrive. 962 The Chaotic Merchants Arrive. A huge chaotic spaceship was slowly shuttling through the vast chaos. The chaotic spaceship was covered in all kinds of chaotic runes. Profound and mysterious. There were many cultivators in the chaotic spaceship, most of whom were chaotic life forms. In the control room, there were dozens of perfected lords, all of whom had cultivated perfected spirits. Vice President, according to the chaotic route map, there should be a rather special chaotic continent ahead called the Hallowed Beast Continent. It's very massive, probably very close to a medium-sized chaotic continent. It's dominated by chaotic dire beasts. There are many perfected lords as well as chaotic spirit beasts. It also has all kinds of natural treasures and other rare treasures. The vice president wore a blue robe and had a chubby appearance. He always had a smile on his face and looked amiable. However, everyone knew that this vice president's smile concealed his extremely ruthless nature. Along the way, the Chamber of Commerce had cajoled and deceived countless cultivators from the chaotic continents, and gained a lot. Hallowed Beast Continent. I've heard of this chaotic continent. It has abundant resources. We have to plunder it properly this time. I hope it won't disappoint me, the vice president said blandly. Vice President, this Hallowed Beast Continent is extraordinary. Its strength is outstanding. We can't use force with so many perfected lords and chaotic spirit beasts. A perfected lord reminded cautiously. If they could use force, some chaotic merchants would have done so long ago. Perhaps one or two perfected lords were useless, but the Hallowed Beast Continent had a massive number of perfected lords, and a massive number of chaotic spirit beasts. Even the chaotic merchants did not dare to plunder it by force. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Their caravan was only led by a perfected lord. As for perfected deities, those were great and powerful figures. Every perfected deity was a top-notch figure. Even in the holy cities of chaos, they were high and mighty with extraordinary statuses. They would not follow the caravans. This caravan came from the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. It had a very ordinary name. The president of the Chamber of Commerce was a perfected deity, but there was only one perfected deity. It was considered a relatively small chamber of commerce. A perfected deity could establish a faction anywhere in the chaos, and even occupy several chaotic continents. Even in the holy cities. They would be a powerful entity that could establish a faction. We have perfected Lord Long accompanying us. Why would we be afraid of a mere chaotic continent? The vice president was very confident. Perfected Lord Long. This perfected lord was slightly stunned, but he immediately nodded. Perfected Lord Long was an attendant of the Chamber of Commerce, and he was the only attendant. He was in a cooperative relationship with the Chamber of Commerce, rather than its subordinate. Perfected Lord Long was even the president of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. The great perfected deity had personally invited him to become an attendant of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. Even the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce might not be able to command him. Perfected Lord Long would only act when the Chamber of Commerce was in danger. There was only one reason why Perfected Lord Long had such a high status, and that was that Perfected Lord Long had cultivated a divine ability. He was a top-notch perfected lord with the combat power of a perfected deity. With Perfected Lord Long around, although it's foolproof, we have to act according to the circumstances. Let's go to the Hallowed Beast Continent to take a look first. If there are really rare treasures that we're interested in, it won't be too late to attack. Moreover, I don't believe anyone can resist the temptation of the holy cities of chaos, the vice president said slowly. He appeared full of confidence. That's right, that's right. It's the holy cities of chaos. Who wouldn't want to go to the holy cities of chaos? How can all these cultivators who don't know the exact location of the holy cities of chaos resist such temptation. The other perfected lords also believed it without a doubt. Relying on the temptation of the holy cities of chaos, the fortune chamber of commerce had already attracted countless cultivators that were perfected lords along the way. They were willing to offer their most precious treasures just to seek an opportunity to enter the holy cities of chaos. The chaotic spaceship was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they could already see a huge chaotic continent in front of them. That's the hallowed beast continent. Let's go down and take a look. The vice president waved his hand, and a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. In the mystic sky palace, Lin Feng had already exited seclusion. Only he himself knew that he had successfully cultivated the Ennead Wind Flame Divine Ability. Ever since he learned that the first level of the Ennead Wind Flame Divine Ability would grant one the combat power of a perfected deity, Lin Feng had been thinking of ways to cultivate the second level of the divine ability. However, after trying, Lin Feng realized that it was not that easy. He needed to have a deeper understanding of the chaotic rule of wind and the chaotic rule of fire. The two chaotic rules that Lin Feng had comprehended previously were only at the rudimentary level. They could not be considered profound at all. This would take a long time again. Hence, Lin Feng began to discuss the principles of cultivation with perfected Lord Ziyuan and the other top-notch perfected lords again. On this day, Lin Feng, perfected Lord Ziyuan, and the Flood Dragon King were in the hall of the Mystic Sky Palace. Lin Feng mentioned the chaotic merchants. Jiao Shursan, you've been on the hallowed beast continent for so many years. How many times have you seen the chaotic merchants? The Flood Dragon King pondered for a moment and said, I've only seen chaotic merchants twice. Did they really bring some perfected lords with them? That's right. They did bring 2 perfected lords with them. Every time, many perfected lords would head to the chaotic spaceship of the chaotic merchants and offer various treasures that were the most precious to them. As long as they caught the eye of the chaotic merchants, they could board the chaotic spaceship. On these 2 occasions, only the treasures of the 2 perfected lords attracted the attention of the chaotic merchants, and so the merchants brought them along. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, but more questions came to him. Those 2 perfected lords have never returned to the hallowed beast continent in all these years. Lin Feng found it very strange. Even if the 2 perfected lords went to the holy cities of chaos, it shouldn't be that they did not return. Even once. They never returned. The Flood Dragon King shook his head and said, perhaps the journey is too long. The vast chaos is just too huge for even perfected lords. Long journey? Perhaps. I wonder when the chaotic merchants will arrive again. Lin Feng had some vague guesses, but none of them were groundless. He still hoped that the chaotic merchants could come to the hallowed beast continent. This way, there was finally a chance of knowing the exact location of the holy cities of chaos. However, no one knew when the chaotic vendors would arrive. Perhaps they would come tomorrow, or perhaps even in tens of thousands of years. Just as Lin Feng was discussing with the Flood Dragon King, perfected Lord Ziyuan, and the others, the Mystic Sky Palace received an urgent message from the Mystic Sky City. Palace Master, a large chaotic spaceship has arrived at the hallowed beast continent. It's suspected to be the chaotic merchants. Swoosh. Lin Feng stood up abruptly. They're really the chaotic merchants. We're at least 80% confident. Lin Feng laughed. Perfected Lord Ziyuan was also very excited. Even the Flood Dragon King was a little tempted. After so many years, the chaotic merchants had finally arrived. Let's go. After waiting for so many years, the chaotic merchants have finally arrived. I want to take a look for myself. Lin Feng was very excited and did not want to dally for a moment. After learning the exact location of the chaotic merchants, he immediately flew towards the location of the chaotic merchants with perfected Lord Ziyuan, the Flood Dragon King, and A.O. Chapter 963, 963 Are you the top perfected Lord? 963 Are you the top perfected Lord? This is the hallowed beast continent. The chaotic aura is very rich. A huge chaotic spaceship slowly flew in the sky of the hallowed beast continent. Its speed was not fast, but it was still faster than Ordinary chaotic perfected persons. Wherever the chaotic spaceship passed, any cultivator who discovered it would be shocked. That's right. This is the hallowed beast continent, but a perfected lord of the fortune chamber of commerce seemed a little hesitant. But what? The vice president was still smiling. However, it's rumored that chaotic dire beasts cover the entire hallowed beast continent. But now, we can only see cities filled with cultivators. Where are the chaotic dire beasts out in the wilderness? Everyone looked down. Some perfected lords even used their mental power to scan. Forget about the wilderness below, there was not a single chaotic dire beast within a radius of thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. It is indeed a bit strange. The vice president's expression gradually turned solemn. The information regarding a chaotic continent should not be wrong, but it was obvious that there were no more chaotic dire beasts now. It was indeed very strange. Or could it be that the situation on this continent had changed drastically since the last time chaotic merchants came to the hallowed beast continent? This was actually possible. Everyone's expressions became slightly solemn. As chaotic merchants, it was not like they had never encountered such a situation before. However, no matter what the situation was, an uncontrollable situation was undesirable. Find out what happened at once. At the vice president's order, 2 perfected lords left the chaotic spaceship and flew into the city below. There were simply too many cities on the hallowed beast continent. They covered the entire hallowed beast continent. Hence, it was only too easy to find a city. With 2 more perfected lords heading there, it was enough for them to understand the situation on the hallowed beast continent. About 15 minutes later, the 2 perfected lords had already returned to the spaceship. Perfected lords, what happened in the hallowed beast continent? Asked the vice president hurriedly. The 2 perfected lords had solemn expressions. They said in a low voice, "Vice President, I'm afraid this trip won't go too smoothly for us. After we went down, we quickly learned the entire situation. Centuries ago, the hallowed beast continent was indeed dominated by chaotic dire beasts. They occupied most of the hallowed beast continent. Human cultivators could only struggle at death's door and barely resist. However, ever since an unfamiliar cultivator, Lin Feng, arrived at the hallowed beast continent, everything changed. Lin Feng eliminated all the chaotic dire beasts alone, killing even chaotic spirit beasts with the bloodline of divine beasts. Moreover, he established the mystic Sky Palace. His faction, the Mystic Sky City, controls the entire hallowed beast continent, and has become the absolute dominant faction on the hallowed beast continent. It is the sole ruler of a chaotic continent. Moreover, it's rumored that perfected Lord Lin Feng can use divine abilities. It's even very likely that he's a perfected deity. Of course. After careful inquiry, we feel that it's a myth. If he's really a perfected deity, with a single strike of a divine ability, the entire hallowed beast continent will fall apart and collapse completely. It's very likely that he's a semi-perfected deity with the combat power of a perfected deity. However, he should have the combat power of a very weak perfected deity. Perhaps others did not know, but the vice president knew very well that once a chaotic continent had a hegemonial faction that dominated the entire chaotic continent, it was actually very disadvantageous to the chaotic merchants. Chaotic merchants could only maximize their benefits through competition between various factions. But from the looks of it, it was a little troublesome. Vice President, should we change the plan? That perfected Lord Lin is quite strong. If we stick to the original plan, I'm afraid perfected Lord Long, some perfected lords asked hesitantly. What's there to be afraid of? It's a mere perfected lord. Even if he can really use a divine ability, it's only the weakest divine ability, so what is there to fear? Moreover, we have the array of a perfected deity and the help of perfected Lord Long in our chaotic spaceship. Why would we need to be afraid of a perfected lord? However, the plan does need to change. Instead of being more conservative, we should be bolder. That perfected Lord Lin dominates the hallowed beast continent. There are a lot of good things there. We have to wring him dry. Do you understand? A sharp glint flashed across the vice president's eyes. He had clearly made his decision. The other perfected lords looked at each other, but could only nod in agreement. The vice president was in charge of the chaotic spaceship. Even if they were perfected lords, they had to obey the vice president's orders. Even though they still felt that it was a little risky to follow the original plan, since a cultivator with the combat power of a perfected deity who had mastered a divine ability had appeared on the hallowed beast continent, the vice president was full of confidence. Moreover, this chaotic spaceship was personally refined by the president of the Fortune Chamber of Commerce, that great perfected deity. Coupled with perfected Lord Long, there was indeed no need to be wary. The chaotic spaceship continued to fly forward. They sent some people down to investigate in succession, and realized that the situation was the same as what they had investigated previously. Hence, the chaotic spaceship simply landed in one of the mystic sky citadels. The chaotic merchants had come. Many cultivators in Mystic Sky City learned of this news and informed their friends. Countless perfected lords swarmed over, trying to make deals with the chaotic merchants. Almost all the perfected lords wanted to take the spaceship of the chaotic merchants to the holy cities of chaos. Unfortunately, none of the things these perfected lords offered satisfied the chaotic merchants, and they could only leave in disappointment. However, there were still some people waiting. They knew who the true juggernaut of the hallowed beast continent was. In the present, perhaps only that ruler of the mystic sky palace could board the spaceship of the chaotic merchants, and head to the holy cities of chaos. The cultivators did not wait for long. Soon, a few streams of light flew over from the distant horizon and descended in Mystic Sky City. Palace Master of the Mystic Sky Palace. Perfected Lord Lin. Greetings, Palace Master. Lin Feng descended in Mystic Sky City and nodded at everyone. He had ruled the hallowed beast continent for hundreds of years. Although it was rumored that he was a perfected deity back then, later on, many perfected lords gradually understood that Lin Feng was not a perfected deity. Even so, Lin Feng was the absolute ruler of the hallowed beast continent. No one dared to disrespect him. Hence, when Lin Feng arrived, everyone bowed. Even those chaotic perfected lords were no exception. Following behind Lin Feng were perfected Lord Ziyuan and the Flood Dragon King. Lin Feng rode on Ao's back and descended into Mystic Sky City. The first thing he did was look at the huge spaceship in Mystic Sky City. It was countless times larger than Lin Feng's chaotic spaceship, at least 100 times larger. This huge chaotic spaceship was engraved with dense runes. They were incomparably profound, and appeared to contain arcane chaotic rules. Lin Feng could tell at a glance that these were not runes that ordinary cultivators could set up. They contained the mysteries of the chaotic rules, and must have been personally set up by a perfected deity. Only a perfected deity could master all kinds of chaotic rules, and easily transform the power of the chaotic rules into runes that were inscribed on the chaotic spaceship. Only those perfected deities were capable of such a feat. Without a doubt, there must be a perfected deity behind this chaotic spaceship in front of him. Perhaps it was related to a perfected deity. These people were undoubtedly the chaotic merchants. Lin Feng stared intently at the huge spaceship and the few cultivators on the huge chaotic spaceship. They were all perfected lords. The auras on these cultivators were actually all that of perfected lords, and they were not ordinary perfected lords. They were top-notch perfected lords. Every perfected lord, excluding the factor of the chaotic spirit treasure, was not inferior to perfected Lord Ziyuan. As expected of chaotic merchants. It was rumored that chaotic merchants were especially powerful, and were almost invincible below the level of perfected deities. Only people with such strength and confidence would dare to trade everywhere in the chaos. Suddenly, a blue-robed cultivator asked with an amiable smile, "Are you the palace master of the Mystic Sky Palace, the top perfected Lord, perfected Lord Lin?" Chapter 964, 964 Conditions of the Chaotic Merchants. 964 Conditions of the Chaotic Merchants. That's right, I'm Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This blue-robed cultivator was chubby and amiable. He showed no aggressive aura from head to toe. Rather, he appeared very slick. That's right, slick, just like those mundane businessmen. However, when he thought of the identities of this group of people, Lin Feng understood. This group of people were chaotic merchants to begin with. Although chaotic merchants were very extraordinary, they were actually no different from ordinary businessmen. They only traded to earn great profits. If they did not look amiable and wore friendly expressions, how could they trade with others? Palace Master Lin, we are the chaotic merchants from the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. I'm the Vice President. We came to the Hallowed Beast continent today just to make deals. If Palace Master Lin is interested in making a deal, we have many divine abilities. Arrays, martial arts, spells, artifacts, and so on. It's not impossible to trade for even chaotic spirit treasures, as long as you can afford the price. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This Fortune Chamber of Commerce in front of him was really generous. They even had chaotic spirit treasures. Chaotic spirit treasures were not so easy to obtain. Even on the Hallowed Beast continent, only perfected Lord Zun possessed it. Once a perfected lord possessed a chaotic spirit treasure, they could immediately become a top-notch perfected lord. Naturally, countless perfected lords would go insane over it. Oh! Your Fortune Chamber of Commerce is quite generous. May I know where the Fortune Chamber of Commerce is from? Instead of saying what he wanted to trade for directly, Lin Feng asked. A strange, almost imperceptible glint flashed across the chubby vice president's eyes. Then, he replied, our Fortune Chamber of Commerce comes from the depths of the chaos. As for its exact location, I'm afraid I cannot tell you. Is that so? I won't trade with someone of unknown origins casually. Hearing that these people were not even willing to reveal their origins, Lin Feng immediately shook his head and rejected the deal. Decisively. Beside him, perfected Lord Zun and the old flood dragon were both slightly stunned. They knew how much Lin Feng was looking forward to the arrival of the chaotic merchants. He had been looking forward to it day and night before the chaotic merchants finally arrived. Why did he reject the deal now that he met the chaotic merchants? However, Lin Feng was not a rash person. There must be a reason for his actions. Perfected Lord Zun and the old flood dragon did not ask. Lin Feng's gaze was cold, as if he was completely disinterested. However, in reality, he did care a lot about the chaotic merchants. If these chaotic merchants left immediately without saying anything, Lin Feng naturally had a way to prevent them from leaving. The reason he had such an attitude was that he wanted to see if these chaotic merchants were sincere about making a deal. According to the information Lin Feng had collected on the Hallowed Beast continent, in the past, when chaotic merchants came to the Hallowed Beast continent, although they only took 2 perfected lords with them, they still completed a large number of deals. Since they were merchants, be it chaotic merchants or mortal merchants, they all needed to trade. Otherwise, wouldn't roaming the chaos require resources? Lin Feng had sensed the auras of dozens of perfected lords just now. Didn't the Chamber of Commerce have to pay a price? If they couldn't trade, how could they earn profits? Business was business. Lin Feng believed that these chaotic merchants would definitely not give up on trading. Moreover, the Hallowed Beast continent was now in an era dominated the Mystic Sky Palace. If they did not trade with Lin Feng, it would be equivalent to not trading with the Mystic Sky Palace. Most of the resources in the entire chaotic continent were in the hands of the Mystic Sky Palace. What profit could this group of chaotic merchants possibly make? As expected, seeing Lin Feng's straightforward attitude, the chubby vice president's expression changed slightly, and a nearly imperceptible trace of anger flashed across his eyes. Boom. As the chubby vice president said the name, Styx Holy City, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their expressions changed drastically. Even Lin Feng was no exception. He could no longer conceal his excitement. A holy city. It was indeed a holy city, the Styx Holy City, one of the 7 holy cities of chaos. This was not the first time Lin Feng had come into contact with information on the holy cities of chaos. However, without exception, although he had heard of the 7 holy cities of chaos, he never learned the names of the 7 holy cities of chaos. He did not even Know the name of one. Now, he finally learned from the chubby vice president that one of the 7 holy cities of chaos was called the Styx Holy City. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, the surrounding people were discussing spiritedly and in high spirits. A smile also appeared on the vice president's lips. As expected, just as he had predicted, no one in the chaos could resist the temptation of the holy cities of chaos. Even the palace. Master Lin, in front of him, could not conceal the shock on his face when he heard the news of the holy cities. Lin Feng was just pretending to be calm just now. Even though Lin Feng owned a chaotic continent and became its ruler, he still yearned and longed for the holy cities of chaos. Looks like Palace Master Lin is not interested in divine abilities, martial arts, spells, or even chaotic spirit treasures. We've been traveling in the chaos and seen too many top-notch perfected lords along the way. All of them want to go to the holy cities of chaos. Palace Master Lin, do you also wish to go to the holy cities of chaos? The vice president asked directly. He had also realized that Lin Feng was probably not interested in ordinary transactions, but Lin Feng could not resist the temptation of the holy cities of chaos. As expected, after Lin Feng pondered for a moment, he nodded with a solemn expression and said, "That's right. The holy cities of chaos are holy lands that countless cultivators yearn for. How can I not yearn for it? Vice President, please state your price. I know that one has to pay a tall price for chaotic merchants to bring cultivators to the holy cities of chaos." Seeing how straightforward Lin Feng was, the vice president also laughed. Haha, that's right. For us to bring someone to the holy cities of chaos, we do need to collect some fees. We are merchants. Everything is based on transactions. It all depends on whether Palace Master Lin can offer something that satisfies us. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he also said confidently, "Vice President, what do you need? Why don't you tell me?" Lin Feng controlled the entire chaotic continent, and could use most of the resources at will. Naturally, he was full of confidence. However, the vice president said with a faint smile, "If you want to go to the holy cities of chaos, a chaotic heart will do." Chaotic heart. Lin Feng shook his head. Of course he knew what the chaotic heart was. It was the foundation of a chaotic continent. Moreover, it could only develop naturally in the most ancient chaotic continents. It was said that if a chaotic continent could develop a chaotic heart, just this chaotic heart alone could develop another chaotic continent. This would be a chaotic continent that was completely under one's own control. The value of a chaotic heart was immeasurable. If a chaotic heart came into being, even those high and mighty chaotic perfected deities would snatch it. Chapter 965, 965 Greed. 965 Greed. The vice president's teasing expression made Lin Feng frown. Chaotic heart. If I had one, I would have refined it for myself long ago. Lin Feng shook his head. A chaotic heart. These chaotic merchants were really asking for a lot. This was a supreme treasure in the chaos. It would not be difficult to invite even a perfected deity with it. Even though he knew that these chaotic merchants were very shady when extorting others, he did not expect them to be shady to such an extent. Just bringing people along the way to the holy cities of chaos required a chaotic heart. If there's no chaotic heart, 50 kilograms of chaotic origin is fine too. Lin Feng's expression darkened further. He shook his head and said, "I don't have it." Forget about 50 kilograms of chaotic origin, he did not even have one. Back in the Incendium continent, Lin Feng had obtained a small portion of chaotic origin from the queen. It was only a small portion, and there might only be one tail of it, or even less. But now, these chaotic merchants were asking for 50 kilograms of chaotic origin. Not even 50 kilograms of chaotic origin. That's a pity. How about this, 5 kilograms of chaotic purified water would be fine too. The vice president shook his head, as if 5 kilograms of chaotic purified water was already the minimum standard. However, Lin Feng's expression turned even darker, and his voice was cold. Don't have it. Forget about 5 kilograms of chaotic purified water, there was not even a drop. This chaotic purified water was naturally produced in the chaos, and was not contaminated with any impurities. Every time it came into being, it would only come in 1 or 2 drops. One might only be able to collect a little in billions of years, and there might only be a few tails. As for 5 kilograms, that was beyond the wildest imagination. Vice President, let's not talk about these unrealistic treasures. Do you think we don't know the value of these treasures? Or do you think a chaotic continent can collect these supreme treasures? Vice President, please suggest something that is realistic, treasures that our hallowed beast continent can produce. Lin Feng knew that these merchants were very cunning, but he did not expect these chaotic merchants to be so cunning as to ask for such exorbitant prices. That would be delusional. The Vice President pondered for a moment and said, if they're limited to just treasures produced by the hallowed beast continent, that'll be a little troublesome. The hallowed beast continent is only a small chaotic continent, a little short of a medium-sized chaotic continent. The treasures it can produce are really limited. However, it's rumored that your hallowed beast continent was formed after the fall of a chaotic hallowed beast. If you can find the carcass of the chaotic hallowed beast, even a portion of it will be enough for you to head to the holy cities of chaos. This request seemed realistic, but Lin Feng shook his head. Since ancient times, there had been rumors on the hallowed beast continent that the entire continent was formed after the fall of a chaotic hallowed beast. However, the rumors were just rumors. After Lin Feng became the palace master of the Mystic Sky Palace and dominated the hallowed beast continent, he had also collected rumors regarding this matter, and had even personally investigated it. However, the fact was that he found nothing. Forget about a portion of the carcass of the chaotic hallowed beast, they could not even discover the aura of the chaotic hallowed beast. It was just a rumor. That the hallowed beast continent was formed after the fall of the chaotic hallowed beast is just a rumor. I've searched for it before, but found nothing. Please change your condition. The Vice President did not stand on ceremony anymore and said directly, if there's really no other way, 10 chaotic spirit treasures will do. If you don't have the chaotic spirit treasures, a greater divine ability is fine too. A greater divine ability. Don't have it, either. Lin Feng kept shaking his head, and the Vice President's expression darkened further and further. He had thought that after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, there should be many treasures in the huge hallowed beast continent. But from the looks of it now, there were not many treasures on the hallowed beast continent at all. Even if there were, they had probably been plundered by the chaotic merchants who had come to the hallowed beast continent the previous 2 times. If you don't have any of these treasures, what can Palace Master Lin offer? The Vice President was clearly very disappointed. Lin Feng also knew that if he could not take out the treasure to attract the other party's attention, the other party would probably really give up on the deal. The chaotic merchants only dared to roam the chaos for the sake of profits. Without profits, these chaotic merchants would lose their meaning for existing. Actually, Lin Feng had a true supreme treasure on him. Forget about heading to the holy cities of chaos, even supreme perfected deities would go insane fighting for it. That was the chaotic origin stone. This was the only permit for one to become a hallowed venerable. It was a supreme treasure, enough to drive countless perfected deities insane. However, Lin Feng naturally would not offer such a supreme treasure. Even if he did, these chaotic merchants might not be able to accept it. I have 29 incomplete divine ability techniques, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said. Incomplete divine ability techniques. Useless. The Vice President shook his head. In the holy cities of chaos, although divine ability techniques were precious, they were still obtainable. As for the incomplete versions, they were still of some value, but their value was too low. I still have 3 complete divine ability techniques. Cultivating one of them to the mastery level would grant one of the best lesser divine abilities. After some thought, Lin Feng finally decided to offer the divine ability techniques. Oh, 3 complete divine ability techniques. But they are all lesser divine abilities. They are of some value, but not enough. Lin Feng saw the chaotic merchant's expressions change slightly, and knew that these 3 divine ability techniques were actually quite valuable. Presumably, divine ability techniques could not be found everywhere in the holy cities of chaos either. they must also be very valuable. After all, perfected deities were revered everywhere. How could the divine abilities they cultivated be ordinary? However, it was obvious that these chaotic merchants were all very greedy. The 3 complete divine ability techniques were far from enough to meet their expectations. I still have 10 top-grade chaotic prime crystals. Lin Feng mentioned another treasure, top-grade chaotic prime crystals. In the hallowed beast continent, there was no lack of chaotic prime crystals, even high-grade chaotic prime crystals. However, top-grade chaotic prime crystals were priceless treasures, almost comparable to the chaotic origin. Only after Lin Feng dominated the hallowed beast continent could he obtain 10 top-grade chaotic prime crystals with the resources of the entire hallowed beast continent. In fact, these 10 top-grade chaotic prime crystals were also helpful to Lin Feng's cultivation. However, Lin Feng did not use them, and kept them instead. This was actually to prepare for the arrival of the chaotic merchants. Now, they had indeed come in useful. 10 top-grade chaotic prime crystals. The vice president's eye twitched. Even though he had good self-restraint and did not allow his expression to change, Lin Feng could still read the joy in the other party's heart from the subtleties. Clearly, the value of these 10 top-grade chaotic prime crystals was even greater than the value of 3 complete divine ability techniques. However, the other party was greedy by nature, and would not stop until Lin Feng was squeezed dry. I have nothing else. Since you are not interested in any of these treasures, regretfully, we can't make this deal. Lin Feng shook his head and feigned regret. The vice president's lips twitched. He tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart, but still hurriedly said, "Looks like Palace Master Lin is very sincere. Moreover, this is all the treasures Palace Master Lin can offer. How about this? Aside from the 3 complete divine ability techniques and 10 top-grade chaotic prime crystals, we'll take a look around the hallowed beast continent. If there's anything we're interested in, we'll bring them all back to the chaotic spaceship. How about that? Then, we can bring Palace Master Lin to the Styx Holy City." Lin Feng knew that the other party was reluctant, and wanted to plunder more to see if there were any other treasures. Even though this way, the other party seemed to be free to plunder, Lin Feng had already plundered everything he needed. He believed that there were no more treasures. In order to go to the holy city of chaos, he could only agree. I can agree to it, but you must not harm the innocent. Moreover, if you take a fancy to any treasure, I have to mobilize the forces of the Mystic Sky Palace to mediate. Haha, of course. Harmony makes money. Our Fortune Chamber of Commerce has always been honest with customers of all ages. Our credibility in the holy cities is excellent. The vice president was overjoyed. Clearly, he had made a killing this time. As expected of a chaotic continent that was close to medium-sized, it indeed had a lot of resources. He originally thought that the chaotic merchants would not find any treasures after plundering it the last 2 times, but he did not expect to still get 10 top-grade chaotic prime crystals. These 10 top-grade chaotic prime crystals were priceless treasures. They were valuable even in the holy cities of chaos. Even those supreme perfected deities would be tempted. To the Fortune Chamber of Commerce, just these 10 top-grade chaotic prime crystals were worth this trip. Moreover, there were 3 complete divine ability techniques. The vice president even felt that Lin Feng must still possess some treasures he had yet to offer for trading. However, so what? Once Lin Feng stepped onto the chaotic spaceship, wouldn't everything on Lin Feng belong to them? At this thought, the vice president also smiled elatedly. Many perfected lords in the Chamber of Commerce also smiled. Seemingly, everyone was happy.